Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 11. Having glanced at it briefly before, he already knew how much soul power was required to add a catastrophe trait to this item alone. To his surprise, the consumption was exactly the same as the fully unleashed death scripture, a full 100 million points of soul power. Far from being troubled by the high cost, Sumubai was actually very pleased, because this meant that the catastrophe trait added would be on par with the catastrophe trait of the death scripture. And as for soul power, for him now, it was almost a matter of wanting as much as he needed, provided he had the time. The remaining spiritual soul essences alone could increase his soul power by nearly 700 million. Beyond that, wealthy overlords still had a full 400,000 spiritual soul marrows. Once Bloomer recovered, he could use his connections to exchange them all for brand new ones at once. By then, Sumubai would possess 400,000 spiritual soul essences, which would be more than enough to sustain his consumption for a while. Everything is ready. All that's missing is the east wind. Sumubai scanned his current soul power and closed his eyes to continue merging the death rules. Notification. You have absorbed 1 spiritual soul essence. Soul power Kung 10. Notification. You have absorbed 1 spiritual soul essence. Soul power Kung 10. Current soul power 105 million. 105 million. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Although Sumubai hadn't made much progress on the Great Tao of Rules during this time, his soul power was already sufficient. Catastrophe target. Death Domain Master Token. Notification. Please select the promotion grade, Tier 1 to Tier 2, or add a catastrophe trait. Click to view details at catastrophe trait. As Sumubai's consciousness stirred, the catastrophe talent activated instantly. His soul power cap plummeted rapidly, showing no signs of stopping. Vast, boundless power appeared out of thin air, surging madly into the gray-white token. The Death Domain Master Token began to tremble, and the aura emitted by the entire token grew increasingly powerful. Even the 2 characters for death, formed by Great Tao inscriptions on the token, became clearer and clearer. After a long while, all movement ceased completely. The Death Domain Master Token stopped trembling, and the death characters flashed with a divine light before fading. At the same time, a system notification rang in Sumubai's ears. Notification. You have lost 100 million soul power and successfully added a catastrophe trait to the Death Domain Master Token. The effect of this thing. Surely it wouldn't also be summoning a projection avatar of the previous Death Sovereign, right? Sumubai narrowed his eyes slightly, immediately inspecting the changes in the Domain Master Token. Death Realm Domain Master Token not fully activated cannot be traded, cannot be damaged, cannot be discarded. This is the symbol of a Domain Master's status in the Myriad Worlds game. Possessing it, you will have a great chance of becoming the Domain Master of the Death Realm. Only after fully activating this Domain Master Token can you become the Domain Master of the Death Realm. When a Domain Master is within the realm they control, they will gain significant permissions. Click to view details. A Domain Master Token born for unknown reasons. It has never appeared in the Myriad Worlds before. Originally, the status of the Domain Master Token was not activated, but because Sumubai is the successor to the Death Sovereign, he directly met the conditions for partial activation. Therefore, the status of this Domain Master Token also changed to not fully activated. However, what Sumubai cared about most was what kind of catastrophe trait the catastrophe talent had added to it. His gaze skipped over the detailed view and landed at the very bottom of the interface. The next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he stood up abruptly, his face filled with disbelief. This 100 million soul power was absolutely worth it. Just like the Death Codex, the Death Realm Domain Master Token only had 1 effect for its catastrophe trait, but in Sumubai's view, this effect was even stronger than the Death Codex's summoning of the Death Sovereign's projection. Catastrophe trait. Every once in a while, you can use the Death Realm Domain Master Token to travel to and from the origin land of the Myriad Worlds once. Please note the specific time interval, duration of stay, and whether other living beings can be brought along are only related to your own cultivation realm. Time rules and space rules cannot affect this effect. The Origin Land. The catastrophe trait of the Death Realm Domain Master token completely exceeded Sumyubai's expectations. The reason he had been able to achieve such heaven-defying accomplishments along his journey, while relying entirely on honestly exploiting bugs and down-to-earth cheating, was also due to the baptism and infusion of origin power obtained through cheating, which was indispensable. If he had missed even one instance, it would have been difficult for Sumyubai to break through his physical limits while at the 9th rank mythical level and condense a divine body at the median god realm in one go. Sumyubai still remembered that when he first left the cold abyss star and stepped into the cosmic starry sky, he had used the eye of the profound heaven to observe origin power once. At that time, he felt as if his gaze had pierced through the pitch-black universe and seen the essence of this world clearly. That fleeting glimpse was of the origin land of the myriad worlds, the source of all rules and power. Now, the catastrophe trait of the Death Realm Domain Master token gave Sumyubai the ability to travel directly to the origin land. Chapter 823. The conditions for taking a seat as a council member. Origin power can enhance a living being's potential, strength, and soul, and can even help in comprehending various laws and even fusing with the great Tao of rules. A few days ago, when he freeloaded the promotion of the Flame Prison Realm Domain Master token, Sumyubai was not even the target of the origin power enhancement, yet he still used its power to fuse his great Tao of death rules into the 9-pattern realm in one breath, and the origin land is the place where origin power resides. Completely filled with vast amounts of origin power, Sumyubai could hardly imagine how much he would gain if his true self were to travel to such a place. Moreover, from the description of the catastrophe trait, it could be inferred that as his realm grew higher, the interval for traveling to and from the origin land would become shorter, and the time he could stay each time would increase accordingly. Not only that, but once he reached a certain realm, he would also be able to bring other living beings into it. Compared to this catastrophe trait, Sumyubai suddenly felt that the catastrophe trait of the Death Codex wasn't quite as monstrous anymore. Of course, which of the two was stronger or weaker was not absolute, as they were applicable in different aspects. Summoning the Death Sovereign's projection avatar was more suitable as a trump card for saving his life or performing some tricky maneuvers, whereas traveling to and from the origin land was more about allowing Sumyubai to rapidly increase his own strength. Sumyubai's understanding of origin power was limited to this. What kind of gains he would have after entering the origin land remained to be seen in a few days. It wasn't that Sumyubai didn't want to go to the origin land right now. After all, the sooner he used it, the sooner the cooldown would start. But the catastrophe trait of the Death Realm Domain Master token was currently in a gray state and could not be used for the time being. After Sumyubai's soul probed into it to check, he finally understood. Although the catastrophe trait had been added, the Domain Master token and the origin land had not yet fully connected. Fortunately, the connection would not take too long. In about a week, Sumyubai would be able to make his first trip to the origin land. Before that, it's just the right time to make arrangements for the Death Realm Bank. Sumyubai raised his eyebrows, clenched his palm, and the Death Realm Domain Master token vanished from his hand. The next moment, another dark purple token appeared. It was the Illusion Realm Domain Master token. At the time, Sumyubai had contacted Potty, and they had finally decided to let Bloomer take the position of the Illusion Realm Domain Master. Only in this way could the deaths of Otis and Livia be considered an internal matter of the demon race. Otherwise, the demon race would certainly not let the matter rest. Killing a Domain Master in succession, along with a Domain Master who was infinitely close to the top tier, how was this any different from slapping the demon race in the face in public? Even if Potty, a peerless genius, were to step forward, it would be impossible to stop the demon race's retaliation. The demon race and the human race did not have any deep-seated hatred, so Sumyubai had no intention of falling out with this race. Moreover, Bloomer was now one of his own. Letting him become the Illusion Realm Domain Master was entirely a good thing for Sumyubai. Although Bloomer possessed the strength of a top-tier Domain Master, he had voluntarily given up his position as a Domain Master when he announced his departure from the Succubus race back then. Therefore, he was currently the best candidate to be the World Master of the Illusory Realm. Beyond being able to control this great world, he could also control the entire Succubus race. After Livia fell, The succubus race had been left in a state of having no leader. Whether it was because of Sumyubai's instructions or out of gratitude for the old patriarch, Bloomer would lead the succubus race to regroup and recover. After all, his greatest enemy had already fallen. Even though he had announced his departure, the blood flowing through his veins was, after all, still that of the succubus race. Sumyubai took out the illusory realm world master token at this moment, merely to verify a thought in his mind. Catastrophe target. Illusory realm world master token. Prompt. Please select the promotion grade, Tier 1 to Tier 2, or add a catastrophe trait to it. Click to view details. When Sumyubai opened the details, a look of as expected appeared in his eyes. This thing could be promoted by 1 tier for free, just like the Death Domain Master token. However, it was clear that a domain could only have 1 Domain Master token. Therefore, the other World Master tokens of the Death Domain held no great significance for Sumyubai. He was a man destined to become the Domain Master of the Death Domain. The position of World Master, he would just leave it to his subordinates. Sumyubai smiled and, with a thought, put away the illusory realm World Master token. Immediately after, his figure disappeared from the cultivation room. Living room. Sumyubai sat upright in the main seat, with Bloomer sitting to his left. As for Fujiya, Changxia and Vivian, they stayed quietly to the side, listening to the two big shots converse. Although only 1 day had passed, the one emergency treatment room where Bloomer had previously been had experienced over 2 years under the influence of 1,000-fold time acceleration, coupled with the effects of the rule-level divine medicine 9 Nether Underworld do. Bloomer's injuries had been completely healed, and his strength had returned to its peak. Sumyubai finally had his first top-tier World Master level powerhouse under his command. If it weren't for the fact that both he and Sumyubai had restrained their pressure, Fujiya, Changxia and Vivian, both Saint Annihilation level players, would not have been able to get anywhere near them. Master. These are the remaining 9 Nether Underworld due, totaling 1,358 drops. After the initial shock, Bloomer was no longer so easily surprised. He held an exquisite jade bottle in his hand, which contained a deeply dark purple liquid. Fortunately, 9 Nether Underworld dew was not difficult to store. Otherwise, Bloomer truly would not have had a treasure capable of holding a rule-level divine medicine. You keep it for now. Sumyubai waved his hand. This stuff is better handled by the Death Domain Bank. Understood. Hearing this, Bloomer nodded and decisively put away the jade bottle. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes Sumyubai's heaven-defying method of promoting soul-condensing divine marrow into 9 Nether Underworld dew out of thin air, he would definitely have tried to persuade him not to sell such a precious divine medicine. But now, forget it. As long as there was enough soul-condensing divine marrow, wouldn't the master have as much of a divine medicine like 9 Nether Underworld dew as he wanted? There are 9 days left for the position of Illusory Realm World Master. Sumyubai looked at Bloomer. Before that, I need you to do something within the Death Domain Bank. A long while later, a flash of shock appeared deep in Bloomer's eyes. Master, are you planning to take control of the entire Death Domain Bank in advance? That's right. Sumyubai nodded slightly. Tell me about the information regarding the other directors. Hearing this, a look of gravity flashed in Bloomer's eyes, and he spoke slowly. The Death Domain Bank has a total of 13 directors, coming from the undead race and the demon race. Among them, the undead race occupies 9 seats, and the demon race occupies 4. Your subordinate is one of them. Continue. Sumyubai nodded. This information was known throughout the Death Continent. What Bloomer said next was the real point. To sit in the position of a director, while strength is not the most important thing, one must at least possess the strength of a first-rate world master. Speaking of this, Bloomer couldn't help but curse Livia as an idiot in his heart again. A mere second-rate world master. Yet she dared to dream of sitting in the position of a director. He didn't know who gave her that confidence. Chapter 824, to directors worth noting. Bonus chapter. Through Bloomer's systematic explanation, Sumyubai finally had a clearer understanding of powerhouses at the World Master level. A World Master is the strongest group of existences below the 12th tier rule sovereign realm. As long as one is a Pekai god who has fused a certain rule path to the 9-stripe limit, they can be called a World Master level powerhouse. However, even among World Masters, There is a gap in strength. A P11 god who has merely fused a certain rule path to the 9-stripe limit can only be considered a third-rate world master. Passing the challenge of a great world's world master and successfully securing the position makes one a second-rate world master. Livia belonged to this level. A first-rate world master refers to a world master level powerhouse who has mastered a portion of rule authority. The heaven-splitting emperor and Otis, who fell at Sumubai's hands. Both belonged to the first-rate world master category. However, the heaven-splitting emperor had only just stepped over the threshold of a first-rate world master, while Otis was infinitely close to the next level. Finally, there is the top-tier world master. Bloomer was in existence at this level. He had not only fused to ordinary rules to the 9-stripe limit simultaneously, but he also mastered level 1 darkness authority and level 1 soul authority. Not only that, but Bloomer also possessed a high-level low-grade treasure. These 3 things were the standard equipment for a top-tier world master. If it were one of the 9 supreme rules, then one would only need to fuse that one rule path to the 9-stripe limit. The difficulty of fusing the 9 supreme rules is incomparable to that of ordinary rules. After all, every supreme rule contains multiple ordinary rules. It's just that before a complete rule path is fused, the advantage of a supreme rule is actually not that great. Of course, a world lord who has fused the 9 supreme laws is still somewhat stronger. What Otis lacked was a high-level low-grade treasure. It was precisely for this reason that he wanted to leverage Livia's identity as a succubus to obtain partial authority over the Dead Realm Bank, hoping to use the resources of the Dead Realm Bank to acquire a high-level low-grade treasure. Unfortunately, Otis met his end before he could achieve his goal. Just as everything was about to be within his grasp, he encountered a cheater like Sumubai, leading to his death and the dissipation of his cultivation. After listening to the information provided by Bloomer, Sumubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Among the 13 directors, how many are at the peak world lord level? That is exactly what I was about to mention. Bloomer sat up straight, his expression somewhat grave, including myself. There are a total of 4 peak world lords. Among them, there are 2 who are most worthy of the sovereign's attention. Oh, which 2? Sumubai immediately became interested, since Bloomer already knew his strength and still went out of his way to give this warning. It was clear that these 2 peak world lords were extraordinary. The first is the world lord of the Hell Realm of our demon race Kleist. The world lord of the Hell Realm. Sumubai raised an eyebrow. The Hell Realm was one of the top-ranked major worlds within the entire death domain. This Kleist was indeed worthy of his attention, the last one, and also the one with the most unfathomable strength among the 13 directors, is the peak world lord from the undead race. At this point, Bloomer paused, the gravity in his eyes deepening, before he spoke word by word. The world lord of the undead realm Sean. The world lord of the undead realm. Sumubai's gaze sharpened. He had not expected the world lord of the undead realm to be the strongest director of the Dead Realm Bank. However, it seemed Old Man Feng had said that he didn't need to worry about the world lord of the undead realm. Right. He wondered if this no need to worry only applied within the major world of the undead realm itself. Thinking of this, a look of contemplation flashed across Sumubai's eyes. It seemed that if he wanted to take control of the entire Dead Realm Bank in advance, he would really need to maneuver carefully. Although Sean and Kleist were strong, the current Sumubai had the strength to put up a fight. The most important factors were the undead race and the demon race standing behind them. The Dead Realm Bank was a goose that laid golden eggs, unless Sumubai had already attained the status of Death Sovereign. These 2 major races would never hand it over willingly. Sovereign, in truth, Sean and Kleist are not the most critical factors. Bloomer frowned, his eyes filled with deep apprehension. To truly control the Dead Realm Bank, one must pass the final hurdle. Hearing this, Sumubai's expression also turned serious, and he blurted out, "The vice presidents, correct. The 2 vice presidents are both existences at the 12th tier law sovereign realm. Do you know which 2 sovereigns they are?" Sumubai crossed his hands under his chin, his gaze profound, his mind lost in thought. "One of them is the dark sovereign from my demon race." Bloomer nodded. "The other is the ice sovereign from the undead race." "Understood." Sumubai slowly stood up. "I will find a way to resolve the issue of the 2 vice presidents. For now, Follow the instructions I gave you earlier. Yes, Bloomer stood up immediately, a trace of shock in his eyes. As expected of the sovereign, he even had a way to deal with two law sovereigns. Old Fu, you should hand that batch of resources over to Bloomer first. Sumyubai looked at Fujiuchanjia, who was standing to the side. The latter signed a God of Wealth contract while simultaneously conducting the trade with Bloomer. Upon learning of the effects of the God of Wealth contract, Bloomer took a deep, searching look at Fujiuchanjia. God of Wealth. Since when did such a profession exist in the myriad worlds, Sovereign Lord? What about me? Vivian almost blurted out Master, but fortunately, remembering that her father was still present, she quickly corrected herself. You should help your father handle some trivial matters first. Before Sumyubai could finish his sentence, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears, causing his mind to jolt. Today's extra chapter is served, my foster fathers. We are back to 700. 0 readers. Let us charge toward 1 million readers once again. Please give a 5-star rating. Please recommend the book if you are experiencing a book drought. Please send gifts. Chapter 825. Don't be in such a rush. Big Sister is coming to find you. Notification. The 10-day deadline has passed. You have lost the priority to become the World Lord of the Soul-Splitting Realm. Notification. The trial for the World Lord of the Soul-Splitting Realm is now officially open to all peak upper gods who meet the requirements. Notification. Detected that you possess the Soul-Splitting Realm World Lord token. The first challenger to complete the Soul-Splitting Realm World Lord trial will be able to know your identity information and coordinates, and will have the authority to challenge you at any time. The winner will receive the activated World Lord token and become the new World Lord of the Soul-Splitting Realm. Please note, this challenge cannot be refused. Notification currently. No peak upper god has passed the Soul-Splitting Realm World Lord trial. A series of system notifications left Sumyubai stunned. Previously, in order to experience more ways to use the world tree, Sumyubai had spent over a year under the influence of 1,000-fold time dilation. Therefore, he had almost forgotten about the 10-day priority brought by the Soul-Splitting Realm World Lord token. Looking at it now, 10 days had already passed since the fall of the Soul-Splitting Emperor. From these system notifications, it was clear that the soul-splitting race did not have any peak upper gods who met the requirements. Otherwise, with their priority, some powerhouse would surely have already passed the World Lord trial by now. Unless the World Lord trial was extremely difficult. Thinking of this, Sumyubai couldn't help but turn his head to look at Bloomer, who had just signed the God of Wealth contract with Fujiuchanjia. Bloomer, how difficult is the World Lord trial? Is the sovereign interested in the position of World Lord? Bloomer was slightly taken aback, then explained. The difficulty of becoming a World Lord varies between different great worlds. For instance, in great worlds like the Hell Realm or the Undead Realm, the trials are as difficult as ascending to heaven. This was the first time Sumyubai had heard such a claim. He had originally assumed that the trials for becoming a World Lord were the same for every great world. What about the Soul-Splitting Realm? How difficult is the World Lord trial for that great world, the Soul-Splitting Realm? Hearing this name, Bloomer immediately understood that the Soul-Splitting Emperor had fallen at the hands of Sumyubai. It seems those powerhouses who headed to the Undead Realm really were just blind cats stumbling upon a dead mouse. However, those powerhouses certainly wouldn't have guessed that the target they were searching for had already entered the Death Continent and was even preparing to reach out toward the behemoth known as the Death Domain Bank. A hint of amusement flashed in Bloomer's eyes. The Soul-Splitting Realm is just a very ordinary great world. The trial is not difficult, generally speaking. As long as one has fused a certain rule to the 9-pattern ultimate level, they can basically pass it. It seems the Soul-Splitting clan truly no longer has any powerhouses at the World Lord level. Sumyubai nodded slightly, then asked with interest, if it were you, how long would it take to pass the Soul-Splitting Realm's World Lord trial at the fastest? Bloomer pointed at himself, a confident smile rising on his face. It would take about the blink of an eye. That fast. The sovereign may not know this. Bloomer smiled slightly and explained. As long as one has mastered a portion of authority and possesses the strength of a first-class World Lord, they can directly pass the World Lord trial of an ordinary great world like the Soul-Splitting Realm. However, Powerhouses of that level generally don't look down upon great worlds like the soul-splitting realm. So that's how it is. Sumiyubai suddenly realized, gaining a better understanding of the great worlds within the myriad realms. Just as he was about to continue asking about the world lord of the illusion realm, a system notification sounded in his ears once again. Notification. A peak-upper god has already passed the soul-splitting realm's world lord trial and is currently querying your location coordinates. Please note, once your coordinate location changes, the other party will receive a real-time notification. A look of astonishment flashed in Sumiyubai's eyes. Is this the blink of an eye that Bloomer was talking about? The soul-splitting realm's world lord trial had only just been opened to the public, yet someone had already passed it so quickly. Is it a powerhouse at the first-class world lord or even top-tier world lord level? Who could it be? Thinking of this, Sumiyubai suddenly recalled what Feng Yuan had said earlier. Little friend Bai, don't worry about the world lord token, just proceed according to your own plans. So the powerhouse who passed the trial is from the human race? As Sumiyubai was pondering, the communicator on his wrist suddenly rang. Beep, 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 caller ID. Old Man Feng. As expected, Sumiyubai raised an eyebrow and connected the call. Feng Yuan's voice immediately rang out. Little friend Bai, the one who passed the soul-splitting realm's world lord trial is one of our own. You need not worry. This time, his voice was clearly not as urgent as before. Is there anything you need me to do? Sumiyubai smiled slightly. It seemed that his making the Flame Prison Realm World Lord token cease to exist was truly a timely help for the human race. You don't need to do anything. Feng Yuan shook his head. Yechu will come to find you. You can just go through the motions when the time comes. No need for such trouble. Just send me Senior Yuchu's contact information. Sumiyubai smiled mysteriously. Although Feng Yuan was a bit confused, he complied nonetheless. Afterward, they chatted for a few more moments before ending the call. Compared to the previous few times, Feng Yuan was clearly much more relaxed now. At least I've been of some help. Although Feng Yuan had never detailed the sacrifices made by the human race's powerhouses behind the scenes, Sumiyubai was very clear about them. If nothing else, when he took down Raphael, if the human race hadn't stepped in, the undead realm's world lord would have surely found him very quickly. If it weren't for Feng Yuan's refusal, Sumiyubai would have long wanted to freeload and upgrade everything on the human race's powerhouses that could be improved. Sumiyubai also understood why Feng Yuan had refused. As the saying goes, the tree that stands above the forest will be destroyed by the wind. An innocent man may be guilty of a crime simply because he possesses a treasure. The current human race simply does not have enough strength to possess too many powerful treasures. Unless all human race powerhouses could do as Sumiyubai did, kill every alien who saw his secrets, or turn them completely into one of their own. The reason Sumiyubai was able to do this was also because he hadn't yet encountered truly top-tier existences. But the human race's powerhouses were constantly facing the very top tier of powerhouses in the myriad realms. Such powerhouses are not so easily silenced. Treasures alone would be fine, but if the myriad races found out that the human race possessed the ability to upgrade the grade of treasures, that would be a true catastrophe. It was precisely because of this that Feng Yuan had rejected Sumiyubai's good intentions. Right now, it was clearly not the time. If the information were leaked, the wine god Yumu alone would never be able to hold off the frenzied powerhouses of the myriad races. Fortunately, the disappearance of the Flame Prison Realm World Lord token led the myriad races' powerhouses to believe it was a void invasion, which gave the human race a chance to breathe. Sumiyubai immediately sent a friend request to Yachu. Since the other party could see it was recommended by Feng Yuan, she naturally wouldn't refuse. Sure enough, the next second, a system notification sounded in his ears. Notification. The human race peak upper god Yachu has added you as a contact. Beep, 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 beep. Following that, Sumiyubai's communicator rang once again. Caller ID Yachu. After connecting, a voice that made one's body and mind tingle mature, commanding woman's voice came through the communicator. Little brother Bai, don't be in such a rush. Big sister is coming to find you right now. Chapter 826. Are you ready to surrender? Little brother Bai, don't be in such a rush. Big sister is coming to find you right now. Yuchu's voice seemed to carry an inherent sense of enchantment. Even Livia, the matriarch of the succubus race, could not compare to her in this regard. Even though Sumyubai had already fused the Death Codex to the Nine-Pattern realm, he still found himself momentarily dazed upon hearing her voice. This realization immediately broke him out in a cold sweat. Peak World Master level. Yuchu was undoubtedly a powerhouse at the Peak World Master level. Sometimes, the gap in strength between two parties can be felt through the smallest of details. Although Sumyubai possessed combat power at the Peak World Master level, and was even an elite among them, that was only with the help of external objects. In terms of his own cultivation realm and strength, he still had some distance to go compared to top-tier powerhouses like Yuchu. The constant soul impact in his mind allowed Sumyubai to recover from the influence of Yuchu's voice in an instant. The corner of his eye twitched slightly as he spoke softly. "I'm the senior, Yuchu. Could you please not call me little brother? Then you can't call me senior either. From now on, you must call me sister. Do you hear me?" Yuchu smiled playfully. "No problem. Sister Yuchu, are you still in the soul-splitting realm? Why are you that impatient to see your sister?" As she spoke, Yuchu glanced at the coordinates provided by the system and frowned, saying, "Little brother Bai, why did you run to the core area of the Death Domain Bank headquarters? That place isn't easy to enter. Forget it. Since she is a contemporary of Old Man Feng, I'll just accept being called little brother. At least it's not little kid anymore." Sumyubai didn't mind Yuchu's teasing and said seriously, "Sister Yuchu, send me your exact coordinates." "Why?" Although Yuchu asked the question, she sent the coordinates to Sumyubai immediately. "I'll give you a surprise." Sumyubai grinned and moved his divine sense. The next moment, a point of light appeared in front of him. Then, the point of light expanded rapidly, instantly condensing into a grayish-white portal. Death Domain Lord Authority to a cross-boundary portal. "Little brother Bai, don't tell me you created this thing?" Yuchu's voice rang out simultaneously through the communicator and from the other side of the portal. Without needing Sumyubai to answer, Yuchu already knew the truth. The vortex-like two-way cross-boundary portal rippled, and a bare jade foot stepped through the light screen, landing gently on the living room floor. A dark red pattern immediately appeared on the floor, followed by a shapely leg and the hem of a pale purple kipao. Soon, Yuchu, holding a small round fan, crossed the endless distance and appeared before everyone's eyes. The Crimson Enchantress. Bloomer's pupils constricted slightly, a flash of surprise deep in his eyes. He was both amazed by Sumyubai's methods and felt it incredible to see Yuchu here. If one were to talk about knowledge of the Crimson Enchantress, apart from the human race, the succubus race knew the most, especially Bloomer, the strongest of the succubus race, who had once studied Yuchu's files for a very long time. This was because, from ancient times to the present, only the Crimson Enchantress Yuchu had a charm technique that completely surpassed the succubus race. Thinking of what the Sovereign had just asked about the soul-splitting realm lord, Bloomer suddenly understood. It seemed Yuchu was preparing to become the lord of the soul-splitting realm. But what puzzled Bloomer was, given the current situation of the human race, did they actually want to get involved with the soul-splitting realm? Gulp. Just as Bloomer was pondering, a clear sound of someone swallowing saliva suddenly rang out, appearing exceptionally abrupt in the quiet living room. Sumyubai and Bloomer turned their heads simultaneously to look at Fujiichanjia, and even Yuchu's gaze shifted over. The latter also realized his loss of composure and his old face turned red instantly. Cough, cough. "Forgive me, senior. I couldn't help it. I really couldn't help it." However, the head-bowed Fujiichanjia did not notice that Vivian, standing to the side, was staring blankly at Yuchu, looking completely so lost. Yuchu's charm was natural and effective on both men and women. Even Vivian, a genius of the succubus race, had fallen instantly. In contrast, Fujiichanjia had only involuntarily swallowed his saliva, showing no signs of falling under her spell at all. This was clearly not a normal occurrence. One must know that when Yuchu appeared on the outskirts of the Starry Sky Graveyard a while ago, the peak upper gods present had all briefly fallen into a state of enchantment. Yet, Fujiichanjia's realm was only at the 10th tier Saint Extinction level, and he hadn't even begun to comprehend the path of laws. Bloomer narrowed his eyes slightly. A god of wealth. It really is an interesting profession, compared to Vivian. This guy is truly only interested in money. Yuchu looked at Fujiitianjio with interest, then smiled and said, "Little brother Bai, you really have hidden talents around you." This sentence clearly didn't just refer to Fujiitian Xia. As she spoke, Yuchu's gaze swept over Bloomer, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. "Don't you think so, Director Bloomer?" She clearly didn't know the relationship between Bloomer and Bai yet. So although her voice was filled with the lure of a succubus, it sounded slightly cold. Bai was a human prodigy and the future hope of the human race. If Bloomer had any ill intentions, even if this was the Death Domain Bank headquarters, Yuchu wouldn't mind having a fight with him. Bai also heard the subtext in Yuchu's words and quickly spoke up. "Sister Yuchu, he's one of our own, one of your own." Yuchu frowned slightly, glanced at Vivian, who hadn't yet regained her senses, and a meaningful smile appeared in her eyes. Bai patted his forehead helplessly. Was he being misunderstood again? After explaining Bloomer's situation, Yuchu finally let down her guard and sat on the sofa, swaying her figure. "So, you are planning to start with the Death Domain Bank, then?" "Yes, if I want my talent to have a greater effect. A large amount of resources is indispensable." Bai nodded and took the opportunity to mention the matter of the Domain Master token. He now possessed a certain level of authority within the Death Domain, so naturally, he wanted to provide some conveniences for the human race. Although the Death Domain was the territory of the undead race, with his authority, it would be far safer for the human race to develop and grow there than in other domains. Looking at the grayish-white token hovering in Bai's palm, a flash of astonishment could not help but cross Yuchu's eyes. "Your talent is actually capable of upgrading a treasure like a Domain Master token." Even though she had already learned some information about Bai's talent from Feng Yuan, Yuchu was still stunned at this moment. She knew of the World Master token, but a treasure like the Domain Master token had never appeared in the Myriad Worlds before. Upgrading an existing treasure in the Myriad Worlds and creating something that did not exist were two completely different concepts. After a moment, Yuchu withdrew her gaze, her round fin swaying gently in her hand. Whether or not to relocate to the Death Domain is something Yuan must decide. This sister doesn't concern herself with such matters. As she spoke, her gaze turned to Bai. "Little brother Bai, I hear you have never been defeated. Have you prepared yourself to surrender this time?" As her voice fell, a system notification sound suddenly rang in Bai's ears. Chapter 827. Always feeling like my daughter will just give herself away. Bonus chapter, notification. The Peak Upper God Yuchu has initiated a soul-splitting Domain Master challenge against you. According to the rules, you have no right to refuse. Challenge countdown, it's starting already. Bai was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Yuchu to initiate the challenge so directly. It was always just going to be a formality anyway. "Don't tell me you actually wanted to have a real fight with this sister." Yuchu rolled her eyes. "All right, hurry up and accept. Once you take the seat of the Domain Master, this sister has other things to attend to." "All right." Bai nodded, and without waiting for the countdown to end, he directly accepted the challenge. The next moment, both of their figures vanished from the living room. After Yuchu left, it was a while longer before Vivian finally regained her senses. What just happened to me?" She only remembered a woman of extreme allure walking out of her master's portal, and after that, she had no memory at all. She was a succubus, for heaven's sake. How could she be charmed by another woman? It's over. It's all over. I'm not actually turning into a lesbian. But, Master. Wait, where is Master? Vivian woke up with a start, but she could not see Bai's figure in the living room. Seeing this, Fujiitianxia had a smile in his eyes, as expected of the boss. His charm is truly immense. Watching Vivian's anxious expression, Bloomer also sighed helplessly. Why do I always get the feeling that this daughter of mine is going to just give herself away? Notification. You have initiated a soul-splitting Domain Master challenge with the Peak Upper God Yuchu. The system notification sounded, and the figures of Bai and Yuchu appeared in a silent starry sky. This was not the true starry universe, but a temporary space created by the Myriad Worlds game. However, the laws and rules here were exactly the same as those in the Myriad Worlds. If not for the slightly different system notification sound, Sumyubai would have thought this was another clash of prodigies. After all, the surrounding environment looked completely indistinguishable. The only difference was that the Domain Master Challenge did not require both parties to be at the same cultivation level, so their strength would not be suppressed. Even so, the majestic voice of the system still echoed throughout this starry sky. Challenger, Yuchu Peak Upper God, holder of the Domain Master Token, by Unit Stage Upper God. There is no time limit for this challenge. It will only end when one party completely loses the ability to fight or surrenders. The winner will receive the activated Domain Master Token and directly become the new Domain Master of the Soul-Splitting Domain. The Soul-Splitting Domain Master Challenge officially begins the moment the Myriad Worlds game announced the start of the challenge. Sumyubai and Yuchu simultaneously regained their ability to move. However, neither of them had any intention of making a move. Little brother Bai, not bad. You've broken through to the mid-stage Upper God realm so quickly. Yuchu held her round fan and walked towards Sumyubai with lotus-like steps. Her eyes filled with admiration. Dark red patterns rippled through the space where she walked. As one of the few remaining high-level figures of the human race, she had only recently heard that Bai had broken through to the Upper God realm in one go. How much time had passed since then? He had actually broken through another minor realm at such a speed. Even if one stayed in a space where the flow of time was accelerated 1,000-fold, it would be hard to keep pace. Compared to you, Sister Yuchu, I am still far behind. Sumyubai smiled slightly. The reason he was able to break through so quickly was entirely due to the effects of the Sea of Death and the World Tree. Under the blessing of these two rule-level creations, his divine body and divine soul were growing stronger every moment. Don't be so humble. I estimate that it won't be long before this sister is no longer your match. Yuchu reached out her slender, mutton-fat jade-like fingers and tapped lightly on Sumyubai's chest, smiling enchantingly. But for now, this sister can still help you a little. If you have any trouble in the future, just say the word. As long as the opponent isn't a rule-sovereign realm existence, it won't be a problem. Then I shall thank you in advance, Sister Yuchu. Sumyubai nodded, feeling a bit more favorable toward this high-level human figure he had met for the first time. Alright, admit defeat and then I'll have to trouble you to send this sister back to the soul-splitting domain. Yuchu withdrew her hand and gently swayed her round fan, waiting for the challenge to end. The position of the soul-splitting domain master was of no use to Sumyubai. Therefore, Feng Yuan had asked her to complete the soul-splitting domain master trial to resolve the issue of the soul-splitting domain master token for Sumyubai. As for what the plan was next, Sumyubai did not know. Old man Feng was a complete riddle maker, let alone Sumyubai. Even high-level human figures like Yuchu only had a partial understanding of Feng Yuan's plans. What they know is often only the part that relates to themselves. However, the surrender that Yuchu had imagined did not appear immediately. Sumyubai stood quietly in place, as if he were contemplating something. What? Do you really want to fight? Seeing this, Yuchu's delicate brows arched slightly, and her aura gradually surged. The pressure of a top-tier world lord level suddenly swept toward Sumyubai. Since that's the case, then Big Sister will satisfy you. In Yuchu's view, Bai Yi had become a bit arrogant after slaying Otis. She would take this opportunity to let this little guy understand what a true top-tier world lord was. Sister Yuchu, you've misunderstood. Feeling the powerful divine power fluctuations from Yuchu, Sumyubai hurriedly spoke to stop her. Not fighting. Then what are you thinking about? The rule fluctuations on Yuchu's round fan instantly subsided, and she looked at Sumyubai with some confusion. I was thinking, if I were to upgrade Sister Yuchu's round fan into a rule-level treasure, would it be too flashy? As he spoke, Sumyubai's pupils instantly turned golden, and the vertical eye between his brows opened accordingly. Mystic Heaven Divine Eye. After hearing these words, Yuchu was instantly stunned in place. What did little brother Bai Yi just say? He wants to upgrade my round fan into a rule-level treasure. Extra update for today, Chapter 828, Soul Snatching, 3-in-1, Rule-level treasure. Sumyubai's words left even Yuchu, a top-tier world lord, momentarily stunned. Although she had heard a little about it from Feng Yuan and had even seen the small private spaceship with infinite energy, Hearing these words with her own ears still left her shocked beyond measure. Therefore, Yachu couldn't help but ask in return, "You mean my fan can be upgraded to a rule level treasure?" As she spoke, she couldn't help but look at the small round fan in her hand. This weapon was a high-level low-grade treasure that she had forged back when the human race was in its prime. After collecting countless precious materials and asking the Soul Sovereign for help, although it still had some gap compared to the Scythe of Death, it was still a rare treasure in the myriad worlds. "I cannot guarantee it." Sumyubai shook his head. The prerequisite for upgrading it to a rule-level treasure is that it must be able to withstand the infusion of energy. As he spoke, his eyes flashed with golden light, and his gaze fell upon the round fan. Hearing this, Yachu couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows. "If the upgrade fails, what will be the result? If it cannot withstand the energy infusion, you will lose it." This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, hitting Yachu hard. Although she wanted to possess a rule-level treasure, if the prerequisite was the possibility of losing her most beloved weapon, it was difficult to make a choice. Moreover, in her view, the probability of a high-level low-grade treasure being upgraded to a rule-level treasure must be very low. Seeing Yachu's conflicted expression, Sumyubai smiled and said, "Sister Yachu, no need to worry. I can first confirm whether it can withstand the energy of the upgrade before activating my talent." As his voice fell, the golden light in Sumyubai's eyes grew intense, and the S-shaped crack between his brows also showed signs of opening. This was a method he had used before, by relying on the mystic heaven divine eye, the rule of time, and the rule of fate. He could deduce the future of a certain item. This was not to confirm whether the catastrophe talent could successfully upgrade, but to calculate whether the item being upgraded could withstand the massive energy that catastrophe snatched from the myriad worlds. The energy required to upgrade from a low-grade treasure to a rule-level treasure was extremely exaggerated. Just as Sumyubai was about to begin the deduction, Yachu shook her head. "Forget it. If my fan is upgraded to a rule-level treasure, it will definitely be targeted by rule sovereigns. Rule-level treasures are numbered throughout the myriad worlds, even among rule sovereigns. Not every one of them possesses such a treasure. The round fan is Yachu's commonly used weapon and one of her symbols. If this thing became a rule-level treasure, it would inevitably arouse the covetousness of certain rule sovereigns, unless she didn't use this treasure in her daily life. But that was obviously impossible, because if she didn't use the round fan, Yachu's combat power would be affected to a certain extent. As one of the few remaining high-level members of the human race, she had to face powerhouses of the same level at all times. How could she not use her life-bound weapon that had accompanied her for long years? In that case, I can only help you upgrade something else. Sumyubai sighed. Old Man Feng had refused this matter before for the same reason. However, other things certainly wouldn't be able to make Yachu's comprehensive combat power take a leap. There was still a certain chance of upgrading a high-level low-grade treasure to a rule-level treasure. But if the target for the upgrade was changed to an ordinary low-grade treasure, the probability of success would be much lower. "Little brother Bai, can anything be upgraded?" Yachu blinked her eyes. Sumyubai nodded slightly. "Theoretically. In that case, let's see if it can withstand the energy brought by your talent." A glint flashed in Yachu's eyes. With a flick of her wrist, a dark purple long needle appeared in her palm. Sumyubai was taken aback. "Sister Yachu, you really have quite a lot of good things." This dark purple long needle was actually another high-level low-grade treasure. "This was gifted to me by a senior." Yachu's mood suddenly became a bit low. Sumyubai immediately understood. This dark purple long needle must have been the weapon of some former high-level human. From Yachu's dejected expression, it was clear that this powerhouse had evidently fallen. Sumyubai didn't say anything more. Golden light flickered in his eyes, and the vertical eye between his brows suddenly opened. The black and white yin-yang fish slowly rotated, emitting a profound and mysterious energy fluctuation. Mystic heaven divine eye. That wasn't all. The wheel of time and space emerged in Sumyubai's palm. As his divine sense moved, the rule of time was immediately mobilized. Simultaneously, the rule of fate was also mobilized. In an instant, the long needle in Sumyubai's eyes underwent a transformation. A long while later, the golden light in Sumyubai's eyes dissipated, and the fluctuations of the laws of time and fate faded along with it. A hint of joy appeared on his face. Sister Yachu, it can be done. The materials used to forge high-level low-grade treasures are by no means ordinary. Most of them are of such quality that they could even be used to forge rule-grade treasures. However, even if a rule sovereign were to take action personally, it is extremely difficult to forge a new rule-grade treasure, which is why the rank of high-level low-grade treasure exists. To put it bluntly, high-level low-grade treasures are merely the failed products of attempts to forge rule-grade treasures. Therefore, while ordinary low-grade treasures cannot withstand the energy brought by cataclysm, high-level low-grade treasures can. For Sumubai, this was clearly good news. It meant that he only needed to acquire some high-level low-grade treasures, and under the blessing of rank luck, even without triggering the authority of luck, he would have a high probability of possessing more rule-grade treasures. It was just a pity that due to the scarcity of materials, the number of high-level low-grade treasures was not high. Even a powerhouse like Otis did not possess a single one. The reason Yachu had to was entirely due to the foundation of the human race in the past. At its peak, the human race had Zuxingchen, the sovereign of time and space. How could they possibly be short of treasures during that great upheaval? Although the human race suffered heavy losses and many powerhouses fell, and many treasures were lost, the remaining ones were still enough to arm the surviving high-level members like Yachu to the teeth. It can be done. Hearing Sumubai's words, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on Yuchu's face. Since that is the case, then show me your methods, little brother Bai. Her charming voice rang out, and Yuchu's peach blossom eyes narrowed into two crescent moons, ripples of light dancing within them. The dark purple long needle in her palm also slowly floated up, hovering between the two of them. The height at which the needle hovered was neither too high nor too low, perfectly level with Yuchu's bosom. Consequently, when Sumubai's gaze fell upon the needle, it was inevitable that he would see some rather unique scenery. The form-fitting dark purple cheongsam outlined an exaggerated curve. If you can't see your toes when you look down, you are a peerless beauty. This saying was not an exaggeration at all when applied to Yachu. Sumubai had to admit that the allure of this stunning young woman was indeed terrifyingly strong. Yet, for some reason, a figure inexplicably appeared in his mind. That figure was playful and cute, with the face of a loli, the body of a mature woman, and a lollipop held between her cherry lips. Why did I suddenly think of lion? Sumubai shook his head abruptly. Seeing this, Yachu asked in confusion, what's wrong? If the upgrade consumes too much of you, then let's forget it. High-level low-grade treasures are enough for me. Clearly, she had misunderstood the meaning of Sumubai's head shake. It's nothing. I was just distracted for a moment. I'll start now. Sumubai waved his hand, pulling his thoughts back, and focused his gaze on the dark purple long needle, his divine sense stirring. Cataclysm. Target: soul-absorbing and spirit-taking divine needle. Prompt: please select the promotion rank, first tier or second tier, or attach a cataclysm trait to it. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to rule grade treasure soul-absorbing and spirit-taking, 0 consumption. Option 2. Sublime it to destruction rule grade treasure soul-absorbing and spirit-taking. Consumes 100 billion divine crystals. Option 3. Attach a cataclysm trait to it separately. Consumes 900,000 soul power. Attach a cataclysm trait separately. As Sumubai's divine sense moved, a massive amount of energy suddenly appeared out of thin air and surged rapidly into the soul-absorbing and spirit-taking divine needle. The high-level members of the human race had already witnessed the cataclysm trait on those small private starships. Therefore, Sumubai decided to simply attach the cataclysm trait to Yuchu's treasure first. Although the soul-absorbing and spirit-taking divine needle was slightly inferior to the Scythe of Death, it was still a high-level low-grade treasure. So attaching the cataclysm trait separately still required a full 900 points of soul power. However, for the current Sumubai, a mere 900 points of soul power was not worth mentioning. Within the small world inside his body, his divine soul projection avatar had been diligently absorbing spirits of the divine soul. If he were to upgrade it first and then attach the trait, his current divine soul power would certainly not be enough. But by attaching the cataclysm trait first and then upgrading it later, he would have more than enough. Although such a cataclysm trait would certainly be inferior, Having it is better than not having it, right? When he no longer lacked soul power in the future, he could just override it. As the energy was injected, the soul-absorbing and spirit-taking divine needle began to tremble gently. However, its aura did not increase. Instead, it became weaker and weaker, until even Yuchu's divine soul could not perceive its existence at all. Prompt: you have lost 900,000 soul power. Current soul power 5.08 million. 5.08 million. Prompt: you have successfully attached the Cataclysm trait to the high-level low-grade treasure soul-absorbing and spirit-taking divine needle separately. When the system prompt sounded in Sumyubai's ears, 2 lines of small text appeared at the bottom of the soul-absorbing and spirit-taking divine needle's panel. Although it had not yet been promoted to a rule-grade treasure, Yachu still couldn't help but cover her red lips, exclaiming, "Little brother Bai, your talent is truly terrifying." Cataclysm trait. 1. When using the soul-absorbing and spirit-taking divine needle, no energy consumption is required. 2. The soul-absorbing and spirit-taking divine needle is silent and traceless. No matter how strong the divine soul power, it is impossible to detect its existence. On the surface, these 2 effects seemed inferior to the Scythe of Death's divine possession, but in reality, they elevated the threat the soul-absorbing and spirit-taking divine needle posed to enemies by several levels. Silent, traceless, and undetectable by divine soul power, who could possibly dodge such an attack? Moreover, Yachu would no longer need to consume any energy when using the soul-absorbing and spirit-taking divine needle in the future. Even though she had seen those small private starships with infinite energy some time ago, Yachu was still shocked. "Sister Yachu, my soul power is currently insufficient, so please make do with this for now. When there is an opportunity in the future, I will help you at even stronger catastrophe traits." Sumyubai smiled, but his words left Yachu stunned. "Make do with it. Listen to that, is that something a human would say? With such a heaven-defying effect, you are actually complaining that it isn't strong enough?" For a moment, Yachu didn't know what to say. However, she still grasped the key point in Sumyubai's words and asked with concern, "Does your talent consume soul power?" As she spoke, she waved her hand and took out a spatial ring. "I don't have many spirits of the divine soul on me either, but take these first. Once we finish dealing with the matters in the soul-splitting realm, I will go and." At this point, Yachu suddenly tapped her forehead. "Look at me, I almost forgot. Isn't this the headquarters of the Dead Zone Bank right here?" As she spoke, a grayish-white bank card suddenly appeared between her fingers, and she shoved it directly into Sumyubai's hand. "Take it. Don't be polite with your sister. Just consider this bank card a small token of my appreciation." Yachu blinked and gave an apologetic smile. "Sister knows that these resources are nothing compared to your contribution, but this is all I have for now. Please don't mind it." Not to mention rule-level treasures, the 2 new effects added to the soul-absorbing and spirit-seizing divine needle alone were enough to make all powerhouses scramble for it. Such an improvement could simply not be bought with resources. If Sumyubai were to use his talent to do business, he would definitely be able to rake in money until his hands went soft. Of course, if the catastrophe talent were truly exposed, it would be even more likely to invite the wariness of rule sovereigns, who might then disregard their dignity to strike at Sumyubai. Therefore, only a few remaining high-level members of the human race, such as Yachu, knew about some of the effects of the catastrophe talent. They were all survivors of that great upheaval, and their loyalty to the human race had long since been tested. Notification: you have obtained Super Large Spatial Ring by 1. Notification: you have obtained Dead Zone Bank Supreme Bank Card by 1. Looking at the ring and the bank card in his hand, Sumyubai couldn't help but laugh and cry. As a top-tier realm lord, Yachu was naturally not stingy. Inside the spatial ring were all spirits of the divine soul. There were no low-level resources like Essence of the Divine Soul or Marrow of the Divine Soul. Of course, this was just what she carried with her, so the quantity wasn't huge, only 12,000 units. In the past, suddenly receiving such a large amount of resources would have made Sumyubai ecstatic. But for him now, this amount of spirits of the divine soul could only be used to add a catastrophe trait to a single rule-level treasure. However, this was Yuchu's heartfelt gesture, so Sumyubai did not refuse. With a thought, he stored them into his internal world. But this bank card, Sumyubai looked at the grayish-white supreme card in his hand, about to speak. Yachu, however, took his hand first. You are not allowed to refuse. Sumyubai felt a bit helpless. Sister Yachu, I am just trying to contribute to the human race. If I accept your card, wouldn't this turn into a transaction? We are still holding the line for now. The future is when you will need to exert your strength. Yachu smiled and shook her head. Just take it. What transaction? Just consider this a welcome gift from your sister. All you need to do is improve your strength as quickly as possible. We will all support you without reservation. Seeing that Yachu had put it this way, Sumyubai no longer declined and flipped his hand to put the bank card away. That's more like it. Yachu smiled sweetly. I will notify Bloomer that you do not need a dynamic password when using this card. A supreme card used by a Realm Lord level powerhouse was clearly not something that Brian's black gold card could compare to. A powerhouse of Yachu's level would possess certain privileges even within the Dead Zone Bank. As long as she permitted it, Sumyubai could use her card at will. Then, I won't be polite. Sumyubai nodded, took a deep breath, and fixed his gaze once again on the soul-absorbing and spirit-seizing divine needle. Sister Yachu, I'm starting. Good. Your sister is already getting impatient. Yachu's eyes shone with anticipation for the result after the upgrade. Who could resist the temptation of a rule-level treasure? Sumyubai moved his divine sense and activated the catastrophe talent once more. Catastrophe target. Soul-absorbing and spirit-seizing divine needle. Notification. Please select the promotion grade, Tier 1 to Tier 2, or add a catastrophe trait to it. Click to view details. Promote to Tier 1. The moment the catastrophe talent took effect, the great Tao of Soul rules descended upon this starry sky. Appearing simultaneously was an endless amount of main god power. The powerful main god energy and the rule great Tao formed a vortex, pouring madly into the soul-absorbing and spirit-seizing divine needle. The entire needle began to tremble violently. The commotion caused by upgrading a rule-level treasure was incredibly grand, causing the entire Realm Lord challenge space to shake. Boom! Terrifying energy swept through the surroundings. The stars in the distance, which served as the background, exploded one by one, their fragments completely annihilated. In the blink of an eye, this starry sky became empty, except for Sumyubai and Yachu. Everything else in the starry sky was annihilated by the energy snatched by catastrophe. If such a commotion had occurred in the outside world, even across a vast distance, it would inevitably have been sensed by existences at the rule sovereign level. But here, it was different. The fluctuations caused by the promotion would not spread outside the Realm Lord challenge space. This was also the reason why Sumyubai chose to help Yachu upgrade only after starting the challenge. Such a suitable place was not easy to find. Notification. The estimated time required for this promotion is 1 day. During this period, please do not use the catastrophe talent. Otherwise the promotion will fail. The system notification that rang in his ears left Sumyubai slightly stunned. Why does it only take 1 day this time? Back when he upgraded the Sea of Death and the World Tree, it had taken 5 days each. Is it because I have become stronger? Or was it because the rules involved in the soul-seizing divine needle were not supreme rules? Sumyubai did not understand the reason behind this. But it was clearly a good thing. After all, his time rules could not yet influence the catastrophe talent. So being able to save a few days of time was, in a sense, an improvement. The essence of the catastrophe talent was to plunder energy from the myriad worlds to forcibly upgrade the items Sumyubai selected. Unless his time rules could influence the entire myriad worlds, he would not be able to accelerate catastrophe. That was something he didn't need to think about in the short term. Perhaps only Zhu Xingchen's time rules possessed such capability. Back then, she had single-handedly pushed back the program of the Void Invasion by 10 epochs. Even though Sumyubai already possessed combat power at the level of a top-tier world lord, it was hard to imagine what kind of magnificent power that truly was. He hadn't even touched the Rule Sovereign Realm yet, let alone the Rule Destruction Realm. For a master of laws, a single day was but a flick of a finger. When the great Tao of Soul rules dissipated and all the energy calmed down, the soul-seizing long needle that had been suspended between the two had already vanished. It wasn't that the promotion had failed, but that it had disappeared in a physical sense. After being promoted to a rule treasure, soul-seizing had become completely transparent. impossible to see with the naked eye. If not for the fact that Soul Seizing had already recognized Yuchu as its master, even she would have been completely unable to sense the existence of this rule treasure. The reason Sumiyubai could sense it was entirely because anything upgraded by his talent would leave behind the aura of catastrophe. Therefore, he could easily perceive the existence of Soul Seizing rule treasure, a soul-type offensive rule treasure born for unknown reasons, carrying within it the complete great Tao of soul rules and a portion of soul authority. Specific effects: 1. Formless and intangible, unless one transcends the rules. No existence can observe the presence of Soul Seizing. 2. With the aid of Soul Seizing, you can more easily comprehend all laws of the soul system. 3. With the aid of Soul Seizing, you can more easily fuse all laws of the soul system. 4. When you use soul system laws and rules, consumption is significantly reduced, and effects are significantly enhanced. 5. Depending on your own strength, you can mobilize the great Tao of rules and soul authority within Soul Seizing to a certain extent. Current mobilizable level of the great Tao of rules, 99.99%. Current mobilizable level of soul authority, level 2. Catastrophe characteristics. 1. Using Soul Seizing does not require the consumption of any energy. 2. Soul Seizing is silent and traceless, no matter how powerful the divine soul strength. It cannot detect its existence. Only at the moment of being struck can the enemy briefly sense its existence. Formless and intangible, combined with the silent and traceless nature of the catastrophe characteristic, this rule treasure had truly become a sharp weapon for sneak attacks. One might ask, how can one avoid an attack that cannot be seen or sensed? I fear that even an existence at the 12th tier rule sovereign realm would suffer loss when facing such a Soul Seizing. Sumiyubai estimated that only that silly, sweet Lian could avoid a sneak attack from Soul Seizing without even knowing it, being able to step precisely onto the pulse of time and space with every casual step. The value of the goddess of luck was evident. Brother Bai, this sister loves you to death. Seeing the status window of Soul Seizing, Yuchu was ecstatic. So excited that she hugged Sumiyubai tightly. The pressure brought by her twin peaks instantly gave Sumiyubai a feeling of suffocation. A 3-in-1 chapter. What was owed from yesterday has been made up for. There are 3 more chapters coming tonight. Don't miss them. Chapter 829. Are you that afraid of your sister? Friendly reminder. What was owed from yesterday has been added to the previous chapter. Dear patrons, you can read the previous chapter first. It is a 6-0-word 3-in-1 chapter. Main text below. In her excitement, Yuchu directly gave Sumiyubai a face wash. Although she was usually full of charm, she had never acted like this before. It was just that witnessing a high-level low-grade treasure being upgraded to a rule treasure by Bai had made her lose her composure for a moment. In the entire myriad worlds, apart from Sumiyubai, a player who had never turned off his cheats, anyone else would be unable to help but lose their composure when facing a rule treasure of their own. After all, even among the main gods at the 12th tier rule sovereign realm, not every one of them possessed a rule treasure. Sister, excitement is one thing, but give me some air. True gods did not need to breathe. Sumiyubai was just trying to ease the awkwardness. Yuchu also calmed her excitement, released Sumiyubai, and a curve appeared at the corners of her mouth. For my brother's kindness, this sister truly has no way to repay you. How about ... As she said this, her eyes were filled with smiles, and she slowly leaned her mouth toward Sumiyubai's ear, whispering word by word. How about, this sister offers herself to you. Yuchu's red lips were very close, and her warm breath gently brushed against Sumiyubai's earlobe. She was a woman whose charm already surpassed that of the succubus race, and now that she was deliberately making this seductive gesture, her allure soared even higher. Sister Yuchu, stop messing around. Sumiyubai, however, was completely unaffected and took a light step back, putting some distance between them. For some reason, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine, as if someone were staring at him intently with resentful eyes. Are you that afraid of your sister? Seeing Sumiyubai take a step back, Yuchu couldn't help but pout. However, a strange look flashed deep in her eyes. As expected, just as the senior wine god said, Brother Bai's divine soul will after breaking through is difficult for anyone to shake. When Sumiyubai broke through to the 11th tier master of Lo's realm, He had once returned to the moment the Myriad Worlds game descended, the effect brought by the fine wine-drunken dream. Life and death of the rule destruction realm was not just helping him successfully break through. The various powers contained within that drop of liquid had been subtly influencing Sumyubai's divine soul and divine body all along. Although the incomplete heart of chaos had absorbed a great deal of that power, the remaining portion was not so easily digested, even after helping Sumyubai overcome his crisis. To completely absorb the power of the drunken life, dreaming death, given Sumyubai's current cultivation realm, would still require a long period of time. The Sea of Death and the World Tree within his internal world were also Sumyubai's best aids in absorbing the drunken life, dreaming death. If not for this, he would not have broken through to the mid-stage of the upper god realm so quickly. While the enhancement of Sumyubai's divine soul and divine body required time, his willpower did not. Having personally experienced life and death, and having persisted through that final second to successfully mend the broken timeline, Sumyubai's willpower had become indestructible once he fully awakened from his semi-dead state. Although Yuchu's charm technique was powerful, it had absolutely no effect on him. It wasn't just the charm technique. Sumyubai could completely ignore other soul-targeting methods such as illusions and hypnosis. He didn't even need to activate his Zhuanshan divine pupils, because these methods simply could not influence him at all. You aren't thinking that your sister is old, are you? Although Yuchu understood everything, she still touched her face and looked at Sumyubai with a hint of resentment. How could that be? Sister Yuchu isn't old at all. Sumyubai shook his head hurriedly, then immediately changed the subject. How many small private spaceships do you have? Let me see if I can successfully upgrade one. A sovereign-level spaceship possessed the ability for spatial jumps, and when combined with the catastrophe trait of infinite energy, it was absolutely an essential item for traveling across the myriad worlds. If the upper echelons of the human race could each have a sovereign-level spaceship, it would be much more convenient for them to support the front lines or accomplish other tasks. Speaking of this, Yuchu set aside her desire to tease Sumyubai. With a gentle wave of her hand, a large number of small private spaceships appeared within the void of the challenge space. The number definitely exceeded 100. This sight left Sumyubai slightly stunned. So, it was already prepared for me, wasn't it? Without needing to guess, he knew this must be the handiwork of old man Feng. Sure enough, Yuchu pointed to the small private spaceships surrounding them. Sister came here this time, besides helping you solve the problem of the soul-splitting Realm Master token. For the sake of these spaceships, these were all collected by Yuan. The material strength is top tier, so the success rate of the upgrade should be a bit higher. I'll give it a try. Sumyubai nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across all the spaceships as his divine sense stirred. Catastrophe target. All small private spaceships. Apply the catastrophe trait individually. If he upgraded them first and then applied the trait, the consumption of soul power would increase significantly. Moreover, in Sumyubai's view, the effect of infinite energy was already sufficient for use. Although this would lead to some waste due to failures, it wasn't a major issue. Applying the catastrophe trait to one spaceship only consumed 90 points of soul power. For the wealthy and generous Sumyubai, this consumption was not worth mentioning at all. The spirit of the divine soul that Yuchu had just given him alone could increase his soul power by 120 million points. And there was also a supreme card from the Dead Domain Bank, which contained an unknown amount of resources. Furthermore, these ships were being upgraded for the human race, even if there were no gains. Sumyubai would not refuse. A prosperous human race was a good thing for him as well. The human race was currently ranked only around 4,000th on the myriad races ranking. This ranking was truly too low. The target of catastrophe was not limited to a single entity. Overwhelming energy condensed out of thin air, like more than 100 waterfalls, rapidly pouring down and flooding into all the spaceships. Soon, every small spaceship had been imbued with the catastrophe trait of infinite energy. Notification: you have lost 80,000 points of soul power. Current soul power 4.0 million, 4.0 million. Immediately after, Sumyubai activated his catastrophe talent again, choosing to upgrade all the spaceships by one tier. Even more terrifying energy and the power of laws descended, surging madly into every ship. Although it wasn't her first time seeing it, Yachu was still shocked. This was infinite energy. Yet it was all imbued so easily. But where did the energy consumed by these ships come from? And her own soul capture, which required no energy to use, this completely defied the rules of the myriad worlds. Could it be that little brother Bai's talent is an existence that breaks the rules? Thinking of this, Yuchu's divine soul couldn't help but tremble. Such a talent must absolutely not be exposed. No wonder that Gaiyuan only asked to upgrade the ships and didn't ask little brother Bai to upgrade anything else. A sovereign-level spaceship did not become much stronger in terms of aura. A spaceship was not a treasure that could enhance one's strength. The difference between the sovereign level and the true god level lay more in the manufacturing materials. What truly made the sovereign-level spaceship heaven-defying was the catastrophe trait added by the catastrophe talent infinite energy. Chapter 830. Has the master already fallen for him? To upgrade to a sovereign-level spaceship. It was clearly not the case that just any ship would do. Even though these ships were carefully selected by Feng Yuan, the success rate did not increase by much. Bang, bang, bang. Within the void, explosions rang out from time to time. Many small private spaceships exploded one after another into fireworks, then completely annihilated, leaving not even a single spare part behind. It was only after the upgrade began that Sumyubai suddenly remembered a question. Was a sovereign-level spaceship something directly upgraded by the catastrophe talent? Or was it stolen? If it really was stolen, that would be interesting. With so many ships, wouldn't that mean he would have to rob every single rule sovereign in the myriad worlds? Yuchu's gaze was fixed intently on the remaining spaceships. Her heart filled with a touch of nervousness. I wonder how many will succeed. Dominator-class spaceships are absolutely the most essential resource for the human race right now. The human race currently has far too few top-tier experts, and there is a significant gap in the mid-tier ranks. For some time now, those in the upper echelons have been working as if one person were a whole group, busy beyond measure. Even when Yuchu was at the starry graveyard a few days ago, her projection avatar had to act as a helper, assisting Yuan in handling various other matters. The only one who didn't need to manage affairs was that brute Sakongyu, who only needed to pester any strong enemies looking for trouble and fight them. After a long while, the sounds of explosions finally began to subside. Of the original 120 true god-class spaceships, only 25 remained. However, they had now completely ascended to become Dominator-class spaceships. Moreover, due to the superior materials used, every single one of these ships was even stronger than Sumyubai's Star Dome. The weakest among them could withstand for full power attacks from a rule dominator. The strongest one could even withstand 7. I never expected so many would succeed. Yuchu was overjoyed. This success rate was many times higher than what Yuan had anticipated. With this batch of Dominator-class spaceships, it would be much more convenient for the human experts to do whatever they plan next. Little brother Bai, you must be exhausted from upgrading so many ships at once. Go ahead and take a rest. Yuchu did not rush to collect the Dominator-class spaceships. Instead, she looked at Sumyubai with concern. It's fine. I'm much stronger now than I was before. Sumyubai waved his hand. His face neither flushed nor his heart racing. Clearly, high-level figures like Yuchu must have heard something from Huijian. Thinking back to the time he had asked for more payment, only to have Huijian turn the tables on him, Sumyubai suddenly found himself missing that old geezer. Ever since he met Caroline last time, he hadn't received any messages from him. He wondered what that old geezer was busy with all day long. The sword chi he had upgraded previously didn't seem to be of much use now. It appeared after all, in Sumyubai's view, and Shadow Avatar with 1/5 of the old geezer's strength couldn't possibly possess combat power at the level of a top-tier world lord. Could it? His strength was increasing too quickly. Some of his trump cards were falling behind his progress without him even realizing it. Should he summon one of the old geezer's avatars to play around with when he had some free time? Sumyubai thought about it for a moment, then abandoned the idea. With so many spaceships, things will be much easier for the human race from now on. After confirming that Bai Yu was truly fine, Yuchu smiled and gathered up the surrounding Dominator-class spaceships. At the same time, Sumyubai moved his divine sense. The gentle voice that had greeted them upon entering the challenge space echoed once more. World Lord token holder Bai Yi has chosen to surrender. Challenger Yu Chu is victorious. The World Lord challenge has officially concluded. Congratulations to Yu Chu for obtaining the activated World Lord token and becoming the World Lord of the Soul-Splitting Realm. The Soul-Splitting Realm World Lord token automatically manifested, glowing brilliantly before transforming into a stream of light and flying toward Yu Chu. The latter raised her hand to catch it, and dark purple light immediately flashed in her eyes. A golden pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping her within it. This was the Myriad Worlds game, granting her the authority of the Soul-Splitting Realm World Lord. A Great World Lord possesses certain authority when within their own Great World, and they are also protected by the power of the Great World itself. If the place where Sumubai had fought Otis previously had been the Flame Prison Realm, it wouldn't have been so easy to finish him off. Of course, it would only have been not so easy. The protection of the Great World's power is, at best, an insurance policy. It does not mean one is unkillable. The moment Otis used power authority endless to forcibly push his strength beyond its limit, his demise was already sealed. Even if Sumubai's death authority reap hadn't been a match at the time, Otis still couldn't have won. Because Sumubai, possessing the Sea of Death and the World Tree, was someone he could never kill. And as long as Sumubai didn't die, the only one who would die was Otis, who had been severely crippled after overusing his power authority. After all, he didn't have to rule class creations to help him recover. Sumubai watched this scene with interest. This was the first time he had witnessed the birth of a World Lord with his own eyes. However, he felt no envy in his heart. What was the authority of a Great World Lord compared to the authority of a Domain Lord of the Death Realm? Even though he could only grasp a small portion of it now, it was absolutely incomparable to the authority of a World Lord. It was just that Sumubai still needed some time to master this small portion of authority proficiently. After all, this thing didn't come with a status panel or manual. He had to figure it out on his own. Granting the authority didn't take long, and soon the golden light enveloping Yu Chu dissipated completely. Following that, two beams of white light descended from the sky, and the figures of Sumubai and Yu Chu vanished from this space. In the living room, it's been a whole day. Why hasn't the Dominator come out yet? Vivian sat on the sofa with her legs tucked in, her eyes fixed on the spot where Sumubai had left. Although she knew Yu Chu was a high-ranking member of the human race, she couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Wasn't it supposed to be just a formality? What kind of formality takes this long? That woman's charm was something even she, a succubus, couldn't resist. Surely her master hadn't already fallen for her. For a moment, a scene of heavy artillery fire couldn't help but flash through Vivian's mind. Thinking of this, she hurriedly shook her head. No, that's impossible. Master is definitely not that kind of person. Beside her, Bloomer watched Vivian's expression and couldn't help but sigh. This girl who just gives herself away, even though the one she's giving herself to is Master Bai Yi. She should still try to be a bit more reserved. Don't worry. Yu Chu won't do anything to harm Master Bai Yi. Bloomer spoke up to offer some comfort. The human race was willing to risk exposing themselves early and re-entering the myriad races ranking for Master Bai Yi's sake. How could they possibly wish him harm? Just then, two flashes of white light flickered, and the figures of Sumubai and Yu Chu appeared simultaneously in their original positions, as if they had never left at all. Little brother Bai, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll have to trouble you to go through the effort of sending me back to the Soul-Splitting Realm. As she spoke, Yu Chu nodded toward Bloomer. Director Bloomer, my supreme card can be used by little brother Bai at will. Please remember to grant him the necessary permissions on your end. I will approve them directly from my side. Understood. Bloomer did not find this the least bit surprising and agreed immediately. Sister Yu Chu, see you next time. Sumubai waved at Yu Chu and, with a thought, opened a portal directly in front of her. Death Domain Realm Master Permission Bidirectional Cross-Boundary Portal, Chapter 831. None of you can leave. Bonus Chapter, Death Domain Announcement. Congratulations to the peak high god of the human race, Yu Chu, for becoming the Realm Master of the Soul-Splitting Realm. The sudden announcement shocked the entire Death Domain. Immediately following this, the Lords of Laws across the various great worlds of the Death Domain began to discuss it fervently. What is going on? How could the new realm master of the soul-splitting realm be from the human race? If I recall correctly, it's only been 10 days, right? What exactly is this you choose background to have passed the realm master trial so quickly? You're ill-informed. Have you never even heard of the Crimson Enchantress, who once shook the myriad worlds? Pardon me, I truly haven't. I only broke through to the Lord of Lo's realm in this current epoch. It seems the heaven-splitting emperor truly died at the hands of a human powerhouse. Otherwise, how could you two have obtained the realm master token so quickly? Don't the humans usually prefer to stay hidden? Why are they being so high-profile now? The soul-splitting clan surely won't let this slide, will they, buddy? Are you listening to yourself? Based on the soul-splitting clan alone, where would they find the guts to retaliate against the current human race? Exactly. Don't look at the human race's current ranking of only 4,000th. Heaven knows if they still have hidden powerhouses. The soul-splitting clan is probably trembling in their boots right now. I heard that for over 9 epochs, they have taken pleasure in devouring the souls of the human race. It's hard to say. The soul-splitting realm is, after all, a part of the death domain. Will the undead race allow the humans to reach in like this? Just watch. The soul-splitting realm is bound to be lively for a while. Just as some of the Lords of Los had said, the death domain is the territory of the undead race. Even the demon race, which is also a top-tier race, has always been suppressed by the undead race within the death domain. If a powerhouse from some minor race had become the realm master of the soul-splitting realm, the undead race might not have bothered to intervene. But the human race is different. This is the race that once nearly pulled the god race down from the #1 spot. Now that they have entered the soul-splitting realm, what if their goal is the entire death domain? This is something the undead race must guard against. After all, no one knows exactly how much the human race is still hiding. Soul-splitting realm. Soul Death Valley. The moment the system announcement rang out, the hearts of the soul-splitting clan, which had been hanging by a thread, finally died completely. Their clan had already been in a state of panic due to the fall of their strongest member, the heaven-splitting emperor, fearing that past enemies would seek revenge. They never expected that only 10 days later, they would be met with such news. A human powerhouse becoming the realm master of the soul-splitting realm. How is this any different from receiving a death warrant for the soul-splitting clan? You Chu, how could it be her? The great elder of the soul-splitting clan stood up abruptly, his face ashen. He had once caught a fleeting glimpse of how strong Yuchu was, and at that time, he was nothing more than a small fry at the early stage of a low-level god. Great Elder, what should we do? The human race will definitely not let us go. The number of humans who have died at our hands over these epochs is countless. By then, I doubt the human race would accept it even if we surrendered directly. Why don't we just run away quickly? What about the rest of the clansmen? We might be able to run, but how can they? What time do you think it is? How can we still worry about so much? That's right, Great Elder. Give the order quickly. As long as we are alive, the soul-splitting clan still has hope. If we truly fall off the myriad race's ranking, we might never be able to climb back up. The high-ranking members of the soul-splitting clan spoke all at once, the core of their message being to flee as quickly as possible. Because they understood that the current human race was absolutely an entity the soul-splitting clan could not afford to provoke. Before the Great Elder could even speak, some high gods of the soul-splitting clan had already begun preparing to leave. When disaster strikes, everyone flies for themselves, with their lives on the line. Who cared about offending the Great Elder? Seeing this, the Great Elder of the soul-splitting clan realized that running away was indeed the most correct choice. A look of determination flashed across his face, and he said in a deep voice, "You are right. As long as we are alive, we can at least preserve our position on the myriad race's ranking. Let's go now." As he spoke, he took the lead in rushing out of Soul Death Valley and waved his hand to summon a small, private spacecraft. At the same time, his voice resounded throughout the entire Soul Death Valley. "Everyone flee. Take all those human soul rations with you. They might serve as bargaining chips for our escape. Everyone, may fortune favor you." As his voice fell, he had already entered the spacecraft with the other elders, but the next moment, the entire Soul Death Valley was instantly enveloped by a powerful force. In the sky, a bewitching figure stepped through the air. Every step she took left a dark red mark that rippled through the starry sky. Yet, At this moment, in the eyes of the soul-splitting clan, she was like a god of death, closing in step by step, simultaneously. You choose, cold voice echoed in the minds of every member of the soul-splitting clan. None of you can leave. Undead realm, outskirts of the starry graveyard. Due to the news of the potential reappearance of the void, the other realm masters and Pekai gods had already departed. Only Kai Shao, Ruoshi Shan, and Sakongyu remained in the starry sky. When the death domain announcement rang out, Kai Shao opened his eyes and looked at Shan with a half-smile. Are you not going to do anything about Yuchu becoming the master of the soul-splitting realm? That is no concern of the god race. Shan remained expressionless. Chixio could not glean any useful information from his face at all. It seems you have reached some sort of agreement with the human race. Chixio narrowed his eyes, a meaningful glint flashing within them. Let me guess, is it with? Before he could finish his sentence, he was rudely interrupted by Sakongyu. With your mother's head. Did anyone ask you to guess? Sakongyu, you are courting death. Chixio, who already had a fiery temper, was instantly enraged. Flames churned in his eyes as a powerful aura surged towards Sakongyu. Come. If you have the guts, kill me right now. Sakongyu was completely unfazed. He even deliberately leaned his shiny, bald head forward a little. Seeing this, Shan couldn't help but want to laugh. As expected, a madman like Sakongyu was the best person to deal with a guy like Chixio. It looked like there was going to be a good show to watch soon. Today's extra chapter is here, chapter 832. Bring your wife along. Otherwise it won't be satisfying enough. Facing the fire god Chixio, who held the title of a god, Sakongyu was not only unafraid, but he even deliberately leaned his shiny, bald head forward a little. Come. If you have the guts, kill me right now. What Sakongyu feared most was having no fight to engage in. Now that Shan refused to fight him no matter what, and all the other powerhouses had left, even that madman, the Golden Winged Sovereign, had found an excuse to run off due to matters regarding the void. Now that he had finally found an opportunity, Sakongyu naturally wanted to drag Chixio into a fight. Since you are so eager to die, this deity will grant your wish today. Flames churned in Chixio's eyes, and raging infernos ignited on his body. The powerful fluctuations of energy caused the surrounding space to tremble. Just you. Sakongyu held up a finger and shook it at Chixio. You had better bring your wife along too. Otherwise I'm afraid it won't be satisfying enough later. If it were just Chixio alone, Sakongyu felt it would be difficult for him to feel much pressure. But if he added the water god Roxy, it would be a different story. With the two of them joining forces, they were fully capable of matching Shan. Only a battle like this could allow Sakongyu to make progress. Therefore, he had deliberately provoked Chixio, and in doing so, offended his wife, the water god Roxy, as well. Back then, the reason he dared to offend everyone everywhere and pick fights was, besides his cockroach-like immortal body, mainly because the human race was sufficiently powerful. Later, when the human race declined, Sakongyu, Hiyuan, and the others all retreated behind the scenes. He had remained silent for over 9 epochs, never causing any trouble. Given Sakongyu's personality, one could imagine how stifled he had been all these years. Although he could spar with Yen Liu and the others, they were all high-ranking members of the human race and were so familiar with each other. How could they possibly go for the kill? Moreover, when facing acquaintances, Sakongyu's extreme foul-mouthed nature had no room to shine. Now that he could finally go back to causing trouble openly and honestly, Sakongyu naturally wanted to let loose and have fun. Although the human race was no longer in its prime, he was now acting under orders to stir up trouble. So, he had absolutely no concerns. After reaching a certain agreement with the undead race, the mission assigned to him by Yiyuan had changed from keeping an eye on Shan to causing as much of a stir as possible. As long as he could pin down some of the top realm masters who were eyeing by Yi, Sakongyu would have performed a great service. It had to be said that Yiyuan had indeed assigned Sakongyu the task that suited him best. Clearly, Sakongyu's targets at this moment were the fire god Chixio and the water god Roxy. Originally, Roxy was preparing to stop the furious Chixio, but after hearing Sakongyu's highly suggestive words, even she, who was always as gentle as water, couldn't help but frown. Sakongyu, You had better clean up your mouth, Ruoxi. Why waste words with a guy like this? I'm going to tear that mouth of his to shreds right now. Chixiao could no longer hold back. As he roared, he transformed into a meteor of fire, charging towards Sikongyu at high speed. The space along his path shattered inch by inch, and powerful spatial turbulence swept through the surroundings. Boom! The starry sky between the two instantly exploded, creating a terrifying gap that revealed the dim, multicolored hues within. This madman Sikongyu. He managed to anger Chixiao like this with just a few words. Sean's brow twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but recall some of the things Sikongyu had said to provoke him back then. This guy was truly a professional at getting himself beaten up. Although Chixiao's frustrated appearance made Sean want to laugh, his expression turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "If you want to fight, go fight in the dark space." As he spoke, Sean raised his hand and clenched it, completely sealing the energy erupting from the two within this area. The undead realm was his territory, and this was the starry sky graveyard, the most core area of all. If he didn't intervene and let these two run wild in the outside world, it wouldn't take long for the entire starry sky graveyard to be reduced to ruins. Hearing this, the water god Roxy immediately expanded her divine domain, pulling everyone present into the dark space. Ruoshui divine domain activate. In an instant, a world completely filled with divine water descended. Every drop of water within it felt as if it weighed hundreds of millions of pounds, making it difficult for Sikongyu, who was trapped inside, to even take a step. "Today, I will teach you how to speak." Roxy's icy voice rang out. As a dignified water god, the strongest upper god under the water rule, being teased in public by a foul-mouthed guy like Sikongyu, if she didn't teach him a lesson, how could she continue to stand tall among the myriad realms? At the same time, the fire god Chixiao also expanded his divine domain. Lihu divine domain activate. Inside the dark space, the sky tore open, instantly raining down infinite flames like an apocalyptic catastrophe. The color of those flames was actually white, and the scorching heat waves instantly raised the temperature within the divine domain to a terrifying level. Miraculously, when Chixiao's white Lihu met Roxy's Ruoshui, instead of canceling each other out, they merged together. The Ruoshui, heavy as 10,000 jun, combined with the leaf fire that incinerates all things, elevated the intensity of their combined divine domain by several levels. Every drop of Ruoshui fused completely with a flame of white leaf fire, causing the entire divine domain to boil. Caught within the divine domain, Sikongyu's divine body was instantly scorched a deep red, resembling a boiled shrimp. Had he possessed hair, it would surely have been incinerated in an instant. However, Sikongyu was naturally bald, so he had no such concerns. Yet, at this moment, the veins across his body were bulging, and his divine power surged violently. It was clear he was enduring immense pressure. Even Shan, who was not being targeted by their combined divine domain, could not help but narrow his eyes, muttering, "I never expected those two to actually fuse their divine domains together completely." The last time he saw Chixiao and Roxy join forces against an enemy was during that great upheaval, and back then, the two had not yet been able to fully merge their domains. Now that they had completely fused, it was far more than just 1+1. It could be said that with Chixiao and Roxy joining forces at this moment, they could even make Sean feel threatened. No wonder they dared to stay in my undead realm so recklessly. Sean crossed his arms over his chest, squinting slightly as he prepared to watch the show. Regardless of anything else, he would certainly get to see that madman Sikongyu get beaten up. Although Chixiao and his wife surely couldn't kill Sikongyu, Sean couldn't help but feel a sense of pleasure at the thought of watching someone else give that guy a thrashing. Sikongyu, suppressed by the fused divine domain, did not look distressed. Instead, a look of excitement appeared on his face. "Ha ha ha ha, that's more like it." Sikongyu looked up and laughed, revealing his signature set of white teeth. "As expected of a husband and wife duo, you're truly potent. You are indeed much stronger than that golden-haired bird from before." A powerful enemy only made him feel excited, because only under such extreme pressure could his strength improve. For Sikongyu, as long as there was a fight to be had, injuries were just a daily occurrence. He couldn't die anyway. Whatever didn't kill him would only make him stronger. As he spoke, A terrifying power suddenly erupted from within Sekonyu, and his skin was instantly coated in a layer of golden radiance. The next moment, a brilliant golden light flared in his eyes, and the metal staff in his hand swung down violently, actually tearing a massive rift through the Roshui and Li fire. Immediately following, golden divine power flecked with green light exploded outward. Battle God Domain Activate, Chapter 833. Sekonyu's trump card. With Chixio and Roxy as they were now, even Sean felt threatened, so they were naturally able to firmly suppress Sekonyu. And Sekonyu's Battle God Domain clearly could not fully negate the suppression of their fused divine domain. Therefore, Sekonyu did not fully expand his domain, but instead compressed it to within a few dozen meters of his body, making it dense to the extreme. Only in this way could his Battle God Domain barely hold on without being crushed by the fused divine domain. But for a battle-crazed lunatic like Sekonyu, this was already enough. Holding his metal staff, he stood alone within the fused divine domain, his divine power surging. He stretched his neck and shattered the flames released by Chixio with a single punch. Come on, let me see if the two of you combined are actually as strong as that guy Sean. As his voice fell, Sekonyu transformed into a streak of golden light, charging straight toward his target. But his target was not Chixio, the fire god, but Roxy. Sekonyu, how dare you? Seeing that the opponent's target was his own wife, Chixio was instantly enraged, his figure vanishing from where he stood. The next moment, wrapped in white flames, he had already blocked the path in front of Roxy. His flowing red hair was now tinged with a blinding white light. At some point, a massive crimson sword had appeared in his hand, and he swung it forward, facing a guy like Sekonyu. He used his full strength the moment he attacked. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out first, and the power of both sides erupted in an instant. Boom! Immediately after came a terrifying roar, and the entire fused divine domain rippled with wave after wave of distortion. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of Sekonyu's mouth as he was sent flying backward instantly. Crack! At the same time, clear, visible cracks appeared on the divine domain surrounding his body. An enraged Chixio did not hold back in the slightest doubt. Moreover, within the fused divine domain, every strike he and Roxy made was equivalent to both of them attacking simultaneously. This was the reason Sekonyu had instantly fallen into a disadvantage. However, such minor injuries were not worth mentioning to him. The law of life lingered around his body at all times. By the time he halted his backward momentum, his injuries had already mostly recovered. As the only oddity among the myriad worlds in the life category, his law of life was almost useless for anything other than strengthening his divine body and healing wounds. This was the effect brought about by his innate talent, and it was also the most important reason he could become an undefeated god of war. Otherwise, there were many high-level gods in the myriad worlds who had fused with the law of life, and it was not as if none had fused it to the nine-patterned extreme. But there was truly no one with a recovery ability stronger than Sekonyu's. Of course, with the exception of Sumubai, who possessed the World Tree. Refreshing. Let your wife join in too. That would be even better. Sekonyu's eyes gleamed as he took the initiative to charge toward Chixio once more. The reason he had targeted Roxy from the start was precisely to enrage Chixio and force him to use his full strength. Now that his goal hadn't quite been reached, he naturally had to continue his verbal assault. How could he rely solely on divine power and laws? Are you looking down on me, the undefeated god of war? I must make them use the power of their authorities. Sekonyu, even if the heavenly king himself came today, he couldn't save you. I said it. Chixio was furious. He gripped the great sword with both hands and pulled it apart, splitting it into two single-handed long swords. Immediately following, a terrifying fluctuation descended upon the fused divine domain, and the entire space began to boil. At this moment, Chixio appeared like a deity descending to the world, his entire being seemingly becoming the embodiment of the law of fire, authority of fire incineration. At the same time, the stern-faced Roxy also erupted with terrifying power, becoming the embodiment of the law of water, authority of water tide. What was even more astonishing was that the two, having temporarily become the embodiment of the laws, merged into one in an instant. A single figure appeared in their place, exuding a sense of extreme contrast, yin and yang, feminine and masculine. existed simultaneously within this one body. In the distance, Shan, who had been standing with his arms crossed, finally lowered his hands. A flicker of wariness flashing across his face. Merging the authorities of water and fire. Are you pulling out your trump card right from the start? The fire god Chixio and the water god Roxy were born on the same year, month, day, hour, minute, and second. They were born with strange phenomena, attracting the infusion of primordial power. Although the attributes they excelled in were contradictory, they were a match made in heaven. Their method of fusion was a unique ability currently unrivaled throughout the myriad worlds, although they could only merge while channeling the power of their authorities. During the duration of this fusion, even Shan would not have an easy time facing them. In the past, he had a certain degree of confidence. But now that their divine domains had completely merged, even he would suffer non-trivial injuries if he were careless against this move. What Shan did not know was that after Sumyubai appeared, the fusion of Chixio and Roxy was no longer a unique ability in the myriad worlds. The fusion ability of Lingyu and Yulan was even stronger than that of this divine couple, because they did not need to channel the power of authority to merge into one and transform into chaos angels. What was even more terrifying was that the duration of their fusion was becoming longer as the Angel Sisters' strength increased. Currently, the Angel Sisters had been in seclusion within Sumyubai's inner world, enjoying a 500-fold time acceleration. When the day they emerged arrived, the Chaos Angels would surely become famous throughout the myriad worlds. That guy Sakongyu is in trouble, I'm afraid. Shan narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingers moving gently as he instantly gripped a rusted battle blade in his palm, seemingly preparing to intervene. The undead race and the human race had reached a certain deal and were currently in a state of cooperation. If Chixio and Roxy gave Sakongyu a sound beating, he would naturally applaud. But if they actually killed Sakongyu, that would not do. At least not in the undead realm. Thinking of this, Shan sighed. I never thought there would come a time when I'd help this guy. However, just as he was about to intervene, his expression suddenly froze. He jerked his head toward the direction of Sakongyu, his pupils constricting slightly. This power, how is it possible? That guy Sakongyu, he actually kept this up his sleeve. Wouldn't it have been easier to do this from the start? Sakongyu's gaze sharpened, instantly feeling the extreme pressure. The metal staff in his hand transformed into a pillar supporting the heavens. His entire being completely transformed into a golden god of war. He raised both hands and then slammed them down violently. Authority of metal edgeless. Authority of life endless cycle. The power of the two authorities erupted in an instant, forcibly tearing through the pressure brought about by the fusion of Chixio and Roxy. Boom! Following that, the metal staff, now a pillar supporting the heavens, descended abruptly, colliding with the divine couple who had merged their water and fire authorities. What? Chixio and Roxy clearly felt this fluctuation, and the fusion figure could not help but show a look of shock. What surprised them and Shan was not that Sakongyu had used two types of authority power at once. After all, upper-level gods who merged ordinary lolpaths, as long as they could reach the level of top-tier world lords, almost all mastered two types of authority. Otherwise, how could they be on the same level as those who comprehended supreme laws? What truly shocked the three of them was that the power of the life authority channeled by Sakongyu far exceeded the strength of ordinary authority power. This meant that the life authority mastered by Sakongyu had reached the second level. Chapter 834, Is Sakongyu Dead? Bonus Chapter. Second level authority power was something that 11th tier law lords could almost never master. Even Shan, one of the top-ranked world lords in the death realm, had yet to master a second-level death authority. So, is this the reason why this guy could become the undefeated god of war? A flash of realization crossed Shan's eyes. With a flick of his finger, the rusted battle blade in his palm vanished without a trace. Since that madman had already channeled second-level life authority, there was no need for him to intervene anymore. Even if he were outmatched, he certainly wouldn't be defeated. The undefeated god of war, a title well deserved. At this moment, Shan had to admit that below the law sovereign realm, there was almost no one who could truly defeat that guy, Sakongyu, unless the former death god or slaughter god were to be resurrected. Boom! The moment the four types of authority power collided, The fusion of Chixia and Roxy, though shocked, still erupted with terrifying power. The two longswords, blue and red intertwined, were sharp and exposed, carrying the momentum of splitting the heavens as they suddenly pierced into the pillar that the metal staff had become. Crack, crack, crack. The wall supporting the heavens shattered instantly into a sky full of stardust fragments, turning into a meteor shower that shot out in all directions. But before they could fly very far, these flying meteors were already dissolved by the powerful divine energy of the fusion. Bang! The battle god domain condensed around Sekonyu shattered instantly. How could it be so weak? A mixed male and female voice rang out. Chixio and Roxy were clearly stunned. Facing the second-level law authority channeled by Sekonyu, they had gone all out, using the peak attack of their lives. But the moment their attacks made contact, they felt that the power of Sekonyu's strike did not match the strength of a second-level authority at all. To say it was weak, this strike was definitely not weak. But compared to their fused authority, it was still lacking by quite a bit. It was as if it were only a first-level metal authority. Thinking of this, Chixio and Roxy suddenly realized. So that's how it was. The expression on the fusion's face suddenly turned somewhat ugly. If that is truly the case, then the two of them really have no way to deal with this guy. Despite having the answer in his heart, Kai Xiao was still somewhat unwilling to accept it. The twin swords in the fusion entity's hands shone brilliantly, with the divine light of water and fire flickering. The offensive did not diminish in the slightest. Heading straight for Sekonyu's face, the power of the fusion authority was still exerting its force, and an extremely terrifying pressure descended once again. At this moment, the metal staff, which had returned to its normal size, had not yet reached Sekonyu's hand. Although its return speed was nearly instantaneous, it was still one step slower than the fusion entity. Without this high-level low-grade treasure in hand, Sekonyu, who was already at a disadvantage, clearly could not block the fusion entity's attack. Sekonyu is in danger. Swish! In an instant, two brilliant sword beams pierced the firmament, tearing the ocean of weak water and departing fire into two halves. The power of the water-fire fusion authority surged madly into Sekonyu's body. His pupils dilated sharply, and his entire divine body began to burn rapidly, starting from the chest pierced by the twin swords. A divine body destroyed by this kind of power could not be restored with just a little divine power. The authority of water suppressed, while the authority of fire incinerated. It was not just burning Sekonyu's divine body, but also his divine power, divine soul, rules, and even his authority. The fusion authority was clearly much stronger than ordinary first-level authorities. In the blink of an eye, Sekonyu was burned to nothingness, not even leaving behind a drop of divine blood or a trace of divine power. The metal staff, which had returned a step too late, flickered with divine light, but it could no longer sense the aura of its master. The divine light flickered and died, and the metal staff instantly turned dim, transforming into a stone pillar that sank into the depths of the weak water sea. Such a result clearly left Kai Xiao and Ruoshi somewhat stunned. This guy, is he really dead? Then what was the situation with that second-level authority fluctuation just now? The mixed male and female voice rang out one after another. The fusion entity frowned, and the twin swords in its hands were not lowered. Impossible. The fluctuation just now was so clear. This guy definitely wouldn't die so easily. Even without a second-level authority, their strike should only have been enough to severely injure Sekonyu. How could it be possible to simply erase all of the opponent's power like this? This was clearly not right. In the distance, Sean's expression changed at first, but then he returned to his composure. That madman had even withdrawn all his defenses in the face of such a strike. How could he possibly die? Sure enough, within the fused divine domain of Kai Xiao and Ruoshi, Sekonyu's aura soon appeared once again. A speck of emerald green starlight suddenly emerged. Immediately following, the phantom of a towering giant tree vaguely appeared within the sea of weak water and departing fire. The next moment, an extremely dense divine power of life gathered from all directions. Boom! Energy erupted on the seabed, and a stone staff transformed into a stream of light, breaking through the water to arrive. Along the way, the stone pillar slowly shed its gray color, revealing a brilliant gold. That really hurts. Sekonyu's figure condensed instantly. He reached out to grab the metal staff and slung it over his shoulder with a backhand motion. But to be honest, it actually felt pretty good. Want to go again, at this moment? Was there even a trace of injury on him? Life authority, endless life. It was indeed a second-level authority. With this authority power mobilized, even if Sekong Yu's divine soul were completely destroyed, he could recover in an instant. Under such circumstances, he naturally had no need to waste energy. Therefore, he had withdrawn all his defenses just now to face the fusion entity's strike head-on. To kill him, one would have to completely erase the second-level life authority of endless life, HMPH. The fusion entity let out a cold snort and tightened its grip on the twin swords. Although unwilling to admit it, it was very clear in its heart that the two of them simply could not kill the opponent. If you and your wife aren't going to make a move, then I'll have to take the initiative, right? Sekong Yu grinned. And just as he was about to continue, he suddenly stopped. At the same time, a world announcement rang in everyone's ears. Extra update for today, Chapter 835. You cannot kill us. Not long ago, Death Realm, Soul-Splitting Realm, Valley of Lost Souls. None of you are getting out of here. A cold voice suddenly rang out in the minds of all the members of the Riftmouth clan. This voice seemed to contain a certain kind of magic, causing all the creatures within the Valley of Lost Souls to tremble. In the sky, an enchanting figure stepped through the air. Every step she took left a dark red mark that rippled through the starry sky. In front of Sumyu-bai, Yuchu was like a charming big sister, but in the eyes of the Riftmouth clan at this moment, she was like a god of death, approaching step by step, the Crimson Enchantress. How could she have come so quickly? It's over. What do we do now, damn it? If I had known the new Realm Lord was her, I wouldn't have come back. What's the use of saying that now? Quickly release the human soul food from your inner worlds. That might make her hesitate to act. Great Elder, hurry and think of a way. The moment they saw Yuchu appear, the expressions of the high-ranking members of the Riftmouth clan changed drastically, becoming incomparably panicked. Previously, when the Rifthaven Emperor fell, the Riftmouth clan decided to consolidate their tribesmen because they lacked a powerhouse at the Realm Lord level. Therefore, these high-ranking members had gathered in the Valley of Lost Souls at the first opportunity. After all, only by gathering together could they avoid being picked off one by the enemy. Even if a new Realm Lord was born in the Soul-Splitting Realm, facing the combined strength of all the Riftmouth clan's powerhouses, they might not necessarily be enabled to retreat unscathed. It was just that the Realm Lord they had imagined was an ordinary one. They never expected that the one who would ultimately become the Realm Lord of the Soul-Splitting Realm would be the Crimson Enchantress Yuchu. The announcement just now was, for the entire Riftmouth clan, no less than a bolt from the blue. Facing a powerhouse of Yuchu's level, even if they gathered together, it would be of no use at all. Not only were they powerless to resist, but they were also easily wiped out by the opponent in one fell swoop. Looking at it now, the decision to consolidate their tribesmen was simply the most foolish decision of all. For a moment, the desperate crowd couldn't help but look toward the Great Elder, the strongest member currently in the clan, and the Great Elder, upon whom all hopes were pinned, couldn't help but curse out loud at this moment. Find a way. What kind of way could I possibly find? This is a top-tier world master we're talking about, and my own strength is only at the 7-pattern realm. How am I supposed to bridge a gap as vast as a chasm? Damn it. What on earth are we supposed to do now? Like every other member of the Riftmouth clan, the Great Elder felt utter despair in his heart, because he knew very well that without the Rifthaven Emperor, the Riftmouth clan had absolutely no power to fight back against Yuchu. The Crimson Enchantress, no, to be precise. Even if the Rifthaven Emperor were still here, it would be difficult to resist Yuchu. Yuchu observed the expressions of the crowd. However, she didn't say anything more, because her attack had already begun the moment she appeared. The dark red imprints left by her bare, jade-like feet sent ripples outward, instantly sweeping across the entire Valley of Lost Souls. At the same time, a dense purple light suddenly erupted from Yuchu's eyes, and terrifying divine power and the power of Lo's burst forth in an instant. Crimson Divine Domain activate. She expanded her divine domain to its limit, instantly enveloping the entire Valley of Lost Souls. As the core region of the Soul Rift Realm, The Valley of Lost Souls was not something that could be compared to one or two divine kingdoms. Though called a valley, it was actually a massive world composed of hundreds of galaxies, secret realms, and small worlds. Without the Rift Haven Emperor, the Riftmouth clan wasn't even worth Yuchu's interest in condensing or focusing her divine domain. Therefore, the Crimson Divine Domain she opened was able to cover the entire valley, although this would lead to a significant weakening of the domain's strength, making it unable to trap stronger peak upper gods. It was more than enough to deal with the current Riftmouth clan. Inside the Crimson Divine Domain that shrouded the Valley of Lost Souls, the air was filled with pink mist. This was the manifestation of Yuchu's divine power and the power of laws. In an instant, the members of the Riftmouth clan who came into contact with the pink mist began to look dazed, pulled directly into illusions. The Valley of Lost Souls was the home turf of the Riftmouth clan, and over the past 10 days, a large number of clansmen had returned. One could only imagine how many members of the Riftmouth clan were currently in the valley. But when facing a top-tier world master like Yahello who specialized in illusions, having quantity without quality was completely meaningless. The basic ability of the Crimson Divine Domain alone was something they could never break free from. The power of a top-tier world master was truly terrifying. What? She didn't even negotiate, she just attacked. The human race really won't let us go. Such a powerful soul illusion. I can't hold on much longer. Is this the strength of the Crimson Enchantress? Even with her power spread so thin, we still can't resist. At the center of the Valley of Lost Souls, the high-ranking members of the Riftmouth clan gritted their teeth, resisting the erosion of the mist. Because Yahello had expanded her divine domain to the extreme, her power was to disperse, and they weren't pulled into the illusions instantly. But even so, it was a difficult task for these upper gods to resist. If not for the presence of some elders at the peak upper god realm, they would have already collapsed. Lady Yahello, please show mercy and spare us. The great elder knew very well that they were no match for her, so he knelt down instantly. Whatever demands the human race has, our Riftmouth clan will agree to them. Even if we have to be your beasts of burden, we won't hesitate. In his view, the Riftmouth clan still had value, because their race had the ability to devour the souls of living beings and refine them into soul golden pills. And these soul golden pills, besides being able to quickly heal soul injuries, could also enhance soul power to a certain extent. Precisely because of this, every member of the Riftmouth clan had a soul and spirit far stronger than ordinary beings. It was just a pity that the enemy the Riftmouth clan was facing this time was Yahello, a master of souls. Even the succubus race couldn't resist Yuchu's soul illusions, let alone the Riftmouth clan. Spare you. A cold light flashed in Yuchu's eyes as she took a step forward, appearing before them. Looking at their ugly faces with mouths split to their ears, she couldn't help but show a look of disgust and snorted coldly. If I hadn't been tied up with other matters, do you think your Riftmouth clan would have survived until now? As for surrendering, there's no need. As she spoke, Yahello waved her hand impatiently. All right, you can go die now. No, you can't kill us. The crowd's eyes were wide with fury. If we die, the human soul food inside our internal worlds will perish along with us. Yahello, don't force us to self-destruct our internal worlds. Let us go. And only then will these human soul foods be safe. With death approaching, these high-ranking members of the Riftmouth clan no longer cared about anything else and actually began to threaten Yahello. At the same time, they projected the scenes from within their internal worlds. Countless dazed humans were imprisoned within, and every world was surging with divine power, ready to self-destruct at any moment. These humans they kept in captivity were in almost the exact same condition as those Samubai had seen in the werewolf and vampire secret realms. Seeing this, a murderous intent surged in Yuchu's eyes. HMPH, courting death. Fine, I didn't expect the Crimson Enchantress to be so cold-blooded. Then let these soul foods be buried with us. A look of ruthlessness flashed across the face of the second elder of the Riftmouth clan, and he actually chose to self-destruct his internal world. But the next moment, everyone was stunned. Chapter 836, the first one. The myriad worlds in uproar. What? How is this possible? What is the second elder doing? Just as a look of ruthlessness flashed across the second elder's face, the action he took left the other high-ranking members of the Riftmouth clan stunned. Because not only did he fail to detonate his internal world, but he instead mobilized his world power to release all the human soul food from within. At this moment, everyone was shocked to realize that the second elder's eyes were filled with a crimson glow. It was clear he had already fallen into Yuchu's illusion. When a flash of horror crossed the eyes of the Liku clan's first elder, Yuchu hadn't even made a move. So how could the second elder have been controlled just like that? Before he could even process the thought, the eyes of all the high-ranking members of the Liku clan began to fill with that same crimson glow. Even he himself was no exception. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Every high-level god of the Liku clan present had fallen into Yuchu's illusion. At this moment, they were completely at her mercy. One after another, they opened their internal worlds, releasing the human soul food they had been keeping in captivity. Yuchu looked at her fellow kin, whose eyes were vacant and dull, and her expression grew complex. In the end, she said nothing. With a surge of world power, she swept them all into her own internal world. At the same time, a long needle, completely invisible and impossible to perceive, flew back into her body. Everything that had just occurred was the work of soul capture. Its attacks were formless, intangible, silent, and traceless. If not for the need to save her kin, all the high-ranking members of the Liku clan would have already perished. But now, their lives had also entered a countdown. As Yuchu collected the captive humans, the members of the Liku clan who had been pulled into the illusion by the Crimson Divine Domain began to collapse in droves. 5th tier, 6th tier, 7th tier, mythical, saint extinction, true god. Within Yuchu's Crimson Divine Domain, these Liku clansmen lost all signs of life without a sound. Even players below the 9th tier mythical level lost the ability to resurrect upon death. Their lives extinguished completely. Because their souls had been utterly annihilated, a long time passed. Yuchu stood alone in the silent valley of lost souls, the killing intent in her eyes not only failing to subside but growing even more intense. The first one. At the same time, a system announcement suddenly resounded throughout the Myriad Worlds. Myriad Worlds announcement. Due to the sudden mass death of powerful individuals within the Liku clan in a short period, their overall strength has plummeted. Upon detection, this race is no longer qualified to be listed on the Myriad Races ranking. Effective immediately, the Liku clan is officially removed from the Myriad Races ranking. Races ranked after 8,657 will each move up one position. This is hereby announced. May other races take this as a warning. Once this announcement was made, the Myriad Worlds were in an uproar. A powerful race on the Myriad Races ranking, just like that. What exactly happened? How could such a massive event occur without even a whisper of news? I know the Death Domain has been chaotic lately, but I didn't expect it to be this chaotic. Did the Liku clan provoke some top-tier powerhouse? The calamity of the Myriad Races. It must have been him. I remember the Liku clan was one of the targets in the previous hunting quests. Who exactly is this calamity of the Myriad Races? He moves way too fast. Indeed, it wasn't long ago that he killed Otis, the Lord of the Flame Prison Realm. Only a few days have passed, and now he's caused the Liku clan to be delisted. The calamity of the Myriad Races definitely isn't just one person. Even though the Liku clan is only ranked around 8,000, they still have many experts spread across multiple great worlds. How could he possibly kill them all in such a short time? That makes sense. Surely the Liku experts wouldn't just gather together, waiting for the calamity of the Myriad Races to come and kill them, right? It had not been long since Yuchu became the Lord of the Soul-Splitting Realm. Therefore, the news of the humans taking over the Soul-Splitting Realm had not yet spread from the Death Domain to other realms. This led experts in other realms to speculate that this was the work of the calamity of the Myriad Races. After all, he was the only one who had recently accepted so many zero reward quests with such high visibility. If not him, who else could it be? However, the public opinion within the Death Domain was different. Although I guess the Liku clan was in trouble the moment the Crimson Enchantress became the Lord of the Soul-Splitting Realm. I never expected it to happen so quickly. They're back. That overbearing human race is back. With the humans acting so high profile. Aren't they afraid of inciting the dissatisfaction of those top-tier races? How long has it been since the human race's resurgence? And they've already kicked the Liku clan off the ranking. If this continues, what will become of us, exactly? The human race's current ranking is only a measly 4,000-something. How dare they act like this? I don't know how they dare. But those races that have been targeting the humans over the last 10 epochs must be trembling in their boots right now. Right, trembling. Just because of the humans, at most. They only dare to bully low-ranked races like the Liku clan. The demon race and the mechanical race are also targeting the humans. Let's see if the humans dare to seek revenge against those two. Forget it. They can barely protect themselves right now. I don't know what they're thinking, choosing to make a move at a time like this. It's all because of the appearance of Bai, leaving the humans with no choice but to stop hiding their edge. But there was no need to be so high profile, was there? Could that old schemer Yi Yuan really be dead? Otherwise, how could the humans do something so stupid? Better if he's dead. Once the news from the void is confirmed, I'll go and test the true strength of the humans. I think it's better to be cautious. Perhaps this is just a diversionary tactic set up by Yi Yuan. Once you go, who knows how many traps might be waiting for you. The experts within the death domain were convinced that this was the work of the human race. After all, Yuchu had just become the lord of the soul-splitting realm, and the Liku clan, who originally controlled the realm, was immediately delisted. How could there be such a coincidence? It was just that they couldn't understand why the humans dared to act in such a manner. Aside from the goblin race, which had been pushed off the ranking by the humans. The last time a race was killed off the list was over an epoch ago. That time, it was said to be the work of a demon race powerhouse skilled in the laws of destruction and the laws of ice, with the bounty codename Frost. Therefore, no one delved deeper into it. Compared to the demon race, which held the second spot on the myriad races ranking, what did a measly race at the bottom of the list even matter? In this world where strength is the only law, no one will stand up for justice on behalf of the weak. Furthermore, there has never been such a thing as absolute justice in the myriad worlds. The Riftmouth race being knocked off the list is, at the very least, a good thing for the races ranked after 8. Although moving up just one spot doesn't grant any substantial benefits, improvement is always welcome. Besides that, there was another race that was ecstatic, celebrating as an entire clan. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to the Goblin race for ascending the Myriad Races list. This is hereby announced. We hope that races yet to ascend the list will continue to strive and aim to ascend the Myriad Races list as soon as possible to receive generous rewards. This race, which had previously been pushed off the Myriad Races list by the human race, had now miraculously returned to the list. However, this announcement did not cause any sensation. In fact, no one even cared. Even if the Goblin race returned to the Myriad Races list, they were merely at the very bottom, ranked 10,000th. The significance of this was completely different from the human race returning to the Myriad Races list. That race was one that had once created a miracle. Chapter 837. If you're leaving, leave. But leave your wife behind. Bonus chapter. Undead World, Starry Graveyard. The suddenly sounding Myriad Worlds announcement caused Sakong to stop what he was doing. Even he was visibly stunned for a moment. Others might not know, but he was very clear about the situation. Bai, who held the Rift Soul World Lord token, was currently in the City of Extinction on the Death Continent. This meant that Yuchu had completed the challenge in the City of Extinction and obtained the activated World Lord token. How could she have returned to the Rift Soul World so quickly? But if it wasn't Yuchu, then who had killed the Riftmouth race off the Myriad Races list? The fact that Sumu Bai possessed domain lord authority was something even Feng Yuan had only just learned. Naturally, Sakong Yu, this battle-crazed maniac, did not know yet. However, he never liked to think too much, so he quickly shook his head and prepared to strike again. Whoever it was, that guy Yuan surely had a countermeasure, so why should he bother thinking about it? But this announcement gave Kai Shao a way to step down. The light on the two long swords flashed, transforming them back into a giant sword. At the same time, the two of them broke their fusion state. The red-haired Kai Shao retracted his giant sword and cursed. If it weren't for the summons from my clan, I would have beaten you until you were crawling on the floor today. Roxy, standing to the side, also glared fiercely at Sakong Yu, but she did not speak. Because her skin wasn't as thick as Kai Xiao's, they truly couldn't do anything about Sakongyu, who possessed the level to authority of life. Even the harsh words Kai Xiao spat out had changed from must kill to beaten until crawling on the floor. Clearly, he also understood that he couldn't kill Sakongyu at all. As his voice fell, the two of them directly put away their divine domains and flashed into the cross-world teleportation array not far away. This time, Sean did not stop them. Because they were leaving the undead world, his duty was only to ensure that the other party didn't cause trouble within the undead world. Kai Xiao, if you're leaving, leave. But leave your wife behind to keep playing with me, Sakongyu shouted hurriedly. As the one on the receiving end of the beating, he actually didn't want the fight to end, and fortunately, the effect of endless life only allowed him to recover quickly. But it didn't provide much of an increase in combat power. Therefore, he could only resort to extreme trash-talking, attempting to provoke Kai Xiao and his companion once more. But this time, Kai Xiao only paused for a split second, and the moment a flash of violent killing intent crossed his eyes, he disappeared into the cross-world teleportation array. He was afraid that if he stayed here any longer, he would be angered into illness by Sakongyu. Facing such a guy who couldn't be killed and had a foul mouth, Kai Xiao, the god of fire, looked like he was fleeing in panic as he hurried away. He could actually endure that, Sakongyu muttered, his gaze drifting toward Sean in the distance. Old Sean, how about, get lost? Sean had no intention of being a sparring partner. He had already figured out how to deal with this madman. Sakongyu. The trick was simply not to take the bait. I shouldn't have exposed myself so quickly if I had known. Sakongyu curled his lips. That said, facing the fusion authority of Kai Xiao and Ruoxi, he had no choice but to expose his level to authority of life. Otherwise, even if he defended with all his might against that strike, he would inevitably have been severely injured. At that point, he would still have had to use endless life to recover quickly. The reason he hadn't exposed it during his fight with Sean some time ago was entirely because Sean hadn't used his full strength. By the end of the fight, the other party had simply stopped attacking altogether. Seeing that Sean remained unmoved, Sakongyu restrained his battle intent, put away his metal staff, and flashed to Sean's side. Boring, I'm leaving. As he spoke, Sakongyu walked straight toward the cross-world teleportation array. Bai Yi was no longer in the undead world, and the experts who had come looking for trouble had all left, so naturally, he had no reason to stay here any longer. What surprised Sakongyu, however, was that Sean, who had always treated him like a plague, also walked over. He immediately grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. What? Can't bear to see me go? Get lost. Sean glanced at him. I'm planning to make a trip to the Death Continent. That guy Bloom has called for a council meeting. For something like that, wouldn't a projection avatar suffice? Sakongyu was somewhat puzzled. Attending a meeting wasn't like fighting. Why did he have to go in person? That is a secret of my dead domain bank, Sean said afterward, his gaze turning to Sakongyu. Where are you going? I'll send you off first. Finally, he wouldn't have to stay with this madman anymore. A flash of joy crossed the depths of Sean's eyes. He was terrified that one day he wouldn't be able to hold back and would actually start a fight with Sakongyu. He couldn't kill him, and while being angered, he would also be helping this guy improve his strength. It was a total loss. However, Sakongyu patted him on the shoulder and laughed. If that's not fate, I don't know what is. I happen to be going to the Death Continent too. Let's go together. Hearing this, Sean rolled his eyes in speechlessness. I'm saying, hasn't the Lord of Water already reached a deal with the God of Wine? Why are you still keeping an eye on me? You've misunderstood me there, old Sean. Sakongyu interlaced his fingers and stretched them out, battle intent rising in his eyes. There are still plenty of guys in the Death Continent eyeing Bai Yi. I have to go find them and have some fun, don't I? As long as you don't pester me, that's fine. Sean felt a sense of relief in his heart and silently activated the cross-boundary teleportation array. The two figures vanished from the starry graveyard in an instant. Death Realm, Death Continent, City of Silence, Death Domain Bank or Crystal Building. Not long after Yuchu left, Bloomer also left home with Vivian and Fujiya Chanjia. Before the council meeting began, they needed to exchange the resources in their hands for ones that hadn't been freeloaded and promoted. And just as the Myriad Worlds announcement rang out, the communicator on Sumyubai's wrist also began to vibrate. Today's extra chapter is served. Chapter 838. I am not interested in the fact that you are impersonating someone from my god clan. As the Myriad Worlds announcement rang out, the communicator on Sumyubai's wrist vibrated accordingly. Without needing to guess, Sumyubai knew clearly that this message must be from the bounty hunter's home. He raised his hand to look, and sure enough, bounty hunter's home notification. Respected Mr. Calamity of the Myriad Races. In view of the fact that the Rift Clan has fallen off the Myriad Races ranking, the bounty hunting mission Rift Clan you accepted has been automatically cancelled. Clearly, the bounty hunter's home already knew that the Rift Clan was not killed off the Myriad Races ranking by the Calamity of the Myriad Races. However, this was not important. After all, this mission had no reward to begin with. Besides the notification received by the identity of Calamity of the Myriad Races, Sumyubai's other identity also received a notification at the same time. Bounty Hunter's home notification. Respected Mr. Ash Extinction. In view of the fact that the Rift Clan has fallen off the Myriad Races ranking, the bounty hunting mission Rift Clan you posted has been automatically cancelled. Since the reward for this mission was 0, the refund you received is 0. Using the same communicator, could the bounty hunter's home not know that Calamity of the Myriad Races and Ash Extinction were the same person? That was clearly impossible. But for the bounty hunter's home, whether the two were the same person was completely irrelevant. They were just collecting their commission anyway. Even if Sumyubai used the identity of Baiyi, the bounty hunter's home would still keep his secrets. Protecting the information of all clients was the fundamental basis for the bounty hunter's home to establish itself in the Myriad Worlds. Otherwise, even with more than one rule sovereign standing behind them, their reputation would collapse rapidly. And the result of a collapsed reputation would be that no one would ever come to the bounty hunter's home to post missions again. With no missions to accept, naturally, no one would choose to become a bounty hunter. Sister Yuchu's actions are truly swift. Sumyubai lowered his arm, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. If he wasn't mistaken, the Rift Clan must have chosen to recall the powerhouses within their clan because of the fall of the Rift Heaven Emperor. The result of doing so was that they were wiped out in one fell swoop by Yuchu. Otherwise, even if Yuchu was in existence at the level of a top-tier world lord, it would be absolutely impossible for her to kill the Rift Clan off the Myriad Races ranking in such a short time. After all, let alone the Myriad Worlds, the Death Domain alone was already boundless. Prompt. You have absorbed a spirit of divine soul. Soul Power Kung 10. Prompt. You have absorbed a spirit of divine soul. Soul Power Kung 10. Inside the small world within his body, Sumyubai's divine soul projection clone was absorbing the spirits of divine soul without pause. These spirits of divine soul were ones that could no longer be upgraded further. The remaining resources had already been handed over to the trio of Bloomer. Sumyubai had also given the supreme card that Yuchu had provided to Bloomer, instructing him to withdraw all the resources within it. Now, the three of them had already begun the operation. But even with Bloomer's authority as a counselor, it would take some time to get his hands on the new resources. It wasn't because his authority was insufficient, but because the quantity Sumyubai required was simply too massive. Most importantly, it was because Sumyubai wanted physical goods, not a transfer in numerical terms. Looking across the entire Myriad Worlds, there was no one else who would withdraw such a large amount of resources all at once like him. After all, for others, withdrawing so many physical goods at once served no purpose. In daily transactions, a simple transfer was all that was needed. Looking at the empty living room, Sumyubai moved his divine sense, and the power of the world swept through. Two figures instantly appeared in the living room. They were none other than Aoshin and Zhu Xiaoyu, who had been taken into his internal small world back in the nether abyss. According to the map, the moment they appeared, they knew they were in the core building of the Death Domain Bank headquarters. Aoshin immediately asked, "My lord, has Counselor Bloomer recovered?" Sumyubai nodded slightly, his gaze falling on Aoshin as he smiled. "Not bad. You've broken through to the peak of the median god stage so quickly." It wasn't just his cultivation realm. He had also seen improvements in other aspects. Mystic Thunder Dragon Emperor Aoshin 5-Clawed Black Dragon Dragon Abyss Realm. Top-tier dragon race creature law sovereign realm vitality, 9,999 stars divine soul. Peak median god divine body, peak median god combat power, peak upper god. Laws, law of thunder power, law of spatial movement, law of spatial ceiling, law of thunder annihilation, authority, partial thunder authority, partial spatial authority, weakness. Afraid of his fiancée Ocean, the most talented existence among the new generation of the dragon race, and the current pride of the dragon race. Ocean had just broken through to the peak of the median god stage. Although his vitality had not yet reached the level of a world, and he had not begun to fuse with the rules of the Great Tao, his battle combat power had already risen to the peak of the upper god stage. This was entirely due to the existence of the power of authority. When Sumyubai first met Ocean, he had only mastered a very small portion of thunder and spatial authority. Now, the prefix very small had disappeared from both of these great powers of authority. This was the power of the strength of authority. My lord, please don't tease me. Compared to you, my current achievements are still far behind. Where in the current Ocean is there any trace of the arrogance he displayed when they first met? Especially after the recent trip to the Nether Abyss. He realized profoundly just how vast the gap was between himself and Lord Baiyi. This was also the reason why his weakness had shifted from arrogance to being afraid of his fiancée. However, after his breakthrough, he now possessed combat power on the same level as Zhu Xiaoyu. It was just that her insolvable authority of time still left him unable to find a way to surpass her. Baiyi, is it time for us to have a match now? Only after the two of them finished speaking did Zhu Xiaoyu look at Sumyubai with a face full of fighting spirit. Although she was well aware that this Heaven's Pride duel would likely become the only defeat in her life, as the #1 Heaven's Pride of the myriad worlds, she would surely feel immense regret if she didn't have such a match with Baiyi. Ocean looked at the stubborn-looking Zhu Xiaoyu and opened his mouth. He had urgently wanted to persuade his fiancée to let it go, but thinking of Zhu Xiaoyu's personality, he ultimately said nothing. What if she knew she would lose? If she didn't dare to challenge someone just because of that, she wouldn't be Zhu Xiaoyu. If it were Ocean himself, he would have made the same choice. It was only because Zhu Xiaoyu had always been the one pressing down on him that he hadn't challenged her. If it had been anyone else, he would have challenged them countless times by now. Are you sure you really want to fight? Sumyubai turned his head to look at Zhu Xiaoyu, narrowing his eyes slightly. He naturally wouldn't refuse a Heaven's Pride duel. After all, winning would also improve his title of Human Heaven's Pride. Zhu Xiaoyu was the #1 Heaven's Pride of the myriad worlds, and the boost gained from defeating her could not be compared to that of the Heaven's Pride from the Cleftmouth clan. However, Zhu Xiaoyu could be considered half of his own people, so Sumyubai still wanted her to consider it carefully, in case she ended up having her Dao heart shattered by the defeat. Ocean's mentality would certainly be affected as well. I know there's a high probability I'll lose, but I still want to have a match with you. Zhu Xiaoyu looked at Sumyubai with burning eyes and spoke with a serious expression. I am not interested in the fact that you used the identity of the Myriad Clan Calamity to impersonate a member of my god clan, nor will I tell the clan. But as for a battle at the same rank with you, I don't want to wait any longer. There was one last sentence that Zhu Xiaoyu did not say out loud, but it echoed in her heart. I am afraid that if I wait any longer, I won't even have the qualifications to challenge you. Chapter 839. Zhu Xiaoyu's Authority of Time. Since that is the case, then as you wish. Sumyubai nodded. As his voice fell, he and Zhu Xiaoyu vanished from the living room simultaneously. At this moment, Ocean slumped onto the sofa, took a bottle of wine from his internal world, took a large gulp, and sighed. I hope you won't be hit too hard. He did not ask Sumyubai to go easy on her, because he knew very well that Zhu Xiaoyu would find that even more unbearable. He was arrogant, but there had always been Zhu Xiaoyu, the #1 Heaven's Pride of the myriad worlds, pressing down on him. One could imagine just how proud the heart of Zhu Xiaoyu, who had never tasted defeat, truly was. It was just a pity that by running into a freak like Lord Baiyi, she was destined to be struck down. Shaking his head helplessly, Ocean took another large gulp of wine. Wasn't he the same? The last time they met, he could still suppress Lord Baiyi with a casual gesture. How much time had passed since then, and now? The roles had already been reversed. If this continues, how can I keep up with Lord's pace? And also, once that kid Bing Shuang comes out of the ancestral dragon ruins, my title as the Dragon Clan's Heaven's Pride will likely be lost as well. Thinking of this, Aoshin drained the wine in the bottle, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Although entering the ancestral dragon ruins a second time would be very dangerous, it seemed that he had no choice but to go again as a follower. He couldn't just fall behind significantly without having contributed much, could he? Notification. You have initiated a Heaven's Pride duel with the God Clan Heaven's Pride Ju Xiaoyu. The system prompt sounded, and the figures of Sumyu and Ju Xiaoyu appeared in a silent starry sky. This was not the real starry universe, but a temporary space created by the Myriad Worlds game. However, the laws and such here were exactly the same as those in the Myriad Worlds. A golden beam of light descended from the sky, rapidly scanning the specific information of both parties. The next moment, a majestic voice resounded through this starry sky. Detected that the God Clan Heaven's Pride Ju Xiaoyu is at a lower realm. The human Heaven's Pride by you will be suppressed by the system. Realm suppression. Peak of the median god. Divine body suppression. Peak of the median god. Divine soul suppression. Peak of the median god. Godhead suppression, no godhead. The moment the voice ended, Sumyu suddenly felt an irresistible force descend upon him. He couldn't help but frown. This kind of power was very similar to the power of rules, but it did not belong to any specific rule. It was more like some kind of order of the Myriad Worlds. The next moment, his realm, divine body, and divine soul were rapidly weakened. Even his vitality, which had just broken through to the 20-world level, was suppressed to 999 stars. Sumyu had almost never experienced star-level vitality, because when he first broke through, the time he spent at the median god realm was simply too short, and before that, his HP had always been just 1 point. 9,999 stars was the limit for a median god's divine body. Only after the divine body breaks through to the early stage of the upper god realm can one possess vast vitality that exceeds one world. The deeper the accumulation at the median god realm, the higher the vitality upon initial breakthrough. Except for Sumyu, this cheater, who not only had no accumulation but also broke through from the saint extermination level directly to the early stage of the upper god in one go. Even so, his vitality still reached the limit of an early stage upper god's divine body 9 worlds. Of course, this was entirely because his divine body had absorbed a trace of the supreme life divine power when he broke through. As for why Brian's life box back then could possess a durability of 5 worlds, it was entirely because the materials were strong enough. After all, a life box is not a divine body, and it does not mean that Brian was stronger than Ju Xiaoyu or Aoshin. Conversely, when at the peak of the median god stage, he was far inferior to both of them. Feeling his strength being significantly suppressed, Sumyu felt a sudden sense of awkwardness. When he first engaged in a battle of prodigies against Aoshin, it was his opponent who had been suppressed. Now, facing a prodigy similar to Aoshin, the one being suppressed had become himself. So much for 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. In the face of a cheat, even 30 days east and 30 days west would be considered slow. The system's suppression ended quickly, and at the same time, an arena condensed within this starry sky. Rather than an arena, it was more like a massive continent. It floated silently in the starry sky, stretching beyond the reach of sight. Compared to the first time he engaged in a battle of prodigies, this arena was much larger. Bai Yi, I hope you will give it your all. Ju Xiaoyu took a deep breath, instantly adjusting her state to its peak. Having witnessed Bai Yi's true strength, she was taking this battle with the utmost seriousness. Bring it on. Sumyu smiled slightly and nodded toward Ju Xiaoyu. Let me see just how far the #1 prodigy of the Myriad Worlds can push me. Seeing this, a flash of anger crossed Ju Xiaoyu's eyes. Looking down on me, then just watch. Without another word, Ju Xiaoyu's figure vanished from where she stood, and a precious sword appeared in her hand. This was her high-level low-grade treasure. The moment she made her move, Ju Xiaoyu unleashed her full strength. Powerful divine power intertwined with the power of laws, the long sword in her hand followed no trajectory, as if it had bypassed the time of the strike and appeared directly before Sumyu. At the same time, Hundreds of sword shadows vaguely appeared upon the blade. These sword shadows instantly merged into the body of the sword. This was not a simple strike, but hundreds of strikes that Juxiaoyu had unleashed in an instant by relying on the law of time. At this moment, 100 swords chimed in unison, transforming into a single strike that crossed the trajectory of time, piercing toward Sumiyubai. This was her strongest strike to date, instant eternity. Not only that, but the moment she acted, she directly mobilized a portion of the time authority she controlled. Time authority pause. If Baiyi had not been suppressed, and given the vast gap in their strength, the effect of Juxiaoyu's time authority would certainly have been significantly weakened. But now that both were at the same realm, she did not believe that Baiyi could resist the power of the time authority. Knowing that her chances of winning were slim, Juxiaoyu used her strongest means the moment she attacked, intending to catch Baiyi off guard. To maximize the effect of this attack, Juxiaoyu even expanded her divine domain, enveloping Baiyi entirely. Watching this sword land on Baiyi, a look of triumph could not help but flash deep in her eyes. HMPH, that'll teach you to look down on me. Time authority pause is not so easily broken. Taking this strike while at the peak of the median god stage, even if it didn't end the battle, he would definitely be severely injured, and that instant, a thought even crossed Juxiaoyu's mind that she might actually win, but immediately after, she was dumbfounded, because the moment the sword pierced Baiyi, she suddenly realized with a shock that what was before her was merely a spatial afterimage, and Baiyi's true body had appeared behind her at some unknown moment. A terrifying, extreme death divine power descended. Chapter 840. How am I supposed to bluff like this? Bonus chapter. How is this possible? My time authority pause actually failed. Juxiaoyu's heart shook violently, but the current situation allowed no room for her to overthink. The strike she had been certain of had not only failed to hit the target, but she had also been locked onto by her opponent. If she did not respond and took Baiyi's attack without any defense, it would definitely not be pleasant. No sooner said than done. Feeling the terrifying death divine power descending behind her, Juxiaoyu did not hesitate in the slightest and made a decisive choice. Mysterious ripples of time swept across her body, and everything began to rewind. Time authority, time reversal. She knew very well that if she only used the law of time reversal, it would very likely be broken directly by Baiyi. During her trip to the nether abyss, she had seen him mobilize the rules of time with her own eyes. Therefore, Juxiaoyu would rather consume more of her authority's power to ensure there were no mistakes. However, immediately after, her expression changed drastically once again. Time authority, time reversal had indeed taken effect. Her lungs were pulled away from the spatial afterimage left by Sumiyubai. The hundreds of sword shadows reappeared, and then vanished. Following that, the divine domain she had just opened retracted into her body, and she instantly returned to the spot where she had first stood. The high-level low-grade sword in her hand also disappeared. It was as if everything that had happened before had never occurred, and this battle of prodigies had not yet officially begun. But this was limited only to Juxiaoyu herself. The effect of time authority, time reversal had barely affected Baiyi at all. The only difference was that the phantom of the death rule behind him had faded just a fraction more than before. If one did not use divine soul power to probe, it would be impossible to tell. Is this your time authority? Sumiyubai smiled slightly and instantly turned to look at Juxiaoyu. Death rule, death gaze. He had begun to integrate the great Tao of death rules back when he was at the 9th order mythical stage. Now that his realm was merely suppressed to the peak of the median god stage, he could still mobilize it. With the wheel of time and space in his possession, Sumiyubai had no need to mobilize the power of authority to deal with Juxiaoyu. It could be said that the outcome of this battle of prodigies had been determined long ago. Having just reversed her own time, Juxiaoyu was already unable to avoid Sumiyubai's attack. Two gray-white rays shot out from the pupils of the death rule phantom, instantly sinking into her eyes. However, Juxiaoyu did not fall into fear or suffer heavy damage from the death gaze as Sumiyubai had imagined. He could clearly feel that his soul attack had collided with an impenetrable barrier. Interesting. Sumiyubai raised an eyebrow. To high-level low-grade treasures, she is truly worthy of being a prodigy of the god race. The moment the death gaze failed, Sumiyubai understood. Outside of Juxiaoyu's soul, there existed an extremely powerful protective barrier. This meant that in addition to that precious sword, she possessed another high-level low-grade treasure of the soul defense type. Since that was the case, he would have to be a bit more serious. Sumyubai did not speak these words aloud, but instead moved his divine sense. Samsara Divine Domain activate. The Samsara Divine Domain, derived from the incomplete heart of Samsara, had already been mastered by Sumyubai when he was at the 9th rank mythical level, so it was naturally unaffected by the suppression of strength. Regarding this, Juk Xiaoyu did not feel the slightest bit surprised. However, after being pulled into the Samsara Divine Domain, she did not choose to attack again, nor did she activate her own Divine Domain to resist this powerful force of suppression. Sumyubai, who was preparing to continue his assault, frowned and paused his movements. No way. Was she really that discouraged already? Is the heart of the 10,000 worlds #1 prodigy really that fragile? Sumyubai did not speak, nor did he mobilize the various divine powers of the Samsara Divine Domain to suppress Juk Xiaoyu. He simply stood where he was, watching her. This kind of preferential treatment was something no one else would ever receive. Who told her to be Ocean's fiancé? Time authority had always been the means Juk Xiaoyu was most proud of. From childhood to adulthood, her rate of progress in the time element had surpassed everyone else in the entire 10,000 worlds. From a prodigy of the god race to later becoming the undisputed #1 prodigy of the 10,000 worlds, her journey had been smooth sailing, and she had never encountered any setbacks. The god race had even cultivated her as the next time sovereign, in terms of resources, status, and everything else. Juk Xiaoyu possessed the very best the 10,000 worlds had to offer, yet today, she had suffered a major blow at the hands of Bai Yi. If she had simply been unable to defeat Bai Yi, she could have accepted it, as she had already mentally prepared herself for that possibility. But the fact that her time authority had been rendered almost completely ineffective caused her Tao heart to become unstable, plunging her into self-doubt. At the same cultivation level, why was Bai Yi able to ignore her time authority? This wasn't just a law or a rule, and the opponent had even fused with the time rule. Could it be that Bai Yi was the best candidate for the next time sovereign? After a long while, the somewhat dazed look in Juk Xiaoyu's eyes regained a glimmer of clarity, as if she had figured something out. She looked up at Sumyubai in the distance and spoke slowly. Is it because of the wheel of time and space? Previously in the Nether Abyss, she had seen Sumyubai use the wheel of time and space. Although the wheel of time and space was extremely famous in the 10,000 worlds, no one knew exactly what its effects were. However, apart from the wheel of time and space, Juk Xiaoyu could not think of any other supreme treasure capable of significantly reducing the influence of time authority. Yes. Sumyubai nodded. He did not hide it, nor was there any need to. Hearing this, Juk Xiaoyu suddenly smiled with relief and said candidly, I have lost. This sentence left Sumyubai slightly stunned. Giving up so easily? How am I supposed to trick you into becoming a follower now? How about you struggle a little more? Today's extra update is here. Special thanks to Santauji Di Xiaojin for the generous gift. Chapter 841. Parting? To admit defeat so easily? That doesn't sound like a prodigy of the god race. Sumyubai stood with his hands behind his back, looking calmly at Juk Xiaoyu, who had lost all fighting spirit. The time authority is useless against you. There is no point in continuing to fight. Juk Xiaoyu shook her head. Sumyubai had not expected Juk Xiaoyu to admit defeat so decisively. He had originally intended to try and trick her here. Sumyubai actually felt a bit embarrassed about tricking someone's fiancé right in front of them after they got out. However, Juk Xiaoyu clearly did not give him that opportunity. After she finished speaking, two golden pillars of light descended from the sky, and with them, the two figures disappeared from this space. At the same time, the system notification sound rang in Sumyubai's ears. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for winning this prodigy clash. The effect of the human prodigy title has been improved. Human prodigy. Unique title of the human race. Only the first human player in the 10,000 worlds to pass the special achievement challenge can obtain this title. Title effects. 1. Luck. As the only prodigy of the human race, your luck will certainly not be bad. Luck Kong 510.2. Comprehension. As the only prodigy of the human race, your comprehension certainly cannot be low. Comprehension come 305.3. Potential. As the only prodigy of the human race, your potential will be enhanced. Enhancement complete. Special effect. Authority. You can add other titles as subsidiary titles to the human prodigy title, allowing their effects to take effect simultaneously. Current number of subsidiary titles that can be added. You are the undisputed #1 prodigy of the human race and will surely become a pillar of the human race in the future. Keep it up, young man. Although you have defeated the current #1 prodigy of the 10,000 worlds in this clash, you must defeat all the prodigies of the 10 top-tier races to become the new #1 prodigy of the 10,000 worlds. The improvement brought by defeating Juxiaoyu was greater than the one gained from winning against Daoshin. Not to mention the prodigy of the Rift race. Although luck was of little use to Sumyu by now, the benefits brought by the increase in comprehension were tangible. With another 150 points added to his comprehension, Sumyu immediately felt his soul become much clearer. The efficiency of fusing rules and breaking through bottlenecks in the future would surely see a certain level of improvement. However, it was a pity that after defeating Juxiaoyu this time, Sumyu did not manage to become the #1 prodigy of the myriad worlds as he had hoped. Nevertheless, given Sumyu strength, this was only a matter of time. The 10 top-tier races referred, naturally, to the races ranked in the top 10 of the myriad races ranking. He had already defeated the prodigies of the God race and the Dragon race. Next, he only needed to defeat the prodigies of the 8 other races, such as the Demon race, the Undead race, and the Titan race, to become the new #1 prodigy of the myriad worlds. This title might not bring an immediate increase in strength, but it could elevate his future potential. Sumyu was determined to claim the title of the #1 prodigy of the myriad worlds. System prompt. Because you have defeated the God race prodigy Juxiaoyu in the Prodigy Showdown, you are rewarded with 1 cleansing by the power of origin. System prompt. A broadcast to the human race of the myriad worlds is about to commence. The moment the system prompt ended, a brilliant, dazzling golden pillar of light descended from the sky, completely enveloping Sumyu figure. It wasn't that Sumyu was being pretentious, having grown accustomed to the infusion of the power of origin. He felt absolutely nothing from this cleansing. Moreover, a simple cleansing was no longer enough to improve Sumyu potential. Therefore, after the golden light dissipated, other than feeling a slight improvement in his divine body and soul, he didn't even hear a system notification. However, Sumyu didn't take it too hard. In a few days, he would be able to enter the land of origin directly through the Death Domain Master Token. When that time came, would he still be lacking the power of origin? After the cleansing by the power of origin concluded, Sumyu slowly opened his eyes and looked toward Aoshin and Juxiaoyu. The two were not paying attention to Sumyu at this moment. Aoshin was looking at Juxiaoyu with a solemn expression. Have you decided? Yes. Juxiaoyu nodded. In the past, I felt there was no need at all, but now, having been defeated by Bai, I have recognized my own shortcomings. It is time to go back. Since that is the case, I will not try to persuade you otherwise. Aoshin thought for a moment, but ultimately decided not to tell her that he was preparing to enter the ruins of the ancestral dragon once again. He understood that if he said it, although Juxiaoyu wouldn't say anything out loud, she would certainly worry about him in her heart. If this were to affect what she needed to do next, it would be counterproductive. It wouldn't be too late to share the good news once he successfully emerged from the ruins of the ancestral dragon. After making her decision, Juxiaoyu turned to look at Sumyu. Rest assured, I will not speak of the Wheel of Time or your identity as the calamity of the myriad races to anyone. Having said this, she paused before continuing. However, you must promise me one thing. Oh, what is it? Sumyu raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. So there was a request. That made it easier to bargain. He still didn't want to give up on the idea of taking a God race prodigy as a follower. In reality, the reason Sumyu hadn't hidden these things from Juxiaoyu was that he wasn't afraid of her telling the God race at all. Because Old Man Feng had once hinted to him that the rule sovereigns of the God race would never take action against the human race, no matter what. Although Old Man Feng hadn't explained why in detail. Knowing this was enough for Sumyu. below the level of a rule sovereign. What did he have to fear? Juxiaoyu looked at Sumyubai and said word for word, "When I emerge from the cradle of gods, I want to fight you again. Is that necessary?" Sumyubai was somewhat puzzled. The authority of time was almost ineffective against him, no matter how much Juxiaoyu improved. What would be the point, facing him, who possessed the wheel of time? She was destined to lose. It is. Juxiaoyu nodded heavily, her expression stubborn. Aoshin, standing beside her, sighed inwardly at the sight. As expected, she still couldn't accept defeat. Seeing this, Sumyubai smiled slightly. "It's not impossible to fight you again, but we will need a wager next time," Juxiaoyu immediately asked. "What kind of wager do you want? Is a high-level low-grade treasure enough?" One had to admit, the prodigies of the god race were truly wealthy and imposing. A high-level low-grade treasure, offered as a bet just like that. In contrast, Otis had fallen at Sumyubai's hands precisely for a treasure of this caliber, but she had the misfortune of encountering the even wealthier Subugmubai. Facing the wager proposed by Juxiaoyu, Sumyubai shook his head gently. "Let's discuss the wager after you return from the cradle of gods." "Fine." Juxiaoyu took one last deep look at Sumyubai, then turned and vanished from the spot. This god race prodigy had left, and she left decisively, without even saying goodbye to Aoxai. To this, Aoshin seemed to have long been accustomed. He slowly walked up to Sumyubai and said solemnly, "Lord Bai, I am also preparing to return to the ruins of the ancestral dragon." "Wait." Sumyubai stopped Aoshin. "When will Bing Xuan be able to come out?" Ever since the Land of Oblivion, Bing Xuan had been by his side. Now, not seeing her for such a long time, he really wasn't used to it. However, Aoshin shook his head. "My lord, the flow of time in the ruins of the ancestral dragon is not the same as in the myriad worlds. Although Bing Xuan has fully awakened her ancestral dragon bloodline, I do not know exactly when she will be able to come out." "Is that so? Then you may go." A flash of disappointment crossed Sumyubai's face as he watched Aoshin vanish from the spot. Chapter 842. The hope for the human race to return to its peak. God-forbidden land. No. In the wilderness, a level 260 map, the sighing wasteland. Players with SSS-grade talents, such as Sanchi Kingfeng and Han Tabe, were currently sitting on the ground, seemingly resting. Not far away, a hideous sandworm nearly 1,000 meters long lay on the wasteland. From the severely damaged environment all around, it was clear that a great battle had just taken place here. "We finally took this guy down." A hint of excitement appeared on Han Tabe's face. This sandworm was a mythical grade boss with a level as high as 270. Ever since the Shenlong Empire unified the entire No.007 God-forbidden land, their strength has advanced by leaps and bounds. In the past, they wouldn't have even dared to imagine defeating such a boss so quickly. Of course, aside from the XP bonuses that allowed them to level up rapidly, the improvements brought to them by the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce were also indispensable. Ever since Fujiu Tianjia went to the undead realm, the entire No.7 God-forbidden land could be said to have undergone a complete transformation. Nowadays, the likes of Sanchi Kingfeng and his team are all wearing at least mythical-grade equipment, with some even possessing Saint Extinction-grade gear. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't meet the attribute requirements, they would have long since equipped full sets of Saint Extinction gear. Such a thing, in the past, let alone for players like them, even the Shenlong Palace wouldn't have dared to dream of it. "We are still far too lacking." Sanchi Kingfeng cradled his Kingming sword, shook his head, and couldn't help but let that towering figure emerge in his mind. The reason they were able to kill this boss was entirely due to the god descent state. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have had the ability to break through the boss's domain. Naturally, there is no way to compare with the sovereign. Han Tabe also restrained his excitement. When he first entered the Myriad Worlds game, he had even thought about hunting down Bai Yi. Looking back now, that was simply like lighting a lantern in a latrine courting death. Fortunately, he was clever. After witnessing Bai Yi's strength, he chose to relocate his city for development at the very first opportunity. Although his level of wit was a bit inferior to Fujiu Tianxia's, he at least didn't walk down a path of self-destruction. Later, he joined Bai Yi's command, which eventually led to his current achievements. Every non-lifestyle player in the entire 7 God Forbidden Land has now joined the Bay Guild. Things that Haunted Bay didn't even dare to think about when he entered the game have now been easily realized. And all of this is because of the existence of that man. Let's go. We must seize the time to reach the max level, otherwise, the gap between us and the commander will only grow larger and larger. Sanchi King Feng stood up and led his team to start searching for the next boss. After Fujiu Tianjia entered the undead realm, what he brought to the No. 7 God Forbidden Land was not just equipment and resources. Most importantly, a great deal of information that was previously inaccessible is now circulating throughout the No. 7 God Forbidden Land. For instance, even after entering the myriad worlds, an SSS grade talent is still the strongest type of talent. Of course, this excludes Bai's unique forbidden grade talent, because that is one of a kind. In addition, there is information regarding the Law Sovereign Realm, the Path of Laws, and more, which players now have channels to understand. Sanchi King Feng and the others are eager to break through to the 10th tier Saint Extinction grade as soon as possible to begin comprehending the Path of Laws, before the group could leave the Sighing Wilderness. The system announcement that rang in their ears caused their footsteps to falter. Myriad World's Human Race Announcement. Congratulations to the Human Race Prodigy Bai for defeating the God Race Prodigy Juxiayu in the Prodigy Clash. This is hereby announced. Once this announcement was made, the entire No. 7 God Forbidden Land instantly boiled over. As expected of Boss Bai, he even defeated a God Race Prodigy. Incredible. The God Race is the #1 ranked race in the myriad worlds. I really can't imagine just how strong Boss Bai is now. By the time we walk out of the God Forbidden Land, won't Boss Bai already be invincible across the entire myriad worlds? Invincible is best. Thanks to Boss Bai's blessing, we can now consider ourselves playing a cracked version of the game. The human race's return to the myriad races ranking has allowed all players to be reborn. From the rankings, they also understood what kind of existence the God race was. The human race, ranked over 4,000th on the myriad races ranking, already received such exaggerated bonuses. How terrifying must the bonuses for the #1 ranked God race be? However, the announcement of Baiyu defeating the God race did not shock the players of the No. 7 God Forbidden Land in the slightest, because they had long since grown accustomed to the various miracles created by Baiyu. Every single person of the human race, upon hearing this announcement, couldn't help but puff out their chests. Baiyu is too strong, even Juxiayu is no match for him. Ha 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 ha. Good, so what if the God race is ranked first? They were still forcefully suppressed by our human race prodigy. With Baiyu leading us, our human race will surely be able to reach the pinnacle of the myriad races. I hope Baiyu can grow up quickly. Lately, there has been a feeling in the myriad worlds that a storm is coming. Humans across the myriad worlds, although they have never seen Baiyu, have become extremely familiar with this human prodigy through the repeated announcements. When Baiyu first became the human race prodigy, they were merely pleasantly surprised that a prodigy had finally emerged. How could they have imagined back then that this prodigy would be such a monster? Now that he has even taken down a God race prodigy, is the title of the myriad world's #1 prodigy far off? As long as Baiyu can grow up smoothly, the human race will inevitably rise again because of it. The reason individual strength cannot raise a race's ranking by much is simply because it isn't strong enough. As long as Baiyu is strong enough, he alone is sufficient to significantly boost the human race's ranking. For example, if Baiyu breaks through to become a rule sovereign, at that time, the racial bonuses granted by the myriad worlds game will surely cause the entire human race to be reborn, subsequently leading to the appearance of more geniuses. When Baiyu is strong, the human race is strong. When the human race is strong, Baiyu is even stronger. The two are mutually reinforcing. It can be said that as long as Baiyu does not fall, he is destined to lead the human race back to its peak, or even surpass its most prosperous era. After all, before the Great Cataclysm, powerful existences like the Space-Time Sovereign and the Wood Sovereign were not recognized as human by the myriad worlds because they had fused with other bloodlines. No matter how strong they were, they could not push the human race's ranking on the myriad race's ranking any further. The announcement of Bai defeating Juxiayu in the Prodigy Clash has greatly inspired the spirit of the entire human race. Countless human players who lived in dire straits in the past now have eyes filled with longing for a bright future. Their only worry now is that the powerhouses of the myriad races will act against Bai. After all, the rise of the human race's ranking will inevitably mean taking a slice of someone else's cake. This point is something no race would ever allow. Death Continent, Plains of Rest. This was an endless, vast plain where a single figure was flying at high speed, chasing after several figures ahead. Frost. Don't push your luck too far. Why the hell are you so invested in a zero reward mission? Don't think that just because you're of the demon race, you can do whatever you want. The figures in front were clearly no match for Frost, cursing as they fled. To this, the bounty hunter known as Frost remained silent, closing the distance steadily. However, the icy gaze beneath his mask and the palpable, substantive killing intent made the figures ahead feel a chill in their hearts. Chapter 843. The waves behind push the waves ahead. Bonus chapter. A moment later, several corpses already lay at Frost's feet. He was the frost-killing god that Bai had seen at the bounty hunter's home Longzi, bounty codename Frost. On the surface, he was disguised as a member of the demon race, his body radiating a dense demonic aura, but in reality, Longzi was the #1 genius of the human race before Bai appeared. Although he had missed out on the title of human prodigy because he was a late bloomer and no longer part of the new generation, his strength was beyond doubt. Even the current Aoshin and Zhu Xiaoyu were no match for Longzi. HMPH, if you dare to feed on my human kin, you must be prepared for annihilation. Longzi let out a cold snort, his divine power surging, instantly grinding the corpses at his feet into dust. These peak upper gods of the first or second rank were all members of the Nao race. This race was born with forearms, and those with exceptional talent could even grow up to 12. After the decline of the human race, this race often hunted humans, most enjoying tearing them apart while alive before consuming them. The Nao race was also among the bounty hunting missions posted by Bai. However, their ranking was much lower than that of the Rift race after the fall of the Rift Heaven Sovereign. The strongest existence in their entire race was only at the peak of the 6th rank Upper God realm. At the time, the mission Longzi had quietly accepted was to hunt the Nao race. Although Longzi's laws of destruction and laws of ice were only at the 3rd and 4th rank respectively, relying on the partial authority of destruction he had mastered, he was confident he could deal with the strongest of the Nao race, 11. Longzi silently counted the number. This was the number of Nao race powerhouses he had hunted over the past few days. Due to their covetousness for the soul-type rule treasure possessed by Bai, many Nao race powerhouses had come to the Death Continent, hoping to try their luck and fish in troubled waters. This allowed Longzi to hunt them more effectively. Next is Jirlin. Reviewing the intelligence he had gathered, Longzi moved his divine sense and took out a high-grade divine scroll. This was the Great World Tracking Scroll, but just as he was about to tear it open, a system announcement echoed in his ears. Myriad World's human announcement. Congratulations to the human prodigy Bai for defeating the god race prodigy Zhu Xiaoyu in the prodigy contest. This is hereby announced. This sudden announcement caused Longzi's movements to stall, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Zhu Xiaoyu was no longer a match for Bai. As the former strongest genius of the human race, Longzi had known quite a bit of information about the Myriad World's #1 prodigy, Zhu Xiaoyu. That opponent was the strongest prodigy who could rival a peak upper god while only at the peak of the middle god realm. To what extent had Bai's strength grown? Longzi suddenly had a feeling that he might not be a match for Bai anymore either. How could this guy's growth rate be so heaven-defying? For a moment, Longzi felt a complex mix of emotions. Bai's rapid increase in strength was naturally a good thing for the entire human race. But as the former #1 genius of the human race, he always felt like the waves behind pushing the waves ahead, and the waves ahead dying on the beach. He had originally intended to secretly help Bai lighten his burden and clear away some obstacles. Now it seemed that he, the senior, hadn't even exerted much effort before he was already about to fall behind. Hey! Longzi laughed at himself. Compared to Bai, he, the former #1 genius of the human race, was practically a joke. For the first time, He let go of the burden of being a genius, and suddenly felt that his state of mind was vastly different from the past. Even if I can't contribute much, I can't just do nothing. Collecting his thoughts, Longzi prepared to tear open the great world tracking scroll in his hand once more. But immediately after, his expression changed drastically. The divine scroll in his hand vanished instantly, replaced by a spear as black as ink. With the weapon in hand, Longzi felt no sense of security. He remained in a state of facing a formidable enemy. Did they come after all? A few days ago at the bounty hunter's home, he had discovered a faint mark on his body. Now, feeling that heart-palpitating power again, Longzi immediately understood what had happened. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Prompt: there is another killing god mark nearby. The next moment, a crimson figure appeared instantly in front of Longzi. The person who arrived was none other than Sumyubai, who had just watched Yu Xiaoyu and Aoshin depart. Bloomer and the others hadn't finished their business yet, so he decided to meet this former #1 genius of the human race. Sumyubai hadn't forgotten that the other party possessed a killing god mark. Calamity of myriad races. Longzi's pupils shrank, feeling his vision blur as he was instantly pulled into a dark space. He immediately deployed his divine domain, gripping the black spear in one hand while fiercely crushing a small formation disc with the other. Countless inscriptions condensed and instantly merged into the armor on his body. This was clearly a powerful defensive measure. Knowing that the calamity of myriad races possessed combat power at the level of a top-tier world lord, the fact that Longzi used this formation disc meant it must be capable of withstanding the opponent's attack. After successfully crushing the formation disc, Longzi felt a wave of relief in his heart. Immediately following that, another formation disc appeared in his hand. Fighting, he certainly couldn't win right now. His only thought was to escape. However, just as Longzi was about to crush the formation disc, he suddenly pulled back his strength, his pupils dilating as he stared at the figure strolling leisurely within his divine domain. At this moment, Sumyubai had already cancelled the disguise of Jianmi and restored his original appearance, and the name he had voluntarily revealed was the reason Longzi had stopped his actions. Bai. Today's bonus chapter is served, chapter 844. The fifth god-slaying mark. Bai. Looking at the name exposed by the figure before him, Longzi was stunned on the spot, unable to regain his senses for a long time. The calamity of 10,000 races was actually Bai. What kind of joke was this? The announcement from just a moment ago had let him know that Bai had already surpassed the god race prodigy, Yu Xiaoyu, at the same rank. But that was only at the same rank. Yet, who was the calamity of 10,000 races? That was a powerful existence who had hunted down Otis. His strength had definitely stepped into the level of a top-tier world lord. Now, suddenly learning that Bai was actually the calamity of 10,000 races, Longzi found it hard to accept for a moment. The junior he had always considered himself to be ahead of had actually left him far behind long ago. Although he was once the #1 prodigy of the human race, he had not yet entered the core circle of Feng Yuan and the others, to high-level figures like Feng Yuan. Although Longzi's strength had reached the peak of the upper god realm, as long as he lacked the combat power of a world lord, he was still a junior in need of cultivation. Moreover, information regarding Bai was the most core secret of the human race. Therefore, Longzi did not know what kind of realm Bai had actually reached today. In his understanding, Bai had only just broken through to the 11th tier Law Lord realm not long ago. Even if he had just defeated Yu Xiaoyu, it must have been because Yu Xiaoyu had his realm suppressed. Only at this moment did he realize that in this clash of prodigies with Yu Xiaoyu, it was actually Bai who had been the one with the suppressed realm. But, was this reasonable? Watching Longzi's dumbfounded expression, Sumyubai did not rush to speak. He knew very well that appearing before the other party with the identity of the calamity of 10,000 races would indeed take some time to process. Longzi's divine domain was filled with destructive divine power and frost divine power, and without anyone controlling it, it was autonomously suppressing Sumyubai. However, given his strength, he naturally wouldn't be affected in the slightest. Longzi's divine domain couldn't even break through the protective rule-based divine power on his skin. After all, Sumyubai's Death Rule Great Tao had already reached a 90% fusion level. which was completely incomparable to Longzi's. After a long while, Longzi finally calmed the shock in his heart and immediately controlled his divine domain to mark Sumubai as an ally. At the same time, he put away the pitch-black long spear and the formation disc in his hand. After taking a deep breath, he spoke with a somewhat dazed expression. I didn't expect to be left so far behind by you so quickly. Facing this sentence, Sumubai really didn't know what to say for a moment. Be humble. That would be no different from showing off, offer comfort. But how to comfort him? Should he say, "You're already very strong, but don't compare yourself to a cheater like me"? It seemed that no matter how he put it, it wouldn't be appropriate. Before coming here, Sumubai had already learned about Longzi through Old Man Feng. Therefore, he also understood the other party's character, if nothing else, in terms of dealing with those races that treated the human race as food. What Longzi had done was quite to Sumubai's liking. The last time a race was killed off the 10,000 races ranking, it was Longzi who did it. It was precisely because he was severely injured that time that Longzi had hidden back in the one forbidden divine land to recuperate for many years. It wasn't until Sumubai took the human prodigy announcement that he returned to the myriad worlds to venture out again, attempting to find an opportunity for a breakthrough within these last 10 years. The breakthrough Longzi wanted was naturally not in the aspect of the rule Great Tao. 10 years was simply too short for fusing a rule Great Tao. It was almost negligible. What he wanted was to elevate the portion of the destruction rule authority he mastered to the first level. At that time, his combat power would surely advance by leaps and bounds. As the former #1 genius of the human race, Longzi was indeed deeply struck by Bai Yi at this moment. But if he couldn't even withstand this bit of a blow, then that would truly be underestimating him. Before Sumubai could decide what to say, Longzi had completely accepted the fact and flashed to stand before Sumubai. At the same time, a blood-red emblem suddenly appeared in his palm. The moment the blood-red emblem appeared, the god-slaying mark within Sumubai's inner world, which was significantly more solid, began to tremble. The reason it was more solid was that it was the product of the fusion of 4 incomplete god-slaying marks. At this moment, as long as either one of them had the thought, the god-slaying space would instantly take shape and pull them both inside. However, it was clear that neither Bai Yi nor Longzi had any intention of opening the god-slaying space, because once one entered the god-slaying space, only one person could leave. For Longzi, Bai Yi was the future hope of the human race. Even if he could beat Bai Yi, he would never open the god-slaying space. And although Sumubai could leave the god-slaying space at any time, allowing both of them to survive, he did not do so. He wanted to see what Longzi would do, but Longzi's next actions and words left him slightly stunned. "You came here for this, didn't you?" As he spoke, Longzi raised his hand and actually handed this god-slaying mark directly to Sumubai. "Take it, it's yours now." The god-slaying mark flashed with blood-red light, trembling gently, and slowly floated up from Longzi's hand. Longzi withdrew his hand, but this treasure just floated quietly in front of Sumubai. At this moment, it was already an ownerless object. As long as Sumubai moved his divine sense, he could take it into his inner world and fuse it with the previous god-slaying mark. "Are you really willing to just give it up?" Sumubai did not reach out to take the mark of the god of slaughter, but instead raised an eyebrow and looked at Longzi. "Naturally, I am reluctant to part with it." Longzi was very candid, stating his inner thoughts directly. "However, I believe that only in your hands can it exert a greater effect." Having said that, he waved his hand and smiled. "Besides, with my strength, it is simply impossible for me to collect all the marks of the god of slaughter." Hearing this, Sumubai took a deep look at Longzi and raised his hand to grasp the mark of the god of slaughter. A flash of lingering attachment crossed the latter's eyes. "Bai Yi, I hope you can succeed in collecting all the marks of the god of slaughter." "All of them?" Sumubai smiled slightly. "Yes, it is said that a complete mark of the god of slaughter is enough to rival the scythe of the god of death." There was a hint of longing in Longzi's voice. Becoming the next god of slaughter had always been his goal. In his view, the strength of the god of slaughter was by no means weaker than the god of death Bach. It was just a pity that the two had never fought, which was why the god of slaughter had always refused to acknowledge the title of the strongest high god of the myriad worlds. Sighing, Longzi raised the communicator on his wrist. "Let's add each other as friends. I will send you the information on other powerhouses who possess the mark of the God of Slaughter." Notification: you have successfully added Frost God of Slaughter Longzi as a friend. Sumyubai immediately added Longzi as a friend, but he did not check the information sent by the other party right away. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the mark of the God of Slaughter in his palm, with a thought of his divine sense, catastrophe target. Mark of the God of Slaughter. Although he had previously possessed for marks of the God of Slaughter, those had all been promoted via free writing through the Asura mark. But this mark of the God of Slaughter from Longzi was different. This was one he had painstakingly collected 9 Asura marks to fuse together himself. In other words, Sumyubai could still perform a free writing promotion on this mark of the God of Slaughter. Chapter 845. The complete mark of the God of Slaughter, catastrophe target. Mark of the God of Slaughter. Notification: please select the promotion tier, Tier 1, Tier 2, or add a catastrophe trait to it. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to the Rule Level Supreme Treasure Down Mark of Destruction. No consumption. Option 2. Sublime it to the Destruction Rule Level Supreme Treasure World Annihilation. Consumes 1 trillion soul crystals. Option 3. Individually add a catastrophe trait to it. Consumes 9,000 soul power. These 6 individuals are all confirmed to possess a mark of the God of Slaughter, and among them, 2 are particularly worthy of attention. After sending the data, Longzi began to explain on his own. First is the Golden Winged Sovereign of the monster race. This guy is an out-and-out lunatic. He has even slaughtered many of his own kin. He is a powerhouse at the peak World Master level. Speaking of this, a flash of wariness crossed Longzi's eyes. I heard recently that he seems to have gone mad again. Though I don't know why. The Golden Winged Sovereign of the monster race, is it? Sumyubai nodded slightly. And who is the other one? While conversing, he looked at the virtual light screen before him and frowned. Below the 3 options, there were some additional notification messages. Please note, because the mark of the God of Slaughter is incomplete, it cannot withstand the immense energy of promotion and sublimation. If forced to upgrade, it will inevitably be annihilated directly. You will gain nothing, and the consumed resources cannot be refunded. As expected, an incomplete mark of the God of Slaughter was merely a law-level treasure and could not withstand the energy brought by catastrophe. Moreover, the cost to sublime it was only 1 trillion soul crystals. This was exactly the same as the cost he saw for sublimating the Death Cannon when he first entered the undead realm. At that time, the Death Cannon had only unleashed a small portion of its power. However, Sumyubai's furrowed brow led Longzi to believe that he found the Golden Winged Sovereign troublesome. With a solemn expression, he continued, "The Golden Winged Sovereign is indeed a bit troublesome, but the other one is even more so." Sumyubai immediately became interested. The Golden Winged Sovereign was already a powerhouse at the peak World Master level. Could there be someone even more troublesome than him? The world-annihilating titan of the Titan race Dolomide. When this name was mentioned, Longzi's voice dropped significantly. His strength is, without a doubt, ranked first among all world masters in the entire destruction realm. Unless you have absolute certainty, never provoke this guy. Longzi specifically warned him. The #1 world master of the destruction realm. A sharp glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. The gold content of this title might not compare to the strongest high god of the myriad worlds, but it was already high enough. Sumyubai actually wanted to see who was stronger between himself and this world-annihilating titan. In any case, the mark of the God of Slaughter could not be forcibly promoted. If he wanted to fuse a complete mark of the God of Slaughter, he would inevitably clash with the other party sooner or later. If he were to face a powerhouse like the God of Deathbok, the strongest high god of the myriad worlds, right now, Sumyubai might not die, but he had no confidence in defeating him. But a world master like Dolomide, the #1 of the destruction realm, would be the perfect opponent. Just as Sumyubai was about to close the details view of catastrophe, his expression suddenly froze, because he suddenly discovered that after the warning message he had just read, a line of small text had slowly emerged. After reading this line of small text, a strange look could not help but flash in Sumyubai's eyes. Notification. Because the mark of the God of Slaughter is an incomplete high-level law-level treasure, you can reduce the magnitude of the promotion to help it restore its completeness. Ever since he broke through to the 7th tier epic level, and the catastrophe talent gained the small catastrophe effect of adding a single catastrophe trait, it had never changed again, even later. When Sumyubai successively broke through to the 8th tier legendary level, 9th tier mythical level, 10th tier saint extermination level, and even the 11th tier law lord realm, it had failed to cause any changes to the catastrophe talent. Now, the appearance of such a notification for no apparent reason left Sumyubai feeling somewhat bewildered for a moment. Cataclysm, the talent can be used like this. This is a half-tier promotion. It was no wonder Sumyubai had only discovered this now. Only incomplete high-level low-grade treasures could be upgraded in such a manner. However, the high-level low-grade treasures he had encountered previously were all in their complete states. The original 4 marks of the God Slayer had all been obtained through the free ride promotion of the Asura mark. So Sumyubai had never even considered sublimating one of them before. Regardless, this was still good news. It was clearly better to obtain a high-level low-grade treasure like the mark of the God Slayer ahead of schedule. Sumyubai decisively moved his divine sense. Promote by half a tier. The next moment, countless amounts of energy appeared out of thin air, and the power of destruction laws converged, pouring entirely into the mark of the God Slayer in his palm. Compared to the spectacle of forging a rule supreme treasure, this commotion was like a drop in the ocean. But for Longzi, who had never witnessed such a scene, it was absolutely mind-boggling. What kind of method is this? The moment Sumyubai activated Cataclysm, Longzi's eyes widened, and he stared at the scene in disbelief. He could clearly perceive that the aura radiating from the mark of the God Slayer was rapidly becoming more powerful. Not only that, but as the energy and the power of the laws were injected, this blood-red emblem also became increasingly solid. At the same time, within Sumyubai's inner world, that mark of the God Slayer also rapidly turned illusory, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye, as if it had never existed at all. Last time, when he freeloaded the promotion for the Asura mark, Sumyubai hadn't paid much attention. This time, he finally experienced firsthand what it was like to have his own possessions forcibly seized and plundered by the Cataclysm talent. Before long, the blood-red emblem in Sumyubai's palm finished its promotion completely. Its color had turned so red it was almost black, and it radiated a dense fluctuation of destruction laws throughout its entire body. Notification: you have obtained the high-level low-grade treasure mark of the God Slayer. Mark of the God Slayer. High-level low-grade treasure. A requirement for full usage. Must have fully comprehended at least 10 destruction-type laws, including the Law of Slaughter, God Slayer Ash. In order to challenge Death God Bach, sought help from the Master of Destruction. With his assistance, he condensed his life's work to forge this high-level low-grade treasure. It allows a Master of Laws of the Destruction type to unleash even more powerful strength. Possessing the mark of the God Slayer makes it easier to mobilize destruction-type laws and rules, significantly reduces divine power consumption, and conversely, greatly increases the power of attacks. Ash's lifelong regret was that just as he finished forging the mark of the God Slayer, Bach had already fallen. This is a complete mark of the God Slayer. Longzi couldn't help but exclaim, "How did you do that?" It wasn't that he was making a fuss over nothing, it was because such a thing was simply too inconceivable. The mark of the God Slayer was a one-of-a-kind treasure in the myriad worlds. Only by collecting all 9 incomplete marks of the God Slayer could one successfully fuse them into a whole. Yet today, he had just witnessed a miracle. Bai Yi had actually made an incomplete mark of the God Slayer complete out of thin air. What kind of heaven-defying method was this? Chapter 846. The Shattered Star Sea Uprising. Bonus Chapter: The Destruction Domain. Shattered Star Sea. This was not just a certain region, but a great world. Here, there were no divine kingdoms, no secret realms. There were only endless shattered stars. The so-called sea was composed of these shattered stars. Countless epochs ago, this place was also an extremely prosperous great world, though its name could no longer be verified. A great war had completely reduced this great world into the Shattered Star Sea. Violent destruction laws and destruction divine power permeated the entire Shattered Star Sea. Normally, without the strength of a Master of Laws, It would be impossible to survive in the Shattered Star Sea. However, the rules of the Great World had left room for players of various races to survive. Outside every shattered star, there was a layer of barrier protecting the star fragments from the influence of the destruction divine power. Thus, various buildings rose from the shattered stars, making this great world full of vitality once again. Even so, those who dared to venture into the Shattered Star Sea were all powerhouses at the Master of Law's level. And the culprit behind all of this was the current Lord of the Shattered Star Sea, Dolomite, a world-destroying titan born of the Titan race. The number of titans was no greater than that of the pure-blooded dragon race, yet they still ranked fourth on the myriad races list. One could imagine just how strong the individual power of this race was. Although this race was massive in size and possessed exaggerated strength, they were extremely observant of rules and order. Of course, the rules and order they observed were those established within the Titan race itself. Some of these were not exactly good news for weaker races, but regardless, as long as one did not violate the rules and order of the Titan race, they usually would not take action against other living beings once violated. Even if the other party was from the God race, they would strike without hesitation. To put it bluntly, this race was just incredibly stubborn. Only Dolomite was an outlier among the Titans. His innate destruction-type talent made him temperamental, and he never disdained to follow rules and order. Therefore, just as he broke through to the Master of Law's level, Dolomite was expelled by the Titan race. From then on, the legend of the world-destroying Titan officially began to be written, until he fought the original Lord of the Shattered Star Sea, completely shattered the entire Great World, successfully ascended to the position of Lord of the Shattered Star Sea, and reached the pinnacle of the entire destruction domain. Of course, the so-called pinnacle did not include the rule sovereigns. Since reaching the pinnacle of the destruction domain, Dolomite had surprisingly stopped destroying worlds everywhere, as if he had been attracted by something and had gone silent. The Shattered Star Sea also ushered in a long period of tranquility. However, his reputation continued to circulate throughout the myriad worlds to this day. For countless eons, the world lords of the destruction realm have changed from time to time. Yet the position of the world lord of the Shattered Star Sea has never been coveted by anyone. The reputation of the world-ending titan is evident from this alone. However, the moment Sumubai activated Catastrophe, the tranquility of the Shattered Star Sea was suddenly shattered. Rumble, in an instant, the destruction rules and destruction divine power of the entire Shattered Star Sea erupted into chaos. Every single star fragment began to tremble. What happened? Wasn't it said that the Shattered Star Sea is very safe right now? Why is it like this the moment I arrive? The last time this happened, it was the last time. Damn it. Can't you just say what happened last time? Last time. It was because the World Lord was enraged and killed another World Lord. Holy crap. We aren't going to die in the aftermath, are we? Across the endless star fragments, a large number of players looked up at the trembling barrier, their hearts filled with extreme panic. But they knew very well that under such terrifying power, there was no chance of running away. Now, they could only silently pray that the guy who angered the World Lord would die quickly. If the death was too slow, the entire Shattered Star Sea might be affected. However, the players in the Shattered Star Sea soon let out a long sigh of relief, because the rioting destruction rules and destruction divine power had unexpectedly calmed down very quickly. Phew. It seems the guy this time didn't even last a single move. That was close. I felt like I saw my great-grandmother just now. The Shattered Star Sea is not a place for dogs to stay. Since it's safe now, I'm running for it. Running now. Aren't you afraid that the World Lord will go crazy again as soon as you leave the Shattered Stars? Then I'd better wait and see for a while. If it's not for dogs, then it's for me. On the western edge of the Shattered Star Sea, the stars here were completely broken into pieces of meteorites, and there were no living beings present at all. The only sign of life came from the center of the meteorite region. Dolomite stood tall in the vast starry sky, his pitch-black pupils as huge as to stars, yet like to black holes, as if they were about to swallow and destroy everything. The meteorite belt lingering around him looked as inconspicuous as grains of sand. With every gesture, this giant could easily crush stars. The commotion in the Shattered Star Sea just now was caused by Dormide's rage. But at this moment, the killing intent in his eyes had completely subsided. Dormide raised his hand to look at the back of it. A look of shock flashing through his ink-black pupils. Just a moment ago, there had been a blood-red down mark there. That was the god-slaying mark he had mastered, and not just one, but two. Even a rule sovereign couldn't do something like this. Who exactly is it? Although Dormide was extremely furious, he also clearly knew that he was by no means the opponent's match, because the moment he sensed the god-slaying mark disappearing, he had mobilized all his power to try and stop it. Clearly, Dormide had failed. No matter what methods he used, he could only watch helplessly as the god-slaying mark completely vanished without a trace. And from beginning to end, he hadn't been able to sense the aura of any other living being. Such a method was unprecedented, and even for Dormide, the #1 world lord of the destruction realm. His heart was filled with lingering fear. This time, the opponent's target was the god-slaying mark. If the target became him next time, what would the result be? After pondering for a moment, his body size rapidly shrank, and he then disappeared from where he stood. This matter must be investigated clearly. He would start the investigation with Jinkai. Extra update for today, Chapter 847. ISQ. Do you want it? Death Continent. Plains of Rest. Inside the dark space, Sumyubai and the other were within Longzi's divine domain. This is a complete god-slaying mark. Longzi couldn't help but exclaim. How did you do it? The worldview he had formed over more than an eon completely collapsed at this moment. A complete god-slaying mark was a top-tier treasure comparable to the Scythe of Death. How on earth did Bai manage to restore it to its complete state? Could it be that he had already collected the other god-slaying marks? Thinking of this, Longzi's pupils widened, and he said in disbelief, "You were actually able to snatch the god-slaying mark from Dormide, HMM." Sumyubai was slightly stunned upon hearing this. Did this guy imagine things on his own again? It was no wonder Longzi was imagining things, after all, let alone high-level low-grade treasures. Even ordinary low-grade treasures required a massive amount of time and materials to be forged. The effect of catastrophe completely surpassed the scope of Longzi's cognition. It was simply not something he could understand. Sumyubai thought for a moment, nodded, and smiled. It was indeed snatched. It's just that my method of snatching things might be completely different from what you imagine. Of course. Sumyubai did not say the second half of the sentence. It seems I still underestimated your strength. Longzi did not expect that the strength revealed by the identity of calamity of 10,000 races was not even all of Bai's power. To be able to snatch something from Dormide's hands, what kind of concept was that? And the most important thing was that after being robbed, Dormide didn't even have any reaction. In other words, it was highly likely that Bai possessed the strength to crush Dormide, the world-ending titan. But Dormide was already the #1 world lord of the destruction realm. Apart from the rule sovereigns, for countless eons, there were only two people who could crush him at the same cultivation level. The god of death Bak, the god of slaughter Ash. Now, did Bai actually possess strength comparable to these two legendary figures? As for the rule sovereigns, Longzi didn't even think in that direction. If Bai had truly broken through to the rule sovereign realm, then the human race's ranking on the 10,000 races list wouldn't be over 4,000th. Wait, the ranking. Thinking up to this point, Longzi suddenly discovered a blind spot. If Bai's realm had truly reached the level of being on par with the god of death and the god of slaughter, why hadn't the human race's ranking risen? Just as Longzi was struggling to make sense of the situation, Sumyubai suddenly spoke up, interrupting his train of thought. Sumyubai reached out his hand, just as he had done before. Do you want it? Resting on his palm was the complete mark of the slaughter god, so red it was almost black. What did you say? Longzi was suddenly unsure if he was suffering from auditory hallucinations. His heart was already bleeding from having just given away an incomplete mark of the slaughter god. How could anyone so easily hand over the complete version of the mark of the slaughter god to someone else? Longzi's reaction made Sumyubai chuckle, and he repeated, word for word, I asked you, do you want it? Confirming it wasn't a hallucination, Longzi couldn't help but point to himself. Are you really prepared to give this treasure to me? That's right. Sumyubai nodded. I believe that it can only exert its true power in your hands. Why did that sentence sound so familiar? Longzi was stunned. Then suddenly realized wasn't that the exact line he had just said himself. But the complete mark of the slaughter god was not something that the incomplete version he had just given away could compare to. After struggling internally for a moment, Longzi still didn't reach out to take it, shaking his head instead. My strength is far too inferior to yours, you should keep it. Sumyubai could clearly sense the struggle in his eyes as he spoke. If my friend were here, he would definitely say you're being overly sentimental. Sumyubai teased him, then directly shoved the mark of the slaughter god into Longzi's hand. Take it if I give it to you. I haven't even mastered the law of slaughter, let alone the rule of destruction. I can't use this thing anyway. The friend he referred to was, naturally, Bing Xuan. If that guy were here, he would certainly have had a few things to say about Longzi's hesitation. Sumyubai didn't set any conditions, he truly just felt that the mark of the slaughter god was best suited for Longzi. It was just like how he had helped you to upgrade the soul-seizing and spirit-snatching divine needle. Of course, if Longzi hadn't acted the way he did earlier, Sumyubai wouldn't have offered it to him voluntarily. Reciprocity is the essence of such interactions. As for the value of the gift, in Sumyubai's eyes, it was completely irrelevant. As someone who was essentially cheating with the system, would he care about such a trifle? Longzi looked down at the mark of the slaughter god in his hand and spoke slowly. You are completely different from what I imagined. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. In your imagination, what should I have been like? Longzi pondered for a moment. A peerless genius like you, in my view, should be arrogant and untamable. Are you like that too? Sumyubai smiled. And Longzi was instantly stunned. Before I appeared, weren't you the strongest genius of the human race? The strongest genius? Longzi shook his head with a bitter smile. Compared to a monster like you, what kind of genius am I? As he spoke, he took a deep breath, as if he had made a decision. Before I met you, I had thought about becoming your guardian. Now it seems, with my meager strength, I have no such qualification. If you don't mind, how about you let me become your follower from now on? Are you sure? Sumyubai looked at Longzi with some surprise. Good grief. It was rare for him to take a liking to someone and give away a treasure without asking for anything in return. And now the other party wanted to offer themselves up, I am sure. A spark of light suddenly appeared in Longzi's eyes. I have a feeling that only by following by your side will I be able to see a wider world. Meeting by you today had completely shattered Longzi's definition of a genius. It also made him clearly realize that there were monsters like Bai Yi in the myriad worlds. In his view, following Bai Yi was not a shameful thing at all. On the contrary, it might be the most correct decision he would ever make in his life. As Longzi firmly uttered the word sure, a pleasant system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ears. Notification. The Frost Slaughter God Longzi has sworn allegiance to you. Do you accept him as your follower? Naturally, Sumyubai had no reason to refuse. So, he immediately chose to accept. Notification. Congratulations. You have successfully contracted the Frost Slaughter God Longzi as a follower. Current limit for followers at the current realm. 1. Spirit Realm Demon God Bloomer. 2. Frost Slaughter God Longzi. 3. Mystic Thunder Dragon Emperor Aoshin. 4. Nirvana Witch God Brian. 5. Fallen Angel Yulan. 6. Holy Light Angel Lingyu. After breaking through to the upper god realm, Sumyubai's follower limit had increased to 12. The ranking of followers was not determined by the length of time they had followed him, but by their strength. Clearly, Bloomer, an existence with the strength of a top-tier world lord, was the strongest among Sumyubai's followers. After Longzi joined the ranks of followers, he immediately surpassed Aoshin to become the second strongest. Even Brian's title had changed, without him noticing. From Witch God to Nirvana Witch God. Clearly, he had been quite busy in the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom during this time. Chapter 848. Who gave you the guts? Undead Realm. Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Although Sumyubai hadn't been gone for long, the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom had already undergone earth-shaking changes. Before leaving, Sumyubai had used Death Authority's soul amplification to grant Brian the ability to control the Golden Scourge Legion. Having broken through to the upper god realm and begun to integrate the great Tao of the Death Rule, Brian no longer needed to personally maintain the opening of the emergency wartime portals. At this moment, what remained in the Frost Prison Divine Palace was a mid-god under his control. Through the latter, Brian used his authority as the Kingdom Lord to deploy a large number of the Golden Scourge Legion into various planets, small worlds, and secret realms. The masters of these worlds were all races from that original death list. Feng Yuan and the other high-level leaders might not be able to spare the manpower at this stage, but Sumu Bai already possessed the strength to do so. Brian was now a blade in his hand. The human race's revenge against the Blood Clan, the Werewolf Clan, and other such races officially began from the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, southern border. A figure tore through the dark space and arrived. The immense power displayed enough to shake the entire Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Ancestor, you've finally come. That Brian is simply unreasonable. If you had arrived any later, Ancestor, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been able to see us anymore. Ancestor, you must avenge us. HMPH, the Ancestor broke through to the upper god realm tens of epochs ago. That Brian only just broke through. He has nothing to fear. With the Ancestor making a move, Brian will surely have no way to escape this time. He has targeted our race so relentlessly. Even if the Ancestor strikes him down, I imagine the World Master won't say anything. The moment this figure appeared, a hidden space suddenly opened, and a large number of creatures flew out from within. They were short in stature with dark skin, a single horn on their heads, exposed fangs, and ferocious expressions. This race was known as the Dwarf Demon Clan, rank 9. 758th on the myriad races list. Their overall strength was not even as good as the Nile clan that Longzi had set his sights on. Although their name contained the word demon, they had absolutely no connection to the demon race and were not a branch of the demon race like the Succubus clan. Yet, this weak race had captured, slaughtered, and kept humans in captivity for over 9 epochs, a number no less than that of the Blood Clan or the Werewolf Clan. Furthermore, in essence, the Dwarf Demon Clan differed from the other races on the death list. When the human race was at its peak, they had never paid any attention to this race, nor had they ever suppressed them. But when the human race fell into decline, the Dwarf Demon Clan began to capture human players in large numbers, slaughtering and keeping them in captivity for their own amusement. In the past, they held no hatred for the human race. Their later actions were purely out of a sadistic love for bullying the weak. In the eyes of the Dwarf Demon Clan, slaughtering and keeping the once mighty human race in captivity satisfied their twisted pleasures. For some time now, like all the races on the death list, they had been hunted everywhere by the Golden Calamity Legion controlled by Brian. Now, reinforcements had finally arrived. The Dwarf Demon Powerhouse, addressed as the Ancestor, had a gaunt face and held a curved blade nearly as long as his own body. Cold light flickering in his eyes. The mere Kingdom Lord, daring to hunt my Dwarf Demon Clan like this, who gave him the courage? He was not the strongest of the Dwarf Demon Clan. The reason he was sent to provide support was entirely because he had originated from this place. It was just that back then, this place was not called the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, and the Kingdom Lord was not Brian. The dwarf demons currently in the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom were all his descendants, many of whom even shared blood ties with him. The dwarf demon ancestor extended his divine soul, intending to locate Brian's aura, but the next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he shouted sharply, "Who, to hunt you down? I don't need anyone to give me the courage." A cold voice rang out, and a figure clad in a black cloak crossed the starry sky, appearing before the dwarf demon ancestor in an instant. "You are Brian." The dwarf demon ancestor sneered, and before his words had even faded, he slashed out with the curved blade in his hand. "A mere junior who just reached the early stage of the upper god realm. And you dare to put on airs in front of this deity? Brian is dead for sure, ancestor. Don't let him run away. You all underestimate the ancestor too much. I bet Brian won't even be able to take a single blow." Brian's appearance caused the dwarf demon players in the starry sky to retreat far away. However, they did not flee. Instead, they began to watch the battle from a distance. In their view, since the ancestor had arrived, Brian absolutely could not survive. But what happened next caused this starry sky to instantly fall into a deathly silence. Swish! First, a dim blade light flashed and vanished. Crack! Immediately following, a crisp snapping sound echoed. Just as the group of dwarf demon players prepared to celebrate, they discovered in horror that the weapon in their ancestor's hand had instantly snapped into pieces. Not only that, but the next moment, the ancestor's own body was sliced diagonally in half. As the dense power of death eroded him, the dwarf demon ancestor didn't even manage to let out a scream before he completely perished. It was indeed true that he couldn't take a single blow. It was just that the one who couldn't take it wasn't Brian, but the dwarf demon ancestor. The gap in strength between the two was clearly so exaggerated that Brian didn't even need to enter the dark space, because he wasn't worried in the slightest about destroying the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom due to an inability to control his divine power. He merely mobilized the Law of Death and swung the Scythe of the Death God once, directly causing the dwarf demon ancestor's body and soul to be obliterated. His divine soul and divine body were completely annihilated by the Law of Death, leaving no possibility of resurrection. HMPH, I thought I might catch a big fish, but this is it. Brian let out a disdainful cold snort and waved his hand to collect the divine spark and other spoils of war. A mere old ghost who just broke through to the late stage of the upper god realm, daring to come to my Frost Prison Divine Kingdom to stir up trouble. I don't know who gave you the courage. After being enhanced by Sumyubai's cataclysm, although Brian was only at the early stage of the upper god realm, he had already begun to fuse with the great Tao of the Law of Death. Normally, due to the gaps in divine power, divine soul, and divine body, his combat power would still be some distance away from a true peak-level upper god. But as someone belonging to Sumyubai, how could he not have a few good things on him? The existence of the Scythe of the Death God ensured that Brian's strength would never be at the bottom among peak-level upper gods. The dwarf demon ancestor had only just broken through to the late stage of the upper god realm, facing Brian. He had absolutely no power to fight back. This was the terrifying nature of Cataclysm. Before breaking through to the upper god realm, Brian was not on the same level as Yu Xiaoyu and Aoshin at all. Yet now, in terms of the laws of the Great Tao, he had already surpassed both of them. As long as he could grasp the power of authority, Brian would be fully qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with the prodigies of the undead race. It was just a pity that, lacking any background, he had only just learned that an old antique like himself had long since lost the qualifications to compete for the title of a prodigy. However, Brian was not discouraged, because his current goal was to become the next god of death. Glancing at the Scythe of the Death God in his hand, Brian's figure vanished from where he stood. At the same time, surrounding the group of dwarf demon players who were preparing to flee in a panic, a massive number of golden scourge legions appeared in an instant. Since they hadn't hooked a big fish, these baits naturally lost their reason for existence. Their only value now was to transform into new scourge skeletons after death. Further strengthening the Golden Scourge Legion, Chapter 849, The Great Purge begins. Bonus Chapter, Frost Prison Divine Palace. Upon the empty divine throne, Brian's figure slowly materialized. Greetings, Lord Sovereign. Below, dozens of true gods immediately knelt on one knee, paying their respects to Brian. After Sumyubai had left, Brian no longer had to worry about exposing so many secrets. So, he naturally had to find some subordinates for himself. How is the situation now? Brian sat upright on the throne, his black cloak long gone, replaced by an exquisite gray-black battle armor. A dense aura of death swirled around his body. He kept the Scythe of the Death God in his hand at all times, attempting to master a portion of the death authority through it. The Brian of this moment was the high-spirited sovereign of Frost Prison. Gone was the timid, subservient appearance he had worn while by Sumyubai's side. As Brian's voice fell, a median god immediately stepped forward, reporting to the sovereign. All targets within our Frost Prison Divine Kingdom have been eliminated. Well done. Brian nodded slightly. The first mission entrusted to him by the master had been completed. With the authority of a sovereign, the efficiency of the Golden Scourge Legion was incredibly high. As long as the numbers were sufficient, they could fully attack a multitude of small worlds simultaneously. Following this period of bloody slaughter, Brian's reputation had already resounded throughout several neighboring divine kingdoms, and his control over the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom had reached an unprecedented level. The only pity was that because the heaven-splitting emperor had fallen within the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, He had never been able to catch any big fish of significant weight. The dwarf demon ancestor from just moments ago was considered quite decent among the fish that had taken the bait. This performance quota is really quite difficult to meet, sigh. Brian sighed in his heart, then slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping over the true gods below as he narrowed his eyes slightly. Tell me, with this sovereign's current strength, is the territory of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom a bit too small? The sovereign is planning to expand the territory. Hearing this, all the true gods present felt a jolt in their hearts, followed by an eruption of excitement in their eyes as they immediately chimed in. With Lord Sovereign's strength, it would not be an exaggeration for the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom to expand 100-fold. Sovereign, how about we choose the Black Mist Divine Kingdom as our first target? I have acquaintances over there that loot too. You underestimate Lord Sovereign too much. With the might of the Golden Scourge Legion, how could we possibly only go to war with one divine kingdom? Sausage. You were right. I was being too conservative. Expanding the territory was a magnificent thing for the generals of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Do you not see that the vast majority of powerful families rose to prominence through warfare? As long as they could participate, who knows, perhaps in a few more epochs, their own families could produce someone like the sovereign of a divine kingdom. Moreover, they had all witnessed Brian's strength with their own eyes during this period, coupled with the near-infinite number of the Golden Scourge Legion. The Frost Prison Divine Kingdom was fully capable of sweeping through the surrounding divine kingdoms. The Realm Master would not interfere in the disputes between divine kingdoms within the undead realm. And apart from the races on the death list, the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom would not exterminate other creatures. To them, even if they were defeated, it was merely a change of ruler. Looking at the fiery-eyed subordinates below, Brian raised the scythe of the death god in his hand and declared loudly, "In that case, follow this sovereign to war." As his voice fell, an emergency wartime portal opened, and everyone present could not help but gasp. This portal led to a certain border of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. There, one could find transport channels leading to multiple neighboring countries. But through the portal, they could only see a dense, endless army of skeletons. The entire starry sky had been dyed a golden hue, yet the roar of death, dense to the extreme, made everyone's heart tremble. Following Brian across the emergency wartime portal, these true gods realized that what they had seen before was only a tiny fraction. Looking out, they could see nothing but an ocean of golden skeletons. Brian took a step forward, arriving at the very top of the Golden Scourge Legion. Behind him were a vast number of Death Knights and Lich Lords, and the number of other undead unit types reached into the billions. But compared to the infinite golden skeletons, they seemed insignificant. However, the strongest among them were the fewest in number, the Golden Bone Dragon Emperors. Although the 9 golden divine dragons lacked flesh and blood, the dragon might they exuded was no less than that of the pure-blooded dragon race. Sumubai was not just talking when he said he would wash the races on the death list in blood. The Golden Scourge Legion was the sharp blade he had left for Brian. Now that Brian had purged the interior of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, it was naturally time to start cleaning up other divine kingdoms. Looking at the black hole-like transport channel ahead, Brian waved his hand. March. The Great Purge within the undead realm officially began. Death Continent, Sighing Plains. Within the dark space, Longzi pays respects to Lord Baiyi. After signing the follower contract, Longzi immediately knelt on one knee before Sumubai. Rise. Sumubai lifted his hand slightly, his divine power of death extending to help Longzi up. Next, do not be surprised. As he spoke, the Death Codex appeared in his palm, and with a thought from Sumubai's divine sense, a gray-black orb of light condensed and instantly submerged into the center of Longzi's brow. Death Authority Bestowal. At the same time, Sumubai's gaze fell once again upon the God-slaying mark in Longzi's hand. Catastrophe. Target. God-slaying mark. Today's extra update is here. Chapter 850. Longzi's expectation. Next, do not be surprised. As Sumubai spoke, the Death Codex appeared in his palm. Following a movement of his divine sense, a gray-black orb of light condensed and instantly submerged into the center of Longzi's brow. Death Authority Bestowal. Notification. Do you confirm the target for bestowal, making them your believer? This instance of death bestowal was different from when he had previously made Bloomer a believer. At this moment, the power of authority within the Death Codex had already recovered. So Sumyubai no longer needed to consume soul fragments. The moment Longzi saw the Death Codex, his pupils constricted sharply. At such close range, he could clearly sense that what Baiyi held was definitely the complete version of the Death Codex, not the Book of Death. Immediately after, that gray-black orb of light submerged into his brow. Notification. Do you accept the bestowal from the Death Sovereign Baiyi? Notification. By accepting the bestowal, you will gain the ability to activate the Divine Descent state and become a believer of the Death Sovereign Baiyi, never to betray him for the rest of your life. Click to view details. Death Sovereign, a believer. The system notification ringing in his ears left Longzi incomparably shocked. Is this the power of the Death Codex? Baiyi has clearly not yet broken through to the 12th tier Rule Sovereign realm, yet he is already able to use some of the abilities of a Rule Sovereign. Choosing to follow him was truly the most correct decision. Longzi sighed inwardly. And just as he was about to accept, he suddenly froze, because he felt another powerful surge of energy appearing out of thin air. This is... Longzi looked abruptly at Sumyubai, his eyes filled with astonishment. The complete God-slaying mark can actually be improved further. A second ago, Sumyubai's gaze had happened to fall once again upon the God-slaying mark in his hand. Catastrophe target. God-slaying mark. Notification. Please choose the promotion grade, Tier 1 to Tier 2, or add a catastrophe trait to it. Click to view details. Add the catastrophe trait separately. Notification. You have lost 900,000 soul power. Current soul power, 6.98 million. 6.98 million. Sumyubai's soul power was consumed by 900,000 in an instant, and the catastrophe talent immediately took effect, condensing a massive amount of mysterious energy out of thin air and injecting it into the God-slaying mark. So, the previous improvement was not yet lowered by his limit. Longzi finally understood why the other party had suddenly warned him not to be surprised. But such an inconceivable thing would shock anyone, wouldn't it? Feeling the God-slaying mark in his palm undergoing some kind of special change, Longzi steadied himself, finally calmed the surprise in his heart, and hurriedly accepted Sumyubai's bestowal. In an instant, a majestic figure appeared within his soul, and it became clearer and clearer. The Death Sovereign Baiyi, at this moment, became Longzi's faith. Because a follower contract had already been signed, Longzi's faith was exceptionally firm and fanatical. In the dark, he could feel that there was some kind of connection between himself and the Sovereign. It was precisely because of the existence of this connection that his inner prayers could be sensed by Sumyubai, thereby allowing him to bestow divine grace. This was the principle behind the Divine Descent state. Notification. You have added one fanatic believer and gained 100 points of death power. With the human believers in his internal world, the death power brought by a single fanatic believer was already negligible to Sumyubai. However, every fanatic believer could borrow a portion of the Death Sovereign's power, which was a significant combat force. Moreover, when they borrowed power, it did not affect Sumyubai's own strength, because divine grace actually originated from the great Tao of Death Rules, not from Sumyubai himself. It would only have a slight impact on him once he broke through to the Rule Sovereign realm, truly ascended to the throne of the Death Sovereign, and became the embodiment of the Death Rules. But by that time, what would the power borrowed by a believer at the upper God realm even matter to a supreme God? At that point, let alone one or two, even thousands or hundreds would find it difficult to shake the complete great Tao of Death Rules. But for now, the Divine Descent state could allow Longzi to erupt with more powerful strength in a short period. Coupled with the complete God-slaying mark, Longzi, now entering an explosive state, could completely and easily kill his former self in seconds. This was because the God-slaying mark had now also been separately imbued with the catastrophe trait by Sumyubai. Notification. You have successfully added the catastrophe trait separately to the high-level low-grade treasure God-slaying mark. As that mysterious energy was completely absorbed by the God-slaying mark, Longzi finally saw the changes to this high-level low-grade treasure. When he saw the additional information on the God-slaying mark panel, he was completely stunned. Catastrophe trait. 1. The amplification effect of the God-slaying mark on destruction-type laws is increased by 100%. 2. You can borrow a portion of the God-slaying power through the God-slaying mark to increase your own strength. The improvement effect depends on your own strength, the power of the God-slayer. Longzi couldn't help but murmur. This effect seemed somewhat similar to the Divine Descent state. Moreover, Divine Descent borrowed the power of a rule sovereign, which was definitely not something the God-slayer could compare to. But there was simply no comparison between the two. The Divine Descent state could be activated by any believer, and the amount of power each person could borrow was very small. However, the power of the God-slayer was something that only Longzi could borrow. As his own strength continued to improve, the amount of power he could borrow would only grow. Every time he borrowed it, he could feel the rules integrated by the God of Slaughter and the power of the authority he held more clearly. This was quite literally a shortcut to ascending to the throne of the God of Slaughter. But what Longzi found most inconceivable was something else entirely. The God of Slaughter Ash had clearly already fallen. Even when a ruler of rules falls, their believers lose their faith and can no longer trigger the God's descent state. Yet now, he was actually able to borrow the power of a fallen God of Slaughter through the mark of the Slaughter God. Where on earth did this power come from? And how did Lord Baiyu manage to do it? Sumyu Bai was already accustomed to the expression on Longzi's face. Everyone who had never interacted with him before would go through the process of having their worldview reshaped. This was inevitable. After all, who else possessed a unique forbidden-level talent as heaven-defying as Cataclysm? Whether it was Longzi or Bloomer, they would eventually get used to it. It really is the same as the Cataclysm characteristic of the Scythe of the Death God. Looking at the panel of the Mark of the Slaughter God, Sumyu Bai nodded slightly. However, this remark made Longzi freeze once again. Lord, you even found the Scythe of the Death God. I did, though I didn't exactly find it. Sumyu Bai recalled the event and spoke slowly. The Scythe of the Death God was a reward from the Myriad Worlds game when I killed a true god of an alien race while being at a lower rank. Hearing this, Longzi immediately remembered that announcement from back then. Only at that time, he never could have imagined that the reward for that announcement would be the Scythe of the Death God. The strongest high-level low-grade treasure, of course. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have had the ability to obtain it. Killing a true god while at a lower rank meant successfully slaying a god while below the level of a ruler of rules. The difficulty of such a feat was truly heaven-defying. As expected of Lord Sovereign, Longzi's eyes were filled with admiration. Sumyu Bai smiled slightly. All right, no need for the flattery. The Scythe of the Death God is with Brian. I'll have you to meet once he's finished with his business. Brian? Longzi nodded, silently noting the name and looking forward to meeting Brian. He wondered if he and Brian could complete the peak battle that the previous Death God and God of Slaughter had failed to finish. To engage in a peak battle, the prerequisite was for each of them to become the next Death God and God of Slaughter. In this regard, the current Longzi was full of confidence. Chapter 851. The Ocean of Supreme Divine Power, Death Continent, City of Extinction. The core crystal building of the Death Domain Bank headquarters, a spatial portal appeared, and Sumyu Bai returned to the living room of Bloomer's villa. As the object of Bloomer's allegiance, Sumyu Bai naturally possessed the authority to enter and exit this place at will. After obtaining the Death Domain Master's token, Sumyu Bai had mastered a portion of the Domain Master's authority, allowing him to open portals to any location within the Death Domain at will. Now, within the Death Domain, he didn't even need to use the Wheel of Time and Space to change his location. After all, for the time being, Sumyu Bai had not yet begun to integrate the space rules. He had always been borrowing the power within the Wheel of Time and Space, and he couldn't even borrow it fully. How could such power compare to the authority of a Domain Master? As for Longzi, after accepting the mark of the Slaughter God, he had set off again to continue hunting down the powerhouses of the Nile race. Now that he had an additional high-level low-grade treasure and several new trump cards, he could unleash even greater strength. And he even wanted to take on more difficult hunting missions. With the Legion's contract in place, Sumyu Bai could summon him whenever he needed. Not back yet. Looking at the empty living room, Sumyu Bai couldn't help but frown. It seemed that even with the authority of a director, it was no easy task to withdraw such a massive amount of resources from the Death Domain Bank headquarters all at once. Shaking his head, Sumyu-bai flashed into the cultivation room and raised his hand to summon the Wheel of Time and Space. Time rules time acceleration 1000x in an instant. The flow of time within the cultivation room was altered, however. The time acceleration here would not overlap with the one inside Sumyu-bai's internal world. The current limit for acceleration in his internal small world was 500 times. If he wanted to improve further, Sumyu-bai would have to truly begin integrating the time rules, otherwise, he could only mobilize so much of the power within the Wheel of Time and Space. It was just that Sumyu-bai's godhood was currently only at the intermediate level, capable of bearing only one rule Great Tao. The Death Rule Great Tao was entrusted within the Sea of Death, while the Fate Rule Great Tao, which he had just begun to integrate, was entrusted within his godhood. Without a rule treasure capable of hosting other rule Great Taos, Sumyu-bai was temporarily unable to master any new ones. But this didn't matter. After all, even if he had leveled up for free, it would only have been integrating a certain rule Great Tao to the 1% 0 mark stage, which wouldn't increase Sumyu-bai's current combat power. What he needed to do now was to break through to the peak upper god realm as quickly as possible while integrating the 2 rule Great Taos he had already mastered to a higher degree, especially the Fate Rule Great Tao, which was currently only 15.01% integrated. My soul has the Sea of Death, and my divine body has the World Tree, so all that remains is divine power. Sumyu-bai sat cross-legged. His soul was constantly enduring the soul impact of the Sea of Death, and his divine body was also growing stronger under the nourishment of the World Tree. To break through, the only thing Sumyu-bai needed to do was absorb a massive amount of energy to condense his own divine power, keeping pace with the rate at which his divine body and soul were improving. In this regard, the energy within the Death Scripture was exactly what he needed inside this rule treasure. Besides the rule Great Tao and authority entrusted by the previous Death Sovereign, it also contained a vast amount of supreme death divine power. In the past, Sumyu-bai's degree of integration with the death rules was insufficient, and he simply could not mobilize this power. Now that he had fused the Great Tao of the Death Rule to the 9-pattern realm, he was finally able to mobilize a fraction of its power. As Sumyu-bai's divine sense stirred, the Death Codex was immediately summoned, floating silently before him. Following this, Sumyu-bai channeled the power of the rule he had fused and opened the artifact of rules before him. As his divine sense probed within, Sumyu-bai felt as if he had entered a world of deathly stillness. This was the place where all the power of the previous Death Sovereign was entrusted. An immensely powerful authority over death manifested as a gray-black sun, hanging high at the zenith of this world. The first-tier authority that Sumyu-bai could currently mobilize was merely the faint light radiating from this sun. Given his current strength, he could not yet command the greater portion of this authority. Once I break through to the peak of the upper god realm, I should be able to mobilize the second-tier death authority. Sumyu-bai's mind sank into the depths, and after sensing it for a while, a realization dawned upon him. Beneath the rule authority lay a vast and mighty Great Tao of the Death Rule. This was the complete Great Tao of the Death Rule mastered by the previous Death Sovereign. Of course, this was not the Great Tao of the Death Rule of the myriad worlds itself, but rather the previous Death Sovereign's own comprehension of the Death Rule. Now, it lay clearly before his eyes, waiting for Sumyu-bai to observe and comprehend it. With it as a reference, Sumyu-bai's progress in fusing his own Great Tao of the Death Rule would naturally be much faster than that of an ordinary peak upper god, and he would face far fewer bottlenecks. Even so, wanting to further increase the fusion level of the Great Tao of the Death Rule was not something that could be achieved in a short time. After the 9-pattern stage, every 1% increase in the fusion level was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Otherwise, how could there be so many races in the myriad worlds that did not even possess a single world lord level powerhouse? Therefore, Sumyu-bai's goal this time was not to comprehend the Great Tao of the Death Rule, but the gray-white ocean beneath it. This vast ocean appeared calm and undisturbed, without a single ripple. Yet, Sumyu-bai could sense an incredibly astonishing power emanating from it. This gray-white ocean was entirely condensed from the supreme god power of death. To put it another way, every single drop of this seawater was a drop of supreme god power of death. Supreme god power and main god power were, in reality, both powers at the level of rule sovereigns. It was merely that due to the different rules they belonged to, a distinction in strength arose. The power of the 9 supreme rules was known as Supreme God Power, while the rest were merely Main God Power. During the battle at the abyss of the underworld, it was also the first time Sumubai learned that a Lord of Laws could erupt with greater power in a short time by absorbing Main God Power and Supreme God Power. That time, he had absorbed the Supreme God Power of Time and the Supreme God Power of Space given by Jushaoyu and Aoshin, which allowed him to crush Otis, who was using the Main God Power of Darkness. If Otis had possessed the Supreme God Power of Strength, that battle would certainly not have been so easy. However, Supreme God Power was not easily obtained. Even prodigies like Jushaoyu and Aoshin did not possess much of it. Typically, only top-tier world lord level powerhouses could possess a few drops of Main God Power or Supreme God Power. The reason Otis was able to possess a drop of the Main God Power of Darkness was because he had fused with the bloodline of the demon race and become a member of the demon race. Of course, at that time, Sumubai did not have the Supreme God Power of Death that was more compatible with himself. Now, having fused the great Tao of the Death Rule to the 9-pattern realm, he finally had the ability to barely mobilize this ocean of Supreme God Power within the Death Codex. I didn't have time last time, but this time I must take a good look at what kind of effect the Supreme God Power will have when augmented with the Catastrophe trait. A sharp glint flashed in Sumubai's eyes as he exerted the full force of the rule power he had mastered, beginning to draw power from the Grey-White Ocean. Chapter 852, Supreme God Power of Death, Bonus Chapter. The rule power of the 9-pattern realm was merely the threshold for mobilizing this ocean. Sumubai's rule power surged into the Grey-White Ocean, like a drop of water falling into it, not even causing a single splash. Is it this difficult? Is the method wrong? Sumubai's brows furrowed tightly. After a moment of contemplation, he once again channeled his rule power to its limit. The next moment, his rule power transformed into an invisible fishing rod, with one end lowered into the ocean of Supreme God Power. Since he could not shake it, he would change his method to lure it. The inspiration for fishing for Supreme God Power came from his experience in the tributary of the River of Time and Space. At that time, the Wheel of Time and Space had also first transformed into a fishing rod before it could fish out a small amount of water from the River of Time and Space. Only after recovering more power was the Wheel of Time and Space capable of transforming into a large net to catch the sands of time and space from the river. Now, Sumubai's rule power was not strong enough to directly stir the ocean of Supreme God Power. Therefore, he simply followed the example of the Wheel of Time and Space, attempting to use his own rule power to attract the Supreme God Power within the ocean. This time, as the hook transformed from his rule power entered the sea, Sumubai immediately felt a faint fluctuation. It's working. His eyes lit up, and he immediately began to fish. The fluctuations of the Death Rule power constantly teased within the ocean, enticing the Supreme God Power of Death to take the bait. And that calm, mirror-like surface of the sea actually began to ripple faintly. I do not know how much time had passed when Sumubai suddenly felt his rule power beginning to consume rapidly. It's hooked. A look of joy appeared on his face, and his divine sense stirred. Whoosh! The next moment, a drop of gray-white liquid shot out from the ocean. Inside the cultivation room, Sumubai opened his eyes abruptly. The next moment, a drop of gray-white liquid appeared on the open Death Codex. It was merely a single drop, yet the energy fluctuations it radiated caused the surrounding space to begin to distort. If it were not for the fact that the space in this cultivation room was exceptionally solid, it would have certainly shattered by now and been pulled into the dark space. A thick aura of death instantly permeated the entire cultivation chamber. Sumubai clearly felt his divine body rejoicing and cheering. This was absolutely the supreme divine power most compatible with him at this moment. Merely absorbing the energy radiating from it caused Sumubai's divine power to increase slightly. Is this the supreme divine power of death? Sumubai narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the immense power contained within this drop of supreme divine power. Supreme divine power of death. Supreme divine power. The power of the overlord of death. Every drop contains an extremely powerful amount of energy. Effects. 1. Slow absorption. Can be converted to obtain a large amount of death divine power. 2. Rapid absorption. Utilize the power of the Supreme Divine Power to significantly increase strength in a short period. Note: only by fusing a certain rule to the 9-pattern ultimate can one perfectly utilize the power of the Supreme Divine Power. Otherwise, the Supreme Divine Power will rapidly dissipate after rapid absorption. Whether it is Supreme Divine Power or Main God Power, the effects are the same. However, under normal circumstances, no one would use its first effect, because there are many ways to increase divine power, and as long as one has time. Divine power is the easiest thing to accumulate, but it is very difficult to find explosive methods that can significantly increase the strength of top-tier world lord level powerhouses. Such treasures are life-saving items, every single drop. Especially Supreme Divine Power currently. The only Supreme God whose existence is confirmed in the myriad worlds is the Goddess of Luck. Supreme Divine Power of other elements can be considered as one less drop for every drop used. But Sumubai is different. The Supreme Divine Power of Death he possesses cannot be calculated by drops at all. It is an entire vast ocean. Although it currently takes quite some time to condense a single drop of Supreme Divine Power of Death, as his fusion of the Great Tao of Death rules reaches a higher level. This time will be significantly shortened. Besides, for Sumubai, who possesses the Wheel of Time and Space and can perform 1,000-fold time acceleration, is time even an issue. Therefore, he can completely absorb the Supreme Divine Power of Death without limit and convert it into his own Death Divine Power. In this way, Sumubai's breakthrough speed will increase once again. But before that, let me see the catastrophe trait of this thing. Sumubai looked at the Supreme Divine Power of Death floating before his eyes and moved his divine sense. Catastrophe target: Supreme Divine Power of Death. Prompt: please choose to promote by 1 tier, or attach a catastrophe trait to it. Click to view details. This is the power of the Rule Realm, so it can only be promoted by 1 tier before reaching the limit of the myriad worlds. Although there is no cost, Sumubai would not choose to take a free ride, because once it is promoted to the Destruction Rule Realm, it will be expelled by the myriad worlds. Not only would there be no gain, but he would also lose a drop of Supreme Divine Power. It would be a complete loss. Therefore, his gaze sharpened, and he made his choice directly. Attach catastrophe trait separately. Prompt: confirm the consumption of 9 million soul power to separately attach a catastrophe trait to it. The system prompt ringing in his ears made a flash of joy appear in Sumubai's eyes. The consumption of 9 million soul power is absolutely extremely low for a rule-level object. Sumubai guessed that it should be related to the fact that this is only a drop of power. During the time he spent fishing for the Supreme Divine Power, Sumubai's Divine Soul projection clone had been tirelessly absorbing spirits of Divine Soul. Therefore, his current soul power had already reached over 17 million, which was more than enough. Confirm. Sumubai moved his divine sense, and the catastrophe talent was immediately activated. Strange energy condensed out of thin air and rapidly merged into the Supreme Divine Power of Death. Extra update for today, Chapter 853. Completing the final piece of the puzzle. As the energy of catastrophe was injected, the drop of Supreme Divine Power of Death before Sumubai's eyes immediately underwent some changes. Although Sumubai could not yet fully see the changes in the Supreme Divine Power, he could feel that this drop of Supreme Divine Power of Death was much more condensed than before. After a long while, the energy was completely absorbed by the Supreme Divine Power, and the system prompt rang in Sumubai's ears. Prompt: you have lost 9 million soul power. Current soul power 8.12 million. 12 million. Prompt: you have successfully attached a catastrophe trait separately to a drop of Supreme Divine Power of Death. It's done. Sumubai smiled slightly and couldn't wait to check the newly added effects of this drop of Supreme Divine Power of Death. Supreme Divine Power of Death. Supreme Divine Power. The power of the Overlord of Death. Every drop contains an extremely powerful amount of energy. Effects: 1. Slow absorption. Can be converted to obtain a large amount of Death Divine Power. 2. Rapid absorption. Utilize the power of the Supreme Divine Power to significantly increase strength in a short period. Note: only by fusing a certain rule to the 9-pattern ultimate can one perfectly utilize the power of the Supreme Divine Power. Otherwise, the Supreme Divine Power will rapidly dissipate after rapid absorption. Catastrophe trait. 1. When slowly absorbing this drop of supreme divine power, the conversion efficiency is increased tenfold. 2. As long as a godhead is condensed, one can perfectly utilize the power of this drop of supreme divine power without any waste. 3. This drop of supreme divine power can be converted into any attribute. There are actually 3 effects. Sumyubai's eyes lit up. It had been a long time since he had seen a catastrophe trait with 3 effects. Moreover, the catastrophe traits bestowed upon the supreme divine power by the catastrophe talent were becoming more powerful one after another. The effect of increasing the conversion efficiency of slow absorption by tenfold was quite standard. It could only be said to be the routine performance of the catastrophe talent. But the ability to use it perfectly once a godhead is condensed was simply too applicable for the current Sumyubai. Not just him, but as long as his other subordinates break through to the upper god realm, they will be able to perfectly utilize the supreme divine power. This is absolutely a powerful life-saving measure. Perfectly utilized means that after the supreme divine power is rapidly absorbed, it will not automatically dissipate over time. Only when the person absorbing it unleashes powerful strength will the power of the supreme divine force be consumed. In other words, a powerhouse capable of perfectly utilizing the supreme divine force can absorb it in advance and unleash it directly at a critical moment. Furthermore, as long as the power of this drop of supreme divine force is not fully exhausted, one can pause at any time and continue using it later. And the third effect is even more incredible. Converting it into any attribute. What kind of concept is that? Sumyubai possesses an entire ocean of supreme divine force of death. As long as he has sufficient soul power, he can convert this supreme divine force of death into any other supreme divine force at will, whether it be fate, time, space, or destruction power, and so on. If Sumyubai wished, he could soon possess the supreme divine force of every element. Of course, the prerequisite is to extract enough supreme divine force of death from the death codex, and then add sufficient soul power to imbue it with the cataclysm characteristic. As for soul power, once Bloomer and the others return, Sumyubai will never lack it again. As for extracting the supreme divine force of death, he currently has no better method. He can only rely on the time rule of 1000-fold acceleration to shorten the extraction time. At the very least, he must extract more as a reserve to avoid being without supreme divine force when he truly needs it. Sumyubai is well aware that his upcoming opponents will at least be powerhouses at the level of top-tier world lords. No one who has reached this stage is a simple character. Moreover, there is a possibility of encountering existences at the rule sovereign realm. Although Sumyubai has many trump cards, his cultivation level at the mid-stage of the upper god realm is a major disadvantage. Therefore, what he needs most right now is actually the first cataclysm characteristic of the supreme divine force of death. Using supreme divine force for cultivation, surely no one is more extravagant than me, right? The corners of Sumyubai's mouth curled up slightly, his divine power extended, and he began to slowly absorb the power of the drop of supreme divine force of death before him. With the cataclysm characteristic present, his efficiency in converting this power into his own divine power was significantly boosted. For the time being, the supreme divine force of death is the attribute most compatible with him. Therefore, Sumyubai has no need to convert it into other attributes of supreme divine force. With every breath he took, he could clearly feel that the divine power within his body had increased significantly. Finally, the last piece of the puzzle is complete. Sumyubai sat cross-legged, frantically absorbing the power within the supreme divine force of death. At the upper god realm, to break through to the next level, 4 aspects must advance in parallel. None can be neglected. The most important, naturally, is to comprehend the path of laws until all paths of laws under a certain rule great Tao are fully understood. Following that, one must find the opportunity to fuse these paths of laws. Only by taking this step can one fuse a large number of paths of laws into the rule great Tao. However, Sumyubai was already far ahead of his own cultivation level in this step. His death rule great Tao had already fused to the 9-pattern realm, surpassing the vast majority of peak upper god powerhouses. The remaining 3 aspects are the divine soul, the divine body, and divine power. Sumyubai's divine soul is constantly being tempered by the sea of death, improving every single second. His divine body is likewise being nourished by the world tree, strengthening at every moment. In the past, only the speed of his divine power improvement could not keep up with the other two. Now, with an abundant supply of supreme divine force of death, divine power is finally no longer the bottleneck. Because of the existence of the cataclysm characteristic, Sumyubai's divine power improvement speed is even faintly faster than that of his divine soul and divine body. The tenfold conversion efficiency allowed him to absorb it at an extremely rapid pace. This drop of supreme divine force of death is only enough to absorb for about a week. Feeling his conversion efficiency and the consumption of the supreme divine force, Sumyubai quickly calculated the time. Under the 1,000-fold time acceleration, it actually only took 10 minutes. Although supreme divine force is powerful, this was only a single drop to break through to the late stage or even the peak of the upper god realm. One drop was clearly far from enough. Therefore, while Sumyubai was absorbing, the death codex hovering before him did not close. At this moment, he was multitasking. His divine power drew upon the supreme divine force to convert and absorb it, while his divine soul delved into the death codex, mobilizing the power of rules to continue fishing for more supreme divine force of death. To be precise, it should be 3 tasks at once, because within the small world inside his body, his divine soul projection avatar was still constantly absorbing spirits of divine soul. This cultivation room had been under the influence of 1,000-fold time acceleration, and a week's time passed in the blink of an eye. Sumyubai exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling the surging divine power within his body. A smile could not help but appear on his face. The initial drop of supreme divine force of death had now been completely absorbed by him, and above the death codex, 2 new drops of supreme divine force of death were hovering. During this period, his soul power had also increased to over 20 million. A sharp glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes, and his divine sense stirred. Cataclysm, target, supreme divine force of death. Individually apply the cataclysm characteristic. Prompt. Confirm whether to consume 18 million soul power to individually apply the cataclysm characteristic to these 2 drops of supreme divine force of death. Confirm. Chapter 854, Bloomer's Shock and Confusion. In the villa's living room, 3 figures appeared one after another. Lord Sovereign will definitely not lack resources now. Vivian immediately searched for Sumyubai's figure. Did Lord Sovereign go out? Unfortunately, she did not see the figure she wanted to see on the sofa. Lord Bai is in the cultivation room. That place masks one's aura, so naturally, you cannot sense him. Bloomer spoke slowly. As the owner of this place, he was well aware that the cultivation room was currently in use. I have already notified the boss, but he hasn't replied yet. Fujiya Qiangxia's eyes clearly held a look of excitement, because he knew very well that although the resources he had just withdrawn were already an astronomical figure, they could immediately multiply several times over once they passed through his boss's hands. Lord Bai should be in the middle of cultivation. Let's wait for a while. Bloomer waved his hand, and a cup of tea instantly floated over to Fujiya Qiangjia. Tell me in detail about your talent and profession. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with curiosity and contemplation. As one of the 13 directors of the Dead Zone Bank, he was naturally a top-tier figure in the business world. He was extremely curious about the talent and profession known as the God of Wealth. Once Lord Bai took control of the entire Dead Zone Bank, the importance of Fujiya Qiangjia, the God of Wealth, would naturally go without saying. As for whether Lord Bai could take control of the Dead Zone Bank ahead of schedule, Bloomer, this fanatic believer, did not doubt it in the slightest. My talent. Fujiya Qiangjia took the teacup, nodded, and began to speak slowly, as he fully revealed his God of Wealth talent before the 2 of them. The father and daughter were instantly struck with, "Oh, no wonder Lord Sovereign told me to cooperate with you properly back then." Vivian covered her red lips, her pupils visibly dilated. This was also her first time seeing the full scope of the God of Wealth talent. Initially, the reason she had cooperated with Fujiya Qiangjia and helped him establish a foothold in the undead realm was entirely due to Sumyubai's instructions. At this moment, she finally understood why her master valued this smiling fat man so highly. Beside her, Bloomer's eyes were also filled with deep shock and confusion. There is actually such a talent as a powerhouse at the top-tier world lord level. His vision was not something Vivian could compare to, but Fujiya Qianxia's talent was something he had never seen before. An SSS grade talent. 1 in a billion, in a small place like the God-forbidden land. It was indeed extremely rare. If it weren't for the appearance of a bug like Samubai, there would have only been 8 players from the Blue Star region with SSS grade talents in the entire God-forbidden land. No. 7 initially, however. The myriad worlds were simply too vast, with an uncountable number of living beings. Furthermore, powerful races were more likely to awaken high-level talents. So there were many players who possessed SSS grade talents. For example, among the top 10 supreme races, the top-tier beings with the purest bloodlines were all existences capable of directly awakening SSS grade talents. However, even with the same SSS grade talent, their achievements would be worlds apart. Only after reaching the Law Lord realm, and especially the Upper God realm, could one understand the true meaning of an SSS grade talent. A talent of this level was already the upper limit of the myriad worlds, but the harvest it brought to different people was completely different, because an SSS grade talent was the key to grasping the authority of the rules. Only by developing one's talent to the extreme could one comprehend how to grasp the authority of the rules from it. But wanting to grasp the power of authority was extremely difficult. Even a small fraction of it would be enough to stump the vast majority of peak upper gods. What shocked Bloomer was the effect of the god of wealth talent, especially prosperous wealth. This was exponential growth, and it was truly terrifying, especially after Fujiya Qianxia received the massive amount of wealth provided by Lord Baiyi. Bloomer even suspected that if Lord Baiyi truly took control of the Dead Zone Bank, would the resource and currency system of the myriad worlds collapse because of Fujiya Qianxia's talent? Bloomer could not figure this question out for the time being. But what truly puzzled him was not this point, but rather, which system of rules did the god of wealth talent belong to? And what kind of rule authority would Fujiya Qianxia be able to grasp through this talent in the future? Seeing Bloomer's expression, Fujiya Qianxia was also slightly stunned. Director Bloomer, is there really no such talent in the myriad worlds? I can tell you very clearly, there is not. Bloomer shook his head. If such a talent existed, how could the Dead Zone Bank not know about it? The god of wealth talent was most suitable for running a bank. Even if the interest rates were high, one would never lose money. Bloomer found it hard to imagine what kind of impact it would have on all the banks in the myriad worlds if Fujiya Qianxia were to establish a separate banking force with the sovereign backing him. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a bit fortunate that Fujiya Qianxia was one of his own. Thinking of this, he felt a faint sense of anticipation. Under the leadership of Lord Baiyi, the Dead Zone Bank would surely become a true superpower in the future. A superpower like the Bounty Hunters Guild or the Myriad Worlds Transport Group, with business operations spanning the entire Myriad Worlds. Is that so? Fujiya Qianxia's eyes narrowed into 2 slits, making it look as if they were closed. His gaze couldn't help but fall onto his profession, exclusive hidden profession. The data for this profession is still being generated. Please look forward to it. Ever since that time Samubai used catastrophe to freeload a promotion for the god of wealth profession, Fujiya Qianxia's profession tab had always been like this. Now that he knew the god of wealth talent was so special, he immediately looked forward even more to the shock that his profession, once upgraded by his boss, would bring to the myriad worlds. This was the first time Fujiya Qianxia felt so close to his boss. Of course, he didn't mean in terms of strength, but in the uniqueness of his talent. Although the god of wealth talent was far inferior to his boss's catastrophe, at least it was equally unique in the myriad worlds. I really hope to see your profession soon. Bloomer picked up his teacup and took a sip, his eyes filled with anticipation. From the moment he saw the god of wealth talent, he immediately understood that Fujiya Qianxia was definitely the manager Lord Baiyi had found for the Dead Zone Bank. In other words, this fat man in front of him, who was only at the 10th tier Saint extermination level, would become his direct superior in the future. Bloomer didn't feel aggrieved by this at all, because the other party, possessing the god of wealth talent, was indeed qualified. One could even say that in the entire myriad worlds, no one was more suitable to manage the Dead Zone Bank than Fujiya Qianxia. The 3 of them chatted for more than 10 minutes when a voice suddenly rang out. Back so soon? Before the words had even faded, Sumyubai's figure had already appeared in the main seat of the living room, the spot Bloomer had specifically left vacant for him. Master, please, have some tea." Vivian immediately stood up and handed a cup of tea to Sumyubai. Bloomer also rose to his feet. "Lord Bai, everything has been taken care of. Boss, what do I need to do for the upcoming board meeting?" Fujiya Qiangxia asked with a beaming smile. His eyes filled with excitement, because Sumyubai had once said that after this board meeting, he would very likely take control of the Death Domain Bank. "Everyone." Sumyubai smiled slightly and took the oversized spatial ring handed to him by Bloomer. From this day forward, he would finally no longer have to worry about resources. Bloomer had just withdrawn his hand and was about to sit down when he suddenly froze. "Lord Bai, you've broken through again." Chapter 855, Sumyubai's Concerns, Bonus Chapter. Since everyone in the villa was his own people, Sumyubai had not bothered to conceal his aura. As a top-tier world lord, Bloomer had immediately sensed the change in him. Late-stage upper god realm. But hadn't Lord Bai just broken through to the mid-stage upper god realm not long ago? Is breaking through really as easy as drinking water for him? Vivian and Fujiya Qiangxia were also shocked when they heard this. Wasn't it said that every minor stage breakthrough in the Law Lord realm required a vast amount of time? How come this rule didn't apply to their master boss? Just a small breakthrough. Not worth mentioning. Sumyubai waved his hand, signaling them not to be too surprised. He wasn't trying to be humble. He genuinely felt that reaching the late-stage upper god realm was nothing special. After all, with all the cheats at his disposal, this bit of improvement was truly insignificant. The next step, the peak upper god realm, was the real priority. However, this time, absorbing the supreme divine power had already exhausted the strength of the divine soul and divine body that had been enhanced since he acquired the Sea of Death and the World Tree. For any further breakthroughs, even Sumyubai would need some time. At this moment, Sumyubai's godhead had also been upgraded to the high-grade level. 81 facets shimmered with luster, with 9 gray-white law Dao patterns engraved upon them, while a 10th was barely visible. Beyond that, there were 2 deep blue law Dao patterns, 1 long and 1 short, which were the manifestation of the law of fate. Unlike his cultivation realm, for a high-grade godhead to transform into a top-tier godhead, Sumyubai would need to fuse a certain law Dao to its absolute limit. Only then could the godhead receive the baptism of the laws and sublime it into a top-tier godhead. However, after breaking through to the peak upper god realm, the high-grade godhead would not be without changes. With the support of his peak upper god soul, Sumyubai would then be able to accommodate a second law Dao within his godhead. Hearing Sumyubai say that this was just a small breakthrough, Vivian and Fujiya Qiangxia couldn't help but exchange glances. In each other's eyes, they both felt a sense of shared misery. Especially Vivian. She still remembered that when she first met her master, she was already at the 10th tier Saint Extermination level. At that time, her master seemed to have just broken through to the 7th tier epic level. Now, her master had become a law lord at the late stage upper god realm, while she was still stuck at the 10th tier Saint Extermination level. Is this the gap between a genius and an unparalleled monster? It really makes one feel powerless. Fortunately, what her master valued in her was not her combat ability. Vivian blinked, feeling a sense of relief in her heart. Fujiya Qiangxia had always been open-minded regarding strength. He quickly adjusted his mindset and waited quietly for Sumyubai to upgrade the resources he had just taken out. On the other side, Bloomer was also staring at the spatial ring in Sumyubai's hand. Although he had seen that energy which could upgrade items before, he still wanted to witness it with his own eyes when such a massive amount of resources was upgraded all at once. After taking a sip of tea, Sumyubai sank his consciousness into the spatial ring in his palm. To be precise, this should be called a world ring, because the space inside was as vast as a small world. Even though he was mentally prepared, Sumyubai was still stunned by the massive amount of resources inside the world ring. Countless divine crystals were piled up like mountain ranges, emitting a dazzling, brilliant glow. There were only 2 types of resources in the world ring, besides the divine crystals. The other was divine soul marrow. This included all the resources from Yuchu's supreme card. Because divine soul spirit could no longer be upgraded, Bloomer had directly exchanged all the resources for divine soul marrow. Sumyubai expanded his divine sense and instantly understood the quantity of both resources. Even for a player like him who had never turned off his cheats, he couldn't help but gasp. Divine crystals, 360 to 0.8375 billion. Divine soul marrow, 3.28 million. Most importantly, neither of these resources had been upgraded by his free ride ability yet. 3.28 million divine soul marrow. What kind of concept was that? For Sumyubai, that meant 3.28 million divine soul spirits. Once fully absorbed, his soul power would increase by 30 to 0.8 billion points. This number, even if used to add catastrophe characteristics to his law treasures, would be enough for him to squander for a very long time. As for those divine crystals, after being upgraded for free, the result would be even more exaggerated. Their value would increase by 10,000 times. Because in the currency system of the myriad worlds, the currency higher grade than divine crystals was called godheads. I wonder if upgrading them into godheads will directly create them or if they will be stolen from elsewhere. Sumyubai hesitated slightly. If they were stolen, that would be a huge problem. Because the entire myriad worlds didn't have that many godheads. That was over 380 billion. Even if they were only low-grade godheads, each one represented a law lord at the early stage upper god realm. Although the myriad worlds were vast and boundless, upper gods were already considered being standing at the very top. Where would so many come from? Back then, the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom didn't even have a single upper god. The vast majority of divine kingdoms are like this. Let me see if I can discern any clues. Sumyubai took a deep breath, his divine sense stirring. Catastrophe, target, all divine crystals. Prompt, please select the promotion tier, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, or apply a catastrophe trait. Click to view details at the same time. A brilliant golden light suddenly ignited in the depths of Sumyubai's eyes, and the vertical pupil at the center of his forehead opened accordingly. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil. Not only that, but the laws of fate and the laws of time were also mobilized, permeating these divine crystals. Extra chapter for today, Chapter 856, The Realm of Nihility. The laws of fate and the laws of time were mobilized simultaneously, bolstering the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil. Within the World Ring, the massive quantity of divine crystals began to change before Sumyubai's eyes. Each crystal clear divine crystal gradually took on color. This was the change brought about by their different attributes. Beyond their color, these divine crystals also underwent significant changes in their physical form. Under the infusion of catastrophe energy, the rounded divine crystals gradually began to develop sharp edges. Little by little, facets appeared on the surface of the divine crystals. A moment later, the vertical pupil at the center of Sumyubai's forehead slowly closed, and the golden light within his eyes dissipated along with it. This is rather strange. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. Through the deduction just now, Sumyubai had come to understand that the catastrophe talent's ability to freeload and promote divine crystals into godheads was a direct, forced elevation, not a theft. Otherwise, there simply wouldn't be enough godheads in the myriad worlds for the catastrophe talent to steal. What puzzled him, however, was that given the vast disparity between divine crystals and godheads, why had he almost never seen a promotion fail? Regardless, it's not a bad thing, anyway. Sumyubai shook his head, his divine sense moving to activate his talent once more. Catastrophe, target, all divine crystals. Prompt, please select the promotion tier, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, or apply a catastrophe trait. Click to view details. Promote to Tier 1. This time, the target of the promotion was the largest since Sumyubai had awakened the catastrophe talent. As the catastrophe talent exerted its power, the world ring was instantly flooded with overwhelming divine power and the power of laws of every attribute. At this moment, Sumyubai finally understood why almost no divine crystals failed to promote this time. The authority of luck. This profound and mysterious power of authority had been mobilized once again the moment the catastrophe talent was activated. The authority of luck was completely different from the authority of other laws. Ever since he had obtained the authority of luck, Sumyubai had never mastered a way to use it actively. It seemed that the power of the authority of luck could only be triggered passively. The authority of the law of luck, does it rely entirely on luck to be mobilized? That is truly and usually logical. Sumyubai couldn't help but sigh. Due to the twist of fate that led him to sign the heart link contract with Lian, his luck stat had directly turned into 3 question marks. But clearly, in terms of luck, he was still far from matching Lian, the goddess of luck. Otherwise, the authority of luck wouldn't be so hit or miss. The heart link contract. What exactly is it? Sumyubai involuntarily touched his chest. Beating within his ribcage was that incomplete heart of reincarnation. To this day, Sumyubai still hadn't fully grasped the function of the heart link contract. He still remembered the system prompt from that time very clearly. Prompt: after signing the heart link contract, you will share the same heart and fate with the goddess of luck Lian. Prompt: this contract is an equal contract. Once signed, it cannot be dissolved, and neither party may ever commit an act of betrayal against the other. Prompt: you have successfully signed the heart link contract with the goddess of luck Lian. Prompt: your luck stat has increased to. Prompt: your temporary authority of the goddess of luck has been converted into a permanent one. Prompt: you have learned the special skill. Distance is but a horizon. It wasn't just the function of the contract, even the skill distance is but a horizon left Sumyubai completely baffled. Distance is but a horizon special skill. Heart link like a string. The horizon is without distance. Only those who share the same heart and fate may utilize this. He had tried to use this skill before, but there had been no reaction whatsoever. Even when using the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil to inspect it, he couldn't see any more specific information. All this time, this skill had been like a mere ornament. Share the same heart and fate. Sumyubai couldn't help but murmur, a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. He had obtained question mark level luck from Lian through the heart link contract, and his temporary authority of luck had been converted into a permanent one. Then, what had Lian obtained from him? First, rule out the catastrophe talent. That was the only taboo level existence. Its very existence had already surpassed the upper limits of the myriad worlds. Things that violate the laws of the realm are rejected by the myriad worlds. Yet the catastrophe talent could freeload and promote them. Even the unknown level and complete heart of reincarnation was born because of the catastrophe talent. A single heart link contract was far from enough for Lian to obtain the power of catastrophe. And fortunately, Lian wouldn't let Sumyubai ask about the heart link contract. So, he had no way of knowing what she had gained. Forget it. I'll find out eventually. Sumyubai took his hand away from his chest. Lian's figure flashing through his mind. The realm of nihility. This place did not belong to any domain. Nor were there any stars. All that existed was a void. Not only was there nothing here, but even the space-time of this place lacked any fluctuations. In the far distance, an exquisite small boat slowly sailed over. At the bow, a figure stood silently. It was none other than the goddess of luck Lian. Yet at this moment, she seemed like a completely different person from her usual self. There was no expression on the lowly's face, and her eyes were filled with a look of indifference. The lollipop she loved most was nowhere to be seen. Even her slender, jade-like feet were now clad in a pair of cloud script flowing light shoes. The shoes were engraved with cloud pattern seal characters, and as she walked, they shimmered with 7-colored radiance. Although this place was clearly not the river of time and space, she was still riding the boat of time and space. This was simply because this was the boundary of the myriad worlds, and also the very place where the master of time and space had once fought the Void Monarch. The realm of nothingness was like a mirror. The front of the mirror was the vast expanse of the myriad worlds, while the back was the void. Back then, it was precisely from here that the void had launched its erosion of the myriad worlds. After the Great War, the master of time and space had completely sealed the time and space here, forcibly delaying the void's invasion by 10 epochs. Consequently, time and space here were in a frozen state, even for Lian, the master of luck. Entering this region required the aid of the boat of time and space. Under normal circumstances, every time Sumyubai triggered the authority of luck, Lian would react. But this time, she paid it no mind at all, merely maneuvering the boat of time and space as she headed deeper into the realm of nothingness. Her speed was not fast. On the contrary, it was quite slow. Furthermore, because there were no reference points in the realm of nothingness, the boat of time and space seemed as if it were standing perfectly still. However, Lian knew very well that she was already approaching the core region of the realm of nothingness. It was there that the Void Monarch and the Void Army he led were sealed. After a long while, the boat of time and space slowly came to a halt, and Lian finally sensed that power capable of eroding everything. Is this the enemy that sister and the others faced back then? Lian's delicate brows furrowed. The strength of this power was so great that even through the seal of the Master of Time and Space, it made her tremble. It was hard to imagine how that battle had ended. At the same time that Lian sensed the power of the void, the existence sealed within it also discovered her rival. A low, rumbling voice that struck directly at the soul resounded in Lian's mind. You must be the Master of Luck who was absent back then, right? There's less than 10,000 years left before that fellow's power can no longer hold me back. Wash your neck clean and wait well. Becoming a part of the void is the inescapable destiny of the myriad worlds, HMPH. Lian let out a cold snort and did not bother to respond, raising her hand to condense colorful bubbles one after another. What are you doing? Although the Void Monarch could not be seen, his voice, filled with confusion, rang out once more. However, like Samubai, Lian did not have the bad habit of explaining things to her enemies. She simply went about her own business. Dear patrons, I am taking a leave of absence today. There will only be one chapter. Chapter 857, Are you seriously ill? What on earth are you doing? The Void Monarch's low voice resounded in Lian's mind again, but Lian turned a deaf ear to it, raising her hands to continuously summon more and more colorful bubbles. As soon as these bubbles drifted out of the influence of the boat of time and space, they were frozen in the realm of nothingness. Time and space here had been frozen by Zhu Xingchen, an existence who had broken the rules of the realm. Therefore, even the power of the Master of Luck could not function within the realm of nothingness. Likewise, the Void Monarch, sealed on the other side, was currently unable to break through this barrier of time and space to invade the myriad worlds. Otherwise, the moment he sensed the aura of Lian, a supreme god, he would have acted immediately, and fortunately, the seal remained, and now, even an existence like the Void Monarch could only barely manage to transmit his voice through. Seeing the colorful bubbles released by Lian frozen in the realm of nothingness, the Void Monarch burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, grandstanding. With that fellow's power in place, everything you do is in vain. Little girl, I advise you to go back early and enjoy these last 10,000 years of time. Once the void descends, such good days will be gone, because the myriad worlds are destined to be eternally what? Before the Void Monarch could finish his sentence, his emotions suddenly shifted. The colorful bubbles released by Lian, after being frozen for a moment, had actually begun to drift slowly. How did you do that? The time and space here were completely sealed by that fellow. The Void Monarch's voice was clearly tinged with shock, followed immediately by a sudden surge of joy in his heart. Could it be that his power has loosened? Thinking of this, the Void Monarch on the other side of the realm of nothingness exerted his strength, attempting to break Zhu Xingchen's seal ahead of time. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow, for the seal of the realm of nothingness showed not the slightest sign of loosening. He and the Void Army remained frozen in the time and space on the other side, unable to move even an inch. Tell me quickly, what exactly did you do? If the Void Monarch had initially only been curious and watching for entertainment, his voice now sounded somewhat agitated. Since this little girl could release power within the seal, if he could master this method, wouldn't he be able to break free ahead of time? Because his strength was too great, the freezing of time could not affect the Void Monarch's soul. Therefore, he could clearly perceive how long he had been sealed. More than 9 epochs of time was, in reality, nothing to the Void Monarch, but to be sealed for so long was a supreme humiliation. Now that he finally saw hope of escaping, how could he not be agitated? This time, Lian finally responded to him. Are you seriously ill? As she spoke, Lian couldn't help but roll her eyes. This Void Monarch, could he be a complete idiot? How could she possibly tell him, you are courting death? The Void Monarch was furious, but he could not shake the seal left by Zhu Xingchen, so he could only rage in impotence. You really are a chatterbox. Can you be quiet for a while? Lian curled her lips and continued to release her power, the colorful bubbles gradually filling the entire realm of nothingness. You actually said I talk too much. Hearing this, the Void Monarch reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, gnashing his teeth as he retorted. if I weren't unable to take action. Do you think I would be wasting so much breath on you? So you do know you can't take action. Although Lion could not see the Void Monarch within the seal, the expression on her face as if she were looking at an idiot was incredibly vivid. You, what about me? Just stay put and don't disturb me while I'm working. A sharp glint flashed in Lion's eyes. She let out a cold snort, and the supreme divine power and authority of luck within her body erupted instantly. The next moment, the colorful bubbles scattered throughout the void realm began to fade slowly, vanishing rapidly as if they had completely merged into the seal itself. Job done. Lion clapped her hands. The ship of time and space beneath her feet immediately changed direction, and she headed toward the outer perimeter of the void realm without looking back. As for what exactly she had done, the Void Monarch remained completely bewildered. Yet this time, he did not fly into a fit of impotent rage. Those cold, sinister eyes pierced through the seal, quietly watching Lion depart. No matter what the other party had done, he was confident that he would remain unaffected. Having reached the Destruction Rule realm, he had attained a state where he was immune to all laws. Neither the power of rules nor the authority of rules could influence him. The final 10,000 years. Master of time and space. What will you use to fight me this time? Thinking of that person, the Void Monarch felt his teeth itch with hatred. If Zhu Xingchen hadn't forcibly broken through to the Destruction Rule realm back then, possessing power on the same level as his, he wouldn't have ended up sealed here. However, after Zhu Xingchen sealed him, he had also been rejected by the myriad worlds. Once the power of the seal dissipated, there would be no one left to stop the erosion of the void. The Void Monarch did not believe that in a mere 10 epochs, another master of time and space could be born within the myriad worlds. Thinking of this, the Void Monarch couldn't help but recall that human bred who had been triggering the myriad worlds announcements recently. Because the void had already eroded a small portion of the myriad worlds, he was also able to hear the myriad worlds announcements. Bai, is it a mere 10,000 years? I'd like to see just how far you can grow. In the villa's living room, Bloomer and the other two looked at Sumu Bai with anticipation, preparing to witness the moment such a massive batch of resources was born. Even Bloomer, a director of the Death Domain Bank, had never seen so much wealth. Although the quantity of divine crystals within the world ring was vast, they were all being upgraded simultaneously. Therefore, even though the energy consumed by the catastrophe talent to promote all the divine crystals was immense, it did not take much time. Before long, mountain ranges piled high with divine crystals began to burst forth with brilliant, dazzling colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, violet. Each mountain range took on a different hue. The smooth, rounded divine crystals had completely transformed into divine godheads with 9 facets. Although they were only of the primary grade, the sheer quantity was enough to shake the entire myriad worlds. Because the authority of luck had been triggered, less than 1% of the over 300 billion divine crystals failed the promotion. In the end, after losing only a tiny fraction, a full 360 billion primary divine godheads remained for Sumu Bai. Upgrading so many godheads at once, I suppose the myriad worlds will be affected to some extent, right? Sumu Bai steadied his mind, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. A divine godhead could only be condensed by those at the upper god realm. With 360 billion divine godheads, there weren't even that many upper gods in the entire myriad worlds. It was easy to imagine just how much energy the catastrophe talent had snatched from the myriad worlds to promote this batch of divine godheads. However, with this batch of divine godheads, Sumu Bai wouldn't need to promote divine crystals for a very long time. Money, once it reaches a certain level, is ultimately just a number. No matter how much wealth one has, it only has value if it is spent. For Sumu Bai, the most useful items were still those that could enhance soul power. Thinking of this, his divine sense immediately swept over the divine soul marrow on the other side. Catastrophe. Target all divine soul marrow. Promote by 1 tier. Immediately following this, energy descended once more, and the world ring erupted with dazzling light again. Friendly reminder. Your hardworking author is rushing to write. 2 more chapters coming later. Chapter 858. The Age of Great Chaos. It has arrived. Divine Realm. Cradle of Gods. 4th floor of the Pantheon. Several giant human faces hung in the sky, radiating endless majesty. Each face represented an existence at the 12th tier rule sovereign realm. They were the foundation that made the god race the #1 race in the myriad worlds. Normally, only the projected avatars of rule sovereigns could appear on this floor. But today, a figure at the Law Lord realm had appeared on the 4th floor. This figure was none other than Juxiaoyu, who had parted ways with Sumyubai and his companion not long ago. Of course, the one standing here now was merely her projection. As for her true body, it was still on the way back. There were countless worlds between the Death Domain and the Divine Realm, even with her status as a god race prodigy possessing a sovereign-level starship. It would take some time to arrive. At this moment, several rule sovereigns looked at Juxiaoyu in the center with gentle gazes. Their voices tinged with curiosity. "Little you, you have finally agreed to accept the inheritance. Can you tell us who has such great ability to make you change your mind? It wouldn't be that brat from the dragon race, would it? I figured it out myself." Juxiaoyu did not mention the fact that she had been struck by the blow of losing to Bai in the contention of prodigies. Only the race of the winner would receive a system announcement. Therefore, before the news spread, the god race did not know that Juxiaoyu had already been defeated by Bai. Since she had promised Bai she would keep the secret of the myriad race calamity, she wouldn't even mention his name. The rule sovereigns were all old monsters who had lived for endless ages. Naturally, they could see that Juxiaoyu was hiding something. However, Juxiaoyu was the apple of the god race's eye, so they did not press the matter further. "Forget it. It is good that you have come to your senses. Since that is the case, head directly to the land of buried gods once you return. We have already prepared everything for you. Little you must remember, no matter whose power it is, as long as it can be used by you, it is your power. I understand." "Thank you for the reminder, sovereigns." Juxiaoyu nodded heavily and bowed slightly to the several sovereigns of rules. Just as she was about to withdraw from the 4th level, her figure suddenly froze, because the expressions of the several sovereigns had changed abruptly, and voices of astonishment rang out. "The energy of the myriad worlds has decreased. Has this day finally come, big brother? Are you referring to what the Sovereign of Fate mentioned back then?" "Yes, I just didn't expect it to be now. The seal of the Sovereign of Time and Space clearly hasn't loosened, but the Flame Prison Realm Master's decree has indeed ceased to exist. Now, what the Sovereign of Fate predicted has come to pass. The era of great chaos is here. Let it be chaotic. We only have these last 10,000 years left anyway." Clearly, the energy Sumyubai had seized during this free ride promotion of 360 billion godheads was so significant that even the sovereigns of rules could feel it. Although the energy contained within a godhead was far less than that of a rule-level treasure, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Moreover, promoting a rule-level treasure for free consumed more of the power of rules than the energy of the myriad worlds. The power of rules could be recovered after being consumed. However, the energy used to promote these godheads would only return to the myriad worlds if the godheads themselves were destroyed. Therefore, Sumyubai had effectively intercepted and hoarded the energy equivalent to 360 billion godheads. The sovereign's words made Juxiaoyu's heart tremble. The energy of the myriad worlds had decreased. What kind of concept was this? Why would such a thing happen? Could it be related to the void? In that instant, many thoughts flashed through her mind. But because Sumyubai had never used catastrophe in front of her, she could never have guessed that the culprit behind all of this was Bai, the very person she was determined to surpass. "Little you go first. Do not mention this to anyone. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Juxiaoyu, who had been about to ask a question, kept her mouth shut. After nodding lightly, her figure vanished from the 4th level of the Pantheon. "It seems it is time to have a good talk with that drunkard, Yumo. Big brother, who are you planning to send? Let the second one go talk to him. He is more familiar with Yumu." "Big brother, I have no problem going. But didn't we agree not to call me the second?" "Understood, second. Big brother, no problem. Second, all right. Second brother, hurry up and go. It's been so many years. Are you still not used to it?" "Big brother, stop teasing second brother. Be careful, or he might not invite you to drink in the future." As fellow sovereigns of rules, they had no need to maintain their dignified images when conversing with one another. The Sovereign of Rules addressed as the second looked helplessly at the leader, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. "Don't rush me. I'm already on my way." As his voice faded, his projection also vanished from the 4th level. Although going to find Yumu did not prevent him from talking here, he clearly did not want to stay and be teased. The second update is here. There will be one more later. Chapter 859. If I tell you to call me that, you call me that. Bonus chapter. Dark Domain, Temple of Eternal Night. This temple stood amidst the vast sea of stars and did not belong to any great world. To be precise, it was in a constant state of movement, drifting through the various great worlds of the Dark Domain. Of course, ordinary people could neither see nor feel its existence, because this Temple of Eternal Night belonged to the Sovereign of Darkness. Inside the temple, the Sovereign of Darkness was drinking and chatting with Anne. He had once thought that this guide of his had completely perished. He never expected to see the other's remnant soul within a junior of the demon race. After a long while, the Sovereign of Darkness set down his wine cup and spoke with a hint of melancholy. "Senior, is there really no way to recover? If it were possible." He truly wanted to see and recover, even if it meant giving up his position as the Sovereign of Darkness, because N was not only his guide, but had also saved his life many times. One could even say that without N, there would be no demon race, because N was the first demon ever birthed by the myriad worlds. Later, under the influence of the rules and divine power of N, the first Sovereign of Darkness, the demon race appeared in the myriad worlds. Although the demon race was not created by N, he was effectively the ancestor of the demon race. The current Sovereign of Darkness had benefited greatly from him, which was why he wanted to do everything in his power to help him recover. Looking at the expectant gaze of the Sovereign of Darkness, and finally shook his head. "I have already perished. There is no need to bring this up again." Although his tone was very calm, how could he not want to recover in his heart? It was just that even that person did not have the ability to do so. What could little Jinzi do? Hearing this, a flash of disappointment crossed the eyes of the Sovereign of Darkness, and set down his cup, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled. "All right. Being able to leave behind this remnant soul is already quite good. Patty is my successor and a prodigy of the demon race. Take good care of him in the future. Rest assured, Senior, I know what to do." The Sovereign of Darkness nodded and drained his cup in one gulp. But before he could even put the cup down, his expression changed abruptly. "How could this be? What is it?" Anne asked hurriedly. Having been reduced to a mere remnant soul, he was no longer a Sovereign of Rules and naturally could not sense the changes in the energy of the myriad worlds. The energy of the myriad worlds has decreased. The Dark Sovereign's eyes held a look of astonishment. Clearly, he had not anticipated such a situation. Upon hearing this, and wore an expression that suggested he had expected as much, and he spoke slowly. "It seems the Fate Sovereign's prophecy has come true." The Fate Sovereign's prophecy. The Dark Sovereign was slightly stunned, appearing unaware of this matter. And smiled faintly. "Do not worry. This may not be a bad thing." As he spoke, the image of Sumyu Bai involuntarily flashed through his mind. That fellow Bai. Has he reached this step so quickly? There is only 10,000 years left. I hope you can truly take that step. Not a bad thing. The Dark Sovereign frowned, not quite understanding what it meant, however, and did not elaborate further. After giving a few instructions, he used the excuse that his remnant soul needed to slumber and returned control of the body to Patty. Patty looked at the wine glass in front of him and stood up abruptly from the table. "Sovereign, no need to be nervous. Since you are the successor, Senior, and you are my younger brother, from now on, just call me Big Brother." Big Brother." Patty's eyes widened. He had never imagined that the remnant soul within him would have such a monumental background. Had the Dark Sovereign just become his big brother? Why did it feel so unreal? Patty couldn't help but pinch his thigh hard. The intense pain told him that all of this was real. If that was the case, wouldn't that kid Amon have to call the Dark Sovereign Big Brother-in-Chief? And as for Cucumber and Green Hair, would they have to call him Big Brother-in-Chief? For some reason, the three traffic light brothers inexplicably popped into Patty's mind. "I told you to call me that, so do it. Look at your lack of ambition. How will you inherit the Senior's mantle in the future?" The Dark Sovereign glared at Patty. The latter snapped back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Big brother, that's more like it." The Dark Sovereign nodded slightly. A small black bottle appeared in his palm, which he tossed to Patty. "Take this. It is 100 drops of the Dark God's power. Consider it a meeting gift from your big brother. If you run out, just come and ask me for more. Thank you, big brother." Hearing the name God's power, a flash of excitement crossed Patty's eyes. This was good stuff. The high-level members of his clan only had a few drops each and were reluctant to use them. After he became a prodigy of the demon race, he had only been granted 5 drops. Now, receiving 100 drops at once, he had struck it rich. "All right. For the time being, you will stay by my side." The Dark Sovereign waved his hand, stood up, and walked toward the door. "Follow me." Patty hurriedly put away the small black bottle and followed quickly. In the villa's living room, Sumyubai's divine sense swept over the mountain of soul essence. Catastrophe target. All soul essence. Promote to tier 1. Immediately after, energy descended once more, and a dazzling light erupted from within the world ring. However, the energy snatched by the catastrophe talent this time was much less than when he had promoted the God Crystal. So the commotion was naturally for smaller. The catastrophe traits added by the Godhead were all about summoning the original owner of the Godhead. And the catastrophe trait of the Soul Spirit was, as always, to increase soul strength. For the current Sumyubai, both of these catastrophe traits were useless. The primary Godhead could only summon a Law Lord at the early stage of the Upper God Realm. As for soul strength, the effect of the Sea of Death was far superior to that of the Soul Spirit. After all, the Sea of Death was a rule-level creation. As long as Sumyubai's potential and soul resilience were sufficient, it could elevate his soul all the way to the Rule Sovereign Realm. Therefore, Sumyubai did not waste soul power to add catastrophe traits to these two resources separately. A moment later, the energy snatched by the catastrophe talent was completely absorbed. Sumyubai now possessed a full 3.28 million soul spirits. With this much soul power, I can finally do something big, he smiled. Adding a catastrophe trait to a single drop of supreme god power required 9 million soul power. Now that he had enough confidence, he would naturally start by making a few hundred drops. Moreover, the 360 billion primary godheads were not just for show. With so much money, was he afraid of not being able to buy soul essence? It could be said that from now on, Sumyubai would never lack god power again. With a thought, he moved all the soul spirits into his internal world. The area around his soul projection avatar was instantly piled high with a massive amount of soul spirits, the soul power they emitted feeling almost tangible. At this moment, Sumyubai opened his eyes and handed the world ring to Fujiu Tianjiu. "Old Fu, try to see if your talent can work on the Godhead. I'll know the answer tomorrow." A hint of excitement flashed in Fujiu Tianjiu's eyes. He also wanted to see just how far the upper limit of the God of Wealth talent could go. Nearby, Bloomer heard the word Godhead and understood that the upgrade had been successful. He felt a faint sense of anticipation, but after remembering the important business at hand, he reminded him, "Lord Baiyi, the council meeting is also being held tomorrow." Extra update for today, Chapter 860. The Heaven-Snatching God Venerable, Lord Baiyi. The council meeting is also being held tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Sumyubai couldn't help but look at Bloomer, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. "Oh, is the council meeting being convened so quickly?" Before Blue Star was pulled into the Myriad Worlds game, he was a legitimate CEO. Although Sumyubai usually left the group to be managed by professional teams, he knew that convening an emergency board meeting could never be done with such efficiency. If a mere group company on Blue Star was like this, the Death Domain Bank was a massive power spanning the entire Death Domain. How did it feel like holding a council meeting was such a trivial matter? Although Bloomer is a director of the Death Domain Bank, he is merely one of 13. Even with the Death Sovereign, the president of the bank, being absent, there are still 2 vice presidents at the Rule Sovereign Realm overseeing things from above. Logically speaking, Bloomer shouldn't have such immense authority. Facing Sumyubai's questioning gaze, Bloomer smiled and explained, "Lord Bai, you may not be aware, but the Death Domain Bank's Centennial Interdomain Auction is about to commence. According to tradition, a board of directors meeting is held, and your subordinate is merely moving this meeting up slightly. Besides, The various directors always keep projection avatars here. There is no need for their true bodies to attend. Hearing this, Sumyubai understood. Although the death domain is vast and boundless in every aspect, it far surpasses Blue Star. Holding a board meeting is not a particularly troublesome affair for them. Projection avatars are, after all, a very convenient method. Through Bloomer's explanation, Sumyubai also understood why these projection avatars could exist for such a long time and remain almost unaffected by distance. Normally, once one reaches the Lawmaster realm, one can leave behind a projection avatar. While they possess little combat power, they are extremely convenient. However, the duration and control range of such avatars vary greatly depending on one's strength. Even for a top-tier domain master, a projection avatar cannot be controlled over long distances across different domains. The reason it is possible now is entirely due to the technological means of the mechanical race. The mechanical race created an item called a projector. By leaving behind a sliver of soul power and divine power, one can remotely control a projection avatar across domains. Not only that, but the duration for which the projection avatar exists has also been significantly extended. My lord, there is one thing you need to pay attention to. Bloomer spoke suddenly, his expression turning somewhat solemn. What is it? For some reason, at this board meeting, the domain master of the Hell domain, Crest, and the domain master of the undead domain, Sean, will both be attending in their true bodies. Are you implying that these two fellows are coming for me? Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, a look of interest appearing on his face. Certainly. Who doesn't know by now that you possess a rule-level treasure, my lord? Such a treasure is something neither Crest nor Sean would let slip through their fingers. It is of no consequence. Sumyubai smiled and waved his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly compared to those two. I am more concerned with whether the two vice presidents will attend this time. As for Sean, there should be high-level human officials keeping an eye on him. And Crest is a top-tier domain master of the demon race. If he truly intended to target him, Potty would have sent word long ago. Moreover, even if both of them had designs on him, Sumyubai would have no fear. With his current strength, he is absolutely unafraid of anyone below the rule sovereign realm. Therefore, the ones truly worth noting are the two vice presidents who have not appeared for a long time. As for the whereabouts of the two vice presidents, your subordinate does not know. Bloomer shook his head. The vice presidents are tier 12 rule sovereign realm main gods. How could he possibly know in advance if they would suddenly descend? If they don't come, then so be it. Sumyubai's lips curled upward. But if they do come, then things will get interesting. As soon as these words were spoken, the three people in the living room felt their hearts tremble, looking at Sumyubai in disbelief. Interesting. What kind of reckless talk is this? Does the Lord already have the confidence to face a rule sovereign head-on? Although they had witnessed Sumyubai's methods many times, all three of them could not help but feel anxious at this moment. That is a rule sovereign. It is a completely different concept from the Lawmaster realm. Since the birth of the myriad worlds, only two Lawmasters have ever survived at the hands of a rule sovereign. Could it be that Lord Bai's strength has already reached the realm of the death god Bak? Or perhaps, like Yuan, he has already made various preparations in advance. For a moment, many guesses flashed through Bloomer's mind. As for Vivian and Fujiu Tianjia, the information they possessed was naturally far less than Bloomer's. The former had stars in her eyes, looking at Sumyubai with pure adoration. As expected of my master, he isn't even the slightest bit afraid of a rule sovereign. The latter was shocked. His boss was already capable of facing a rule sovereign so quickly. It seems he needs to pick up his own pace as well. Sumyubai took in the expressions of all three. He was also looking forward to the two vice presidents appearing at tomorrow's board meeting. Otherwise, his grand performance would only be for the benefit of Sean and the others. Although they are top-tier domain masters, in Sumyubai's eyes, they simply don't carry enough weight. Only the two vice presidents are the true guests of honor. With this thought, Sumyubai looked at Bloomer again and spoke softly. Report the effects of the god of wealth talent. My lord, isn't that too risky? Bloomer's expression froze upon hearing this. He never expected Lord Bai to play such a high-stakes game. And he quickly warned, in the myriad worlds, There exist talent skills capable of copying or even plundering the talents of others. I hope you will reconsider, my lord. There is actually such a talent. Fujiya Qianxi's expression changed. He had never heard of such a thing. Sumyu Bai was also quite interested. Although he had always known such talents existed, he had never encountered one. Now that he heard it from Bloomer, he was naturally intrigued. Such special talents are few and far between, and SSS rank ones are extremely rare. Among them, the copy talent lowers the rank by 1 level, so it is of little significance. What is truly worth worrying about is the plunder talent. At this point, Bloomer suddenly hesitated. Seeing this, Sumyu Bai frowned. Continue. Don't leave things half said. Very well. Bloomer nodded. Among those who possess the plunder talent, the most famous one is known as the god-plundering Venerable Yilin Feng. When mentioning this name, Bloomer deliberately glanced at Sumyu Bai and Fujiya Qianxia. What is special about this Yilin Feng? Sumyu Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. Bloomer took a deep breath and spoke slowly. He was once a member of the human race, a human powerhouse who fused with a bloodline. Fujiya Qianxia's eyes lit up. Wasn't that one of their own? He had only recently learned about the matter of bloodline fusion. However, Sumyu Bai keenly noticed Bloomer's abnormality, and his brows immediately furrowed. Once, you mean? Yes. Bloomer nodded, saying word by word. He is a traitor to the human race. Chapter 861. Boss, are you trying to use me as bait? A traitor? Fujiya Qianxia's pupils shrank. When he heard it was a human powerhouse, he had assumed it was one of his own. He never expected this Yilin Feng to be a traitor to humanity. Yilin Feng. Sumyu Bai murmured the name, a flash of killing intent crossing his eyes. Although he knew that traitors must exist within the human race, he still felt a surge of anger upon learning of this person's existence. Being the most famous among those Bloomer called possessors of the plunder talent, this Yilin Feng was clearly no weakling. How is this person's strength? He was once a top-tier world lord. Bloomer pondered for a moment. As for now, this subordinate is not sure. Sumyu Bai frowned. What do you mean? Ever since that great upheaval, Yilin Feng has not appeared again. Fujiya Qianxia was delighted to hear this. Could this guy have already died in that upheaval? Before, I would have thought so too. But now, I am not so sure. Sumyu Bai naturally understood what Bloomer meant. Since the human race could have so many powerhouses hidden away, avoiding the detection of the myriad worlds game, Yilin Feng might just be hiding as well. My lord, I don't know much about Yilin Feng's information. You should ask Yi Yuan instead. Yi Yuan. Sumyu Bai was slightly stunned. Old man Feng. So, he added the Feng character himself. All right, I understand. Sumyu Bai nodded slightly. However, you should still report the matter of the god of wealth talent. Boss, are you trying to use me as bait? Fujiya Qianxia felt a sense of foreboding upon hearing this. Put your heart at ease. Sumyu Bai smiled and patted his shoulder. Since I dare to let you be exposed, I will naturally ensure your safety. Boss, I'm counting on you then. Fujiya Qianxia put on a pitiful expression, though there was no sign of cowardice in his eyes. Bloomer glanced at Fujiya Qianxia, then turned his gaze back to Sumyu Bai. Does my lord intend to have the vice president participate in this council meeting? That's right. Sumyu Bai stroked his chin. The show I've prepared wouldn't be very interesting if the rule sovereign wasn't present. This subordinate knows what to do. Bloomer nodded and stood up to leave. Sumyu Bai picked up his teacup and took a small sip, his eyes narrowing slightly. Yilin Feng, a traitor to the human race. It would be fine if you were dead, but if you aren't, you had better not fall into my hands. Having experienced the backstabbing of Liu Ryan, what Sumyu Bai hated most were traitors. Not to mention that this Yilin Feng was a traitor to the entire human race. After pondering for a moment, Sumyu Bai raised his wrist and dialed Feng Yuan's communication, but to his surprise, no one answered this time. Isn't the most critical period already over? What's wrong with old man Feng again? A trace of doubt flashed in Sumyu Bai's eyes, and he proceeded to call Huaijian and Yu Chu. However, without exception, neither of them answered. Could something have happened to the human race? Sumyu Bai felt a jolt of alarm, his brows immediately knitting together. Just then, the communicator on his wrist suddenly vibrated a few times. Old man Feng. Busy with something. I'll find you when I'm done. First was the message from Feng Yuan. After reading it, Sumyubai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as nothing happened to the human race, it was fine. However, the message that followed made him recall that suffocating feeling. Yuchu, little Bai, missed your sister. Wait until I'm done with my work and I'll come find you. Don't be impatient. Master, what's wrong? After Bloomer left, Vivian immediately reverted to her usual way of addressing Sumyubai. Seeing Sumyubai frown, she asked with a look of concern, "It's nothing." Sumyubai shook his head and looked at Vivian. Take Fujia Qiangxia to familiarize himself with the regulations of the Death Domain Bank as soon as possible. Understood, Master. Vivian blinked and agreed immediately. Sumyubai waved his hand at the two, and his figure vanished from the sofa. Teleportation. The next moment, Sumyubai had returned to the previous cultivation room. The show wouldn't start until tomorrow, and now he had 1 day left. Under the 1,000-fold boost, that was 3 years. Enough for him to fish for Supreme Death Divine Power. 30.8 billion soul power. I've never fought such a wealthy battle before. Sumyubai smiled slightly, flipped his wrist, and summoned the Wheel of Time and Space. Time Rule Time Acceleration 1,000-fold. In an instant, the Time Rule enveloped the cultivation room, and the flow of time within it immediately increased to 1,000 times that of the outside world. Following that, a flash of light appeared in Sumyubai's palm, and the yin-yang fish disc-shaped Wheel of Time and Space transformed into the death-permeated Death Codex. As the Death Codex opened, Sumyubai's divine sense sank into it, mobilizing the power of the Death Rule to form a fishing rod, and he began to fish within his internal world. His Divine Soul projection clone was still absorbing spirits of Divine Soul day and night. However, with so many spirits of Divine Soul, even with time acceleration, it would take a long time to absorb them all. Regarding this, Sumyubai did not mind. After all, while the Sea of Death and the World Tree enhance the Divine Soul and Divine Body rapidly, they are not affected by time acceleration. Therefore, if he wishes to break through to the peak of the Upper God Realm, he still needs time to accumulate the necessary foundation. The Supreme Death Divine Power fished up this time can be kept after having the Catastrophe trait added to it. Whether it is used to temporarily boost his strength or converted into the Supreme Divine Power of other elements, it is of immense use to Sumyubai. Chapter 862, Sumyubai's Goal, Bonus Chapter. Once converted, the Supreme Death Divine Power will be of great use to Sumyubai. For example, Supreme Time Divine Power, Supreme Space Divine Power, and Supreme Fate Divine Power and Supreme Luck Divine Power. Time and space, naturally, go without saying. By utilizing these two types of Supreme Divine Power, Sumyubai can mobilize more power from the Wheel of Time and Space. As for the Supreme Fate Divine Power and Supreme Luck Divine Power, they are preparations he has made for his itinerary after the council concludes. The Catastrophe trait of the Death Realm Domain Master Token grants Sumyubai the ability to travel to and from the origin land. Now, the time for his first round trip is drawing near. After this council meeting, Sumyubai will first enter the origin land to conduct an inspection. At that time, with the blessing of the Supreme Luck Divine Power and the use of the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupils aided by the Supreme Fate Divine Power, he will inevitably be able to obtain more information and harvests. Naturally, Sumyubai must prepare for this in advance. Under 1,000-fold acceleration, time has almost lost its meaning. When Sumyubai opened his eyes again, more than 2 years had passed within the cultivation chamber. Yet, in the outside world, only a single day had passed. At this moment, dense clusters of grayish-white liquid floated before Sumyubai, each drop containing a terrifying aura. Had Sumyubai not set up a miniature version of the Mystic Heaven Grandeur midway, even this specially constructed cultivation chamber would have been unable to withstand the aura emitted by so much Supreme Divine Power. 260 drops. That should be enough for now. Sumyubai swept his divine sense across them and immediately knew the quantity of the Supreme Death Divine Power. However, he did not immediately store these Supreme Divine Powers away. Instead, he moved his divine sense, Catastrophe target, all Supreme Divine Power prompt. Please choose to promote by 1 tier, or add the Catastrophe trait to it. Click to view details. Add the Catastrophe trait individually. As the catastrophe talent was activated, a massive amount of soul power was instantly absorbed. Within the cultivation chamber, a large amount of strange energy condensed out of thin air and injected itself into these supreme death divine powers. Since this was not a free ride promotion, it would not plunder energy from the myriad worlds. Therefore, no matter how many drops of supreme divine power Sumyubai added the catastrophe trait to at once, it would not cause any impact on the myriad worlds. Of course, the prerequisite for adding the catastrophe trait is that Sumyubai must possess enough soul power. The soul power consumed this time far exceeded the sum of all previous consumptions. Sumyubai suddenly felt as if his divine soul had been hollowed out. Of course, he knew very well that this was merely an illusion, and there was absolutely no risk of him falling into a deep slumber. The reason for this illusion was entirely because the amount of soul power consumed in that single instant was simply too vast. Over these past 2 years, in order to absorb enough soul power, he had been continuously absorbing spirits of the divine soul while his main body fished for supreme death divine power. The absorption speed of his main body was much faster than that of the divine soul projection clones within his internal world. Therefore, he was able to add the catastrophe trait to so many drops of supreme death divine power all at once. After a long while, the long-awaited system prompt sounded in Sumyubai's ears. Prompt: you have lost 234 billion soul power. Current soul power: 208 million. 208 million. Prompt: you have successfully added the catastrophe trait to 260 drops of supreme death divine power individually. Sumyubai exhaled a breath of stale air and waved his hand, storing all the supreme divine power into his internal world. Looking at it now, 30.8 billion soul power doesn't seem like much after all. Adding the catastrophe trait to 260 drops of supreme death divine power had consumed over 2 billion soul power. Sumyubai suddenly felt that his resources were still insufficient. Of course, insufficient here refers purely to the spirits of the divine soul he currently possesses. Right now, Fujiya Tianjia still has 360 billion primary godheads. Wanting to buy a large amount of marrow of the divine soul for free ride promotions would be an absolute breeze. What's more, Sumyubai is about to take control of the Death Domain Bank, so how could he possibly lack resources? Bloomer's position as a counselor is merely a stepping stone for him to take control of the Death Domain Bank, as a player who hasn't turned off his cheats. If he went through all this trouble only to obtain the authority of a single counselor, what would be the difference between that and not cheating at all? Sumyubai's goal has always been the entire Death Domain Bank. Originally, his schemes would have required more time to come to fruition, but a recent catastrophe event caused Sumyubai to change his plans. Once the council meeting begins, that is when the real show starts. He is very much looking forward to seeing how the various counselors will react at the meeting, and those to rule sovereigns if his plan succeeds. The Death Realm is going to undergo a massive upheaval. Thinking of this, a smile could not help but appear on Sumyubai's face. There is still some time before the council meeting begins. While adapting to the discomfort caused by the massive consumption of soul power, Sumyubai muttered to himself. Then, the next item is this treasure. As he spoke, a light flashed in his palm. The death scripture vanished, replaced by the yin-yang fish disc-shaped wheel of time and space. Some time ago, due to a lack of soul power, he had only added the catastrophe trait to the death scripture and the Death Realm Domain Master token. Now, the remaining soul power was sufficient to add it to the wheel of time and space as well. Although he had added a catastrophe trait to the time orb back when he obtained it at the auction on Cold Abyss Star, before he had freeloaded its promotion, that catastrophe trait was of too low a level. Catastrophe trait: creatures who have not comprehended the laws of time can still use its power, provided they restore it first. Such an effect was indeed extremely useful at the time, as Sumyubai had not comprehended any laws of time. During that period, the several time-based skills of the Wheel of Time and Space had indeed played a significant role. Even Aoshin's surrender back then was due to Sumyubai using time reversal. At that time, Aoshin's realm and strength were suppressed by the Myriad Worlds game, making it impossible for him to break through Sumyubai's time reversal. However, for the current Sumyubai, such a catastrophe trait had long since lost its meaning. The catastrophe trait of this thing wouldn't be summoning a projection avatar of the time and space sovereign, would it? Sumyubai looked at the wheel of time and space hovering in his palm, raised an eyebrow, and then moved his divine sense. Catastrophe target. Wheel of time and space. Prompt. Please select the promotion tier, Tier 1, Tier 2, or add a catastrophe trait. Click to view details option 1. Overwrite the original promotion effect and re-promote it into the rule level special treasure Wheel of Time and Space. No cost. Option 2. Overwrite the original promotion effect and sublimate it into the rule-breaking level special treasure Universal Time Sundial, costing 200 billion divine crystals. Option 3. Add a catastrophe trait separately, costing 200 million soul power, double the cost. Sumyubai was startled, then immediately realized why. The Wheel of Time and Space contained the two rule Great Dose of Time and Space. It was normal for the cost of catastrophe to be double that of the Death Codex. It was already quite reasonable that it didn't result in 1 equals 10. Fortunately, his remaining soul power was just enough. Add the catastrophe trait separately. As Sumyubai made his choice, his remaining 200 million soul power poured down like a waterfall. The Wheel of Time and Space in his palm also began to vibrate violently. Today's extra update is here. Special thanks to Godfather 37 God for gifting the Great God certification. Chapter 863, Star Balance. Add the catastrophe trait separately. As Sumyubai made his choice, his remaining 200 million soul power poured down like a waterfall. A massive, strange energy condensed out of thin air, forming a Taiji fish-shaped vortex that poured into the Wheel of Time and Space in his palm. In an instant, the Wheel of Time and Space floated into the center of the vortex and began to vibrate violently. Sumyubai watched this scene with burning eyes, a look of anticipation flashing across his face. Would the catastrophe trait of the Wheel of Time and Space be summoning a projection of the time and space sovereign? If that were truly the case, would this count as seeing Xingqian again? The Death Sovereign had already fallen, and his projection avatar was completely under Sumyubai's control. But the time and space sovereign was different. Sumyubai guessed to himself that although Xingqian had been expelled from the myriad worlds, he would certainly still be able to sense when a projection avatar was summoned within them. If that were the case, could Xingqian's will briefly descend into the myriad worlds through the projection avatar he summoned? If this were true, it would truly become his greatest trump card. Thinking of this, the more Sumyubai pondered, the more he felt this possibility existed. His gaze toward the Wheel of Time and Space became increasingly fervent, and he even found it hard to suppress the excitement in his heart. Because once his idea became reality, it meant he could sublimate a rule-level treasure into a rule-breaking level treasure. As for the cost of sublimation, in the eyes of Sumyubai, who possessed 360 billion godheads, it was not worth mentioning. The value of each primary godhead was equivalent to 10,000 divine crystals. In other words, to sublimate the Death Codex into the rule-breaking level Codex of Finality, it would only cost 10 million primary godheads. Even if he were to sublimate all the rule-level treasures and creations he currently possessed, it wouldn't take 100 million godheads. One could imagine just how massive the quantity of godheads Sumyubai had obtained through his freeloading promotion was. It was no wonder it had attracted the attention of all the rule sovereigns in the myriad worlds. Divine Realm. Outside the land of buried gods, a figure suddenly appeared, looked back at the deathly silent land of buried gods, and a trace of gratification flashed in his eyes. Little you, that girl, has finally wised up. Saying this, he took a step forward and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Only a murmur remained in the air. I wonder if that drunkard Yumu has brewed any top-tier fine wine over these years. From this sentence, it was clear that this figure was the rule sovereign known as Number 2 in the 4th level of the Pantheon. But the next moment, Number 2 returned to the spot, suddenly turned his head to look at the other end of the land of buried gods, and frowned. This fluctuation, how is it possible? Just a moment ago, he had suddenly felt a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation, but in his knowledge, this power should absolutely not be able to appear within the myriad worlds right now. After all, that person had been expelled from the myriad worlds long ago during that great upheaval. It disappeared again. Number 2's brows were tightly locked. Could it be an illusion? This thought flashed and vanished, He immediately shook his head. Although the fluctuation just now was faint, it gave him a feeling of palpitations. He would absolutely not misidentify it. That was the power of the time and space sovereign. After a moment of thought, Number 2's expression turned solemn. With one step, he crossed the entire land of buried gods and arrived at the other end. Immediately after, he saw a middle-aged man with silver hair and a dissolute appearance. So it was you. Yo, isn't this the eternal Number 2 of the god race? Long time no see. The middle-aged man showed not a hint of nervousness upon seeing the second, being at the rule sovereign stage. Hearing this, a flash of anger crossed the second's eyes. Huijian, we let it slide when you killed the thunder god previously. But now you dare to trespass into the burial ground of gods. Do you truly believe this deity dares not kill you? As he spoke, the terrifying pressure of a main god descended instantly upon this world. The powerful aura shattered the surrounding space, dragging Huijian directly into the dark dimension. If it were not for the fact that this was the territory of the god race and the most important burial ground of gods at that, and that the second had intentionally restrained himself, his pressure alone would have caused this world to collapse completely in that very instant. After all, the one standing here was not a projection of his face, but his genuine, physical body. Originally, he had not been this furious. But Huijian's remark about him being the eternal second in command had truly left him with no face at all. As a main god at the rule sovereign stage, did he not deserve some dignity? Look at you. It's been so many years. Why is your temper still so explosive? Though Huijian had been pulled into the dim, dark dimension, there was not a trace of panic on his face. He did not even unsheath his sword. Fine. I'll call you by your name from now on, Xingheng. Clearly, Huijian understood why the other party was so angry. What, exactly, are you trying to do? Xingheng stared fixedly at Huijian, yet he did not make a move. What he was asking about, naturally, had to do with that power from just a moment ago. Huijian was well aware of this. He slowly extended his hand, and between his fingers, an ancient soul coin emitting a faint aura of antiquity suddenly appeared. I think you have already guessed it, haven't you? Hearing this, Xingheng's pupils constricted. Are you insane? How could that possibly be done? If I don't try, it certainly won't be done. But even if there is only a 1 in a billion chance, I have to give it a shot. Huijian withdrew his hand, and the ancient soul coin between his fingers vanished along with it. Immediately after, he spread his hands. I gave that guy, the thunder god, a chance. But he insisted on seeking his own death. There was nothing I could do. Xingheng acted as if he hadn't heard that last sentence, merely giving him a deep, searching look. Are you serious? Xingheng suddenly felt a sense of admiration for this shameless fellow, Huijian. Despite not being at the rule sovereign stage, he was doing things that even they, the rule sovereigns, dared not attempt. The moment he saw Huijian, Xingheng had already formed a guess. It wasn't until the other party produced the ancient soul coin that he truly understood what this guy was up to. However, if one were even slightly careless in doing this, they would be expelled from the myriad worlds along with the power of the space-time sovereign. The reason they dared not do it was not out of fear of being expelled. It was because the myriad worlds still needed them, the rule sovereigns. They feared that if they were expelled, the myriad worlds would have no power to resist when the void returned in 10,000 years. Nonsense. Why would I lie to you? Huijian unhooked the wine gourd from his waist, took a swig, and then tossed it to Xingheng. Want a sip? If other beings were to witness this scene, their jaws would surely drop. A lord of laws, actually calling himself a lousy in front of a rule sovereign. What kind of wine is it? Xingheng's eyes showed little interest. Clearly, he did not believe that whatever Huijian tossed over would be good wine, brewed by old man Yumu in his early years. Why didn't you say so earlier? Upon hearing the name Yumu, Xingheng immediately swallowed hard. He caught the wine gourd Huijian threw over and, with a backhanded motion, pulled out his own gourd to pour the contents into it. Seeing this, Huijian immediately began to curse. You son of a bitch! How are you even more shameless than me? I kindly treat you to a drink, and you, on the other hand, are here to restock your supplies from me. Consider this your compensation. Get lost. Leave some for me. Chapter 864, Impotent Rage. In the God Spirit Realm, outside the burial ground of gods, Huijian and Xingheng sat facing each other in the starry sky, each holding a wine gourd. So, your little princess has finally come to her senses. That wasn't easy. Xingheng took a swig of wine, a look of intoxication flashing across his face as he gazed into the depths of the starry sky. You felt it too, didn't you? The sudden drop in the overall energy of the myriad worlds just now, clearly. He was also a lover of wine. However, his question was quite strange, because changes in the overall energy of the myriad worlds could only be sensed by those at the rule sovereign stage. Yet Huijian was merely a lord of laws. The image of Sumyu Bai flashed through Huijian's mind. Has the brat Bai already grown to this extent? Even the myriad worlds were shaken. I wonder what exactly that kid upgraded. However, he certainly could not tell Xingheng about Bai. Therefore, he simply nodded to indicate that he had felt it. Xingheng narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling that something was off about Huijian, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. After a moment of thought, he did not continue to press the issue, instead saying, "Are you finished with the space-time nodes here?" Hearing this, Huijian stood up, grumbling, "If you want to urge me to leave, just say so. There's no need to be so roundabout." He understood that Xingheng was afraid his presence here would affect the god race's little princess entering the burial ground of gods. However, he had indeed finished anchoring the space-time nodes here. The next moment, Huijian transformed into a streak of sword light and vanished from outside the burial ground of gods. Watching Huijian's departing back, Xingheng raised his wine gourd to take another sip and sighed, "A pity. What a pity." As his voice faded, his figure also slowly vanished from where he stood, disappearing completely, from beginning to end. Xingheng had never asked Huijian anything about the fall of the Thunder God. It was as if the Thunder God, a top-tier world lord who held the title of God, was of no consequence to the god race. Yet, on the contrary, every top-tier world lord was a member of the god race's upper echelon, with a status second only to the few rule sovereigns. Clearly, the only reason he did not mention it was because the person who killed the Thunder God was Huijian. Huijian is not the master of the rules, what the main gods of the god race, such as Xingheng, truly fear is clearly something else entirely. The Void Realm. Liu Yan steered the boat of time and space, heading toward the outer periphery of the Void Realm. Because the speed was not fast, he had not yet completely departed. At the core of the Void Realm, on the other side, invisible to both the naked eye and divine sense, a pair of cold, sinister eyes were staring fixedly at Liu Yan's retreating back. The next moment, the boat of time and space suddenly stalled for a split second. It dropped. On the boat of time and space, the moment Liu Yan sensed the change in the total energy of the myriad worlds, he was slightly stunned. And then a brilliant smile suddenly appeared on his face. At the same time, the figure of Sumyu Bai also emerged within his divine soul. This guy, Little Thief Bai, has changed his profession to become a robber now. To think he would dare to plunder the energy of the myriad worlds so blatantly. It seems that when my authority of luck was stolen back then, I actually got off easy. It's just that, if things continue to develop like this, won't Little Thief Bai pluck the entire myriad worlds bald? Thinking of this, a lollipop suddenly appeared in Liu Yan's hand. He placed it between his red lips, a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Or probably not. Although Little Thief Bai is a bit weak, he certainly wouldn't be that stupid. As the lollipop entered his mouth, the boat of time and space beneath Liu Yan's feet began to move forward once again. It was as if that split second of stagnation had merely been an illusion. At the core of the Void Realm, the Void Monarch, sealed on the other side, was furious beyond measure. Who is it? Who dares to snatch the prey that this monarch has set his sights on? He, too, had sensed the decrease in the total energy of the myriad worlds. In his view, after 10,000 years, all of this energy would have been in his pocket. Now that a portion had suddenly decreased, wasn't this snatching food from his own plate? However, the seal left behind by Zhu Xingchen left the Void Monarch capable of nothing but impotent rage. When this monarch breaks free, I will make you spit it back out to fold. Mine, it's all mine. Villa cultivation room. After a long while, The wheel of time and space hovering in front of Sumyubai suddenly retracted its divine light and slowly landed in his palm. At the same time, a system notification sound rang in his ears. Notification. You have lost 200 million soul power and successfully added the catastrophe trait to the wheel of time and space. Finally done. Sumyubai's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to check the changes to the wheel of time and space. If it really could summon a projection of the master of time and space, then this cheat would be absolutely overpowered. Wheel of time and space rule level treasure cannot be dropped, cannot be stolen, cannot be replicated. A supreme treasure created by the master of time and space, carrying within it the two complete rule douse left behind by him. Specific effects. Omitted PS. Please see chapter 651 for details. Current mobilization level of rule douse. Because he had not yet fused the time rule dao and the space rule dao himself, the two rules Sumyubai could mobilize via the wheel of time and space remained at the 50% level. He had already known this clearly, because the wheel of time and space already contained the two rule douse left behind by Zhu Xingchen. Therefore, Sumyubai still needed to break through to the peak upper god realm for his godhead to be able to carry new rule douse. But none of that mattered now. Sumyubai suppressed his excitement and slowly moved his gaze downward. Chapter 865. Allow me to introduce extra chapter. Fill a living room. Bloomer's figure suddenly appeared. The next moment, Sumyubai also stepped out of the cultivation room. The catastrophe trait of the wheel of time and space was completely different from what he had imagined. However, there was no look of disappointment in Sumyubai's eyes. Although it wasn't summoning a projection avatar of the master of time and space, the effect of this catastrophe trait, in some respects, was even better. Lord Bai. The board of directors meeting is about to begin. Bloomer bowed slightly and made a gesture of invitation. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The effect of the god of wealth talent had already been reported. Most importantly, after a day of experimentation, Rich across the world had confirmed that the god of wealth talent was also effective on resources like godheads. With 360 billion primary godheads, they could increase by 3.6 billion on the first day, every day thereafter. If the number of godheads was not consumed, the amount added would continue to increase. Logically speaking, a treasure like a godhead had already transcended the category of currency. But Rich across the world's god of wealth talent was still effective on it. What kind of concept was this? It meant that as long as something was recognized as currency by the myriad worlds, it could increase by 1% daily under the influence of the god of wealth talent. Bloomer had already received news that the two vice presidents would be coming because of this. What he was looking forward to was what kind of scene the good show mentioned by Lord Baiyu would turn out to be. When Sumyubai learned of this, he was also shocked. If that were the case, the potential of the god of wealth talent was simply too great, especially in a situation where one could control the entire myriad worlds. But it was still too early to talk about that. Sumyubai was currently only the acting domain lord of the death domain, and he had only obtained partial authority through the death domain lord token. He was still far from controlling the death domain, let alone the entire myriad worlds. And the first step to controlling the death domain was to first control the death domain bank. Let's go. Sumyubai patted Bloomer on the shoulder and smiled slightly. The show is about to begin. City of Silence, Death Domain Bank Headquarters. Core Crystal Building. This crystal building, which possessed 999 facets and was so tall that one could not see the top at a glance, was the place where the Death Domain Bank Board of Directors was held. In the large conference room, 8 figures were already seated in their respective positions. They came from the undead race and the demon race, with 6 from the undead race and 2 from the demon race. Unlike previous council meetings, this time, none of the council members used projection avatars. They had all arrived in person. It is common knowledge that the stronger one is, the later they tend to make their entrance. The 8 council members who arrived early were all at the level of first-rate world lords. Their strength was even slightly weaker than Otis, who had died at the hands of Sumyubai. However, this was perfectly normal. After all, Otis had been infinitely close to becoming a top-tier world lord. Looking across the entire myriad worlds, there were not many who were stronger than him. As long as he could obtain a high-level low-grade treasure, he would immediately be able to rank among the top-tier world lords. The Death Domain Bank had a total of 13 council members, and 5 were still missing. The 8 who had already arrived were not conversing at the moment, simply sitting in their respective seats with their eyes closed, conserving their energy. Before long, 2 more figures appeared in the conference room. These were 2 top-tier world lords of the undead race. The 2 scanned the room, the soul fire within their eye sockets flickering. It's one thing that Crest and Sean haven't arrived yet. But why hasn't that guy Bloomer shown up? He was the one who initiated this council meeting early. So why hasn't he appeared yet? Their slightly hoarse voices echoed in the conference room, their tone clearly displeased. But the next moment, both of them shut their mouths, because 2 more figures had appeared in the conference room. All right, sit down first. Sean glanced at his 2 clansmen, and his figure vanished from where he stood. The next moment, he was seated in the primary seat among the 13 council positions. At the same time, Crest's figure also sat down opposite him, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Everyone, wait a moment. Bloomer went to pick someone up. The 2 exchanged a glance and nodded, acknowledging each other. Yet, the corners of their eyes could not help but sweep over the 3 empty seats at the very front of the conference. In the center was a gargantuan throne of death. This belonged to the true master of the Death Domain Bank, the position of the Death Sovereign. On both sides below the throne were 2 slightly smaller thrones, clearly belonging to the 2 vice presidents at the Rule Sovereign realm. One was permeated with the power of darkness, while the other was formed entirely of solid ice. The information known to Crest and Sean was clearly more extensive than that of the other council members. The other 2 top-tier world lords of the undead race were inferior to them in comparison. This was also the reason why Bloomer had specifically reminded Sumyubai to pay attention to these 2. Their strength was enough to rank in the top 3 of the entire Death Domain. Otherwise, the 2 would not have been able to hold the positions of world lords of the undead world and the hell world. The weight of these 2 great worlds within the Death Domain was not something that ordinary great worlds could compare to. Of course, the top 3 here referred to those below the Rule Sovereign realm. Pick someone up. Hearing Crest's words, the other council members were immediately puzzled. Isn't it just Bloomer missing? Who else is there to pick up? Could it be that there are outsiders participating in this council meeting? Crest, I'm afraid this doesn't conform to the rules. That's right, Sean. Since when has our Death Domain Bank Council allowed outsiders to participate? Facing the questions from the crowd, Sean and Crest frowned. The soul fire within the former's eye sockets jumped slightly, and he said in a deep voice, when the person arrives, you will understand. Hearing this, the others stopped speaking, though a trace of confusion remained in their eyes. Who exactly was Bloomer picking up? Soon, everyone had their doubts resolved, because Bloomer had already appeared in the conference room with someone in tow. This person was clad in crimson battle armor, with 2 giant horns pointing toward the sky on his helmet. His face, covered by a metal mask, was impossible to discern, save for the flame-shaped gap in the center that revealed a fiery glow. Not only that, but his entire body was burning with raging flames, and even his flowing long hair was composed entirely of fire. Although they could not see any information about this person, everyone present recognized his identity at a glance. The calamity of 10,000 races. Bloomer, why did you bring this guy here? Are the God race trying to get their hands on our Death Domain Bank? The Death Domain is not a place for the God race to interfere. The appearance of Bloomer and Sumyubai immediately made the conference room lively. Even Sean and Crest frowned at the same time. Why is it this guy? He doesn't look like the possessor of the God of Wealth talent at all. However, the 2 did not speak, simply observing Sumyubai with scrutinizing gazes. Compared to the other council members, they were able to see Sumyubai's information. Of course, it was the information Sumyubai had disguised and wanted them to see. Bloomer glanced at Sumyubai, and seeing him nod, he gave a light cough and spoke slowly. Allow me to introduce him. As he spoke, Sumyubai's armor instantly turned ash black, and the flames burning on his body were also tinged with a grayish-white hue. That was nether flame prison fire. This scene immediately stunned everyone. Such pure death energy. Following that, they heard Bloomer continue. This is the agent chosen by Lord Death Sovereign. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room was in an uproar. Today's extra update is served, Chapter 866, The Victims' Conference. This is the agent chosen by Lord Death Sovereign. As soon as Bloomer's words left his mouth, the entire room was in an uproar. What did you say? Him. He is the agent of Lord Death Sovereign. Bloomer, do you know what you are saying? The council members stood up abruptly from their seats, their gazes fixed firmly on the calamity of 10,000 races beside Bloomer. It wasn't that they couldn't control their emotions, but this news was simply too explosive. The Death Sovereign had been missing for nearly 10 epochs, and the entire myriad worlds had almost concluded that he had fallen. After all, even the rule artifact of the Death Sovereign, the Death Codex, had been divided into 36 books of death, scattered across the myriad worlds. Now, with Bloomer suddenly jumping out to claim that this Wanzujiji was the Death Sovereign's proxy, how could they possibly believe it? However, everyone present was a high-level powerhouse from the undead and demon races, although 99% of them did not believe it in their hearts. They still refrained from making any mocking remarks, because they also harbored some doubts. Bloomer was a top-tier world lord-level existence, not a fool. What exactly was he trying to achieve by suddenly staging this scene? Sean did not rise, merely looking Sumyubai up and down a few times, his face revealing no emotional change. Sitting opposite him, Clester frowned. Bloomer, I know Wanzujiji saved you, but this is not a joke that can be made lightly. As one of the two strongest among the 13 directors, Clester's words caused the others to sit back down, their gazes simultaneously fixed on Bloomer. The latter, however, smiled slightly and remained silent, merely stepping aside to clear a path for Sumyubai. Bloomer is not joking. Sumyubai stepped forward, the nether flame prison fire on his body exuding a cold, deathly aura. Although he did not release a powerful pressure, no one present dared to underestimate him. This included Sean and Clester, the two powerhouses standing at the pinnacle of the Death Realm. An existence capable of slaying Otis in such a short time was definitely on the same level as them, perhaps even stronger. The two were currently observing Sumyubai calmly, wanting to see what kind of proof he could produce. The Death Domain Bank was an organization under the Death Sovereign. If this Wanzujiji was truly the proxy chosen by the Death Sovereign, it meant that the other party intended to take control of the Death Domain Bank. Was this why Bloomer had convened the board meeting in advance? Sean and Clester exchanged a glance, harboring some guesses in their hearts, but the next moment, like the other directors, they both stood up abruptly from their seats, their pupils dilated, staring in disbelief at the book in Wanzujiji's palm. This is the Death Codex. This power, it is absolutely the complete Death Codex. No wonder my book of death suddenly disappeared. So yours disappeared too. I thought I was the only one whose book of death had gone missing. The appearance of the Death Codex instantly turned the conference room into a meeting of victims. Most of the 36 books of death had once been in the hands of these directors. When Sumyubai first entered the game, he had freeloaded his own book of death into evolving into the Death Codex. At that time, they had discovered that their own books of death had vanished. However, no one would go around broadcasting such a thing. Only now, seeing the Death Codex in Wanzujiji's hands with their own eyes, did they realize they were not the only unlucky ones. The soul fire within Sean's pupils trembled violently, his gaze locked onto the Death Codex. Before this, he had speculated that the Death Codex had reappeared in the world, because his 12 books of death had all vanished into thin air. To take away a book of death without him even sensing it, such a feat was impossible even for a main god at the rule sovereign level. Sean had also suspected whether the Death Sovereign had not actually fallen, because only the Death Sovereign, the supreme god of the death element and the original master of the Death Codex, could silently take away his books of death. But later, during the battle with Sikongyu, Sean thought of another possibility. That was that the Death Codex might very well be in the hands of Bai Yi, because there had once been an existence among the human race capable of such a feat. For example, that time-space sovereign who, though not human, had always stood before the human race. Only at this moment did Sean realize he had been completely wrong. The Death Codex was actually in the hands of this Wanzujiji. Could it be that he was truly the proxy chosen by the Death Sovereign? Otherwise, how could he possess the Death Codex? Now, Do you all still have doubts? With a thought, Sumyubai opened the Death Codex and channeled its power, allowing the directors present to feel its aura more clearly. As he spoke, he walked step by step to the front of the conference table, finally stopping before the 3 divine seats. Bloomer had also arrived beside Clester. This seat belonged to him. Now that the board meeting had been convened and Lord by his identity had been introduced, he only needed to watch the show from here on out. Bloomer, what exactly is going on? Clester's voice suddenly echoed in Bloomer's mind. This was a soul transmission. Both belonged to the demon race, and Clester clearly wanted to know more. Just watch. You'll know in a moment. Bloomer smiled, offering no further explanation. Hearing this, Clester frowned, but he did not press further, because he knew very well that neither he nor Sean had the authority to preside over today's board meeting. The appearance of the god of wealth talent had already alarmed the 2 vice presidents. Therefore, Sean and Clester both simply watched Sumyubai quietly, without speaking. However, the other directors were unaware of the god of wealth talent. Wanzujiji, what exactly are you trying to do? The Death Codex is the holy relic of our undead race. How could it be in your hands? Exactly. How could Lord Death Sovereign choose a member of the god race as a proxy? Speak. How exactly did you obtain the Death Codex? If you don't explain yourself clearly today, don't think you'll be leaving easily. The remaining 10 directors did not notice the unusual behavior of Sean and Clester, because the Death Codex was simply too alluring. Where were they? This was the Death Realm. The Death Codex is the most powerful treasure in the entire Death Realm. Facing such a rule-level supreme treasure, how could they possibly remain rational? In the eyes of these board members, the Death Realm is the territory of the undead and demon races. By what right does a guy from the myriad races calamity, a member of the god race, dare to covet it? Unless the Death Sovereign appears in person and declares with their own mouth that myriad races calamity is their chosen agent, they will absolutely never acknowledge it. Still want to take control of the Death Realm Bank? Better start thinking about how to keep the Death Codex first. The board members looked at the Death Codex in the target's hand, their gazes gradually growing heated. Facing the questioning and threats of the crowd, Sumyubai merely raised an eyebrow and did not speak. He was waiting for the existence capable of making the final decision to appear. Chapter 867. The Dark Sovereign and the Ice Sovereign, Myriad Races Calamity. Aren't you going to offer an explanation? 2 top-tier world lords of the undead race suddenly spoke up. Sumyubai glanced at the 2 of them and ignored them entirely. What is the meaning of this? The 2 were instantly enraged and were about to continue their interrogation when Sean, sitting at the head of the table, raised a hand. Don't be impatient. He will make things clear today. As his voice fell, 2 immensely powerful divine forces suddenly manifested within the conference room. One was as pitch black as ink, as if it had swallowed all light. The other was bone-chillingly cold, causing the temperature of the entire conference room to plummet instantly. The power of a main god. Both vice presidents have arrived. Myriad races calamity. Now that even the vice presidents have been alarmed, you had better provide a reasonable explanation, otherwise, HMPH. Everyone immediately straightened their posture, their gazes shifting past myriad races calamity to the divine thrones at the front of the conference table. The 2 strands of main god power converged in mid-air, and in an instant, 2 massive faces appeared. These were the projections of the Rule Sovereigns. Greetings, Dark Sovereign. Greetings, Ice Sovereign. The board members bowed in unison. The rivals were none other than the Dark Sovereign of the demon race and the Ice Sovereign of the undead race. On the 2 giant faces, pupils flickered with divine light, scrutinizing Sumyubai, who stood beneath them. Neither humble nor arrogant. However, all they could see was the forged identity information of Sumyubai. The effect of eternal silence calamity could only be seen through if a Rule Sovereign were present in person. Since the true bodies of the Dark Sovereign and the Ice Sovereign had not arrived, they were unable to see through Sumyubai's true identity. The next moment, the giant faces transformed into 2 streams of light and flew toward the divine thrones. 2 projection avatars instantly appeared upon the seats. Myriad races calamity. You have truly brought this deity a surprise. The Ice Sovereign spoke slowly, his gaze landing on the Death Codex in Sumyubai's palm. This supreme rule treasure, the strongest in the Death Realm, let alone Sean and the others, even he, a main god, coveted it immensely. Although he was the Ice Sovereign, as a member of the undead race, how could he not be proficient in the rules of death? It was just that compared to the ice rules he had fully mastered, his death rules were only at the 9th pattern ultimate level. If he could obtain the Death Codex, it was not impossible for him to become the Death Sovereign, just like that person from back then, achieving the status of a dual-element sovereign. The Dark Sovereign's gaze also fell upon the Death Codex. He had come this time urgently because of the God of Wealth talent reported by Bloomer. He had not expected to see the complete version of the Death Codex. This was an entirely unexpected joy. While the two were observing Sumyubai was likewise observing them. Golden light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Although he had not fully activated the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupils, a powerful force was enhancing the effectiveness of his investigation. This was the supreme divine power of fate he had used in advance before entering the conference room. Due to the nature of the Cataclysm trait, even though Sumyubai's level of rule fusion had not reached the 9th pattern ultimate, he could still perfectly utilize the supreme divine power without it leaking. Therefore, under the augmentation of the supreme divine power of fate, he successfully glimpsed some information about the two Dark Sovereign Kingston Projection Avatar Demon Race. Lord of the Dark Realm. Rule Sovereign Realm Main God Combat Power Pseudo Main God Rule Dao Dark Rules Authority. Dark Authority. Although this is only a projection of the Dark Sovereign, the Level 3 Dark Authority and Main God power he wields possess the strength to suppress all true gods. Ice Sovereign Robin Projection Avatar Undead Race. Lord of the Ice Realm. Rule Sovereign Realm Main God Combat Power Pseudo Main God Rule Dao Ice Rules Authority. Ice Authority. Although this is only a projection of the Ice Sovereign, the Level 3 Ice Authority and Main God power he wields possess the strength to suppress all true gods. This was the first time Sumyubai had seen the status window of a Rule Sovereign. He wasn't sure if it was because they were projections or if the Rule Sovereign realm was simply like this. But neither of the Sovereign's windows contained data on Vitality, Divine Soul, or Divine Body. Fortunately, he had at least learned their names. Meeting the gazes of the two main gods, Sumyubai raised the Death Codex in his hand without the slightest fear and smiled. It seems the two of you are also interested in this supreme treasure. Speak. How did you obtain the Death Codex? Robin did not commit to an answer, instead asking directly. At the same time, a powerful pressure swept over him. Simultaneously, Kingston also spoke. Do not say again that you are the agent of the Death Sovereign. If the Death Sovereign had returned, their flames of faith would have long since been rekindled. As he spoke, the Dark Sovereign's gaze swept across the board members. Many among them held faith in the Death Sovereign. If the Death Sovereign had truly returned and chosen Myriad Race's Calamity as an agent, they would all have been able to feel the rekindling of the flames of faith. And this was Sumyubai's greatest flaw. This was also the main reason why the group of directors did not believe he was the agent of the Death Sovereign. The Death Codex flickered with a grayish-white light, shielding Sumyubai from the terrifying oppressive force emanating from the projections of the two sovereign gods. Facing the interrogation of the two sovereign gods, not only did he not take a single step back, but he even began to laugh. Chapter 868, Lord Mingtu. It's all a misunderstanding. Bonus chapter, the Death Codex, naturally, was given to me by Lord Death Sovereign. Presumptuous. Kingston let out a cold snort in my presence. You actually dare to spout nonsense. However, his furious words did not finish. They came to an abrupt halt. As his expression shifted drastically, he stiffly turned his head to look toward his side and rear. Robin, sitting upon another divine throne, also saw his pupils shrink, as if he had witnessed something inconceivable. At the same time, all the directors in the conference room widened their eyes, staring blankly at the figure that had suddenly appeared on the central divine throne, including Sean and Clayster. The bodies of the directors could not help but tremble at this moment. This aura, along with this incredibly dense supreme divine power of death, the Death Sovereign had actually appeared in person, although it was only a projected avatar. This meant that the Death Sovereign had truly not fallen, let alone them. Even Bloomer, who was on their side, was completely bewildered at this moment. Lord White Knight, you are trying to scare me to death. You said there was a good show to watch, but you didn't tell me a projection of the Death Sovereign would appear. Next time you play such a big game, Could you give me a heads up so your subordinate can be mentally prepared? The figure that had suddenly appeared on the throne was none other than the projection of the Death Sovereign summoned by Sumyubai. When he discovered that he could control the projection of the Death Sovereign just as he could control the bodies of Yuyi and the others, this plan had formed in his mind. At this moment, this agent of the calamity of 10,000 races had been ignored by everyone. The suddenly appearing projection of the Death Sovereign instantly became the focus of the room. After sensing and confirming that this was indeed the projection of the Death Sovereign, Kingston and Robin stood up from their divine thrones simultaneously and bowed slightly. Greetings, Lord Mingtu. At the same time, the group of directors also spoke up one after another, their expressions filled with utmost reverence. Greetings, Lord Death Sovereign. Sumyubai also put on a show and bowed. So, the Death Sovereign's name is Mingtu. This was the first time Sumyubai had heard this name. He stood quietly in place, manipulating the Death Sovereign's projection to wave a hand, signaling that everyone need not stand on ceremony. He then turned his gaze toward the Sovereign of Ice and said in a deep voice, Robin, you seem to have an opinion about the agent I have chosen, Lord Mingtu. It's all a misunderstanding. The expression on Robin's face instantly became even more wretched than if he were crying, and he hurriedly began to explain. I was just afraid that he was an imposter, and that the Death Domain Bank would become a laughingstock to other realms. Kingston, standing to the side, also wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead. Lord Mingtu, Before he could finish his sentence, Sumyubai interrupted. So, you are saying you have no designs on my Death Codex? As he spoke, Sumyubai extended his hand, and the Death Codex in the palm of the calamity of 10,000 races instantly vanished. The next moment, the Death Codex appeared in the hands of the Death Sovereign's projected avatar. Do you want it? If you want it, take it. Sumyubai held up the Death Codex, his eyes flashing with the light of death. With every gesture, the laws of death across the myriad worlds seemed to be cheering and leaping with joy. Seeing this scene, Kingston and Robin shook their heads frantically. We dare not. Although they were also sovereigns of law, they were merely sovereign gods. Compared to the Death Sovereign, a supreme god, they were not on the same level at all. HMPH. Sumyubai let out a cold snort and did not continue to tease them. After all, it was a fake. It wouldn't be good to push it too far. Moreover, he had no idea what the personality of the Death Sovereign was, so he could only stop while he was ahead. Calamity of 10,000 races. Keep my supreme treasure safe. Sumyubai sat upon the divine throne, and the Death Codex turned into a streak of light, returning to the hands of the calamity of 10,000 races. At the same time, his gaze swept across everyone present, and he said in a deep voice, from this day forward, the calamity of 10,000 races shall represent me. Everything regarding the Death Domain Bank shall be under his full authority. Do you understand? We understand. The directors nodded repeatedly, fearing that they would be too slow to respond. Kingston and Robin did the same, although both felt a sense of loss in their hearts at having lost control of the Death Domain Bank. The Death Sovereign had spoken. What else could they do? Furthermore, what they were more concerned about at this moment was not the Death Domain Bank. The fact that the Death Sovereign had not fallen was, in itself, a major event capable of shocking the entire myriad worlds. They had many questions they wanted to ask, but it was clearly not the time. Because Sumyubai continued to speak, from now on, all resources of the Death Domain Bank are to be kept by him. As he spoke, Sumyubai waved his hand casually. Domain Master Authority Bidirectional Portal. The next moment, a portal opened within the conference room. Immediately following, a pot-bellied man dressed in luxurious attire walked out from the portal. The moment they saw this person, the pupils of both Kingston and Robin constricted. God of Wealth. What kind of profession is this? The reason the two had come here was because of the effect of the God of Wealth talent reported by Bloomer. However, they had never expected that the profession of Fujiichanjio would also be God of Wealth. A profession like this had never appeared in the myriad worlds before. In reality, the profession of Fujiichanjio had already changed. It was just that it still showed 3 question marks. What others could detect was merely his past God of Wealth profession. Greetings, sovereigns. Fujiichanjio bowed, his face wearing its perpetual smiling expression, and like the bewildered Bloomer, He had been notified by Sumubai in advance, so he did not show any signs of abnormality. After paying his respects to the 3 sovereigns, he turned to face the 13 directors at the conference table. I look forward to working with you all in the future. As he spoke, Fujiya Tianjia and Bloomer exchanged a glance and gave a slight nod. So, this person was found by Lord Mingtu. Kingston and Robin exchanged a look, their hearts suddenly at ease. Lord Mingtu had been missing for nearly 10 epochs. His return now would inevitably bring changes to the Death Domain and even the entire myriad worlds. The Death Domain Bank was clearly just the beginning. That's all. You may all leave. Sumubai waved his hand, signaling that the board meeting had concluded. Upon hearing this, the group of directors immediately followed Wanzujiji and Fujiya Tianjia out of the conference room. Now that they had a new top boss, they naturally needed to interact more to leave a good impression. Sean and Crest's gazes lingered on Fujiya Tianjia, thoughtful. They were extremely curious about this player who possessed the god of wealth talent. The other directors were clearly just as curious about Fujiya Tianjia. Although he was only a tier 10 Saint Extermination level human player, how could he lack extraordinary qualities if he was personally appointed by the Death Sovereign to manage the wealth of the Death Domain Bank? Soon, only the projection avatar controlled by Sumubai and the 2 main gods remained in the conference room. With the Death Sovereign persona, everything was just that simple. The entire Death Domain Bank would henceforth become his personal domain. Whatever the 13 directors were, they were merely high-level management. The real power rested in his hands. This was the authority of the Death Sovereign. Of course, before that, he still needed to fool the 2 main gods before him. With their preconceived notions, Sumubai didn't think this would be a difficult task. Isn't it just acting like a riddle maker? Having known Old Man Feng for so long, how could he not know how to do that? Today's bonus chapter is here, chapter 869. Now is not the time. The Dark Sovereign and the Ice Sovereign, although they were, like Lion, beings at the tier 12 rule sovereign realm, they mastered ordinary rules rather than the 9 supreme rules. Therefore, the 2 were merely main gods, not supreme gods. Whether the authority of death had returned to the myriad worlds was something they could not perceive for a long time. Although the main gods of the myriad worlds had speculated that the supreme gods like the Death Sovereign had fallen, they could never be certain. Seeing the Death Sovereign's projection avatar with their own eyes and feeling the power within this projection which far exceeded their own, the 2 preconceived that the Death Sovereign had not truly fallen. After all, who could have imagined that the catastrophe trait Sumubai added to the Death Canon could summon a projection of the fallen Death Sovereign? Such an inconceivable thing. Even if Sumubai were to say it out loud, no one would likely believe him. As soon as the directors left, Kingston and Robin spoke impatiently. Lord Mingtu, you are actually still alive. After the words slipped out, Kingston realized he might have spoken incorrectly and quickly added, I mean, it is truly wonderful that you are alive. In short, my lord, you should understand what I mean. Looking at the somewhat incoherent Kingston, Sumubai waved his hand expressionlessly. Enough. No need to say more. In reality, he was struggling to keep a straight face. He hadn't expected that even high and mighty main gods could have moments of nervousness. Seeing that the Death Sovereign did not blame him, Kingston breathed a sigh of relief. My lord, I shall inform the other main gods of your return immediately. Inform the other main gods. That was unnecessary. The more people who knew, the higher the chance of him being exposed. Sumubai naturally did not want Kingston to spread the news. He immediately shook his head and said in a deep voice, do not speak of this for the time being. As soon as these words were spoken, a look of confusion flashed across the eyes of both main gods. It will not be too late to notify them when I truly return. Truly return? Robin looked at Sumubai with some confusion. Lord Mingtu, are you still outside the myriad worlds? As they spoke, both he and Kingston had looks of deep shock in their eyes. To be outside the myriad worlds yet still be able to project a descent, to what extent had Lord Mingtu's strength reached? Could it be that he, like the space-time sovereign, had taken that step? Thinking of this, a flash of joy appeared in their eyes. If that were truly the case, then when the void returned in 10,000 years, the myriad worlds might not be without a chance of victory. Sumubai's statement not only caused Kingston and Robin to engage in a series of self-directed fantasies, but it also explained why the fires of faith had not been rekindled. Controlling the Death Sovereign's projection, Sumubai felt as if he held everything in his grasp. With every gesture, he felt as if he could freely command the power of the Death Domain. In this state, he was naturally well aware of the changes in Kingston and Robin's expressions. Invisible self-brainstorming is the most lethal. Although Sumubai had only said one sentence, it contained a massive amount of information. What he wanted was for the two of them to guess for themselves. Glancing at them faintly, Sumubai nodded slightly and said with feigned profundity, "Now is not the time for us to return to the myriad worlds." This sentence shocked Kingston and Robin beyond measure. Did that not mean that it wasn't just Lord Mengtu, but other supreme gods who had not fallen as well? Lord Mengtu, do you mean to say? A glimmer of anticipation shone in their eyes. Yes. Sumubai nodded lightly. The myriad worlds are saved. Kingston and Robin were overjoyed. Originally, facing the impending return of the void, most of them, as main gods, were very pessimistic. Back then, when all the supreme gods were present, it was only because the space-time sovereign took that step that the process of the void's erosion was barely delayed. Now, the high-end combat power of the myriad worlds was far inferior to what it had been back then. Once the seals were broken and the void attacked, they truly did not know how they would be able to stop it. Now that they had learned such information from the mouth of the Death Sovereign, how could they not feel pleasantly surprised? The myriad worlds have already been infiltrated by the void. Do not speak of this for now, do you understand? Sumubai looked down at the two main gods from his high seat, his expression solemn and his aura majestic. His words caused the pupils of both to constrict sharply, and they instantly recalled what had happened previously. Kingston frowned deeply. Lord Mengtu, the Flame Prison Realm Master Token was destroyed by the void, wasn't it? The destruction of a Realm Master Token had only occurred during that great upheaval in the past. For the last 9 epochs, the void had been sealed, and such an event had never happened again. Therefore, the announcement triggered by Sumubai freeloading the promotion of the Flame Prison Realm Master Token had caused such a massive stir throughout the myriad worlds. It had even invisibly and significantly alleviated the crisis facing the human race. The void was the greatest enemy of the myriad worlds. Before this matter was thoroughly investigated, neither the monster race nor the mechanical race could afford to deal with the human race on a large scale. However, the place where Otis had fallen back then was in the Nether Abyss. That was a place created by the Death Sovereign. Even beings at the main god stage could not easily investigate it. My presence here this time is primarily for this matter. Sumubai's gaze was profound, the light of death flickering within his eyes as his vision seemed to pierce through endless space, looking toward the bottom of the Nether Abyss. With Lord Mengtu taking action personally, we can finally set our minds at ease. Kingston and Robin exchanged a glance, seeing a trace of relief in each other's eyes. Investigating the Nether Abyss was no easy task for them, but for the Death Sovereign, what difference was there between that and returning home? My existence cannot be exposed for the time being, so I need Wanzujiji as an agent. Sumubai withdrew his gaze and then said this. The two nodded immediately. We understand. It is good that you understand. Sumubai slowly stood up from his divine throne, his figure beginning to turn illusory and blurred. The Death Domain Bank and the wealth of the world talent are of great use to us. I don't need to tell you what to do I? Rest assured, Lord Mengtu, we know what to do. Kingston and Robin bowed slightly, seeing Sumubai off. They understood that manifesting a projection from outside the myriad worlds must consume a vast amount of energy. Lord Mengtu's power was reserved for dealing with the void. How could it be wasted here? However, just as the Death Sovereign's projected avatar was about to disappear completely, Robin still couldn't help but ask, Lord Mengtu, can you tell us what exactly happened back then? Hearing this, Kingston also spoke up. Yes, after that great war. Where did you and the other lords go? Regarding what lay beyond the myriad worlds, even beings at the main god stage like them knew very little. They only knew that the void came from beyond the myriad worlds. Regarding this, Sumubai knew even less than they did, so he naturally could not provide them with answers. He carefully recalled the demeanor of Old Man Feng from back then, shook his head. and spoke slowly. Now is not the time. As his voice fell, the Death Sovereign's projection completely dissipated. Sumyubai had finally become the riddle maker he hated most. Kingston and Robin looked at the empty divine throne, their eyes filled with disappointment. The two looked at each other and sighed in unison. Sigh, it seems we are still too weak. Indeed, compared to Lord Mingtu, we are far too lacking. Chapter 870. Whoever dares to give Brother Fu a hard time is my enemy. As they spoke, their figures also vanished from the divine throne. They had come this time to see the possessor of the god of wealth talent that Bloomer had mentioned. Now that they knew this person was brought by the Death Sovereign, there was naturally no need for them to stay. As for the operation of the Death Domain Bank, they had never really managed it much anyway. Now that the power of speech had been handed over to Wanzujiji, the two of them actually suffered no real loss. After all, for rule sovereigns, no matter how many ordinary resources there were, it was meaningless. The ones who truly suffered losses were the undead race and the demon race, because before Sumyubai took control, all the profits generated by the Death Domain Bank belonged to these two top-tier races. But now, it was clearly different. However, this was an order given personally by the Death Sovereign. How could the undead race and the demon race dare to disobey? Outside the conference room, the group of directors had not left. While Sumyubai was controlling the Death Sovereign's projection to converse with the two main gods, they were also engaged in a heated discussion about Sumyubai and Fujiya Tianjia. Although Wanzujiji had only recently risen to prominence, everyone had heard of him. Whether it was accepting over 50 zero remuneration bounty missions at once or slaying Otis, it was enough to make the name Wanzujiji spread throughout the entire myriad worlds. But to them, Fujiya Tianjia was an unknown small fry. Among those present, apart from Sumyubai and Bloomer, only Shan and Kleist had known in advance about the effects of the god of wealth talent. Now that the Death Sovereign had personally ordered Fujiya Tianjia to take charge of all the resources of the Death Domain Bank, they had accepted it. But they were curious as to why. A mediocre human player like Fujiya Tianjia, whose strength was only at the early stage of the 10th Order Saint Annihilation level, what exactly did the Death Sovereign see in him? All this curiosity and questioning completely vanished after seeing the effects of the god of wealth talent. Such a talent actually exists. Brother Fujiya Tianjia, I have to say, you were born to run a bank. With your talent, our Death Domain Bank will definitely be able to expand beyond the Death Domain. From now on, whoever dares to give Brother Fu a hard time is my enemy. Brother Fu, feel free to make any requests in the future. As long as you are here, our Death Domain Bank will surely become a superpower. Upon seeing the god of wealth talent, the attitude of the directors toward Fujiya Tianjia changed drastically in an instant. Looking at those burning gazes, Fujiya Tianjia couldn't help but shiver, his layers of fat trembling uncontrollably. This cannot be blamed on him. The directors of the Death Domain Bank are certainly not kind or gentle souls. It would be strange if Fujiya Tianjia could feel at ease while being stared at by a group of undead and demons. However, that was just a natural physiological reaction. Fujiya Tianjia had been in the undead realm for quite some time, and he had long since adapted psychologically. He nodded at everyone with a beaming smile. I will have to rely on all of you for your support in the future. Rest assured, you are the person personally appointed by the Sovereign of Death. How could we dare to be negligent? Absolutely. Come, Brother Fu. Let's at each other as friends first. If you need anything in the future, just ask. Normally, the board of directors would need to deliberate on certain matters. Even Shan and Crest could not make decisions on their own. Otherwise, these 13 director positions would lose their meaning. But this board meeting was different. The Sovereign of Death had descended. So what was there to deliberate about? They just needed to do whatever the Sovereign commanded. On the other side, Sumyubai patted Bloomer on the shoulder. I'll leave the Death Domain Bank to you and Fujiya Tianjia. He knows what to do. Rest assured, my lord. Bloomer nodded, and Sumyubai's figure vanished from the spot instantly. Shan and Crest, who were walking toward them, paused in their tracks. They had originally intended to have a conversation with Sumyubai, but they hadn't expected him to just leave like that. Bloomer, why did he leave? Crest frowned. Shan also looked at Bloomer and asked, Did that guy say anything about what's next for the Death Domain Bank? He said he had things to attend to, so he left first, Bloomer explained casually. Then added, as for the affairs of the Death Domain Bank, he said he had already told Fujiya Changxia. Hearing this, Sean and Crest exchanged a glance. It seemed this calamity of 10,000 races was also a hands-off manager. With Sumyubai gone, neither of them had any intention of staying. After exchanging greetings with Bloomer, they walked side by side toward the exit. It's been a long time since we fought. Want to try? Crest looked at Sean, eager to try, with a fighting spirit slowly rising in his eyes. Sean helplessly patted his forehead. Why are you all so bellicose? One after another. Hearing this, Crest immediately became interested. Who else? Some time ago. Sean gave a rough account of what had happened recently. You mean, that guy Sekonyu is already this strong? Crest narrowed his eyes slightly. Back before the human race had declined, he had heard the name of the invincible war god Sekonyu. It was just that at that time, Sekonyu was only a first-class world lord, which hadn't been enough to pique his interest. Now, after hearing Sean's words, his interest grew significantly. Being able to retreat unscathed while facing Chixio and Roxy meant he was already qualified to be his opponent. Looking at it this way, you want to fight that madman? Sean looked at Crest with a strange expression. He didn't understand why anyone would rush to be someone else's sparring partner. Was he not being clear enough? Chapter 871. Don't be polite with me, Sean. I really wonder how you became a top-tier world lord with that temperament of yours. Crest looked at Sean, his fighting spirit not diminishing in the slightest. In his view, combat was the best way to improve. It was just that his style of combat was to suppress others, not to go around looking for a beating like Sekonyu. What's wrong with my temperament? Sean curled his lips. I am not only a top-tier world lord, but I'm also a bit stronger than you. Does that annoy you? I lost to you by one move last time, but this time it might not be the same. Let's go. Let's have a fight right now. Thinking about how he had lost to Sean last time, Crest couldn't wait to get his revenge. However, Sean had no intention of giving him that chance and shook his head decisively. Not fighting. If you want to fight, go find Sekonyu. That guy has also come to the Death Continent. As they talked, their figures drifted further and further away, disappearing from the core crystal building. Death Continent, City of Extinction, Nether Immortal Workshop, Divine Class Private Room. This was the headquarters of the Nether Immortal Workshop within the Death Domain. Usually, only World Lord level powerhouses were qualified to enter the Divine Class Private Rooms. But there were exceptions, just like top-tier prodigies of the races, such as Juxiaoyu and Aoshin. Their identities were naturally recorded by intelligence organizations like the Nether Immortal Workshop. These top-tier prodigies had divine-class private rooms reserved for them whenever they arrived. Now, Paddy naturally had this qualification as well. He hadn't become a prodigy of the demon race for long, but the Nether Immortal Workshop had already updated his profile. Inside the room, Paddy and Sumyubai sat opposite each other. The reason he had left early, besides wanting to be a hands-off manager, was because of the message Paddy had sent him. Compared to the last time they met, Paddy's strength was now worlds apart. Blood Slaughter Demon God Paddy Aldrich Demon Race Aldrich Family Demon Royal Family Top Tier Demon Creature Law Lord Realm Vitality 1865 stars Divine Soul Late Stage Median God Divine Body Early Stage Median God Combat Power Early Stage Superior God Laws Slaughter Law Destruction Law Dark Elemental Law Annihilation Law Dark Erosion Law etc. Authority. A small portion of Dark Authority. A very small portion of Destruction Authority. Paddy was originally an unremarkable existence in the Aldrich family, but he rose suddenly one day to become one of the geniuses of the new generation. Now, he has even successfully defeated the original prodigy of the demon race and taken his place. Although Paddy's rate of improvement couldn't compare to Sumyubai's, it was already monstrous when placed in the context of the myriad worlds. When they first met at Coldabis Star, he was merely an early-stage inferior god with only 9 stars of vitality. How much time had passed since then? He had actually already broken through to the median god realm, and his divine soul was even at the late-stage median god level. Not only that, He had also mastered a small portion of the authority of darkness and a tiny fraction of the authority of destruction, granting him combat power at the early stage of the upper god realm. If not for this, Patty would never have been able to defeat the original prodigy of the demon race and become the new one. Even so, when Patty saw Sumubai, he was stunned. "No way, brother Bai. What have you been eating? You're so fierce," in front of Patty, who was one of his own. Sumubai had reverted to his original appearance and did not hide his information. That was why Patty was so shocked. He had broken through from the early stage of the lower god realm to the early stage of the middle god realm, which was already fast enough. But compared to a monster like Bai, it was practically a joke. In the same amount of time, this guy had actually broken through from the 7th tier epic level directly to the late stage of the upper god realm. Is this even reasonable? Patty was naturally aware that Bai had comprehended the great Tao of rules. But as for his cultivation realm, he was only finding out now. Originally, Patty had wanted to show off a little, but now he gave up entirely, showing off in front of this monster. How would that be any different from asking for humiliation? He actually did have one thing he could show off. Thinking of this, Patty's eyes lit up. He raised his wine glass, clinked it against Sumubai's, and laughed. "Oh brother Bai, I'm not bragging. But from now on, if you have any trouble within the demon race, just say the word." Sumubai raised an eyebrow, looking at this confidence. Surely just being a demon race prodigy wasn't enough, right? Previously, regarding the matter of the illusionary realm master token, Sumubai had asked Patty for help. It was precisely because of the other party's status as a demon race prodigy that the demon race had directly classified that incident as an internal affair. Otherwise, with his identity as the calamity of 10,000 races, he would have had to face the retaliation of the demon race. That would have been a massive headache for Sumubai. After all, at that time, he didn't have the ability to summon the projection of the Death Sovereign. Sumubai remembered that back then, Patty couldn't even guarantee anything regarding the Flame Prison Realm Master token. Now that he was speaking with such certainty, it was clear that something had happened since then. Watching Sumubai's puzzled gaze, Patty proudly lifted his chin. "You know about our demon race's sovereign of darkness, right?" Sumubai nodded, the image of Kingston flashing through his mind. Not only did he know him, but he had also just met him. "That's my big brother." Patty patted his chest, waved his hand to take out a pitch-black small bottle, and tossed it to Sumubai. "Take it. This is 10 drops of the power of the Dark Sovereign. Just give 1 drop each to those 3 little guys Amon, and the others for self-preservation, and keep the rest for yourself." After finishing, Patty seemed to feel that this gift was too generous and, fearing that Sumubai might refuse, he specifically added, "Don't you dare be polite with me. My big brother has plenty of this stuff. If I run out, I'll just go ask for more." "How did the Sovereign of Darkness become your big brother?" Sumubai took the power of the Dark Sovereign with a strange expression, then suddenly realized something. Is it because of Senior N? When he first met N, the other party had used his lip movements to say the words Starry Sky to Sumubai. At that time, Sumubai understood that N was definitely not simple. Now that Patty's status had suddenly changed, Sumubai couldn't think of any other possibility besides N. "You guy, couldn't you let me show off for a little longer?" Patty smiled. "Yeah, I just found out too. It turns out Teacher is the original sovereign of darkness of the myriad worlds." Hearing this, Sumubai thought to himself that it was as expected. It was no wonder the other party would know Zushingchen. Turning his hand to put away the power of the Dark Sovereign that Patty had gifted him, Sumubai also took out a small bottle and tossed it to the other party. "This is?" A flash of confusion crossed Patty's eyes. "It's just a bit of the power of the Dark Sovereign. There's no need to." He had intended to say there was no need for a return gift, but halfway through his sentence, he suddenly froze. The next moment, Patty's eyes widened, and he looked up at Sumubai. Is this the supreme power of destruction? Don't you dare be polite with me." Sumubai smiled slightly, but immediately followed up with a reminder. "This is my biggest secret. Make sure no one else finds out." Okay. Patty nodded blankly. He knew that the secret Bai was referring to wasn't just these 10 drops of supreme power of destruction, but the unique nature of these supreme powers, perfect absorption. The ability to switch attributes at will. Does such a supreme power even exist in the myriad worlds? Do you want to see Amon and the others? Sumyubai changed the subject. Patty also snapped back to reality, carefully storing the supreme power into his inner world, and waved his hand. We can talk about seeing them later, right now. Teacher wants to see you. As the words fell, Patty's temperament underwent a heaven-shaking change in an instant. Extra update for today. Chapter 872. You are the most important one. Looking at Patty, whose temperament had changed drastically, Sumyubai immediately understood that the person in front of him was now someone else. Senior, I wonder what you need. And looked Sumyubai up and down. He didn't state his purpose directly, but instead nodded slowly and said, your speed of improvement is even faster than I imagined. Hearing this, Sumyubai smiled. He had such a massive cheat. If his speed of improvement wasn't fast, wouldn't it have been a waste? However, he naturally wouldn't say that out loud. He just watched and quietly, waiting for the rest of what he had to say. When I first met you, I thought it was too late. Now it seems it might not be too late after all. And sighed softly, his expression somewhat complex. Too late. A flash of confusion crossed Sumyubai's eyes. Yes, the time left for the myriad worlds is already running out. And nodded slightly. You should have already obtained the heart of reincarnation, right? Hearing this name from his mouth, Sumyubai's heart trembled instantly, but he reacted immediately. The matter regarding the heart of reincarnation must have been told to the other party by Zhu Xingchen. Thinking of this, Sumyubai nodded. I see. Immediately after, he asked curiously, Senior, did the Master of Time and Space know all of this from the very beginning? Yes. Back then, he showed me a projection of you, saying that you were the key to my recovery, and looked at Sumyubai. And this key is reincarnation. As he said this, his expression became solemn. It is not just me who needs reincarnation, the myriad worlds need it too. Hearing this, Sumyubai could not help but think of the quest reincarnation. Reincarnation quest difficulty. Unknown quest content. Please repair the incomplete heart of reincarnation within 999 years to unlock the subsequent stages. Quest rewards, failure penalty. Unknown. 9,999 years is the final deadline. The myriad worlds require reincarnation, otherwise, they will face eternal destruction. Clearly, the reason N said there was not much time left for the myriad worlds was because he knew about this. 9,999 years is indeed a very long time for an ordinary person, but for the myriad worlds, it is far too short, so short that it is no different from a fleeting moment. Such a small amount of time is not even enough for a lower-tier god with average aptitude to break through a single minor realm. That is why N had said earlier that when he first met Sumyubai, he felt it was already too late. However, the speed at which Sumyubai improved gave him hope. Of course, it was merely hope. After all, the higher the realm, the harder it is to break through. With these thoughts in mind, Sumyubai suddenly frowned and looked at N, feeling somewhat puzzled. Senior N, since the Master of Time and Space can see the future, shouldn't you all know whether I have succeeded or not? Hearing this, N shook his head. It is not as simple as you think, although I do not know much about it. The Master of Time and Space once said that the future is not set in stone. Even if he were to join forces with the Master of Fate, they could not fix the future. As he spoke, and gently raised his hand, and his dark divine power stretched into a long line. The line you see here can be viewed as the main trunk of the timeline. Theoretically, it is the path with the highest probability, but An's voice deepened, and he tapped his fingertip lightly near the source. At that point, dozens of branches instantly erupted, each one twisted and pointed in completely different directions. Do you see? A trivial disturbance, a seemingly insignificant choice. He blew a gentle breath, and a tiny, imperceptible particle of energy drifted toward one of the thin branches. That thin branch shuddered violently, its volume expanding rapidly until it became thicker than the main trunk beside it, while some of the earlier branches quickly dimmed and withered away. Of course, not every creature or object can influence the future of the myriad worlds. It depends on the weight that creature or object carries within the river of time and space. Sumyubai's eyelids twitched as he watched. N's ability to calculate time and space was truly abstract. but the visual impact was overwhelming. So, the future is not immutable. There are countless possibilities, that is correct. And withdrew his hand, and those complex, dark, branching lines dissipated silently into the air, as if they had never existed. Seeing Sumyubai's thoughtful expression, and continued to explain, the master of time and space can see possibilities and glimpse certain key nodes within the river of time. For example, he saw your existence a long time ago. Your appearance itself is a massive, critical variable node. Having said this, and took a deep breath and looked at Sumyubai, saying word by word, Bai, the weight you carry in the river of time and space far exceeds that of any other creature. Therefore, from the moment you appeared at this node, the future became obscured. His voice was calm, yet it carried a trace of imperceptible heaviness. The master of time and space once said, whether the myriad worlds can have a future depends entirely on you. Every one of his words felt like a hammer striking Sumyubai's heart. This conversation made him realize that Zhuxingchen was not omniscient, especially after his own appearance. Even if he joined forces with the Master of Fate to deduce the future, they could no longer clearly see the path of the myriad worlds. All of his arrangements were merely preparations, and the one who could truly complete this chess game had always been himself. Once, Sumyubai thought he was just a pawn on Zhuxingchen's board, and that only by possessing enough strength could he jump off the board and become a player. But now he understood that he had been wrong all along, from beginning to end. He was never a pawn, and there was no chess game or board. All Zhuxingchen could do was guide, and he himself was the key that decided everything. For a moment, Sumyubai suddenly felt the burden on his shoulders grow much heavier. Does the future of the myriad worlds really depend entirely on him? Sumyubai naturally wanted there to be a future, if for no other reason. If the myriad worlds had no future, then what of himself? What of those around him? What of the human race? Not for the sake of some grand righteousness, but even for the sake of his own interests and the interests of those around him. Sumyubai would exhaust every means to ensure the myriad worlds had reincarnation and a future. Thinking of this, his gaze gradually became firm. Senior, and I understand. It is good that you understand. And nodded. My understanding of this aspect only goes this far. When you meet the Master of Time and Space again, he will let you see it more clearly. Hearing this, Sumyubai quickly asked, when will I be able to see him again? Meeting Zhuxingchen again would mean he could elevate his rule treasures into treasures of the rule-breaking realm. I do not know. And shook his head. And seeing the obvious disappointment that flashed in Sumyubai's eyes, he smiled and continued. There is no need to rush. That day will come. As he spoke, his temperament underwent a drastic change. Body regained control of the body. Brother Bai, the teacher's remnant soul has fallen back into slumber. Sumyubai nodded slightly, his mind still pondering the words and had just spoken. When he broke through back then, did he truly return to the past? But if that were the case, wouldn't it have created a new branch? So, is the timeline he is currently in a branch or the main trunk? Chapter 873. The experiment nears its end. The issue of timelines was far too complex. It was clearly not something that could be understood in a short amount of time. Sumyubai secretly decided that the next rule avenue he would fuse with must be the rule avenue of time. Shaking his head, he temporarily stopped thinking about the timeline issue. Sumyubai waved his hand gently, releasing the three signal light brothers from his internal world. He had already informed the three of them via divine sense beforehand. By now, Sumyubai had grown accustomed to the disorienting sensation of his true body and parts of his divine sense existing in different time flows. After all, his soul projection avatar within the small world had been absorbing spiritual soul essence day and night under the influence of a time flow 500 times faster than the outside world. When Sumyubai, the capitalist, turned ruthless, he didn't even spare his own soul projection avatar. Big brother, I missed you so much. Big boss, long time no see. Greetings, big boss. Amon and the others were somewhat excited to see Potty. It hasn't been that long. Don't act like we haven't seen each other for 8 or 10 years. Potty pushed away Amon, who was trying to give him a bear hug. Immediately after, his eyes suddenly widened. Peak lower god. How did you guys manage that? The latter immediately wore a look of grievance. Big brother, The time flow in Boss's internal world is 500 times that of the outside world. Isn't that the same as not seeing each other for 8 or 10 years? Upon hearing this, Potty suddenly realized. I was wondering how you 3 brats broke through so quickly. Isn't it normal to break through faster by following the boss? Amon grinned. Big brother, don't let us overtake you. During this period, they had been cultivating in Sumyubai's internal small world. In terms of their divine bodies, they had the buffs from the world tree. And in terms of their souls, they had the tempering from the sea of death, coupled with the 500-fold time flow. Although their rate of improvement couldn't compare to Sumyubai's, it could definitely be called monstrous. Get lost. Potty curled his lip in disdain. With just you few small fries, you want to surpass me. Sumyubai did not disturb the 4 as they caught up. After greeting them, he vanished from where he stood. He did not leave. He simply entered his own internal world. The world tree was constantly growing, and every time he entered, Sumyubai felt it had become even more massive. He had not forgotten that this world tree was currently nothing more than a sapling. But no matter how the world tree grew, the Sea of Death could keep pace with it. As a rule-level creation, the power of the Sea of Death was also constantly growing. No matter how many times he saw it, Sumyubai would be shocked by his own internal world. Now that he had broken through to the late stage of the upper god realm, the number of ripe fruits on the world tree had reached 81. The same as the number of facets on Sumyubai's high-grade godhead. This also meant that there were 81 small worlds within Sumyubai's internal world. When I truly break through to the World Lord realm, I should have 999 small worlds. Sumyubai's gaze swept over those fruits, a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. With so many small worlds, he really didn't know what he could use them for at the moment. But that didn't matter. Having them was better than not having them. Sumyubai withdrew his gaze and took a step, arriving directly at the roots of the world tree. This was the reason he had suddenly entered his internal world some time ago. Before leaving the underworld abyss, he had used the mystic heaven sealing method to bring a special undead creature created by the Death Sovereign into his internal world to conduct an experiment. Now, this experiment was finally reaching the point where results would be produced. At the roots of the world tree, a thin vine was embedded in the center of the special undead's forehead. This vine was different from ordinary vines, faintly revealing a dark green hue. It was extracting not just the special undead's life force, but also its maximum life force limit and the vitality within its body. The moment Sumyubai appeared, the soul projection he had left there dissipated. Whether I can create the Nether clan in advance depends on the results of this experiment. Death divine power condensed into a throne behind him. Sumyubai sat on the throne, his gaze examining the special undead before him, which was now almost devoid of vitality. Strange and profound inscriptions crawled all over the special undead's body, like countless chains, binding it firmly. This was the manifestation of being sealed by the mystic heaven sealing method. Special undead. Life force, 3-star stream. Peak upper god combat power. Peak upper god 9 marked. A special undead that only exists in the underworld abyss, hiding within the aura of death. They will attack all creatures that approach. Its internal vitality has been almost completely drained by the world tree. No one knows what will happen when its maximum life force limit reaches 0. At this moment, although the special undead's combat power was as high as the peak of the upper god realm, its maximum life force limit had been reduced to a pathetic 3 stars. The last time Sumyubai saw a situation where there was such a large gap between strength and maximum life force was in his own case. Back then, he was in a semi-dead state, so his maximum life force could never be increased and could only be maintained at 1 drop of blood. Now, this special undead was different. What Sumyubai wanted to do was to make it completely transform into a dead object. The vines of the world tree were still extracting. Soon, the special undead's life force was reduced to only 2 stars. 1 star. As the special undead's vitality neared 0, Sumyubai sat up straight, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Could his hypothesis actually work? Chapter 870 for to 13-star hidden quest. Bonus chapter. The moment its vitality was completely drained, the special undead suddenly began to tremble violently. Whoosh! Under Sumyubai's control, The vines of the world tree retracted at high speed, leaving only the special undead, covered in mysterious inscriptions, standing in place. At this moment, on its status window, the vitality bar was clearly at 0. However, the result Sumubai had hoped for did not appear. Aside from its vitality hitting 0, the special undead status window showed no other changes. That shouldn't be right. Sumubai frowned, his gaze locked firmly onto the special undead. He couldn't tell if this experiment was a success or a failure. If it were a success, the special undead should have transformed into another being. Yet, even with its vitality at 0, it hadn't dissipated. It remained standing, its body still twitching in spasms. Where exactly is the problem? Sumubai rubbed his chin, lost in thought. A moment later, he suddenly lifted his head, his eyes flashing with golden light as the vertical pupil in the center of his forehead opened. Within the golden vertical pupil, a Teiji diagram rotated slowly like an iris. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil. Sumubai activated the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil not only to further inspect the special undead's information but for another purpose as well. He raised his hand, forming a sword finger, and pointed it through the air toward the center of the special undead's brow. A profound and mysterious ripple instantly spread out. The life aura emitted by the world tree and the soul impact within the sea of death both fell silent, becoming inactive as if sealed. Mystic Heaven Sealing Technique Release. As the one who cast the seal, he could naturally undo it at any time. In an instant, the chains composed of countless mysterious inscriptions on the special undead's body rapidly retracted into its core. Finally, the power of the seal transformed into a beam of golden light, flying out from its brow and returning to the vertical pupil in Sumubai's forehead. The seal that had bound it was completely undone at this moment. Click, click, click. Deprived of the seal's restraint, the special undead, whose vitality was at 0, began to tremble even more violently. Sumubai could even hear the sound of bones colliding. At the same time, its status window finally began to change. Vitality, realm, peak upper god combat power. Peak upper god 9 market is dead, yet it has not fallen. A former experimental product of the Death Sovereign, now completely drained of its internal life force by the world tree. It is undergoing a transformation toward an unknown state. It's working. Sumubai's eyes lit up. The word special undead had now completely turned into question marks. He had suspected earlier that the Mystic Heaven Sealing Technique might have been too powerful, preventing the creature's transformation. It seemed he was right. Once the seal was lifted, the transformation finally began. Sumubai stared unblinkingly at the transforming undead, pushing his Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil to the limit, terrified of missing any detail. As time passed, the special undead's body trembled more and more intensely, to the point where it began to produce afterimages. Its entire body seemed to be experiencing a misalignment with the surrounding space. The golden light in Sumubai's vertical pupil intensified, scanning every inch of the undead's bones. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of a soul aura. So that's it. Only at this moment did Sumubai understand. He had once wondered how these special undead could control their divine bodies without even having souls. Now, he finally knew the truth. The special undead born from the erosion of the abnormal death or in the nether abyss were not without soul fire. Rather, their soul fire had long since completely fused with their divine bodies. However, the abnormal death or created by the Death Sovereign alone was not enough to allow these special undead to complete a true transformation. The addition of the world tree was the final piece of the puzzle, and it had to be Sumubai's world tree. The world tree once possessed by the Life Sovereign could not have met the requirements, because her world tree lacked the Cataclysm trait, let alone helping the Death Sovereign complete an experiment. The life aura emitted by her world tree would have been lethal poison to any undead creature. Only Sumubai's world tree could complete this final step. Is this a transition between reality and illusion? Sumubai narrowed his eyes, sensing that as the special undead trembled, its body would occasionally become ethereal, as if it had turned into a soul entity. As time went on, this occurred more frequently, and the special undead's appearance began to change gradually. The sound of clashing bones faded, and it began to look less and less like an undead creature. However, the body that was gradually filling out felt somewhat wrong to Sumubai. It was like the tangible soul. Sumubai suddenly thought of this fitting term. The current state of the special undead was indeed as if it had become a tangible soul. Moreover, it was constantly shifting between the physical and the ethereal. To be precise, it could no longer be called a special undead. It should be called another being, because, unexpectedly, a system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ears. Notification. Congratulations on completing the 13-star hidden quest Nether Being. 13-star hidden quest. Sumyubai was stunned. He didn't recall ever accepting such a quest. Just then, the Death Codex suddenly manifested on its own and flipped open. At the same time, grayish-white divine power surged forth from within, and the great Tao of Death began to tremble, condensing into an illusory figure before Sumyubai. The figure's head was shrouded in a rotating halo, and its black hole-like eyes seemed to devour all vitality. The torso, covered in skeletal armor, was inscribed with flowing runes of death. Its left palm held the Death Codex aloft, while its right hand gripped a weapon of peculiar design. Its lower body was hidden within churning death energy, where countless pale bone hands floated and sank. It was the manifestation of death itself walking the world, the sovereign of death. This time, it was not a projected avatar summoned by Sumyubai. It was a projection left behind by the sovereign of death within the Death Codex. This projection did not possess immense power, yet every movement it made still caused Sumyubai to feel a sense of trepidation. After appearing, the sovereign of death instantly arrived before the still trembling netherworld entity. The divine light in its pupils flickered, and its expression appeared somewhat agitated. Yes, that's it, finally. It is a success. It felt the aura of the netherworld entity with a touch of excitement, murmuring incessantly. My original hypothesis was correct after all. After a long while, it turned around, its gaze falling upon Sumyubai. I did not expect you to help me complete the final step so quickly. Now, at last, there are no regrets. Sumyubai was not surprised that the Sovereign of Death addressed him by his name. Even An, the Sovereign of Darkness, knew it. What was there to be surprised about? What he cared about more was what the Sovereign of Death truly intended to do. Moreover, he had possessed the Death Codex for so long, yet he had never once sensed the existence of this projection. Did the Death Codex truly belong to him completely? Sumyubai could not help but look at the projection of the Sovereign of Death. But before he could speak, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Today's extra chapter is served. I had a terrible headache today and almost asked for leave, but fortunately, I managed to write it in the end. Dear patrons, I beg for a wave of gifts and 5-star reviews. Ecchi is eternally grateful. Chapter 875, The Meaning of Reincarnation. Notification. Congratulations on successfully perfecting the experiment of the Sovereign of Death Ming-Tu and creating a brand new species. Notification. The Sovereign of Death Ming-Tu has named this species the Netherworld. Notification. The Netherworld is not a single race, but a brand new species. This species is different from all races in the myriad worlds. It is not a biological entity, but a truly inanimate object. Notification. Although you have successfully created the first netherworld entity in the myriad worlds, it seems something is still missing. The series of system notifications ringing in his ears caused a flurry of thoughts to flash through Sumyubai's mind. The second effect of his current creator catastrophe trait was the authority to create netherworld entities. This catastrophe trait originally stemmed from the Sovereign of Death class. It appeared now that this was the experiment the Sovereign of Death had failed to complete back then. Sumyubai had originally thought the netherworld was just a new race, but upon hearing the system notification, he suddenly realized it was an entirely new species. The difference between the two was that within the netherworld, there could be a multitude of races. In this way, it was clear that the netherworld could not be listed on the myriad races ranking, because the concept of the netherworld was far beyond what the myriad races ranking could contain. One could even say that once this brand new species of netherworld was truly developed and strengthened by Sumyubai, it could entirely open up a ranking list on par with the myriad races ranking. The final notification, however, left Sumyubai deep in thought. The netherworld. What was still missing? As he pondered, his gaze fell upon the first netherworld entity in the myriad worlds. At this moment, his Zhuanshan divine pupils were still active. Char common netherworld race, netherworld demon realm. Lord of Law's soul body, peak upper god combat power. Peak Upper God 9 Mark Special. The netherworld is an inanimate object with no vitality. The divine soul and divine body are fused into one. Those with great strength can switch between intangible and tangible forms at will. A creation of the Sovereign of Death Mingtu and Bai, the first netherworld entity in the myriad worlds. Due to its immense strength, a portion of its memories from before death will be restored. This was the current panel of that special undead creature. The restoration of its memories from before death had also allowed it to regain its name. The race name Netherworld Demon indicated that Char had been a creature of the demon race before death. This race name was only temporary, perhaps in the future. When the number of Netherworld demons became sufficiently large, a new race name might emerge for the Netherworld species. The vitality column was absent from the panel entirely. Even the divine soul and divine body had fused into a soul body. They were true death, so they possessed no concept of death at all. The only way to deal with a netherworld entity was to use overwhelming power to annihilate them completely. That was not death, but the total erasure of their existence from this world. What puzzled Sumyubai, however, was that Char clearly possessed the combat power of a peak upper god and was at the 11th tier lord of Lo's realm. So why was it only a common netherworld with such strength? Shouldn't it be a god-level netherworld? While he was pondering, the Sovereign of Death had arrived at Sumyubai's side at some point. What do you think of the name Netherworld? The two stood side by side, watching Char, who continued to flicker between intangible and tangible states. The name chosen by Senior Mingtu is naturally very fitting. Sumyubai nodded and turned to look at the Sovereign of Death. In truth, he did not care much about names. He was terrible at naming things anyway. Throughout his journey, apart from his catastrophe talent, the power Sumyubai used most often was that of the death element. In this regard, even the Wheel of Time and Space could not compare. And his initial power had come from the Sovereign of Death class. Now that he was truly face to face with the Sovereign of Death, even if it were only a projection, the scene of this meeting was not at all what Sumyubai had imagined. Although this was his first time speaking with the Sovereign of Death, he did not feel the slightest bit of unfamiliarity. The conversation between the two seemed to flow naturally, as if they were old friends who had known each other for a long time. The Sovereign of Death smiled slightly, his eyes flickering with the divine light of death. His gaze was profound, as if he could see through everything Sumyubai was thinking. What do you think the netherworld is currently lacking? I ask that you enlighten me, Senior. Sumyubai humbly sought guidance, for even his mystic heaven divine pupils could not discern what exactly the netherworld was missing. The strange weapon that had been in the Sovereign of Death's hand was nowhere to be seen. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the world tree that blotted out the sky, and spoke slowly. Actually, you are mistaken. What is lacking is not the netherworld, but the myriad worlds. Senior, do you mean reincarnation? Reincarnation was the only thing Sumyubai could think of. Dead objects, the netherworld, living beings, the myriad races. To connect the two, it was clear that an essential passage was required, and that passage was reincarnation. Indeed, reincarnation. The Sovereign of Death nodded slightly, divine light swirling in his eyes as if reflecting the entire myriad worlds. The myriad worlds are incomplete precisely because they have never had reincarnation. Sumyubai already knew what he was referring to, whether it was the initial return to ruins or the later Zushingchen. All their preparations and layouts were aimed at creating reincarnation to make the myriad worlds complete. And this was also Sumyubai's current goal. He did not interrupt, waiting quietly for the Sovereign of Death to continue. The latter withdrew his gaze and looked deeply at Sumyubai. Although you are the final executor, we did not sit idly by while trying to create reincarnation. As he spoke, he pointed at Charles and continued. Both the netherworld and reincarnation are what the myriad worlds lack. Now that the netherworld is established, all that remains is reincarnation, when that time comes. After any living being dies, provided their body and soul are not completely annihilated, they will transform into the netherworld and be able to undergo reincarnation, beginning their next life. Wait, Sumyubai suddenly spotted a blind spot and hurriedly voiced his confusion. If there is no reincarnation in the myriad worlds right now, then where do the new generations come from? There was another question he did not ask aloud. When Blue Star was pulled into the myriad worlds game, where did the infants and the elderly go? but the Sovereign of Death had already fallen long before that time. So how could he have paid attention to such minor details? The appearance of new generations has nothing to do with reincarnation. The Sovereign of Death shook his head. The total energy of the myriad worlds remains constant, provided it is not plundered from outside the myriad worlds. When a soul dies, a new soul is born, but this is not reincarnation. Hearing this, Sumyubai roughly understood. If there were reincarnation, powerful existences would be able to retain or awaken the memories of their past lives. It would not be like the current situation, where once one falls, they are truly gone, because the newly born souls in the myriad worlds had no connection to them whatsoever. Just like Charles at this moment, he had only just transformed into the netherworld, yet he was able to recover a portion of his memories due to his immense strength. However, as the Sovereign of Death had said, the netherworld and reincarnation were both indispensable. Otherwise, it would rely solely on Sumyubai to perform the transformation, rather than living beings automatically becoming part of the netherworld upon death. Moreover, without reincarnation, the netherworld had no way to facilitate reincarnation and rebirth. This was the very meaning of reincarnation. Chapter 876, A Crazy Idea. In the beginning, I was born at the dawn of the myriad worlds. Later, based on my own form, I created the undead race. The voice of the Sovereign of Death sounded once more. The undead are the beings closest to the netherworld, but they are not true dead objects after all. I have always wanted to create true dead objects to bring the myriad worlds one step closer to completeness. But I failed to fulfill that wish until the moment I fell. As he spoke, he suddenly patted Sumyubai on the shoulder and sighed with emotion. Now, you have finally fulfilled my last wish for me, Senior Mingtu. How exactly did you all fall? Although Sumyubai hesitated, he ultimately asked the question. Don't you already know? The expression on the Sovereign of Death's face did not change in the slightest, as if his own fall were merely a trivial matter. The void. Just how strong is it? A look of gravity flashed across Sumyubai's eyes. Far stronger than you can imagine. Mentioning the void, the Sovereign of Death's expression was no longer so relaxed. He then patted Sumyubai on the shoulder again. There is no need to think so much about it now. The void is not something you can face at your current level. Hurry and increase your strength. Once you break through to the Rule Sovereign realm and become a new Supreme God, many things will naturally become clear to you. Receiving such an answer again left Sumyubai feeling quite helpless. Just a moment ago, he had played the role of a riddle monger himself, telling the Sovereign of Darkness and the Sovereign of Ice that the time had not yet come. He had not expected his turn to come so quickly. What kind of situation was this? All right, I don't have much time left. The projection of the Sovereign of Death suddenly began to turn illusory. His gaze fell upon the Death Codex in Sumyubai's palm, and a trace of lingering attachment flashed deep in his eyes, although it was fleeting. Sumyubai caught it keenly. It seemed that even a supreme god like the Sovereign of Death was not entirely indifferent to his own fall. Just as he was feeling this, the Sovereign of Death spoke again. Now that my last wish is fulfilled, it is time to hand it over to you completely. So that was it. When the Sovereign of Death's projection first appeared, Sumyubai had guessed that the Death Codex did not fully belong to him yet. Otherwise, even though he had fully unleashed all its power, he would not have failed to notice the projection the Sovereign of Death had left within it. Now, Ningtu's words confirmed his suspicions. As the words fell, the Death Codex suddenly erupted with a dense, grayish-white divine light. In an instant, the entire internal world was illuminated in shades of gray and white. At this moment, time and space seemed to cease to exist, and both the world tree and the sea of death vanished completely. The aura of death instantly permeated every corner of the internal world. In this realm, apart from death, nothing else remained. It felt as if 10,000 years had passed, yet it also seemed like a mere blink of an eye. When everything returned to normal, the Death Codex had completely disappeared. Vanishing along with it was the projection of Ningtu, however, before dissipating entirely. His voice once again echoed within Sumyubai's soul. I leave the Death Codex to you. With it, once you condense a top-tier godhead, you will be able to head to the bottom of the nether abyss. Although Sumyubai still held many questions in his heart, Ningtu's projection was already gone. As for the Death Codex, it now belonged entirely to Sumyubai. With a thought, The Death Codex reappeared in his palm. The next moment, this rule-level treasure shimmered with divine light, instantly splitting into 36 books of death. This was something the Lord of Death had done in the past, something Sumyubai had been unable to achieve before, but now, he could do it with ease. This was what it truly meant to have complete control over this rule-level treasure. If that's the case, doesn't that mean, looking at the 36 books of death hovering before him, a look of madness suddenly flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. If he freeloaded a promotion for one book of death, his catastrophe talent would directly snatch the remaining 35. What would happen if he tried to freeload a promotion for all 36 books of death at once? Although he felt it was unlikely, Sumyubai still wanted to give it a try. What if it worked? He took a deep breath and focused his divine sense. Catastrophe target. All books of death. Prompt. Please select the promotion tier, Tier 1, Tier 2, or attach a catastrophe trait. Click to view details. Promote to Tier 1. Holding onto the attitude of giving it a shot, Sumyubai made his choice directly. However, this time, the catastrophe talent did not activate as usual. No energy appeared out of thin air within his internal world. The 36 books of death were drawn to one another, slowly merging back into the original Death Codex. Was I being too greedy after all? Sumyubai smiled and shook his head. He had been mentally prepared for such an outcome, so he wasn't overly disappointed. He could have merged the books of death back into the Death Codex even without using catastrophe. Not only that, but the current book of death was no longer just a simple book. It was a part of the great Tao of Death Rules and Authority of Death. Chapter 877, No Upper Limit. Bonus Chapter. Sumyubai shifted his divine sense, and the Death Codex replaced the tribulation of eternal silence that had merged into his divine body, transforming into a set of armor and weapons. At this moment, unless a supreme god arrived in person, even the main gods would be unable to see through Sumyubai's information. Beyond that, Sumyubai discovered an unexpected joy. Although this attempt at a freeloaded promotion had failed, the Death Codex was no longer in a previously promoted state. This meant that as long as Sumyubai wished, he could freeload a promotion for it to become a treasure of the Destruction Rule realm at any time. Of course, he wouldn't do that until he found a way to avoid being rejected by the myriad worlds. He withdrew his thoughts and cast his gaze back toward Char, the first nether being born in the myriad worlds. At this time, Char's body was no longer flickering between ethereal and solid. His transformation was completely finished. Char suddenly opened his eyes, a ghostly light flickering within them as the powerful aura of a peak stage upper god with 9 divine patterns erupted. However, within Sumyubai's internal world, this bit of power could barely stir a ripple in the sea of death, let alone affect anything else. Just as Sumyubai prepared to control him, Char suddenly knelt devoutly before him. Nether Demon Clan. Char pays respects to the creator. At the same time, a series of system prompts rang in Sumyubai's ears. Prompt. You have gained 1 fanatic believer and obtained 100 points of death force. Prompt. The first nether being of the myriad worlds has appeared. When the number and combined strength of nether beings reach the requirements, it will bring about massive changes to the myriad worlds. Prompt. Congratulations. You have unlocked the permission to create non-god level nether beings ahead of schedule. Prompt. Your creator interface has changed. A fanatic believer right off the bat. Sumyubai was stunned for a moment, then felt it was only natural. It was normal for a species created by his own hands to become his fanatic believers. This saved him some trouble. Rise. Sumyubai raised his hand, and the power of his soul transformed into an invisible hand, lifting Char to his feet. How does it feel to be a nether being, my lord? I feel as though I have lost a portion of my memories, but to still exist in this world after falling. I am already very satisfied. As he spoke, Char's body became ethereal, possessing the combat power of a peak stage upper god with 9 divine patterns. He was naturally quite strong. Therefore, shifting between physical and ethereal forms was easy for him. While sensing the differences between his current state and when he was alive, Char said, My lord, I can feel that the myriad worlds now seem to reject my existence. Hearing this, Sumyubai's heart sank. Rejection. Char was merely an ordinary nether being, yet he was already being rejected. Once Yui and the other 2 transformed into god-level nether beings, Wouldn't the intensity of the rejection be even greater? This was clearly because the myriad worlds were incomplete and lacked a cycle of reincarnation. Nether beings were dead things. A myriad worlds without reincarnation had no need for the existence of this species. Before the creation of the cycle of reincarnation, the existence of the netherworld was more like a chronic ailment of the myriad worlds rather than a cure. However, what Charles said next brought a sense of relief to Sumyubai. "My lord, a sufficient amount of death or can mitigate the myriad world's rejection of the netherworld." As he spoke, his gaze turned toward the surrounding sea of death, a flicker of joy crossing his eyes. Within this sea of death, one can remain completely free from the rejection of the myriad worlds. As long as one stays here for a period of time, one can then operate within the myriad worlds for a duration. The Sea of Death had performed a great service this time. The existence of this rule-level creation allowed Sumyubai to temporarily resolve the issue of the netherworld being rejected by the myriad worlds before he had even created the cycle of reincarnation. After instructing Charles to continue researching the unique characteristics of the nether race, Sumyubai moved his divine sense and opened his creator panel. Creator panel creator. By ye creation, God level nether 1, top tier undead. Saint extermination level creature Moon Knight were God in complete state 2, top tier undead. Saint extermination level creature Ember extermination were God in complete state 3, top tier undead. Saint extermination level creature Nether Sun Archer God in complete state callable talents, Moon God. Undying Bird, Nether Sun Judgment, Takeover capable creations, Moon Knight, Ember extermination, Nether Sun. 4. None. Current limit for creating God level nether creation, ordinary nether quantity. No limit on the number of non-God level nether that can be created. Catastrophe characteristics. 1. The effects of the death rules and death authority you use are increased by 100%. The death type laws and rules originating from your hands will also affect the nether. 2. You possess the authority to create nether. 3. The God level nether you create can break through to the 12th tier rule sovereign realm through an unconventional path. Compared to before, Sumyubai's creator interface now featured a new type of creation, ordinary nether. Although Charles's current strength far exceeded that of the 3 Moon Knight and the others who were still in the process of transformation, he remained merely an ordinary nether. Sumyubai had not yet figured out why this was the case. Charles was also completely ignorant of the reason. It seems I will only find out once Moon Knight and the others finish absorbing the modified top-tier godheads. He had wanted to let Charles try as well, but unfortunately, the latter was not a god-level nether. Even if he modified a godhead, this fellow would be unable to absorb it. Fortunately, the transformation of the 3 Moon Knight and the others was nearing its end, and Sumyubai would soon know the answer. Compared to god-level nether, ordinary nether were merely believers to Sumyubai. They could neither trigger talents nor be possessed by him. However, ordinary nether possessed one massive advantage. There was no limit to the number that could be created. Moreover, now that the authority to create non-god level nether was unlocked, Sumyubai no longer needed to capture special undead within the nether abyss to modify them. As long as he had sufficient corpses, soul fragments, godheads, and other materials, he could freely create different nether. When that time came, this would become a force that feared no death, even more terrifying than the Golden Scourge Legion. It is time to officially begin the Great Purge. A cold light flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. Under Brian's leadership, the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom had already begun its expansion. Wherever he led Sumyubai's Golden Scourge Legion, every race on the death list could not escape the fate of annihilation. Because of this, the number of Scourge skeletons within Sumyubai's inner world had reached an exaggerated level. Furthermore, under the dual blessing of the Sea of Death and the World Tree, these Scourge skeletons submerged in the seawater were rapidly transforming into golden skeletons. Sumyubai's gaze swept over the golden skeletons resting in the depths of the seabed, and a thought suddenly burst into his mind. Although these were merely summoned creatures, they had been reborn after absorbing vast amounts of death energy and mutated life energy. If he were to add some soul fragments, could he create nether? Once this thought emerged, it immediately took root in Sumyubai's mind and grew wildly. Without a second thought, he summoned a golden scourge skeleton from the seabed and opened his creator panel. Whether it works or not, I'll know once I try. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly and moved his divine sense. Creation ordinary nether. The next moment, the system notification sounded in his ears. Today's extra update is served. Chapter 878. A brand new soul body. Notification. Do you confirm the transformation of the semi-biological golden scourge skeleton into an ordinary nether? The very first system notification brought a look of joy to Sumyubai's face. During this time, the Golden Scourge Legion had been controlled by Brian, and Sumyubai had not even noticed that the Myriad Worlds game had redefined these skeletons from summoned creatures to semi-biological entities. Looking at the Golden Scourge skeleton before him, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Compared to true living beings, the only thing they are missing is a soul, right? Scourge skeletons were summoned creatures born from the corpses of beings killed by the Scourge Legion. Originally, they had no growth potential and could only ever be cannon fodder in the Scourge Legion. Any minor god at the Law Sovereign realm could easily crush endless waves of Scourge skeletons. But Sumyubai's Scourge skeletons were completely different. The death energy within the Sea of Death nourished and strengthened their bodies, giving them growth potential. Subsequently, the mutated life energy emitted by the World Tree caused their bodies to undergo some unknown change. Originally, Sumyubai thought the golden color of the Scourge skeleton's bones was due to the mutated life energy strengthening their bodies, making them more vibrant. But now it seemed that was not the case. Or rather, it was not just that. The greatest benefit these Scourge skeletons gained after absorbing the mutated life energy of the World Tree was that their bodies now had the capacity to host a soul. Because of this, they were now classified as semi-biological entities by the Myriad Worlds game. With this thought in mind, Sumyubai's divine sense stirred instantly. Confirm. The next moment, another system notification rang in his ears. Notification. The Golden Calamity skeleton is a semi-biological entity lacking a true soul. If you choose to convert it, it will require an additional consumption of one soul fragment. Do you wish to confirm the conversion? One soul fragment. Hearing this cost, Sumyubai couldn't help but frown. A mere single soul fragment seemed like a negligible amount at first glance, but in reality, it was anything but small. When he had first broken through, the beings he slew, Kelvin and Ferdinand, had only contributed 10,000 soul fragments each. One must realize that they were both existences at the peak of the upper god realm. Yet, this Golden Calamity skeleton before him was merely something Sumyubai had summoned at will from the Sea of Death, possessing strength of only the 8th tier legendary level. In other words, one would have to kill a peak upper god to convert 10, 8th tier legendary Golden Calamity skeletons. This ratio was clearly unreasonable. One soul fragment must be the minimum cost, right? Sumyubai considered a possibility. The next moment, 3 more Golden Calamity skeletons appeared neatly before him, including the first one. He now had the 7th tier epic, 8th tier legendary, 9th tier mythical, and 10th tier saint extermination level Golden Calamity skeletons all present. As for combat power at the Law Lord realm, these Golden Calamity skeletons could not reach it. Only commander-type units and boss-type units capable of borrowing Sumyubai's law power could possess combat power at the Law Lord realm. To verify his hypothesis, Sumyubai simply summoned 3 more semi-biological entities from the Sea of Death whose ores were clearly more powerful. A Death Knight, a Lich Lord, and the strongest combat unit of the Golden Calamity Legion, the Golden Skeletal Dragon Emperor, the former to possess combat power at the lower god realm, while the Golden Skeletal Dragon Emperor's combat power had reached the middle god realm. Golden light flickered in Sumyubai's eyes. The vertical pupil at the center of his forehead opened instantly, and the yin-yang fish pupil rotated slowly. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil. His gaze swept across these semi-biological entities one by one, and he immediately discerned the soul fragments required for their conversion. It was indeed as he had imagined. One soul fragment was merely the minimum cost, because the conversion cost for Golden Calamity skeletons from the 7th tier epic level to the 10th tier saint extermination level was all the same. As for the Death Knight and Lich Lord with lower god combat power, they required between 1 to 9 soul fragments. The reason for the discrepancy was that since they possessed growth potential, their individual strengths were not entirely identical. The Golden Skeletal Dragon Emperor, with its middle god combat power, required between 10 to 99 soul fragments for conversion. Since that's the case, There's no need to convert the golden calamity skeletons below the saint extermination level for now. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, his divine sense moving. Creation ordinary netherworld. After confirming the consumption, the soul fragments he had absorbed flew out of his body, turning into several pale purple streams of light that instantly merged into the foreheads of the selected semi-biological entities. As for the 3 golden calamity skeletons below the saint extermination level, they returned to the bottom of the sea of death. The next moment, the golden surfaces of these selected semi-biological entities began to glow with a faint purple light. Following that, the radiance grew increasingly intense, eventually forming purple cocoons that completely enveloped them. Normally, such a conversion would inevitably require a certain amount of time, even if it didn't take as long as it did for the 3 of them by Yui, and the others it would still take at least 2 or 3 days. But for Sumyubai, that was not the case. He raised his hand to summon the wheel of time and space, injecting his divine power into it. The profound and mysterious rules of time instantly covered the 4 purple cocoons. Rule of time: time acceleration 1000x. The cocoons immediately underwent rapid changes. With every passing second, the purple cocoons grew dimmer. The energy of the soul fragments was clearly being absorbed at an accelerated rate. At the same time, the semi-biological entities inside the cocoons were rapidly transforming into netherworld beings. Through the mystic heaven divine pupil, Sumyubai could already vaguely see their bodies becoming sometimes ethereal, sometimes solid. With the blessing of 1000x time acceleration, less than 4 minutes had passed before the conversion was complete. The next moment, the system notification rang in Sumyubai's ears once again. Notification: congratulations. You have successfully created for ordinary netherworld beings. Notification: you have added 4 fanatic believers and gained 400 points of death force. Another 400 points of death force in the account. Sumyubai smiled slightly, waved his hand to deactivate the time acceleration, and swept his gaze over the 4 netherworld beings. Names: ordinary netherworld race, netherworld undead. Realm: 10th tier saint extermination soul body. Peak saint extermination comp power. Peak saint extermination 9 pattern ultimate special. Netherworld beings are dead objects. They have no life force. Their soul and divine body are fused into one. Those with great strength can perform shifts between ethereal and solid forms at will. A creation of Bai, a brand new soul body, with nothing in its memory but faith in the Creator. This was the status window of the netherworld being converted from the saint extermination level golden calamity skeleton. The other 3 netherworld beings were converted from the Death Knight, the Lich Lord, and the golden skeletal dragon emperor, respectively. Aside from their realm, soul body, and combat power, their status information was identical. Now, they had completely shed their status as summoned creatures and possessed character panels almost equivalent to those of the myriad races. The only difference was that the myriad races were biological, while the netherworld beings were dead objects. This was not a disadvantage, on the contrary. It was a massive advantage. Because they lacked the attributes of health points and life force, they could not die. Chapter 879. What's the big deal? I've seen even more perverted things. Netherworld undead race, nameless, pays respects to the Creator. Netherworld dragon race, nameless, pays respects to the Creator. The 4 netherworld beings, each possessing different levels of combat power, knelt before Sumyubai simultaneously. Though the name they called out was merely nameless, only the netherworld being transformed from the golden skeleton dragon emperor had undergone a change in race. Just as Mingtu had said, the undead race was the one closest to the netherworld. Now that he had completely transformed into a netherworld being, he had become a netherworld dragon, no longer a netherworld undead. Furthermore, possessing the combat power of a median god, he now also had the ability to shapeshift. They were transformed from members of the Golden Scourge Legion, and their souls were reshaped using the soul fragments Sumyubai had absorbed, so naturally, there were no memories to awaken. In their memories, aside from basic cognition and information, there remained only faith in Sumyubai, their creator. Rise, all of you. Sumyubai slowly raised his hand, extending his divine power to help the 4 of them up. As for names, thinking about naming them, the corner of Sumyubai's mouth twitched involuntarily. There would be far too many netherworld beings to transform in the future. He was notoriously bad at naming things. How could he possibly name them all? After a moment of thought, he simply said, "Give yourselves names." "Yes, master." The four responded in unison. "All right. You may withdraw for now." Sumyubai waved his hand, and along with Charles, all 5 netherworld beings sank into the sea of death. Only here would they not be repelled by the myriad worlds. After absorbing a large amount of death aura, they would also be able to move within the myriad worlds. As long as they returned to the sea of death before their death aura was exhausted, they would not be affected in any way. It seems I will need a massive amount of soul fragments next. Sumyubai's gaze swept over the large number of Golden Scourge Legion members at the bottom of the Sea of Death, and he whispered to himself. To transform the Golden Scourge Legion into netherworld beings required the consumption of soul fragments, and his soul fragments had been mostly exhausted last time. Therefore, even if he wanted to transform more right now, he wouldn't be able to do many. In any case, there wasn't much time left for the transformation of Yuyi and the other two. Sumyubai was not in a hurry to create a large number of ordinary netherworld beings for the time being. He wanted to create all 10 god-level netherworld beings first. Otis's corpse and Godhead possessed the qualifications for such a role. That meant he was still missing 6, is it? Let's start with you lot. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes, a flash of killing intent deep within his pupils. The next moment, his figure vanished from his internal world. Netherworld Immortal Workshop, God-tier private room. Patty and the 3 Signal Light brothers were currently admiring the nimble dance moves of the ghost maidens outside the window. It wasn't until Sumyubai emerged from his internal world that Patty withdrew his gaze and looked over. Brother Bai, what are you planning to do next? A cold sneer curled the corner of Sumyubai's mouth. Go and kill a few fellows who are coveting my treasures. Do you need help? Hearing this, a surge of battle intent flooded Patty's eyes, and his greatsword instantly appeared in his hand. My greatsword has been thirsty for a long time. No need. You brothers haven't seen each other in a long time, so chat a while longer. I'll be back soon. Sumyubai smiled and waved his hand, a top-grade divine scroll suddenly appearing in his palm. This was something he had obtained through the catastrophe of a primary divine scroll he had previously bought from the bounty hunter house. Realm Tracking Divine Scroll, top-grade divine scroll. Tear the scroll to lock onto a target. You will receive the target's current specific coordinates at the same time every day for 30 days. Requirement: you and the target must be within the same realm. Cooldown for using on the same target, 45 days. Tracking the target is one thing, you still need to be able to reach them quickly. It is recommended to use this in conjunction with cross-realm teleportation arrays. Catastrophe characteristics. 1. Tracking time extended to 10 years. 2. Ignores any concealment methods below the rule sovereign realm. 3. No need for a fixed time after use. You can check the target's current location at any time during the tracking duration. Looking at the realm tracking scroll in Sumyubai's hand, Patty couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It seemed someone was about to be unlucky. Prompt: please select the target you wish to track. Sumyubai decisively tore open the divine scroll in his hand. As for the target's soul aura, it was naturally intelligence he had purchased from the bounty hunter house via his communicator. The ones he intended to kill were certainly not weaklings for such existences. Their soul aura was long since no longer a secret. The next moment, the torn scroll suddenly began to burn violently. Powerful divine power fluctuations and the power of rules rippled outward, instantly submerging into the dark space and beginning to search for the target's aura throughout the entire Death Realm. Prompt: you have used the top-grade Divine Scroll Realm Tracking Divine Scroll. Prompt: for the next 10 years, you may check the target's current location at any time. The moment the target's location information appeared in his mind, Sumyubai couldn't help but smile. What a coincidence. Immediately after, his figure vanished instantly from the god-tier private room. He can use teleportation even here. Patty was slightly stunned. This was the Netherworld Immortal Workshop. After all, it was said that the restrictions here were set personally by a rule sovereign. Brother Bai could actually ignore them directly. He had finally realized that the longer one spent with a freak like Bai, the more times one would be shocked. Until, like Amon and the other two, one became completely numb. For the three Signal Light brothers, by using teleportation here was nothing worth being shocked about. What of it? They had seen their boss be even more freakish than this. Chapter 880. Sovereign of Dream Weaving, Bonus Chapter, Netherworld Immortal Workshop. God Tier Private Room 03. Inside the room, a stunningly beautiful woman leaned quietly against the window, though her gaze never once lingered on the dancing ghost maidens. A bright moon hung in the sky, and the moonlight filtered through the window, spilling onto that breathtakingly beautiful face. A cascade of waist-length silver hair shimmered with a cold light, accentuating a face so pale it was nearly translucent and utterly flawless. Her features were like the creator's most meticulous masterpiece, every stroke perfectly placed. Especially those eyes, large and profound, with deep, airy green slit pupils swirling within, resembling to bottomless, frigid pools. Looking into them for too long felt as though one's soul might be sucked inside. Her full, crimson lips were succulent, like the only poisonous flower blooming in a field of snow. She leaned there quietly, her figure so perfect it seemed less like a living person and more like a cold jade statue. Though she was breathtakingly beautiful, that inhuman gaze and her terrifyingly slow-breathing rate pierced into one's marrow like ice picks. There was no warning at all. It wasn't a door opening, nor a window breaking, not even a wisp of wind was stirred. Less than 3 feet behind the Zirk Queen, the space was torn open without any sign. Like a piece of tattered cloth, a figure suddenly appeared inside the 03 grade divine private box. The entire process was as fast as a hallucination, as if he had been standing there all along. The spatial rift sealed instantly, leaving not even a ripple behind, as if the previous moment had just been a trick of the eyes. The restrictions of the entire nether immortal market, which claimed to be able to block even the divine sense of a rule sovereign, were like mere decorations at this moment, failing to even make a sound. The Zirk Queen's flawless, ice-sculpted, and voluptuous body stiffened noticeably for the first time. Her slit pupils, swirling with eerie green cold light, suddenly contracted into 2 thin lines, like a startled venomous snake. "Oh!" A cold word burst from her crimson lips. The voice was not loud, yet it carried a soul-tearing penetration that instantly drowned out the seductive ghostly music playing outside the box. The dancing ghost maidens, however, remained completely unaffected, because even when the windows of the divine private box were open, those outside could not see what was happening within. Dead silence. Only the moonlight remained in the box, along with 2 figures locked in a tense standoff. Tsumubai stood steadily, clad in armor transformed from the Death Codex, his body wreathed in raging flames. Within the flame-shaped gap in the center of his helmet, soul fire flickered slowly as his gaze fell upon the stunning woman who had suddenly turned around. This was the first prey he had selected, a top-tier world lord from the Soul Realm. If not for his ability to see through the opponent's information without obstruction, Tsumubai would surely have assumed she was a goddess from the god race. Her temperament and prestige were far beyond what a new generation like Ju Xiaoyu could compare to. However, this beautiful woman did not come from the god race. Dream-weaving sovereign modesty Zirk, Soul Realm Spirit World Lord Zirk Queen Rule Sovereign Stage Vitality, 99 worlds. Divine Soul, Peak High God Divine Body, Peak High God Combat Power, Peak High God Top Tier World Lord Rule Great Tao Chaos Rule, Soul Rule, Rule Great Tao Fusion Degree Chaos Rule 99.99%, Soul Rule 99% 9 Pattern Ultimate 9 Pattern Ultimate Authority, Level 1 Chaos Authority, Level 1 Soul Authority, the strongest world lord of the Soul Realm, even in the Death Realm. Her strength would rank within the top 5. That's right, modesty, from the Zirk. She was the first top-tier Zirk powerhouse Tsumubai had encountered, and also the first top-tier powerhouse to have fused with the Chaos Rule. The Zirk race, while always known for their numbers, actually had very few true Zirk players. The reason they were known for their numbers was that, provided they had sufficient resources, every Zirk queen could gestate an endless Zirk legion. Calamity of 10,000 races. How did you get in? Her airy green slit pupils locked onto Tsumubai, as if trying to pierce through that mask to see the essence of his soul. And fortunately, all she could see was the information Tsumubai wanted her to see. At this moment, there was a trace of indelible shock within Modesty's green slit pupils, just like Patty. She was stunned by Sumyubai's teleportation. This was the Nether Immortal Market. How on earth did the calamity of 10,000 races manage this? However, after the shock, she instantly regained her composure. Regardless of how the calamity of 10,000 races achieved it, it didn't matter. She had absolute confidence in her own strength. Modesty's crimson lips curled into a curve that was extremely cold and full of mockery. The smile was breathtakingly beautiful, yet bone-chillingly poisonous. You've got guts. It's one thing to accept my bounty hunting mission, but to actually appear before me like this, why wouldn't I dare? Sumyubai's voice was as calm as an ancient well, though the divine power within his body had already begun to mobilize. HMPH. Modesty let out an extremely faint cold snort, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Do you really think that just because you killed Otis, you can contend with this queen? As the strongest world lord of the Soul Realm, Modesty's strength was no weaker than Sean's or Cleta's. Therefore, facing the calamity of 10,000 races who had slain Otis, she did not feel it was particularly troublesome. Her gaze was greedy and sharp, like the most precise probe, instantly piercing towards Sumyubai's heart, or rather, towards some deeper, more hidden existence within him. Clearly, the Seer Queen had not yet given up on probing for deeper information about Sumyubai. And fortunately, her little maneuver was destined to be in vain. The armor transformed from the Death Codex could not be seen through, even by a main god at the Rule Sovereign stage. Sumyubai's eyes narrowed slightly. He still made no move, simply standing in place and watching her. However, the divine power within his body remained in a state of high-speed circulation. HMM. The inability to see through the information of the person before her caused Modesty to knit her brows slightly, the Yuri light in her pupils gradually receding. It appeared that neither had moved just now, but in reality, their divine souls had already engaged in several intense clashes. Modesty's soul rules had fused to the peak of the 9-pattern level. Her soul attack was like thousands of steel needles, silently and imperceptibly striking towards Sumyubai's divine soul. It was a pity, however, that Sumyubai was no weakling either. Although his great Tao of Death rules had only barely reached the 9-pattern realm, the rules of death inherently encompass the rules of the soul. Coupled with the existence of the Sea of Death, Modesty's soul attack was, to him, nothing more than loud thunder with tiny raindrops. With the soul attack ineffective, Modesty did not take further action. She watched Sumyubai with cold eyes. You want to fight here? This was the Nether Immortal Workshop. Even a top-tier world lord like her was unwilling to engage in a major battle here. After all, behind the Nether Immortal Workshop stood Rule Sovereigns. Furthermore, there were even Rule Sovereigns from the Zerg race among them. To put it bluntly, the Zerg had a stake in the Nether Immortal Workshop, and she did not want to destroy this place. The restrictions set by the Rule Sovereigns were primarily to prevent divine soul probing and similar activities. Within these restrictions, it was impossible to enter the dark space. If two top-tier world lords were to clash, they would inevitably destroy this place. Sumyubai smiled slightly. I'm a lazy person, so let's just do it here. As his voice fell, a mysterious fluctuation instantly enveloped the private room. Schwanchen Grandere. An extra chapter for today. Chapter 881, Modesty's Shock. You want to fight here? Modesty's icy gaze fell upon Sumyubai. Although she was stunningly beautiful, her eyes contained not a shred of emotion. Sumyubai tilted his head slightly, his voice coming through his faceplate with a hint of laziness. I'm a lazy person, so let's just do it here. Before the words had even faded, a mysterious and unfathomable fluctuation, as if containing the supreme truths of the universe, erupted from Sumyubai as the center and instantly expanded outward without warning. In the blink of an eye, it completely enveloped the entire God-class private room. 03. Schwanchen Grandere activate. The Schwanchen Grandere was the root of all rays in the myriad worlds. As long as Sumyubai's comprehension was deep enough, he could use it to set up rays with any effect. Moreover, and like other rays in the myriad worlds, the Schwanchen Grandere required no advanced preparation of ray discs or similar items. As long as Sumyubai had sufficient divine power, he could freely activate arrays with different effects. Compared to the Schwanchen sealing method, Sumyubai was much more proficient in his comprehension and application of the Schwanchen Grandere. ever since entering this place from Patty's private room. The divine power within Sumyubai's body had been continuously constructing the Zhuanshan Grand Array. Having just taken several soul attacks from the Zir Queen head-on, he had finally succeeded in activating it. Once this array appeared, the private room seemed to instantly become isolated from the nether mortal workshop. The seductive music outside and the dancing of the ghost maidens became blurry and distant in an instant, as if separated by a thick layer of crystal. Every breath and energy fluctuation within the room was locked down tight, with not even a sliver leaking out. The most crucial point was, Sumyubai clearly felt that within the range of the Zhuanshan Grand Array, the rule restriction that prevented entry into the dark space had been temporarily masked. What kind of array is this? A strange light flashed in Modesty's dark green slit pupils. Although she was not an array master, she knew that setting up powerful arrays required a great deal of preparation and the use of array discs. Yet, the person before her had made no such movements. Could it be that the other party had known long ago that he would enter God-class private room 03 and had made preparations in advance? In that instant, many thoughts flashed through Modesty's mind, but clearly, this was not the time to dwell on such questions. What Sumyubai could sense, she could naturally sense as well. Therefore, the strange light in her eyes was immediately replaced by cold killing intent. You want to isolate this place? That suits this Empress's wishes perfectly. She had been worried about being restricted while fighting here, since the other party had taken the initiative to isolate the inside from the outside and had masked the restriction preventing entry into the dark space. She would not be blamed for going for the kill, since you are seeking death. This Empress will grant your wish. Modesty's red lips parted slightly, her icy voice sounding like a judgment. Dream-weaving divine domain open. Boom. A vast and boundless aura of chaos, as if capable of containing all things, erupted violently from within her body. The space of the entire private room instantly twisted and blurred, light was swallowed, and colors were annihilated. Within the range of the Zhuanshan Grand Array, the luxurious decorations and sturdy tables and chairs of the private room turned into the most primitive particles and vanished completely the moment the power of the dream-weaving divine domain unfolded. Even the moonlight was twisted and swallowed. Welcome. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, his fighting spirit boiling. He had long wanted to have a battle with a powerhouse at the level of a top-tier world lord. Modesty was the first world lord of the soul domain, and her strength was among the strongest even among all top-tier world lords. Facing the dream-weaving divine domain sweeping toward him, Sumyubai did not hesitate, and a power even stronger than chaos suddenly burst forth from his heart. Reincarnation divine domain open. The moment the two divine domains collided, the private room shook violently. Even Sumyubai's Zhuanshan Grand Array began to tremble, looking as if it were on the verge of collapse. There was no helping it. Although his Zhuanshan Grand Array was miraculous, and he was more proficient with it than the Zhuanshan sealing method, it was still somewhat lacking compared to the combat power of a top-tier world lord. Fortunately, the power of the two was already more than the unmasked space could withstand. Crack! In an instant, a huge gap was torn in the space within the private room, and both of them entered the dark space simultaneously. The dim colors were boundless. Here, neither Sumyubai nor Modesty had any concerns, and they could unleash their full strength. As the dream-weaving divine domain and the reincarnation divine domain collided, to Sumyubai's surprise, the reincarnation divine domain was actually faintly falling into a disadvantage. What a powerful divine domain! Two voices rang out simultaneously. Sumyubai and Modesty locked eyes, a flicker of surprise flashing through both their gazes. Modesty had not expected that the domain of the calamity of 10,000 races would remain largely unsuppressed when faced with her dream-weaving domain. This was simply inconceivable. One had to know that in terms of pure domain strength, she ranked within the top 3 among all realm lords across the myriad worlds. How could she not be surprised that she was currently unable to suppress the opponent's domain? As for Sumyubai, the fact that Modesty's domain could force his reincarnation domain into a disadvantageous position made it the strongest domain he had ever encountered. Back then, after the domains of others had shattered, Otis had only been able to shrink his myriad weak domain to its limit when facing the reincarnation domain. Calamity of 10,000 races, I must admit, your strength has taken this Empress by surprise. Modesty let out a cold snort. However, this is still not what. Before she could finish her sentence, her pupils suddenly constricted. She had already sensed that the power within the calamity of 10,000 races domain, while similar to chaotic divine power, was actually even stronger. How could this be possible? Chaos was one of the 9 supreme powers. How could there exist a power even stronger than chaos? This is death. Modesty frowned, her expression shifting immediately as she exclaimed, "There is actually life as well. How is this possible?" Regardless of who it was, anyone seeing the reincarnation domain for the first time would be shocked. Especially the coexistence of life divine power and death divine power. This already exceeded the understanding of the entire myriad worlds. Even Modesty, a top-tier realm lord, was no exception. "All right, stop acting so startled, or we won't be able to fight." Sumubai grinned, and the reincarnation domain instantly surged back to counter-suppress her. What? Modesty's expression changed drastically. She had never imagined that she would fall into a disadvantage in the very area she excelled at most. Sumubai's cultivation level was only at the late stage of the upper god realm. He could not mobilize too much power from the heart of reincarnation. Therefore, relying solely on the reincarnation domain, he would indeed be at a disadvantage against Modesty's dream-weaving domain. But who was he? He was a man who never turned off his cheats. If the reincarnation domain wasn't enough, he had other cheats. A phantom of a deep, deathly silent, grayish-white ocean that seemed capable of burying the heavens and myriad worlds erupted and expanded from his center. On the surface of the ocean, a faint golden radiance shimmered. Sea of death descend. At the same time, a towering giant tree appeared out of thin air in the center of the reincarnation domain, connecting heaven and earth as if it were the pillar of the world. The moment the giant tree appeared, a rich aura of life instantly permeated the entire domain. World Tree Descend, Chapter 882. Zirgarmi, with the addition of 2 rule-level creations. Even if only a portion of their power was utilized, the strength of the reincarnation domain was significantly enhanced. The incomplete reincarnation divine power and Modesty's chaotic divine power collided violently within the confined space of the private room. Like to primordial beasts, sizzle. There was no earth-shattering explosion. There was only a strange, teeth-grinding sound as the 2 powers eroded and annihilated each other, as if the space itself were being torn apart. With the reinforcement of the Sea of Death and the World Tree, the reincarnation domain firmly suppressed the dream-weaving domain. Crack. At the same time, a multitude of cracks appeared on Modesty's dream-weaving domain. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before her domain was completely crushed by the reincarnation domain. Damn it, Modesty, who had never suffered a setback in this regard, had an extremely unsightly expression. But she had no choice but to shrink her dream-weaving domain again and again. It was only after shrinking it to a radius of 100 meters that she was barely able to withstand the suppression of the reincarnation domain by concentrating her power. To rule-level treasures. Just what is your identity? A look of deep wariness flashed in Modesty's eyes. She could sense the aura of rules from both the Sea of Death and the World Tree. But when did such a figure appear among the god race? These were rule-level treasures. Even that little god race princess, Yu Xiaoyu, didn't possess one. How could this calamity of 10,000 races possess 2? Moreover, one of them was the long-lost World Tree. As for the other, while she didn't recognize it, it was in no way inferior to the World Tree. Care to guess? Sumubai sneered, and 2 grayish-white beams of light suddenly erupted from his eyes, instantly piercing into Modesty's gaze. Death ruled death gaze. Having just taken a soul attack from her head-on, it was only natural to return the favor. Boom. In an instant, Modesty felt as if she were being stared at by a terrifying entity, and she suddenly felt a chill run through her entire body. Although Sumubai's death rule had only just reached the 9-pattern realm, with the reinforcement of the death scripture and the creator's cataclysm trait, it was completely on par with the peak of the 9-pattern realm. However, Modesty, as the Zirg Empress, was no less accomplished in the realm of the soul than she was in her domain. Relying on her immensely powerful divine soul and the defenses constructed by her soul rule, she did not actually suffer much damage. The soul impact within the Sea of Death failed to have any effect on her either. Even so, Modesty was still greatly shocked. The calamity of 10,000 races was actually this strong in terms of soul power as well. Whoosh, 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 while Sumubai attacked. The world tree also extended sky-filling emerald green vines, shooting toward Modesty like a torrential downpour. Trifling tricks. She snorted coldly and lifted her jade hand slightly. Zerg devour the heavens, clatter clatter. In an instant, the space around Modesty became like a boiling quagmire. Countless hideous and terrifying Zerg warriors surged out like a tidal wave. These insects came in all shapes and sizes. Some possessed carapaces as thick and heavy as mountains. Others had mouthparts as sharp as divine weapons. And some moved with the speed of lightning. The largest were as vast as mountain ranges, while the smallest were nearly impossible to discern with the naked eye. Yet, they all shared one common trait. Every single one of them radiated a violent, bloodthirsty aura. Their individual strength might not have been overwhelming. The vast majority were below the 11th rank, but their sheer numbers were enough to instantly fill every inch of space within the divine domain, forming a sea of insects that made one's scalp tingle. Although countless insects were annihilated in an instant along the trajectory of the world tree vines, and the deathly aura within the sea of death eroded a massive number of them, causing them to perish in droves. And the suppressing power of the divine domain of reincarnation crushed countless more into dust. It was all to no avail, for Modesty's insects seemed truly infinite. No matter how many died in the previous moment, they were replenished in the next, because she had comprehended the laws of chaos. The attributes of these insects were incredibly diverse: gold, wood, water, fire, earth. All 9 basic attributes were present in abundance. Buzz, 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 wrestle, wrestle. The sound of insect chirping intertwined with the noise of gnawing. Before the vines of the world tree could even approach Modesty, they had already been devoured completely. Not only that, but certain special entities among them were even consuming the energy of the sea of death. My children, enjoy yourselves to your heart's content. Modesty spread her arms wide, as if embracing the world. A smile played on her lips, but her gaze was chillingly cold, devoid of any emotion. The Zerg, while capable of having moods, had no need for emotions in their eyes. All things in heaven and earth were merely food, nutrients, and resources used to breed more insects. The divine domain and the 2 great rule treasures of the calamity of 10,000 races were no exception. Of course, this was because Modesty could discern that neither the sea of death nor the world tree were their true forms. Otherwise, she would have chosen to flee long ago. With the strength of the calamity of 10,000 races, it was absolutely impossible to summon the true forms of these 2 rule treasures. Is this the Zerg Legion? Sumubai watched the scene with great interest, not rushing to take action and wipe these insects out directly. This was his first time battling a Zerg powerhouse, so naturally, he wanted to learn more about this race's combat style. Most importantly, these insects were just like his Golden Scourge Legion, although their numbers were vast. They were not worth mentioning to a top-tier powerhouse. If he wished, Sumubai could crush all these insects into nothingness at any moment. Chapter 883. Super Insect Kings, Bonus Chapter. There were 2 main reasons why Sumubai was not in a hurry to strike. First, he had absolute confidence in his own strength. No matter what methods Modesty possessed, he could suppress them. As for the second point, he wanted to see how the Zerg handled such problems. To put it bluntly, Sumubai wanted to draw some inspiration. After all, his Golden Scourge Legion also found itself with little use when facing top-tier powerhouses. You really are arrogant to the point of being conceited. Seeing the calamity of 10,000 races standing with his hands behind his back, showing no intention of attacking, Modesty couldn't help but narrow her eyes, a cold sneer curling her lips. Want to see this Empress's methods? Then open your eyes wide and watch clearly. Hiss, as her voice fell. A sharp, piercing cry erupted from Modesty's throat, and the law of souls instantly swept across the entire divine domain. In an instant, the eyes of all the insects turned blood red, and they entered a berserk state, their combat power soaring by a significant margin. Even more terrifyingly, these insects began to frantically tear at and devour one another. The weak were instantly shredded and absorbed by the strong. The energy, carapaces, and even the law fragments of the devoured were rapidly integrated into the bodies of the victors. The aura of the victors surged at a terrifying speed. Even the insects that had been crushed by the divine domain the moment they appeared had their post-mortem energy completely absorbed by the others. Not a single bit going to waste. Moreover, these insects killed with extreme madness, and their speed of absorbing energy was incredibly fast. As if they didn't need time to digest it at all. It was as if no amount of energy could cause them to burst. In the blink of an eye, the previously chaotic sea of insects had completed its first round of bloody goo cultivation. But it was not over yet, as Modesty's divine power surged. A large number of insects continued to appear, filling the gaps left by the dead. Every single moment, countless insects were being devoured and absorbed. Is that all? Sumyubai frowned. Mutual devouring and absorption, allowing the survivors to become increasingly powerful. Such a method was indeed very simple, but it seemed to be suitable only for the Zerg. The Golden Scourge Legion did not have the ability to devour and absorb each other. So much for trying to learn a trick. Sumyubai's brows were locked in a tight frown, his gaze fixed on the insects in the swarm whose auras were growing stronger by the second. His mind racing with thoughts. How could the Golden Scourge Legion condense its scattered power into one? Mutual devouring and absorption was a dead end. So what about breaking them down and fusing them into a new form? As he pondered, Sumyubai couldn't help but recall his experience just after leaving the novice village. Back then, in the land of oblivion, the Forgotten One Franklin had summoned the bone dragon Cacus, which was fused together from the bones of countless small skeletons, wasn't it? Thinking of this, a flash of insight sparked in Sumyubai's eyes. Perhaps it was truly worth a try. In the few short breaths of time he had spent thinking, Modesty's bloody goo cultivation had already concluded. Within the divine domain of reincarnation, -1 super insect kings with terrifying auras and distinct forms had been born. They stood like 9 ferocious war fortresses, guarding Modesty's side, their cold, bloodthirsty gazes locked firmly onto Sumyubai. Chaotic divine power circulated within the bodies of the 9 super insect kings. Each one radiated a terrifying energy fluctuation comparable to the peak of the 9-pattern upper god realm. Are you prepared to die? Modesty's emerald green slit pupils shimmered with cold light, and a drop of chaotic colored liquid suddenly appeared in her palm. Within the liquid, the violent energy possessed a power that seemed capable of annihilating everything. This was a single drop of supreme chaos divine power. To be willing to part with such a treasure where every drop used is one less in existence showed that Modesty had completely come to view Sumyubai as a formidable enemy. Without the slightest hesitation, she immediately absorbed this drop of supreme chaos divine power. With a 9-pattern ultimate level of rule fusion, she was able to perfectly control the power of the supreme divine power without wasting a single bit. Boom! In an instant, the intensity of the dream-weaving divine domain skyrocketed, directly pushing back the reincarnation divine domain and expanding from a 100-meter radius around her to tens of thousands of kilometers. At the same time, the aura of the 9 super insect kings also surged instantly. There was an inextricable connection between them and Modesty. Therefore, the power of the supreme divine power was also bestowed upon them. World Lord level. Sumyubai's pupils constricted. He could sense an aura no weaker than Livia's from each of these 9 super insect kings. He had to admit, the methods of Modesty, this Zerg Empress, truly opened his eyes. No wonder she could become the strongest in the Soul Realm. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. 9 World Lord level super insect kings, plus Modesty herself, were enough to surpass the vast majority of top-tier World Lords, but clearly, that did not include him, a player who was essentially using cheats. Isn't it just supreme divine power? He had plenty. While Modesty was absorbing the supreme chaos divine power, Sumyubai also absorbed a drop of supreme death divine power. His aura, too, became increasingly terrifying in an instant. The reincarnation divine domain once again suppressed the dream-weaving divine domain. Because of the supreme divine power, both divine domains began to distort and tremble, as if they could shatter at any moment. Chaos annihilation beam. Modesty's red lips parted again. Dark light gathered at her fingertips, and a complete phantom of the manifested chaos rules instantly condensed behind her. A gray, seemingly unremarkable beam of light shot silently from her fingertips towards Sumyubai. Wherever this beam passed, even the seawater of the Sea of Death seemed to be erased, leaving behind a vacuum-like trail. Chaos Authority annihilation. Sumyubai's heart tightened. This woman is truly ruthless. She went straight for the rule authority right from the start. He moved his divine sense, sea of death suppress, world tree bind, rumble. The grayish-white death seawater within the divine domain roared and churned, forming massive whirlpools and towering waves that slammed fiercely toward the 9 insect kings. With the reinforcement of the supreme death divine power, Sumyubai was now able to mobilize even more power from the sea of death. However, the chaos runes flashing on the carapaces of those world lord level insect kings actually withstood the impact of the death seawater, and they hissed as they continued to charge towards Sumyubai. At the same time, the world tree once again shot out thousands of vines under Sumyubai's control. These vines ignored modesty and coiled toward the 9 insect kings. With the addition of the world tree, although it still couldn't completely block the 9 world lord level super insect kings, there was absolutely no problem installing them for a while. Facing Modesty's terrifying Chaos Annihilation beam, Sumyubai smiled contemptuously. Power of authority, is it? Try mine as well. In an instant, a projection of the manifested death rules emerged behind Sumyubai, and like in the past, this time, the rule phantom held an open grayish-white book in its hands. That was the Death Codex. Since you specialize in souls, then I shall kill you with a soul attack. Sumyubai's eyes flashed with deathly divine light, and he pointed a finger. The rule phantom behind him performed the same action. The next moment, the great Tao of death rules descended. As countless inscriptions danced, they condensed into a rule-based Tao pattern of the 2 characters for death. Death Authority Death Edict. Today's extra update is here. Chapter 884, Complete Form Death Codex. Since you specialize in souls, then I shall kill you with a soul attack. The cold voice resounded through the 2 divine domains. As Sumyubai pointed his finger, the death rule phantom behind him instantly became incredibly solid, as if it were a true physical manifestation of the rules. The next moment, the death codex in the phantom's palm shone brilliantly, and the great Tao of death rules descended abruptly, as countless inscriptions danced. They condensed into a rule-based Tao pattern of the 2 characters for death. Death Authority Death Edict. What? The moment Sumyubai made his move, Modesty's expression changed drastically, and her dark green slit pupils widened instantly. It's actually a level to Death Authority. How is this possible? Feeling the terrifying power within those rule inscriptions, Modesty's heart trembled. Not good. Shock was shock. But although she didn't understand how the calamity of all races could master a level to authority, it was clearly not the time to ponder that question. Chaos Authority Annihilation was only a level 1 authority. It definitely couldn't block the opponent's attack. The Annihilation beam she released showed signs of falling apart the moment it approached the rule-based Tao pattern of the word death. As both were supreme rule authorities, a level 1 authority had absolutely no power to resist when facing a level 2 authority. Just like when Sekonyu fought against the Water God and the Fire God, in terms of combat power, he was actually not their match. But the existence of the level to life authority meant that the couple, Chixio and Ruoxi, had no way to deal with him. What's more, Sekonyu's life authority Endless Life only had an astonishing recovery effect, whereas Sumyubai's Death Authority Death Edict was a genuine offensive move. If Modesty had no backup plan, then this battle would end right here. She responded immediately, and a massive scroll unfurled behind her. The aura of a high-level low-grade treasure made Sumyubai's eyes light up. If he was lucky, he would be able to add another rule-based supreme treasure to his collection. And it was of the soul type, which effectively confirmed the speculations held by the myriad worlds regarding him. Immediately following this, the scroll erupted with a blinding radiance, and a vast, boundless soul fluctuation swept across the surroundings. Soul Authority Dream Weaving. At this moment, Modesty had unleashed her full power, resorting to her ultimate trump card. Her soul authority was actually infused with the power of the Chaos Authority, instantly causing the Annihilation beam, which had been on the verge of falling apart, to become solid once more. At the same time, the 9 World Lord level Insect Kings, having been blocked by the Sea of Death and the World Tree, abandoned all defenses and charged towards Sumyubai in a desperate bid for survival. Their objective was clear. They intended to besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. After meeting with the projection left behind by the underworld path, the Death Codex finally belonged entirely to Sumyubai. Beyond replacing the effects of the Eternal Silence Tribulation, The power that the Death Codex could mobilize was far greater than it had been in the past. First and foremost was the level to Death Authority. Looking across the entire myriad worlds, there were only a handful of law lords capable of mastering authority at this level. Aside from Sekonyu, every other individual who possessed it was a true peak existence, even Modesty, the strongest world lord of the Soul Domain, had failed to master it. Furthermore, after Sumyubai summoned the projection avatar of the Death Sovereign, the recovery speed of his authority power had also increased significantly. If the summoning duration was short and no combat took place, he would not need to wait too long to fully recover. This was the reason he was able to mobilize the Death Authority at this time. The power of the level 2 authority still exceeded Sumyubai's expectations. The moment the 9 World Lord level Insect Kings tore through the vines of the World Tree and closed in, he had originally intended to act. But he suddenly paused for a brief moment. The word death, condensed from the ruled out patterns of the Death Authority Death Edict, fully took shape, and a deathly stillness, impossible to describe in words, suddenly descended. In an instant, both the Reincarnation Divine Domain and the Dream-Weaving Divine Domain fell into absolute silence. The World Tree ceased its swaying, and the roaring, surging sea of death also became soundless. The 9 Insect Kings seemed to be suppressed by some force, frozen directly in place. No matter how they tried to mobilize their power, they could not advance even a single step. Time itself seemed to have slowed down at this moment. Modesty's 2 major authorities merged with one another, greatly increasing their power, and Annihilation Beam became incomparably solid, finally breaking through the utter light of the ruled out patterns and making contact with Sumyubai's power. But that was all it could do. The word death, condensed from the ruled out patterns, instantly transformed into an edict, drifting lightly toward Modesty. Although its speed did not appear fast, everything along its path seemed to fall into a state of stasis. As the edict drifted past Modesty's 2 rule authorities, the latter immediately crumbled, turning into the most basic energy of heaven and earth, dissipating completely. Her attack served only one purpose: to make the grayish-white divine light emitted by the Death Edict dim slightly. Damn it, move! Modesty's expression was ferocious. The divine power within her body surged wildly, and her rule power, soul power, and every ounce of her strength were struggling. But her struggle was to no avail. The suppression of the Death Edict was not only aimed at the soul but also at the divine body. As the strongest world lord of the Soul Domain, she was indeed incomparably powerful in both the divine domain and the soul. However, her divine body and divine power were, relatively speaking, far inferior to her divine domain and soul. Now that the 9 Insect Kings were suppressed, she could only watch helplessly as Sumyubai's Death Edict landed lightly upon her. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor was there any terrifying energy fluctuation. The Death Edict turned into a stream of light and surged into the center of Modesty's brow, after which everything in the outside world instantly returned to normal. Time seemed to begin flowing again, and the 9 Insect Kings suddenly erupted with terrifying power, charging towards Sumyubai all at once. HMPH. Sumyubai let out a cold snort, and the phantom of the rules behind him instantly merged into his body, a terrifying aura erupting with a boom. Death Authority Death Descent. Death Descent was now also a level 2 authority. If Sekonyu's endless life allowed him to recover instantly from any injury, then Sumyubai's Death Descent meant being directly immortal. Beyond that, the power of the Death Descent authority could also significantly boost Sumyubai's soul, divine body, and divine power. The Death Codex transformed into armor and a long sword, and Sumyubai charged directly at the 9 Insect Kings, with both sides immediately engaging in a fierce battle. Chaos Divine Power and Death Divine Power collided wildly, and the unique neural network of the insect race made the 9 Insect Kings act as one, their coordination incomparably tacit. But on the other side, Modesty's eyes had become vacant, grayish-white death light filling her pupils, even obscuring her dark green slit eyes. She stood there blankly, appearing to have suffered no injuries at all. But in reality, her soul was undergoing a life and death tribulation. If one could not withstand the Death Edict, there was only one outcome: death. Chapter 885, Modesty's Final Resort. It seems that aside from her divine domain and soul, Modesty's combat power lies entirely within these 9 Insect Kings. Sumyubai slashed out with his sword, the death divine power transforming into a death scythe that reaped lives, instantly forcing back 5 of the super insect kings. At the same time, the wheel of time and space appeared above his head, and 2 types of rule power erupted with a boom. Space rule freeze, time rule slow. These super insect kings all possessed world lord level combat power, and the 2 rules Sumyubai mobilized could not completely affect them, but even affecting them for a single instant was enough. The attacks of the other 4 insect kings stalled for a split second as the 2 rules took effect, and Sumyubai's figure, like a ghost, drifted away from the blockade of their attacks. Kill! The 9 insect kings hissed and roared, brandishing their sharp claws as they charged towards Sumyubai once again. They knew very well that they must not let this guy get close to the Empress now. However, all of this was clearly meaningless, because a level 2 authority of death was not so easily resisted. Even if Modesty's divine soul was exceptionally powerful, it was to no avail. PFFT. While Sumyubai was locked in a fierce battle with the 9 great insect kings, Modesty suddenly spat out a mouthful of green divine blood. Not only that, but at this moment, blood was streaming from her 7 orifices, and she looked utterly wretched. The auras she radiated also became withered and weak. It was clear she had suffered a heavy blow. Damn it! How are you capable of wielding a level 2 authority? Modesty clutched her chest, her expression extremely grim. If her divine soul hadn't been incredibly strong, she would never have been able to withstand that last strike. Even so, her divine soul had suffered a terrifyingly severe injury, leaving her with less than 10% of her strength. Even if she were to collect various divine medicines to repair her soul, it would take an extremely long time to recover. Glancing at Sumyubai with resentment, Modesty didn't even bother to use her divine power to wipe the blood from her body. Her first instinct was to tear open the divine domain and flee. She had lost this battle completely. If she didn't leave immediately, she would likely perish here. Fortunately, this guy was arrogant enough to choose to fight within the nether immortal market. As long as she left the dark space, she could escape. She refused to believe that the calamity of all races could act so brazenly outside the dark space. The formation there could not withstand the bombardment of a top-tier world lord's power. Once the formation was broken, the nether immortal market would intervene immediately. At that time, she would be able to escape with her life. Thinking of this, Modesty suppressed the injuries within her body. Her divine power pushed aside the seawater of the Sea of Death, and her jade-like hand transformed into a claw, striking out violently. But the next moment, her pupils constricted sharply, because the claws she had struck out with had actually been caught in the hand of the calamity of all races. Trying to run now, it's too late. Sumyubai grinned, his palm exerting sudden force. The supreme divine power of death erupted violently, tearing through the supreme chaos divine power on Modesty's body. Crack! A crisp snapping sound rang out as Modesty's arm was directly crushed by Sumyubai. However, this level of injury was trivial for a divine body. As her divine power circulated, Modesty's arm recovered as if nothing had happened. But at this moment, her expression was extremely ugly, because she knew very well that if she couldn't shake off the calamity of all races, she would likely be unable to escape this time. On the other side, the 9 great insect kings, having been affected by the 2 rules of time and space for a split second, saw their empress in crisis and immediately transformed into 9 streaks of chaotic light, surrounding the 2 of them. Do you think they can protect you? Sumyubai swept a disdainful glance at the 9 great insect kings, his gaze mocking as he looked at Modesty. To be honest, the opponent's strength was indeed very strong, far exceeding that of Otis. Whether it was the dream-weaving divine domain, the 9 world lord level insect kings, or the powerful divine soul that could withstand the death edict, she was worthy of the title of the strongest world lord in the soul realm. But who told her to run into a cheater like him? If he hadn't fully mastered the death scripture, it might have taken some effort, but now, it was much easier. Calamity of all races, we have no grudge, do we? Modesty mobilized her supreme chaos divine power, pulled back her arm, and retreated violently. Her eyes locked onto Sumyubai. That bounty hunting mission didn't even have a reward. What exactly are you doing this for? As she spoke, the 9 super insect kings glared at Sumyubai, but for some reason, they did not attack. As long as you let me go, I will agree to any condition. Dark purple light flickered in Modesty's eyes, and the scroll behind her radiated divine light. The clothing on her body actually began to fade away slowly. A beautiful, curvaceous, and jade white body was laid bare before Sumyubai's eyes, driven to a dead end. This strongest world lord of the soul realm had actually resorted to seduction. Is this your final resort? Sumyubai shook his head. To be honest, you disappoint me. Modesty's charm, while strong, was far inferior to the natural, effortless allure of Yachu. Sumyubai did not explain his reasons for attacking. He never showed mercy to those who coveted him. As for taking her as a believer, there was no need for that. If he killed her, he would have one more top-tier nether entity. Before the words had even faded, Sumyubai had already struck. The sword of death thrust forward, aimed directly at Modesty's chest. The powerful supreme divine power of death and the power of the rules erupted, transforming into an invisible giant hand that descended upon Modesty to suppress her. You forced me to do this. Seeing that her seduction was ineffective, Modesty's expression turned incomparably ferocious. She opened her red lips, which instantly transformed into disgusting insectoid mouthparts, and roared in a harsh, raspy voice, "My children, contribute your final strength to your empress." Myriad insects converge. Boom! In an instant, the 9 great insect kings were directly reduced to blood and empty shells, and their immensely powerful chaotic energy surged madly into Modesty's mouthparts. Chapter 886. Dying with eyes wide open. Bonus chapter. Myriad insects converge was Modesty's final trump card. Once used, she could absorb all the power of the insectoid legion she had cultivated for years and make it her own. The gap between an ordinary world lord and a top-tier world lord lay in the power of their authority and their application of the power of rules. In terms of divine power, the gap was actually not that large. These were 9 super insect kings possessing world lord level combat power, with all their strength absorbed by Modesty alone. One could imagine how massive the boost would be after the absorption. Both her weakest divine body and her divine power would, for a short time, surpass the limits of the Law Lord realm, reaching an incredible level. Of course, although she had surpassed the limits of the Law Lord realm, there was still a massive gap to the Rule Sovereign realm. The chasm between these 2 realms could not be bridged simply by absorbing a mere 9 World Lord level insect kings. Although it did not reach the level of a Rule Sovereign, it was more than enough to deal with the calamity of 10,000 races and then make a safe escape. Modesty's gaze was filled with resentment. This was because the move Myriad insects converge, while capable of securing victory, came at a price she found difficult to accept. First, the Zerg Legion she had cultivated over endless ages would cease to exist, all to trade for a short-lived burst of power. This was clearly an extremely poor bargain. Furthermore, after using this technique, her divine body would suffer severe backlash for being unable to withstand such terrifying power, coupled with the fact that her divine soul had already been heavily damaged after enduring the Death Edict. Her strength would fall below that of an ordinary high god for a long time after this battle. Without a rule-level divine medicine, it would be impossible for her to ever return to her peak, no matter how much time passed. Therefore, Modesty would never have used Myriad insects converge unless she was driven to the brink. But now, in order to save her life, she could no longer afford to care about such things. For a rule-level divine medicine, she could only beg the main god of her race. She hoped the sovereign had such a divine medicine, but even if he did, a full recovery would not be possible in a short time. Modesty's dark green pupils stared fixedly at Sumyubai, her eyes filled with icy killing intent. Having paid such a heavy price, she absolutely could not let the calamity of 10,000 races get off easily, as the power of the 9 great insect kings was sucked into her mouthparts. The Zerg Empress finally tore away her disguise, revealing her true form. Her true body was an ugly, deformed, bloated mother insect possessing countless insectoid features, especially that massive, grotesque belly, inside which something seemed to be churning. The sword of death thrust by Sumyubai was blocked by the frantically surging chaos divine power, stopping 3 inches in front of Modesty, unable to advance even a fraction further. Truly ugly. Sumyubai curled his lip, thinking that such an ugly insect had just tried to charm him. He couldn't help but feel like retching. You dare call this empress ugly? This remark seemed to strike a nerve in Modesty, and she shrieked hysterically. You are the ugly one. Your whole family is ugly. My beauty is ranked #1 in the entire Zerg race. You unappreciative wretch, today I will devour you to compensate for the loss of my children. Different races naturally have different aesthetics. The Zerg body that Sumubai found disgusting and ugly was, within the Zerg race, considered a genuine beauty. However, he truly could not appreciate such an appearance. Devour me. Sumubai's gaze turned cold. That depends on whether you have the ability. As his voice fell, the previously absorbed supreme death divine power erupted completely. A terrifying aura of death instantly permeated the sword, and Sumubai's divine power surged out, reinforcing the blade. A sword chime rang out. The sword of death tore through the barrier formed by the chaos divine power, and it looked as though it was about to strike Modesty. If this sword landed, the supreme death divine power and the power of rules within it would inevitably tear Modesty's divine body into fragments. At the same time, her myriad insects converge would be interrupted, preventing it from reaching its maximum potential. Normally, beings of the same realm would find it difficult to break through such a chaos barrier. But Sumubai clearly did not belong to the category of normal, although his cultivation was only at the late stage of the high god realm. A distance of 108,000 times 10,000 miles away from a top-tier realm lord. But were his cheats just for show? The sword of death, transformed from the death cannon, was no mere decoration. In an instant, the sword of death, carrying terrifying power, touched Modesty's divine body. Too late. A cold snort rang out, and terrifying power suddenly erupted from within Modesty. Although she had not yet finished absorbing the chaos divine power of the 9 great insect kings, the divine power within her body had already surpassed the limits of the Law Lord realm. A deformed exoskeleton arm reached out, violently gripping the blade of the sword of death. At this moment, the tip of the sword had only just pierced through Modesty's exoskeleton and failed to penetrate deep into her body. Today, this empress will absolutely not let you go. Boom! A voice filled with resentment rang out, and Modesty erupted completely. But the next moment, a look of terror suddenly appeared on her face. What is this power? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you possibly snatch this empress's chaos divine power? She could not help but be terrified. The moment the sword of death pressed against her exoskeleton, a blinding light suddenly burst from Sumubai's chest. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. A strong, powerful heartbeat rang out, and both the reincarnation divine domain and the dream-weaving divine domain pulsed along with the heartbeat. It was as if the entire world had been affected. Sumubai was also stunned. Why did the incomplete heart of reincarnation suddenly react? Although he didn't understand, the heart of reincarnation was indeed attracted by the chaos divine power that Modesty had used to break her limits. The light of reincarnation at Sumubai's chest was clearly different from the light of chaos. Amidst the 9 elemental lights, there was a faint intermingling of emerald green, representing life, and grayish-white, representing death. A small vortex formed in an instant, and a terrifying suction force suddenly erupted. Modesty discovered with horror that the power within her body was being drained by that vortex at an extremely rapid speed. She tried to shake off this force, but it was in vain. No matter how she struggled, she could not break free in the slightest. At the same time, the chaos divine power from the 9 great insect kings, which had not yet been fully absorbed, continued to pour endlessly into Modesty's mouthparts. If it weren't for the fact that myriad insects converge could not be stopped once activated, she would certainly have interrupted it. Because Modesty realized in despair that her divine body had now become a mere transit station. A massive amount of chaos divine power belonging to the 9 great insect kings was absorbed by her, only to have that power, which had broken through her limits, completely siphoned away by the calamity of 10,000 races. Her body was also constantly expanding and shriveling, expanding and shriveling. The entire process was simply agonizing. Sumubai held his sword in one hand and touched his chest with the other, a smile curling the corners of his lips. I didn't expect such an unexpected gain. After a long while, the power of the 9 great insect kings was completely absorbed. Also drained dry was Modesty herself. At this moment, although there was not a shred of divine light left in her eyes, they remained wide open. She died with her eyes wide open in resentment, even until her death. She could not fathom why she, the Zerg Empress who devoured all things to create her Zerg army, had been devoured of everything by someone else at the same time. A series of system notification sounds rang in Sumyubai's ears. An extra chapter for today is served, chapter 887. The Terrified Golden Winged Sovereign, the Soul Realm. Unlike the Death Realm, this place was not filled with the aura of death. Instead, it was permeated with soul energy throughout the entire realm. Creatures born in the Soul Realm would have their souls nourished to be stronger than ordinary creatures. And when condensing their divine souls, the success rate would also be slightly higher. Of course, the improvements brought by the environment were ultimately limited. Whether one could break through to the 11th tier Lawmaster stage depended more on one's comprehension. After all, comprehending a complete path of law was no easy task. The moment modesty was drained dry by Sumyubai's heart of reincarnation, the entire Soul Realm experienced celestial phenomena due to her fall. In every corner of the Soul Realm across all major worlds, secret realms, minor worlds, and planets, the laws of heaven and earth trembled violently at the same time, presenting a series of shocking visions. The starry sky seemed to be torn apart by a pair of invisible giant hands, and the once clear firmament was covered by dark purple clouds. Those clouds, filled with the aura of souls, surge incessantly, vaguely, countless ferocious, restless souls poured out from the cracks, opening their blood-red mouths and roaring, as if they wanted to tear the soul apart. This was the lamentation the Soul Realm offered for a Realm Master level powerhouse. The entire Soul Realm fell silent at this moment. Players of all races stared at the visions in the high sky, unable to recover for a long time. How many years had it been? How many years had it been since a Realm Master had fallen in the Soul Realm? And looking at the terrifying scale of this vision, it was clear that the one who had fallen was no ordinary Realm Master. Lawmasters across the Soul Realm released their divine soul power at the first opportunity, hoping to perceive more information from the celestial phenomena. Immediately afterward, all true gods froze in their expressions. It's actually the Realm Master of the spirit world. How is this possible? No, Sovereign Dreamweaver is our Soul Realm's strongest Realm Master. You could kill her. Even the world-ending Titan of the Destruction Realm couldn't keep Sovereign Dreamweaver, could he? Could it be that a main god took action? It's not like the Zerg don't have main gods. If a main god had forcibly intervened, it would surely have caused a major incident. But Sovereign Dreamweaver has indeed fallen. I heard that a bounty hunt mission related to her appeared at the bounty hunter's home a while ago. Do you think it could have been the calamity of 10,000 races? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The calamity of 10,000 races killed Otis. And he's indeed strong. But Sovereign Dreamweaver is our Soul Realm's strongest Realm Master. I don't believe he has that kind of ability. No matter who it is, the Zerg will certainly not let this go. It looks like someone is about to be in trouble. Due to the celestial phenomena, the news of the Realm Master's fall could not be hidden at all. Modesty's fall quickly spread within the circle of Realm Masters. Somewhere in the myriad demon realm, two figures stood in the air. So your god-slaying mark also disappeared for no reason. As soon as Delomid found the Golden Winged Sovereign and learned of this news, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. Yes, the Golden Winged Sovereign nodded, gritting his teeth as he said, "If it weren't for the fact that the god-slaying mark is gone, how could I have failed to suppress that guy Sikonyu?" Thinking of that bastard who kept calling him a golden-haired chicken, the Golden Winged Sovereign wished he could drink his blood and eat his flesh. However, he also knew clearly that Sikonyu's strength had improved far too much compared to before the Great Upheaval. Coupled with the fact that he had lost his god-slaying mark, his combat power had decreased slightly. Therefore, even if he continued to fight, there was nothing he could do against the other party, and he would have to keep being tortured by that guy's mouth. Although he desperately wanted to kill Sikonyu, the Golden Winged Sovereign had to admit that the guy truly deserved the title of the undefeated war god. Sikonyu, Delomid raised an eyebrow. The undefeated war god of the human race. You fought him. I went to the undead realm not long ago, but I was blocked by that guy. A cold light flashed in the Golden Winged Sovereign's eyes. Since that guy is there, Bai Yi must be there too. Bai Yi. Delomid narrowed his eyes slightly. The human race has indeed produced a monster, recently. The number of myriad world announcements triggered by Baiyi had been quite high. He had heard this name many times, however, compared to Baiyi, what he wanted to know more now was why the god-slaying mark had disappeared into thin air. A monster. The golden-winged sovereign let out a disdainful snort. No matter how much of a monster he is, he still needs to be able to grow up first. As he spoke, a flash of killing intent couldn't help but cross his eyes. The demon race and the human race had always been enemies. Demons eat humans. Humans eat demons. There is no hatred between the two races. Only the stance of their respective species. Among the 10,000 races of the myriad worlds, being weak is the original sin. If it weren't for the fact that the Flame Prison Realm Master Token was suddenly destroyed, which might involve the Void, the demon race would never have allowed the human race to rise again. The reason the Golden Winged Sovereign returned to the myriad demon realm was also because of this. I don't care about the petty squabbles between your two races. Destructive light flickered in Delomid's eyes, and his voice gradually turned cold. The problem now is, where exactly did the god-slaying mark go? The Golden Winged Sovereign had just opened his mouth when his expression suddenly froze. At the same time, Delomid's expression also shifted. Both of them had received a message simultaneously. Modesty is actually dead. The Golden Winged Sovereign's pupils constricted sharply. Though he was also a top-tier world lord, he knew very well that he was by no means a match for Modesty. Yet now, she had suddenly fallen. Even I wouldn't necessarily be able to keep Modesty from escaping. Who on earth could have made a move against her? Delomid frowned. Several figures flashing through his mind, but he quickly shook his head. Those people were at most on par with him. Defeating Modesty might not be difficult, but killing her was no easy feat. That woman also went to the Death Realm. I never expected she would die there. As a powerhouse of the same level, he had once crossed paths with Modesty on the Death Continent. She had appeared on the Death Continent because she coveted the rule treasure in Baiyi's possession. However, he had later traveled to the undead realm due to the news of the heaven-splitting Emperor's fall. If he had remained on the Death Continent, would he have been the one to die? Thinking of this, the Golden Winged Sovereign couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If even a powerhouse like Modesty had fallen in the Death Realm, it seemed the human race was hiding much deeper than he thought. The Death Realm has certainly been lively lately. Delomid was naturally aware of the successive deaths of several world lords. He raised his arm with interest and glanced at his communicator. The calamity of 10,000 races, interesting, as he spoke. Delomid looked at the Golden Winged Sovereign. I'm planning to head to the Death Realm. What about you? Why go there? The Golden Winged Sovereign was stunned. That place is a hotbed of trouble right now. Are you also eyeing that rule treasure in Baiyi's hands? A soul-type rule treasure holds little significance for me. Delomid shook his head. Having long been expelled by the Titan race, he naturally wouldn't muddy these waters for a treasure that didn't suit him. However, he was very interested in this calamity of 10,000 races that had suddenly emerged. The god race, is it? I hope you can satisfy me. A flash of battle intent crossed Delomid's eyes. I'm going to investigate the matter of the god-slaying mark. In that case, I shall accompany you. The Golden Winged Sovereign narrowed his eyes slightly. Both of their figures transformed into streams of light and vanished into the starry sky. He, too, wanted to know who was responsible for the sudden disappearance of the god-slaying mark. Traveling with Delomid, the strongest world lord of the Destruction Realm, there was no need to worry about safety, unless the main god were to make a move personally. Chapter 888. Just how strong is the calamity of 10,000 races? Death Continent, City of Silence. Bounty Hunter's home. Inside the bounty hall, there were always many powerhouses chatting and exchanging information. Although one didn't need to come here to accept missions, many still enjoyed visiting. After all, a great deal of news and intelligence could be exchanged here. On the central giant screen, a series of missions appeared. The most eye-catching among them were the zero reward missions posted by Sumubai. Especially those bounty hunting missions. Every single target was a famous powerhouse. By now, 2 of these missions had already been completed. They were the bounty hunting mission for Otis and the bounty hunting mission for the Riftmouth race. Tell me, can that guy, the calamity of 10,000 races, really complete these hunting missions? I doubt it. Although he killed Otis, Otis didn't even rank in the top 5 among these missions. Indeed, I really don't know which lunatic posted these missions. Daring to hunt even a powerhouse like the Dream-Weaving Sovereign, forget it. I suspect the Calamity of 10,000 Races didn't even look closely when he accepted the missions, otherwise, how could he have taken such a job? Exactly. The Dream-Weaving Sovereign is the strongest world lord in the Soul Realm. Aside from a main god acting personally, who could kill her? Inside the hall, many were discussing the Calamity of 10,000 Races and those missions. In their view, although the Calamity of 10,000 Races had accepted all these missions, it was absolutely impossible for him to complete them. After all, a target like the Dream-Weaving Sovereign was not someone a Law Lord Realm Cultivator could kill. But the next moment, someone suddenly exclaimed in shock. Look at the mission for the Dream-Weaving Sovereign. What's there to look at? Don't tell me it could possibly have. Holy crap. What the hell is completed? On the central giant screen, the mission to hunt Dream-Weaving Sovereign Modesty suddenly had the words completed appear behind it. The crowd widened their eyes, staring at the giant screen in disbelief. Soon, these powerhouses received news that a celestial phenomenon had occurred in the Soul Realm and that the Soul Realm's world lord had fallen. At this moment, everyone finally came to their senses. The strongest world lord of the Soul Realm, whom they had just been discussing, had truly fallen, and she had died at the hands of the Calamity of 10,000 Races. The Bounty Hall instantly erupted into an uproar. Just how strong is the Calamity of 10,000 Races? Even the Dream-Weaving Sovereign has fallen at his hands. Impossible. How could he possibly kill the Dream-Weaving Sovereign? I understand now. The reason that guy is so high profile must be because he wants to obtain the title of the first true god of the myriad worlds, following the Death God and the God Slayer. Is such an existence about to appear again? HMPH, let him survive first. The Calamity of 10,000 Races was extremely high profile when he accepted the missions. How could the Zerg let him go? He is a member of the god race. Even if the Zerg are in the right, they probably wouldn't dare to go too far. Too far. The death of Modesty has caused the Zerg to suffer heavy losses. Just wait. This Calamity of 10,000 Races definitely won't be jumping around for much longer. City of Silence, Nether Immortal Workshop. As the headquarters for the entire Nether Immortal Workshop, there were naturally powerhouses stationed here. However, usually, only one world lord remained here, while the other powerhouses only left behind projection avatars. Inside a specially crafted cultivation room, a stunningly beautiful mature woman sat cross-legged. Behind her, there were 9 snow-white foxtails. This was a world master from the 9-tailed fox clan. The 9 Heavens Demon Venerable Umengli, the 9-tailed fox, much like the golden-winged Great Peng, was a branch of the demon race. Furthermore, it was a very powerful branch, one that the status of the succubus race within the demon race could not even begin to compare to. During this period, it happened to be her turn to oversee the Nether Immortal Pavilion. Normally, this would have been an easy task. She only needed to remain in seclusion for a while before it would be time for someone else to take over. After all, the Nether Immortal Pavilion was backed by a ruler of rules. Who would be foolish enough to cause trouble here? Yet, Umengli had encountered exactly that today. Upon receiving the news of the Dreamweaver Venerable's fall, she snapped her eyes open. Modesty is dead? Umengli's delicate brows furrowed. She had clearly met with Modesty just today. Moreover, the other party had not even left the Nether Immortal Pavilion yet. So how could she have suddenly perished? To dare to strike within the Nether Immortal Pavilion, you are courting death. Umengli let out a soft huff, and her figure vanished from the cultivation room. If this were anywhere else, she might have worried about how strong the person who killed Modesty was. But this was the headquarters of the Nether Immortal Pavilion. Even if a ruler of rules were to come, they would still have to give notice before killing someone. Now, regardless of who the perpetrator was, they had violated the rules of the Nether Immortal Pavilion. Therefore, Umengli immediately activated the ceiling formation of the Nether Immortal Pavilion. All the private rooms in the pavilion instantly became places where one could enter but not leave. This was a formation left behind by the ruler of rules. No true god could possibly break through it. After activating the formation, Umengli did not rush over immediately. Instead, she went to the conference room first. HMPH, consider yourself unlucky to have caused trouble at a time like this. Under normal circumstances, a powerhouse capable of killing modesty would indeed be very troublesome. But today was different. Today, a projection of the ruler of rules was present. Unless the perpetrator possessed combat strength on par with the death god Bach, they could forget about escaping alive. Chapter 889, Keep the music playing. Keep the dance going. Bonus chapter, Nether Immortal Pavilion, Private Room 03. At this moment, the room was already empty. Everything had turned to dust the instant modesty made her move. In the vacant room, the mystic heaven great formation sealed off all energy and fluctuations. Within the dark space, inside the domain of reincarnation, notification, death authority effective, soul fragments come 100, notification. You have obtained top tier godhead ×1, notification. You have obtained ultra-large space ring ×1. A series of system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears. The sword of death in his hand had already pierced through Modesty's divine body. All the energy within her body had been drained completely by the heart of reincarnation, leaving not a single drop behind. The 9 super insect kings, each possessing the combat strength of a world master, had now turned into pools of blood, washed away by the sea of death. The heart of reincarnation seems to have become stronger. Sumyubai touched his chest, feeling the powerful, rhythmic heartbeat, and couldn't help but murmur. The heart of reincarnation had absorbed the chaotic divine power of modesty and the 9 insect kings, and its power had been enhanced. At the same time, the strength of Sumyubai's domain of reincarnation had also been elevated. If it were to happen again, even without the support of the world tree and the sea of death, he would be able to easily suppress Modesty's dream-weaving domain. As the strongest world master of the soul realm, the dream-weaving domain was one of Modesty's most powerful trump cards. Normally, even powerhouses like Shun and Kleist would find it troublesome to face Modesty's dream-weaving domain. If they were even slightly careless, they might even fall briefly into the dreamscape woven by Modesty. But this time, she had the misfortune of encountering Sumyubai, who possessed Teru-level creations. So she hadn't been able to unleash the effects of the dream-weaving domain at all. There must be something special about this Modesty. Sumyubai glanced at Modesty's corpse, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Mere chaotic divine power could never have allowed the heart of reincarnation to improve this much. Clearly, Modesty's final move, 10,000 insects converge, was certainly not a technique that every insect queen knew. However, now that Modesty had fallen, Sumyubai had no chance to find the answer. Forget it. It's a good thing to be able to improve anyway. Sumyubai smiled slightly and waved his hand, taking Modesty's godhead and divine body into his internal world. With these 2 items, plus enough soul fragments, Sumyubai could begin creating his 4th god-level nether entity. Of course, that was on the condition that Yui and the others completed their transformation and became full-fledged god-level nether entities. Before that, Sumyubai had no way to create new god-level nether entities. Notification. You have obtained the Spirit World Master Token. Notification. You have obtained the high-level Rule Great Treasure Dream Weaving Scroll. Aside from the Godhead and the Divine Body, the remaining 2 items were the greatest gains from this encounter. World Master Token Spirit World not activated, cannot be traded, cannot be damaged, cannot be discarded. This is the symbol of a World Master in the Myriad Worlds game, but possessing it does not mean you will necessarily become the World Master of the Spirit World. Only after successfully activating this World Master token can you become the new World Master of the Spirit World. When a World Master is within the great world they control, they will gain certain permissions and be protected by the power of the great world. Click to view details. View details. 1. Travel to the Soul Realm Spirit World and complete the World Master trial to activate this World Master token and become the new World Master of the Spirit World. You possess the World Master token and have equal priority to the insect race. 2. If someone completes the Spirit World Master challenge before you, they will be able to know your identity information and coordinates, and will have the authority to initiate a challenge against you at any time. The winner will obtain the activated World Master token and become the new World Master of the Spirit World. Please note, this challenge cannot be refused. Spirit World Master token. Sumyubai looked at the Realm Master token in his hand, lost in thought. the corners of his mouth curling into a faint arc. The spirit realm did not belong to the death realm. In other words, if this realm master token were to be upgraded via the free ride method, it would transform into the soul realm domain master token. At that point, Sumyubai would also possess partial domain master authority within the soul realm. The only question is, what exactly are the conditions for partial activation? Sumyubai weighed the spirit realm master token in his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. The condition for partial activation of the Death Realm Domain Master Token was to become the successor to the Death Sovereign. Sumyubai had long since achieved that, which was why he had so easily obtained partial Domain Master authority. But the Soul Realm was different. Sumyubai was not the successor to the Soul Sovereign, so if he wanted to activate it, it clearly wouldn't be easy. After a moment of thought, he smiled and shook his head. Forget it. Even if it can't be activated, it still needs to be upgraded for free. Sumyubai's lips curled upward. Whether or not he could obtain Domain Master authority over the Soul Realm was not his primary concern. What mattered was that the free upgrade would not only solve the challenge of the upgrade itself, but it would also once again lead the various races of the myriad worlds to believe this was the handiwork of the Void. Of course, it might also lead people to speculate that the calamity of the myriad races was related to the Void. After all, 2 consecutive Realm Master tokens had been destroyed after falling into his hands. This would certainly trigger a series of concerns. However, this meant nothing to Sumyubai, because the identity of the calamity of the myriad races was a fabrication, and even his race was set as the God race. It would not cause any impact on the human race. The more the various races of the myriad worlds targeted the identity of the calamity of the myriad races, the more breathing room the human race would gain. The position of Spirit Realm Master will have to remain vacant for a while. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow and put away the Spirit Realm Master token. As for Modesty's high-level law-grade treasure, the Dream-Weaving Scroll, he only gave it a cursory glance before storing it directly into his internal world. Whether it was the free upgrade of the Realm Master token or elevating the Dream-Weaving Scroll into a rule-grade supreme treasure, now was clearly not the time. The news of Modesty's fall would soon spread throughout the myriad worlds. The Nether Immortal Workshop could not possibly ignore the death of such a powerhouse. Therefore, Sumyubai guessed that the Nether Immortal Workshop would definitely take major action next. After stowing away all his spoils, he immediately closed the Samsara Divine Domain, tore through the dark space, and returned to the 03 God-tier private room. At the same time, Yu Mengli also activated the ceiling formation within the Nether Immortal Workshop. The fluctuations of the formation instantly swept across the entire Nether Immortal Workshop, causing the powerhouses in every private room to furrow their brows. A ceiling formation. What is the Nether Immortal Workshop trying to do? It's been so many years since they last activated the ceiling formation. I wonder which blind fool dared to cause trouble here. Whoever it is, they definitely won't be able to escape. No true god can break the ceiling formation here. The Dream-Weaving Sovereign just fell, and the Nether Immortal Workshop has activated the restrictions. Could it be because of this? Now that you mention it, I think I really did see the Dream-Weaving Sovereign enter one of the god-tier private rooms earlier. How is that possible? If someone had made a move in the Nether Immortal Workshop, how could there be no energy fluctuations at all? The Dream-Weaving Sovereign must have met with misfortune after leaving. Then what is the Nether Immortal Workshop doing this for? You're asking me. Who am I supposed to ask? Just wait. The Nether Immortal Workshop will surely provide an explanation. Anyway, it's none of my business. We'll probably get compensation later. Keep the music playing. Keep the dancing going. Chapter 890. So, you are the calamity of the myriad races. 3 God-tier private room. The moment Sumyubai tore through the dark space and returned to the room, he felt the fluctuations of the ceiling formation. They certainly react quickly. He smiled indifferently and moved his divine sense. Zhuanshan Grand Formation dissolve. Golden light flickered in his eyes, and the vertical pupil at the center of his brow opened in an instant. A point of divine light appeared, and the Zhuanshan Grand Formation, which had been used to seal energy fluctuations and open the path through the dark space, was silently retracted. Not only that, but even the traces and or Sumyubai had left behind upon arriving were wiped away along with the Zhuanshan Grand Formation. From this point on, Even if a main god at the Rule Sovereign realm were to arrive in person, it would be absolutely impossible for them to know what had happened inside the O3 god tier private room. I wonder which main gods are actually behind the Nether Immortal Workshop. After finishing all this, Sumyubai looked out the window with interest. The ghost maidens dancing gracefully under the moonlight did not stop their dance because of the activation of the ceiling formation. They seemed to know nothing, continuing to flaunt their figures. Under the moonlight, the layer of white gauze on the ghost maidens' bodies appeared translucent, highlighting their voluptuous figures to the fullest. Sumyubai's gaze did not linger on them, and he vanished from the O3 god tier private room. Death Realm Domain Master Authority Teleportation. The Nether Immortal Workshop's ceiling formation was indeed very strong, and it was certainly not something a Master of Laws could break, even for Sumyubai as he was now. If he were to mobilize the power of the Wheel of Time and Space, he would be enabled to use teleportation or other spatial methods here. But he was someone who possessed partial Domain Master Authority over the Death Realm. How could he be stopped by such a minor restriction, let alone a ceiling formation set up by a main god? Even if a main god were to descend in their true form, they could not stop him from leaving. Moreover, the Domain Master Authority was silent and left no energy fluctuations. The Nether Immortal Workshop's ceiling formation did not react at all. 5 God tier private room. Big brother, you just said that the Dark Sovereign is now your big brother. Inside the room, Amon widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Doesn't that mean I should call the Dark Sovereign big brother, big brother?" One could feel how excited he was just from his words. Beside him, Huanggui and Lumao also wore expressions of excitement. The two of them counted on their fingers and muttered, "The big brother of our big brother. What should we call him?" Bang! Bang! Amon punched each of them once, scolding them with a look of exasperation. "Obviously, you just call him boss." The two of them clutched their heads, looking somewhat aggrieved as they spoke. "But big brother, isn't boss Lord by you?" "Oh right." Upon hearing this, a look of contemplation flashed in Amon's eyes. "We can't exactly call him second boss, can we?" This time there was only one sound. It was Patty's fist landing on Amon's head. The corner of Patty's mouth twitched, and he gritted his teeth as he squeezed out two words, "Shut up." Seeing this, Cucumber and Green Hair, who were standing to the side, wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, holding it in with great difficulty. Just at this moment, the Nether Immortal Workshop activated its containment formation. Patty immediately frowned, his heart sinking. Could this have something to do with Brother Bai? Brother Bai said he was going to kill a few people and even use the realm tracking scroll. Could it be that his first target just happened to be inside this Nether Immortal Workshop? Could there really be such a coincidence? "Big brother, what's wrong, big boss? Who made you unhappy? Let's go take them out." The Signal Light brothers were too weak. They couldn't even sense the activation of the containment formation. Seeing Patty frown, the three of them immediately asked, "Get lost. If it's someone who can provoke me, do you think you have enough lives to go fight them?" Patty glared at the three of them, contemplating a countermeasure in his heart. He had a premonition that the sudden activation of the Nether Immortal Workshop's containment formation was highly likely related to Bai. The message he received immediately afterward confirmed his thoughts. The strongest realm lord of the Soul Realm, the Zerg sovereign of dream-weaving modesty, had fallen. And it seemed she had fallen right inside the Nether Immortal Workshop. "It's not like we aren't willing to risk our lives." The three of them, Amon and the others, exchanged glances and patted their chests, looking as if they were ready to go all out. But the next moment, they added, "Big brother, don't worry. Even if we can't beat them, don't we still have boss? I've never seen anyone who could beat boss." Patty looked at the three confident idiots, opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Calling these three subordinates of his thick-headed would be a compliment. If he told them that Bai was likely in danger, there was no telling what these three fools might do. Besides, discussing a way to break the deadlock with them was like playing the lute to a cow. Thinking of this, Patty couldn't help but raise his wrist. The Nether Immortal Workshop was backed by a Rule Sovereign. Now that an existence like Modesty had fallen here, it was possible that the Rule Sovereign would descend a projection to thoroughly investigate the matter. If he wanted to help Bai escape, he had no choice but to notify his own big brother. But just as he was about to contact the Dark Sovereign, The space within the private room suddenly rippled like the surface of water. Immediately after, Sumyubai's figure stepped out from within. After killing Modesty, he hadn't left directly but had returned to the God-class private room 05, where Patty was located. At this moment, he had already restored his original appearance. No longer looking like the calamity of all races. Brother Bai, you can actually use teleportation. Patty's eyes widened, and he stood up abruptly, looking at Sumyubai in shock. Before the containment formation was activated, he had already been shocked by Sumyubai's teleportation. Now that the Nether Immortal Workshop had even used its containment formation, the fact that Bai could still come and go as he pleased was simply incredible. Could the Nether Immortal Workshop's containment formation be a fake? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Patty then asked, "The target you just used the realm tracking scroll to investigate, was it Modesty?" Sumyubai nodded slightly, sat down on the sofa, picked up the wine glass from before, and drained it in one gulp. You really have to admit, Modesty did have some tricks up her sleeve. After confirming his suspicions, Patty's expression turned strange. Brother Bai, can we not be so humble bragging? Before this, although he knew Bai's strength was very high, he didn't know the other party had reached such an outrageous level. That was the sovereign of dream-weaving Modesty, the strongest realm lord of the Soul Realm, and one of the individuals with the highest strength and status among the Zerg, beneath the level of a rule sovereign. Patty knew very well that the demon race's Hell Realm Lord Crest was only on par with Modesty in terms of combat power. How long had Bai been gone? And he had already slaughtered such a top-tier realm lord so easily. And he looked completely uninjured. Even his aura was as steady as if he hadn't experienced any battle at all. Doesn't that mean his strength could already be called the #1 true god of the myriad realms? What Patty didn't know was that the energy Sumyubai consumed in his battle with Modesty had been completely restored the moment his heart of reincarnation absorbed Modesty's chaos divine power. Just as he was staring blankly at Sumyubai and preparing to sit down, he suddenly thought of something, his body springing back up as he exclaimed, "So you are the calamity of all races." Chapter 891. This ends here. God Class Private Room 03. Yu Mengli stood outside the door, her peach blossom eyes now filled with frost. "I want to see exactly who dares to court death in my Nether Immortal Workshop." As she spoke, she waved her hand, and the door to God Class Private Room 03 opened. But the next moment, Yu Mengli froze in place, because the room was now completely empty. She had expected the items in the room to be gone. After all, the other party had killed Modesty, so there must have been a great battle. But where were the people? She had activated the containment formation the very moment she received the news. As an intelligence organization of the Death Realm, she had received the news the moment Modesty fell. In such a short time, it was impossible for the killer to have left the room, because even without the containment formation, it was impossible to use spatial methods inside the Nether Immortal Workshop. But as it stands, there is truly not a single hair left inside the 03 Divine Class Private Room. How is this possible? Yu Mengli's delicate brows furrowed tightly. She could not even find a single trace or left behind by the perpetrator. Helpless, Yu Mengli could only bow toward the space in front of her. "I ask that you please intervene, my Lord Sovereign." As her voice fell, the power of a main god converged beside Yu Mengli. A projection of a human face condensed into existence. "Mengli, have you become unable to handle even such a trivial matter now?" A low voice resonated, and the facial projection cast a faint glance at Yu Mengli. The latter immediately lowered her head, offering no rebuttal. Although she did not understand why, she had indeed botched this task. But the very next moment, the pupils of the facial projection constricted. "What? Even I cannot sense any anomalies." Just a moment ago, it had used its main god-level divine sense to inspect every corner of the 03 Divine Class Private Room. Yet it could only detect the aura and traces left behind by Modesty. It was as if a second person had never even existed in this room. Hearing these words, Yu Mengli also jerked her head up, a look of shock flashing across her eyes. Even the sovereign could not sense it. How is this possible? Even if the perpetrator were also a main god, it would be absolutely impossible to erase all traces so quickly. The human face projection fell silent for a moment. then transformed into the power of a divine master and descended, manifesting a figure beside Yu Mengli. It frowned, looking at Yu Mengli, and was just about to speak when its expression suddenly froze. This matter ends here. There is no need to continue investigating, but Sovereign, regarding the public. Yu Mengli became anxious. The lockdown formation had already been activated. They had to provide some sort of explanation to the outside world. Right, enough. Just tell them we were inspecting the formation and offer the customers some compensation. The Sovereign's projection waved a hand, directly putting an end to the matter. The lockdown formation wasn't active for long, after all. The customers shouldn't say anything. But at this point, Yu Mengli hesitated for a moment before continuing. But what about the Zirk? She did not continue after saying this. Behind the Nether Immortal Workshop, there was also a sovereign from the Zirk race. Now that modesty had fallen here, that individual would certainly not let the matter rest. Just do your own job. The sovereign's projection glanced at Yu Mengli and waved a hand. The latter nodded immediately and turned to leave the O3 Divine Class private room. She had already done everything she could. Since the sovereign had spoken, she naturally would not say anything more. In any case, Modesty was not a powerhouse of the demon race. She had already done her utmost by reaching this point. As for the Zirg main god, this lord would naturally handle them. Not until Yu Mengli's figure disappeared did the sovereign's projection wave a hand to close the door of the O3 Divine Class private room. After probing the room once more, it could not help but shake its head. No wonder even I could not find any traces. Is this the handiwork of Lord Ming too? But what exactly is the purpose of the Lord's actions? The strength of this calamity of 10,000 races has truly exceeded my expectations. As the voice faded, the sovereign's projection dissipated into the power of a main god, as if it had never appeared at all. The reason it had ordered the matter to end here was that it had just received news from the bounty hunter's home. It was confirmed that Modesty had fallen at the hands of the calamity of 10,000 races. 5 Divine Class private room. Sumyubai looked at Patty, who seemed to have discovered some earth-shattering secret, with a strange expression. So, you only just realized this now, in his view. When he had asked the other party for help using the Realm Master tokens of the Illusionary Realm and the Flame Prison Realm, it had already been a self-exposure of his identity. To think that this guy Patty had only just reacted to it now. He was truly worthy of being the eldest of the Signal Light brothers. You've done such an awesome thing. Should I have known about it a long time ago? Patty still found it hard to accept. The calamity of 10,000 races had recently become famous throughout the 10,000 worlds. He accepted a series of zero reward missions with high-profile arrogance, not putting the mission targets in his eyes at all. Such an arrogant person, he found it hard to connect him with Bai Yi. Amon, however, curled his lips and said, "Big brother, put away that shocked look on your face. Boss has always been awesome. Okay, get lost. Is it your place to speak here?" Patty glared at Amon and was about to continue speaking when a notification from the Nether Immortal Workshop suddenly rang out in the private room. The expressions of the group changed instantly. Chapter 892. You are Bai Yi, right? Bonus chapter. Respected guests. The activation of the lockdown formation was to check for any defects in the ray. Now that the inspection is complete, we apologize for any inconvenience caused. As compensation, all your consumption today will be free of charge. Hearing these two notifications, Sumyubai and the others were all stunned. What is going on? With something as major as the fall of Modesty, the Nether Immortal Workshop is actually not planning to pursue it. Checking the formation. That excuse is really pathetic. Forget it. We didn't lose anything anyway. And we get to play here for free for a day. We've made a killing, haven't we? I've always been reluctant to try the Supreme Obsidian set meal. But today I'm definitely going to treat myself. Damn, that set meal is limited every day. Hurry up and book it, or it'll be too late. It's already too late. I don't know what the Nether Immortal Workshop is up to, but since there's compensation, let it be. I guess it was just some minor issue that has already been resolved. The lockdown formation wasn't even on for long. As the notification sounded, the lockdown formation was also deactivated, and the various private rooms returned to a state where one could enter and exit freely. because the duration was very short and they had provided free of charge compensation. No one had any complaints. Besides, the Nether Immortal Pavilion is backed by a ruler of rules who would truly dare to have any objections. The only thing these guests could do was to stop spending money at the Nether Immortal Pavilion in the future. But since compensation had already been provided, how could they bear to stop coming to this number one place of pleasure and indulgence in the Death Realm? God tier private room 05. The Signal Light brothers were completely bewildered, while Patty and Sumubai exchanged glances and frowned simultaneously. Modesty was no ordinary realm lord, logically speaking. Her falling in the Nether Immortal Pavilion was something that could never be brushed aside so easily, even if the Nether Immortal Pavilion agreed to it. The Zerg would never let it go, however. What was the intention behind the Nether Immortal Pavilion suddenly taking the initiative to lift the ceiling formation? Brother Bai, I think you should leave this place first. Patty looked at Sumubai, his expression somewhat grave. But just as his voice fell, Sumubai's gaze sharpened. Who is it? The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared inside the private room. It's him. Sumubai's pupils constricted, while Patty was overjoyed. Big brother, big brother. The Signal Light brothers were stunned, then hurriedly bowed. Greetings, big brother, big. Greetings. Big brothers, big brother, big. Sumubai also bowed slightly. Greetings, ruler. The person who arrived was none other than the ruler of darkness, Kingston. The latter nodded toward Patty, his gaze first falling upon the Signal Light brothers. What did you just call me? You are big brother's big brother. So it's correct for me to call you big brother big. Amon looked at the ruler of darkness, his face full of righteous confidence. Cucumber and Green Hair also spoke as if it were a matter of course. You are our big brother's big brother's big brother. So we call you big brother's big brother big, no problem at all. As soon as the three spoke, Kingston understood that their train of thought was different from normal demons. He was also a member of the demon race, strictly speaking. The Signal Light brothers should have called him an ancestor. But with the connection through Patty, these three blockheads had directly multiplied his status by a factor of super scale. Patty, standing to the side, hurriedly spoke up. Big brother, they are, no matter. These three little fellows are quite interesting. Kingston shook his head with a wry smile, looking the Signal Light brothers up and down, a flash of surprise appearing deep in his eyes. He could sense the power of the authority of luck on these three little fellows. However, Kingston didn't say anything more. He nodded at Amon and the others, his gaze finally landing on Sumubai. You are Bai, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Sumubai's heart tightened. During the calamity of 10,000 races, he and Kingston had known each other, and he had even been able to act under the banner of the ruler of death. But at this moment, his identity was Bai, that human prodigy who had triggered the myriad worlds announcements one after another. The most critical point was that because he had fused with the rule Great Tao in advance, the entire myriad worlds now believed that he possessed a supreme treasure of the soul rule. The private rooms of the Nether Immortal Pavilion could isolate divine sense probing, so he hadn't hidden his information in front of Patty and the others. Sumubai hadn't expected the ruler of darkness to appear here suddenly. Although Kingston had become Patty's big brother because of Anne, Patty was Patty, and he was himself. Sumubai couldn't guarantee whether the other party would suddenly make a move against him out of greed for the supreme rule treasure, if not forced into a desperate situation. Sumubai didn't want to expose his identity as the calamity of 10,000 races in front of the ruler of darkness just yet, just as he was thinking of a countermeasure. The ruler of darkness spoke again. No need to be nervous. Seniorin has already told me about your affairs. The myriad worlds need you, so I will not make a move against you. Hearing this, Sumubai did not lower his guard. Before he had the strength to face a ruler of rules head-on, it was not an exaggeration for him to be as careful and cautious as possible. Forget it. You will naturally understand in the future. Seeing that Sumubai remained in a state of tension, Kingston shook his head and looked at Patty. It's time to go. Your strength is still too low. Return to the Dark Realm now. All right. Patty nodded and stood up. You three, don't cause trouble for Brother Bai. Do you hear me? Don't worry, big brother. We are the most well-behaved. Amon grinned. Patty looked at Sumubai. Brother Bai, until we meet again. As his voice fell, Kingston's main god power reached out, taking him and disappearing from the private room. Amon and the others looked at the ghost maidens dancing gracefully outside the window, then turned to look at Sumyubai. "Boss, take us into your internal small world, not playing anymore." Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. These three fellows didn't look like they could sit still at all. They had stayed in the internal small world for so many years, and now that they had finally come out, they were actually asking to go back on their own initiative. "If we keep playing, when will we ever be able to keep up with your pace, boss?" The three shook their heads in unison. They only wanted to break through to the upper god realm as quickly as possible, and then, like Brian, start fusing with the Rule Great Tao under Sumyubai's help. Besides, the Angel Sisters had been in the small world with 500 times the time flow the whole time. They didn't want to fall behind. "Since that's the case, then go." Sumyubai nodded with satisfaction, and with a thought, he took the three into his internal small world. Immediately after, his figure also disappeared from God Tier Private Room 05. Death Realm Domain Lord Authority Teleportation, Nether Immortal Pavilion. Inside the conference room, Patty had already been sent away by Kingston. Now, there were no figures of realm lords like Umengli in the conference room, only his projection avatar sat quietly on the divine throne. His eyes, dark as ink and seemingly capable of swallowing all light, narrowed slightly, and his brows furrowed. "Calamity of 10,000 races. You Brett really have given me a difficult problem." A moment later, main god power gathered on another divine throne, and a human face projection appeared first. Immediately following this, the facial projection transformed into a beautiful young woman, appearing upon the throne, her gaze fixed on Kingston. Her face etched with a trace of fury. A cold, ghostly voice rang out, "Kingston, you must give me an explanation for Modesty's Fall." Chapter 893, The Broodmother. The Empress's Temple, Dead Zone Bank Headquarters, Core Crystal Building. Inside the special cultivation chamber, the space rippled like the surface of water, and Sumyubai's figure appeared in an instant. The reason he had chosen Modesty as his first target was that this Zerg Empress was the strongest among the many bounty hunting missions. Likewise, the harvest brought by killing her was naturally the greatest. The Zerg were different from the Rift clan. This top-tier race possessed numerous powerhouses within its ranks. Although almost none could compare to Modesty, there were still some who had managed to secure the position of a realm master in the spirit realm. Therefore, Sumyubai was in no rush to hunt the remaining targets. Instead, he prepared to freeload a promotion using his current gains first. After returning to Bloomer's cultivation chamber, he tore through space directly and stepped into the dark dimension. Immediately following, the Samsara divine domain expanded, adding another layer of protection. This was not enough. Sumyubai's eyes flashed with golden light, and the vertical pupil at the center of his brow opened, its yin-yang fish-shaped iris rotating slowly. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil. However, this time, he did not use the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil to check if the Spirit Realm Master token could be successfully promoted, because whether or not he could successfully freeload a promotion into a Soul Realm Domain Master token was not important to Sumyubai now. What he wanted was to make the various races of the myriad worlds believe that the threat of the Void was ever present. Even if it failed, the Spirit Realm Master token would be destroyed, which would still achieve his goal. As for the Soul Realm Domain Master token, as long as he obtained a Domain Master token belonging to the Soul Realm, there would still be opportunities to freeload a promotion later. Sumyubai's purpose in activating the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil was naturally to mask the energy fluctuations generated by the promotion. Divine power surged within his body, condensing mysterious inscriptions out of thin air. Countless inscriptions shot out, dancing across the sky, and finally coalesced into a complete formation. Mystic Heaven Grandeur Activate. At the same time, the roaring sea of death and the sky-covering world tree descended into the Samsara divine domain. With this, it is enough. Sumyubai smiled slightly, flipped his wrist to take out the Spirit Realm Master token, and moved his divine sense directly. Catastrophe. Target. Spirit Realm Master token. Hint: please select the promotion grade, Tier 1 to Tier 2, or add a catastrophe trait to it. Click to view details. Promote to Tier 1. As Sumyubai's divine sense moved, the expected system notification sounded in his ears. Please note, if you choose to promote to Tier 1, There is a high probability that the target will be annihilated directly due to its inability to withstand the massive energy, and you will not receive any gains. Promote. As he confirmed with his divine sense, the catastrophe talent was immediately triggered. Soul laws descended instantly, flooding madly into the spirit realm master token. The energy snatched away by the catastrophe talent this time was also origin power. Boom! A massive amount of origin power transformed into an origin golden dragon, roaring as it surged into the spirit realm master token. Although its concentration was slightly less than when he had freeloaded the promotion of the flame prison realm master token last time, it still far exceeded the origin power infusions Sumiubai had received in the past. Just standing by, he felt every pore on his body relaxing, and his divine body became invigorated. Not only that, Sumiubai took the opportunity to begin fusing the Great Tao of Death Laws. The efficiency of fusing the Great Tao of Laws at this moment was more than 1,000 times higher than usual. Although the connection between the Death Realm Domain Master Token and the Origin Land was about to be fully established, how could Sumiubai let go of any opportunity to fleece the myriad worlds? Soul Realm. Although the laws of the soul were not among the 9 supreme laws, the Soul Realm was still a complete realm. In terms of scope alone, it was not much inferior to the Death Realm. Of course, in terms of overall strength, the Soul Realm still could not compare to a supreme realm like the Death Realm. If the undead race held the most influence in the Death Realm, then the Zerg were the Soul Masters of the Soul Realm. The Zerg's control over the Soul Realm was even stronger than the undead race's control over the Death Realm. After all, the Demon race also held a certain amount of influence in the Death Realm. The Brood Mother. This was the core region of the Soul Realm, with a status equivalent to the Death Continent of the Death Realm. It was a Zerg brood composed of a vast number of star systems, and countless Zerg powerhouses were born here. The Empress's Temple. Those who could enter the temple were all Zerg Empresses at the peak of the Upper God Realm. They were the backbone of the Zerg race. Modesty's sudden fall naturally shocked all the powerhouses of the Zerg. Even the low overlords had descended with projection avatars because of it. At the temple meeting, a beautiful young woman with a blurred figure sat high upon the throne. Her face was covered by a veil, making it impossible to see her features clearly. At the conference table below sat many Zerg Empresses of the Realm Master level. Matriarch. This matter must be related to that calamity of the myriad worlds. Our Zerg must absolutely not let this go. Indeed, Matriarch, if we just let it slide, how will we be able to hold our heads high when facing the God race in the future? HMPH, it's not just us Zerg who should target him. The bounty hunter house must also take action. Isn't that calamity of the myriad worlds taking so many jobs with such high profile? Our Zerg will now publicly issue a bounty. Whoever can kill the calamity of the myriad worlds will receive a high-level low-grade treasure, plus 100 drops of main god power. Helena, you are still the most ruthless. Zerg Empresses were all female, and in their daily appearance, each possessed a stunningly beautiful exterior. If one were to remain silent, this meeting could certainly be described as incredibly alluring. However, at this moment, they all wore expressions of fury, each voicing their own opinions one after another. The reason these Zerg Empresses were so angry was not actually because of modesty, but because the Zerg race had been slapped in the face. After all, the Zerg race is a species devoid of emotion. Even among their own kind, this remains true. Although they lack emotions, they possess temperament. Just as they said, if they did not respond to this, how would the myriad worlds view the Zerg? The God race may be strong, but they must provide an explanation. As for the calamity of 10,000 races, he must die. Sweeping her gaze over those at the conference table, the beautiful young woman on the throne raised her hand, and the meeting room instantly fell silent. Regarding this matter, it is not just the God race. The Nether Immortal Workshop must also provide an explanation. Her voice was exceptionally cold and detached, yet devoid of any discernible emotion. Finally, the beautiful young woman's gaze fell upon the 2 empty seats at the very front of the conference table. One of them belonged to the recently fallen Modesty, and the owner of the other seat, while slightly weaker in strength than Modesty, was also a top-tier World Lord-level Zerg Empress. Has Natalie gone to the spirit realm? Hearing the main god's inquiry, the Zerg Empress sitting at the head of the table nodded immediately and spoke. Reporting to the matriarch, Natalie is already undergoing the Spirit Realm's World Lord trial. Upon hearing this, the beautiful young woman nodded. Good. She is indeed the most suitable person for this position besides modesty. However, no sooner had she finished speaking than the expressions of all the Zerg Empresses, including the beautiful young woman herself, changed drastically. Chapter 894. Who is this calamity of 10,000 races? Soul Realm, Spirit Realm. This is the strongest major world within the Soul Realm. Therefore, to become the world lord of this major world, one must possess immense strength. Ordinary second-rate and first-rate world lords would find it difficult to even pass the Spirit Realm's world lord trial. Somewhere in the Spirit Realm, a secret realm portal opened, and a figure of extraordinary grace stepped out, and like Modesty's silver hair, her flowing locks were ice blue. Yet, in terms of beauty and figure, she was not a bit inferior to Modesty. This figure was Natalie, the Zerg Empress chosen to succeed Modesty as the world lord of the Spirit Realm. HMPH, I want to see where you have fled to. A cold glint flashed in Natalie's beautiful eyes, and a cold snort escaped her luscious red lips. As long as one has sufficient strength, the World Lord trial is easy to pass. Although she was slightly weaker than Modesty, she was still a top-tier World Lord, so she would naturally not be barred by the trial. And now, she had already passed the test. As soon as the system notification sounded, she could use the rules of the Myriad Worlds game to view the information and specific location of the person holding the Spirit Realm World Lord token. Calamity of 10,000 races. Who exactly is your true identity? Natalie narrowed her eyes slightly. Knowing that the other party had killed Modesty, she did not take it too hard at all, because as soon as she knew the specific location, she would inform the clan. At that time, it would be the rule sovereigns who would come looking for the calamity of 10,000 races. In her view, no matter how strong this calamity of 10,000 races was, it was absolutely impossible for him to escape from the projection avatar of a rule sovereign. Otherwise, the calamity of 10,000 races would be the #1 true god of the myriad worlds. But is that even possible? Figures like the Death God Bach and the Slaughter God Ashes have only appeared twice throughout the endless ages of the myriad worlds. This number is far fewer than even the rule sovereigns. By what right does the calamity of 10,000 races compare? Notification. Congratulations on successfully passing the Spirit Realm World Lord trial, obtaining the qualification to challenge the holder of the Spirit Realm World Lord token. Notification. Next, you may view the information and specific location of the Spirit Realm World Lord token holder and initiate a challenge at any time. The opponent has no right to refuse. The system notification rang in her ears, and Natalie also obtained the viewing permissions. The corners of her mouth curled slightly. Let this Empress see who exactly this calamity of 10,000 races, who has stirred up such chaos, is. As she spoke, Natalie used her permissions. But the next moment, her voice came to an abrupt halt, and her pupils suddenly constricted. Even the information she was about to view had no follow-up response, as if the search had failed. Immediately afterward, a system announcement that suddenly resounded throughout the Soul Realm left Natalie stunned in place, the expression on her face shifting constantly. Soul Realm announcement. Due to unknown reasons, the Spirit Realm World Lord token no longer exists. Until a new World Lord token is born, the position of Spirit Realm World Lord will remain temporarily vacant. The Spirit Realm World Lord token no longer existed, so naturally, there was no holder. Who was Natalie supposed to check the information and location of? Was she supposed to check the air? At the same time, inside the conference room of the Empress Temple, the expressions of all the Zerg Empresses changed, including that of the beautiful young woman sitting high on the throne. What? The Spirit Realm World Lord token has also been destroyed. The previous matter hasn't even been resolved, and now another World Lord token has been destroyed. How could it be such a coincidence? The last World Lord token also ceased to exist after being obtained by the calamity of 10,000 races. Right, Matriarch. The calamity of 10,000 races must be involved in this. If it had only happened once, it might have been a fluke. But now that the World Lord token had been destroyed twice in succession, everyone began to suspect the calamity of 10,000 races. The voice of the beautiful young woman on the throne grew increasingly cold. and it was clearly tinged with fury. To actually collude with the void, there is no need for our Zerg race to take action. The god race will tear him to pieces. This matter is of great importance. Before I return, none of you are to take any action. As her words fell, her figure vanished from the throne. God Spirit Realm, Cradle of Gods, Pantheon. The news of the Spirit Realm World Lord Token's destruction reached all the rule sovereigns immediately. On the 4th level of the Pantheon, several giant human faces hung high in the sky, their expressions extremely grave. The Flame Prison Realm Master Token was destroyed not long ago, and now the Spirit Realm Master Token is gone as well. Yet we haven't the slightest clue. Big brother, have you still not been able to find anything? Facing the inquiries of the other sovereigns, the giant human face at the lead frowned. The Nether Abyss is not so easy to investigate, especially the bottom of it. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other faces stiffened. That was a place created by Lord Netherpath. Apart from those chosen by him, only the supreme gods could enter easily. As for them, these sovereign gods, they were still lacking in capability. Glancing at the other sovereign gods, the giant face at the lead continued. However, this time, the place where modesty fell was the Nether Immortal Workshop. Kingston and Heidi should have already begun their investigation. HMPH, this time, we will definitely be able to uncover something. In the midst of the conversation, one sovereign god furrowed his brows tightly, and the giant face at the lead immediately asked, "Second, what is it, this time?" He didn't even mind the title second, simply looking at the other party as he spoke. "Big brother, this calamity of 10,000 races has likely already betrayed the myriad realms." The other sovereign gods echoed, "That's right. Both times it was after he killed the Realm Master that the Realm Master Token ceased to exist. The only thing capable of destroying a Realm Master Token is the Void. He is definitely related to the Void." Hearing this, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the lead sovereign god. No matter who it is, as long as they are related to the Void, they cannot be spared. Having said that, he casually asked, "By the way, who is this calamity of 10,000 races?" Chapter 895. Must find out who he is. Bonus chapter, by the way, who is this calamity of 10,000 races? As soon as these words were spoken, the 4th level of the Pantheon suddenly fell silent. Although the calamity of 10,000 races had become famous throughout the myriad realms during this period, the time he had been famous was simply too short, and he had not yet attracted the attention of the rule sovereigns. Their knowledge of the calamity of 10,000 races was limited to having heard the name. After all, even a top-tier realm master was worlds apart compared to a rule sovereign. Without special circumstances, they would not be interested in a realm master. Therefore, after the lead sovereign god asked this question, the other sovereign gods remained silent, clearly using their divine soul power to inquire with the realm masters of the god race. A moment later, the sovereign god known as Second suddenly had a strange expression on his face. He glanced at the lead sovereign god and spoke slowly, "Big brother, this calamity of 10,000 races is a member of our god race, HMM." The lead sovereign god was slightly taken aback. How come I haven't heard of this so-called calamity of 10,000 races? To be able to kill Otis, he must possess the strength of a top-tier realm master. It was impossible for them not to know such a member of the god race. Moreover, this time he even killed Modesty within the god race. Although there were top-tier realm masters capable of defeating Modesty, killing her was almost impossible. Calamity of 10,000 races is his codename at the Bounty Hunter House. The second sovereign god explained. As for his true identity, no one knows it to this day. Bounty Hunter House. The lead sovereign god frowned. If it were any other force, he would have ways to obtain internal information directly. But it just had to be the Bounty Hunter House. Even he could not break the rules of this superpower. This calamity of 10,000 races only just emerged not long ago. The second sovereign god continued. I suspect that this guy's identity is a disguise. It must be a disguise. I just ask. And none of our god race's realm masters know him. This is absolutely impossible. HMPH, daring to impersonate our god race to swindle and bluff, and highly likely to be related to the void, we absolutely cannot let him go. The lead sovereign god snorted coldly. Investigate. We must find out who this calamity of 10,000 races is. As he spoke, he looked at the second. You project yourself to the headquarters of the Nether Immortal Workshop. I'm me again. The second was stunned. Or would you rather deal with the Zerg matriarch who is coming to hold us accountable? Hearing this, the second immediately shook his head. Then I'd better go to the Nether Immortal Workshop. In the end, he couldn't help but say, "Can you stop calling me second?" "Understood. Second, hurry up and go." The second's mouth twitched, and he decisively dismissed this projection, disappearing from the 4th level of the Pantheon. Special Cultivation Room. Dark Space. Reincarnation Divine Domain. Crack. With a crisp sound, the Spirit Realm Master Token in Sumyubai's palm suddenly shattered. Immediately after, this indestructible token turned into specks of starlight and completely dissipated between heaven and earth. Notification. The Spirit Realm Master Token could not withstand the energy of the breakthrough and has been completely annihilated. At the same time, the origin power snatched by the catastrophe talent also vanished instantly. Sumyubai woke up from his state of enlightenment and shook his head. As expected, the Domain Master Token is not so easy to freeload into a breakthrough. The reason it succeeded in one go last time was because he had inexplicably mobilized the power of the Luck Rule Authority. Regarding this most special authority, Sumyubai had yet to find a way to actively mobilize it. He even wanted to ask Lian, but he couldn't contact her at all. The two didn't even have each other added as friends. Unless Lian appeared on her own, Sumyubai had no idea where to find her. Good thing I can still cheat. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, and a scroll instantly appeared in his palm. Following that, a golden light shot out from the vertical pupil between his brows, landing on the scroll. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil. Not only that, but the Great Tao of Time Rules and the Great Tao of Fate Rules were also mobilized simultaneously. Sumyubai was going to deduce the result of freeloading a breakthrough for this high-level rule grade treasure. After all, this thing was different from the Realm Master Token. If it failed, it would be a loss. A moment later, a curve appeared on the corner of Sumyubai's mouth, and his figure vanished from where he stood. The next moment, he appeared within his own internal world. After casting a glance at the boundless sea of death and the world tree that blotted out the sky, he decisively moved his divine sense. Cataclysm. Target. Dream Weaving Scroll. Prompt. Please select the promotion grade, Tier 1 to Tier 2, or add a Cataclysm trait to it. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to the Rule Level Supreme Treasure Dream Illusion Divine Record. No cost. Option 2. Sublime it to the Rule Breaking Level Supreme Treasure Dream Illusion Divine Record. Cost 100 billion Divine Crystals. Option 3. Individually add a Cataclysm trait to it. Cost 900,000 soul power. Soul power. I'm not lacking in that now. Sumyubai glanced at his soul power. Although he only had a little over 20 million for the time being, he could activate time acceleration at any moment to absorb a massive amount of spirits of divine souls if he wanted to. Therefore, this time he did not add a Cataclysm trait in advance, but instead chose to get it for free. Promote to Tier 1. The moment the Cataclysm talent took effect, the Great Tao of Soul Rules descended upon the Reincarnation Divine Domain. Appearing simultaneously was an endless supply of main god power. The powerful main god power and the Great Tao of Rules formed a vortex, pouring frantically into the Dream Weaving Scroll. The entire scroll began to tremble violently. Boom! Terrifying energy swept through the surroundings. Yet the Sea of Death and the World Tree remained completely unaffected. If it weren't for his significantly increased strength and a deeper comprehension of the Zhuanshan Great Array, Sumyubai would not have dared to attempt a free promotion directly. After all, the commotion caused by creating a rule-level supreme treasure out of thin air was simply too great. The first time, it was in the middle of empty space. That time, he had run away quickly. The second time, it was in a tributary of the river of time and space, which was the safest place. The third time, it was only after entering the World Master Challenge space with Yuchu. But this time, it was because Sumyubai had absolute certainty. With the restrictions of Bloomer's Special Cultivation Room, the Dark Space, the Reincarnation Divine Domain bolstered by two major rule-level creations, plus the Zhuanshan Great Array and his powerful internal world. Under these 5 layers of protection, Sumyubai, who already had plenty of experience, was very confident that the commotion would not leak out. Prompt. The estimated time required for this promotion is 1 day. During this period, please do not use the Cataclysm talent, otherwise, the promotion will fail. Just like the last time he helped you to get a free promotion for the soul-sucking and spirit-snatching Divine Needle. Using Cataclysm this time also required a full day. Although the time acceleration rule could not affect Cataclysm, a mere day would pass by very quickly. As his strength grew stronger, Sumyubai's concept of time, while not quite like that of other powerhouses, had become much more indifferent than in the past. This time, the Luck Authority was also inexplicably mobilized, lending Sumyubai a helping hand. It was precisely because the future he deduced could succeed that Sumyubai was so decisive in activating the Cataclysm talent, compared to Zhu Xingchen's deduction of the distant future of the entire myriad worlds. Sumyubai was now only deducing the outcome of a single object, so the success rate was still extremely high. A day passed in the blink of an eye. After the energy and the great Tao of rules dissipated, Sumyubai's gaze sharpened as he looked at the brand new rule-level Supreme Treasure in his hand. Extra update for today, Chapter 896, Dream Illusion Divine Record. The original scroll had now transformed into a precious record. At a single glance, Sumyubai felt his divine soul sway, as if he would be pulled into a dreamscape the very next moment. What a profound supreme treasure! Sumyubai's eyes lit up. He could feel that this soul-type rule-level supreme treasure was different from the Death Cannon, Wheel of Time, and other rule-level supreme treasures. Of course, it wasn't that the Dream Illusion Divine Record was stronger, but that its type was completely different. The Death Cannon and the Wheel of Time were both powerful supreme treasures capable of significantly enhancing rule effects and accelerating the owner's fusion with the Great Tao of Rules. The Dream Illusion Divine Record, however, was different. It did not possess these effects. This supreme treasure was purely of the auxiliary type, Dream Illusion Divine Record, Rule-Level Supreme Treasure, a soul-type auxiliary rule-level supreme treasure born for unknown reasons, carrying within it the complete Great Tao of Soul Rules and a portion of Soul Authority. Specific effects: Enter Dream. Consume divine power to release the power of the Dream Illusion Divine Record, causing everyone who comes into contact with this power to enter a dream, nightmares, or sweet dreams. All are controlled by you at will. The specific consumption is determined by factors such as the number of targets affected and their strength. Entering a dream can be used to kill or to assist in cultivation, depending on your own strength. You can mobilize the Great Tao of Rules and Soul Authority within the Dream Illusion Divine Record to a certain extent. Current level of Great Tao of Rules that can be mobilized, 99.99%. Current level of Soul Authority that can be mobilized, Level 2. This is a rule-level supreme treasure that has never appeared in the myriad worlds before. Specific effects still need to be comprehended by yourself. Enter a dream. Can be used to kill or to assist in cultivation. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly, murmuring to himself. The Dream Illusion Divine Record in his palm flickered with a faint light, as if shrouded in a layer of mist, making it impossible to see its full appearance. That mist also resembled distinct dream worlds, making one unconsciously sink into them. The effects of this rule-level supreme treasure were described very vaguely. Sumyubai would have to comprehend the specific effects himself. Just like the Zhuanshan Greater A and the Zhuanshan Sealing Method, the dreamscape is completely controlled by me. Sumyubai thought of something, and a curve immediately appeared on the corner of his mouth. Since it can assist in cultivation, it can naturally also help people reshape their cognition. As he spoke, his figure disappeared into his internal world. Internal small world. No. Previously, when sweeping through the vampires and werewolves within the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, he had saved a large number of human members who had been kept in captivity. These people had been kept as blood food by the two races for generations, and they had absolutely no sense of being human. Although they were influenced and taught by the pioneers whose souls had been reshaped by Sumyubai, their souls had already been deeply affected by generations of captivity. It is an extremely difficult task to successfully reshape the cognition of everyone. Furthermore, the number of people within the pocket world inside number 1 is simply too vast. Sumyubai's time rules were only capable of increasing the flow of time here by 100-fold. What's more, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Within the pocket world inside Sumyubai, there were only tens of billions of people. Across the myriad worlds, the number of humans being kept in captivity and slaughtered was countless. Therefore, the task of reshaping the cognition of all captive humans was a long and arduous journey. In the past, Sumyubai could only let the pioneers influence a portion of the population, spending a great deal of time waiting for a chain reaction to occur. After all, the more people who had their cognition reshaped, the more people they could influence in turn. Now, with the Illusion Dream Divine Talisman, everything was different. He had an idea he wanted to try out. If it could succeed, these captive human members would soon be able to truly live in this world as human beings. Sumyubai did not deliberately restrain his aura. The moment his figure appeared in the pocket world inside number 1, he was sensed by those pioneers. That is Lord Bai. It is Lord Bai. The deity has manifested. We have finally seen Lord Bai again. The few humans who had already reshaped their cognition knelt in the direction of Sumyubai's aura immediately. Although they could not see Sumyubai at all due to the vast distance, no one would mistake his aura. Under the influence of the pioneers, those who had reshaped their cognition were all believers of Sumyubai. Some had even begun to develop into zealots, because Bai had brought them a new life. There were also a large number of human members who had not yet reshaped their cognition, looking blankly at the sky, with something seemingly flashing through their dull eyes. Although they did not yet understand the significance of this aura, they felt an inexplicable urge to prostrate themselves in worship. Rise, all of you. Sumyubai spoke slowly, his divine soul power radiating outward, sweeping across the entire number 1 pocket world. His voice echoed in everyone's ears. A gentle force lifted those who had knelt on the ground. Today, I shall bestow upon you a stroke of fortune. Sumyubai's voice sounded like the resonance of the great Tao, causing everyone's souls to tremble. As he spoke, he injected a massive amount of divine power into the Illusion Dream Divine Talisman. The Illusion Dream Divine Talisman immediately flew out from his palm, turning into a streak of light that soared to the center of the sky in the number 1 pocket world. Following that, the Illusion Dream Divine Talisman suddenly erupted with a blinding purple light, as if it had transformed into a sun hanging high in the sky. Mysterious soul fluctuations swept across the entire number 1 pocket world. In an instant, a flash of purple light crossed everyone's eyes, and they were instantly pulled into a dream world. Sumyubai, by his own power, had caused everyone in the number 1 pocket world to fall into a dream simultaneously. In the dream, they would reshape their cognition over and over again, and they would clearly realize why they were the way they were. When these people woke up from the dream, it would be the moment their souls were reborn. In the dream world, there was no such thing as a time flow rate. 1 second in the outside world might be 10,000 years in the dream. Therefore, this level of efficiency was completely incomparable to time acceleration. Sumyubai stood high in the sky, his divine soul power sweeping over the people in the dream again and again. According to his settings, as long as these people successfully reshaped their cognition of being born human, they would be able to wake up from the dream. The specific time spent in the dream varied from person to person. Thus, after only 1 second, some people's eyes flared with intense purple light, and they subsequently woke up. After waking, although their appearance had not changed at all, their temperament was completely different from before they entered the dream. Especially those eyes. They had been dull and lifeless before, but now, they were filled with light. It is Lord Bai. Lord Bai has granted us a new life. Those who woke up all knelt on the ground with tears in their eyes, looking toward the direction of Sumyubai with fanatical gazes. That was where the deities or resided. After reshaping their cognition, they did not forget their past memories. That period of time spent being kept like livestock remained in their minds. Sumyubai had not helped them erase it. It was precisely because of these memories that these people could understand the meaning of being alive. As time ticked by, more and more people woke up from the dream, successfully reshaping their cognition and becoming true human beings. Sumyubai nodded in satisfaction. The effect of the Illusion Dream Divine Talisman was even stronger than he had imagined. As these people woke up, a continuous stream of system notifications also rang in Sumyubai's ears. Chapter 897. Did the Myriad Worlds game glitch again? Notification: you have gained 13 791 believers and obtained 13. 791 points of death energy. Notification: you have gained 15. 967 believers and obtained 15. 967 points of death energy. Notification: you have gained 20. 38 believers and obtained 20. 38 points of death energy. Notification: you have gained 27. 933 believers and obtained 27. 933 points of death energy. From the very first second, the system notifications in Sumyubai's ears never stopped. As time passed, more and more people woke up from the dream, and the number of Sumyubai's believers skyrocketed. After breaking through to the late stage of the upper god realm, his believer limit had reached a terrifying 8.1 million. But this limit was simply insufficient for the tens of billions of people in the number one pocket world. In just a few minutes, the number of Sumyubai's believers reached the limit. Notification: you have gained 43. 271 believers and obtained 43. 271 points of death energy. Current number of believers 8,100, including 13 zealots. Current believer limit 8,100. Power of death 8,103,900. 8,103. The cap is way too low. Sumyubai couldn't help but frown. 8.1 million might seem like a large number, but in reality, it was far too little. After all, there were tens of billions of human members within the small world inside number one. If all of these people were to become his believers, Sumyubai dared not imagine how much power of death he would possess. However, looking at his power of death, which exceeded 8 million, Sumyubai still revealed a faint smile, with a thought. A complete phantom of the death rule instantly condensed behind him. Death Authority: Death's Descent. Notification: you have activated Death's Descent. Consumes 1 point of power of death per second. The system notification sounded, but to Sumyubai's pleasant surprise, the moment he consumed a single point of power of death, it instantly replenished itself. This meant that from now on, he could maintain the state of Death's Descent at all times, becoming a truly immortal being. Of course, the state of Death's Descent was not unbreakable. After all, even the Death Sovereign, who was a supreme god, had fallen. But to break through Death's Descent, one would have to use an authority stronger than Sumyubai's. Just like the Death Sovereign, who had surely fallen at the hands of someone at the Destruction Rule realm. Sumyubai speculated that beings at that realm could directly destroy the rules themselves. Even though the Death Sovereign was the embodiment of the Death Rule, they still fell to their opponent. Currently, the only two beings he knew of who had reached the 13th tier Destruction Rule realm were two individuals. One was the Space-Time Sovereign, Zhu Xingchen, and the other was, naturally, Zhu Xingchen's rival and the great enemy of the myriad worlds, the Void Monarch. The Death Sovereign had likely fallen at the hands of the Void Monarch. Now, Sumyubai's recovery speed for the power of death had already surpassed the consumption rate of Death's Descent. But this did not mean his power of death was inexhaustible. Beyond being used to activate Death's Descent, the power of death could also be used to mobilize other death authorities. In fact, consuming a large amount of the power of death could even enhance the effects of those authorities. Therefore, no matter how much power of death he had, Sumyubai would never complain about having too much. For now, it's enough. Sumyubai nodded slightly. If he wanted more believers, he would have to wait until he broke through to the next minor realm. But the moment this thought crossed his mind, another system notification rang in his ears. Notification: you have gained 53,996 new believers. Sumyubai froze on the spot, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. Wasn't the number of believers already at the cap? How could it still increase? Could it be that the Myriad Worlds game had another bug? While Sumyubai was still stunned, another system notification sounded. Notification: you have gained 428 new believers. After regaining his composure, he immediately noticed the difference. Only the number of believers increased, but the power of death didn't. Looking at the changes in the data on his panel, Sumyubai suddenly had an epiphany. The gift of death was, in reality, the power of the death authority that Sumyubai mobilized through the death scripture. His current realm was the late stage of the upper god, so he could only bestow the gift of death upon 8.1 million believers. However, The humans within the small world inside number 1 had become his believers without undergoing the baptism of the gift of death. They had all become Sumyubai's believers voluntarily, from the bottom of their hearts. Whether he possessed the death scripture, whether he could become a rule sovereign in the future, or which lineage of rule sovereign he might become, none of that mattered. These people, no matter what, held faith in Sumyubai in their hearts. That was why Sumyubai's number of believers could exceed the cap and continue to rise. And these believers would not occupy the slots of the gift of death. This meant that even if Sumyubai hadn't broken through to the next minor realm, he could still continue to use the gift of death to make others his believers. I didn't expect such an unexpected joy. The joy in Sumyubai's eyes was hard to conceal. Although the subsequent believers could not provide power of death, he always had a feeling that believers served more than just that one purpose. Power of death was power of death, while faith was something different. Sumyubai had always been puzzled as to why his believers provided power of death instead of power of faith. He soon received the answer to this question. As time passed, more and more people woke up from their dreams. When the number of Sumyubai's believers surpassed 10 billion, a series of completely different system notifications suddenly rang in his ears. Chapter 898, The Fire of Faith, Bonus Chapter, Notification, you have gained 16,329,875 new believers. With every passing second, the number of people waking up from their dreams grew larger. From the initial 10,000 per second, it had now reached over 16 million people waking up every second. Before long, the number of Sumyubai's believers reached a staggering 10 billion. It was at this very moment that a series of completely different system notifications suddenly rang in Sumyubai's ears. Notification: the number of beings within the myriad worlds who view you as their faith has exceeded 10 billion. Notification: your scale of believers has met the conditions to ignite the fire of faith. Notification: please prepare yourself. Your own unique fire of faith is about to be ignited. Fire of faith. This sudden system notification made Sumyubai jolt, and a look of incredulous joy instantly erupted in his eyes. He had heard this term just a short while ago from the mouth of the Darkness Sovereign, Kingston. Clearly, igniting the fire of faith was one of the hallmarks of a rule sovereign, because, normally, only beings at the rule sovereign realm could possess believers. And the reason Sumyubai was able to possess believers was entirely due to the death scripture. Not all rule treasures could grant one the ability to bestow the gift of death upon believers in advance. At the very least, Sumyubai had never seen such a thing on any rule-level treasure other than the Death Codex. Perhaps the Death Codex was not as powerful as the Wheel of Time, but it was the key to becoming the Lord of Death. Clearly, Mengtu had poured an extraordinary amount of effort into the Death Codex. Sumyubai had not expected that he would be able to ignite the fire of faith so quickly. Before he could even savor this joy, another soft tremor resonated, as if originating from the very dawn of the primordial universe. Sumyubai felt his vision suddenly go black, and all perception of the outside world was instantly severed. His perspective changed completely. Everything within the small world inside number 1 vanished without a trace. It was as if the entire universe consisted only of him and a crystal. A brilliant crystal suspended in the center of an endless void. Possessing 81 perfect facets, it rotated slowly, radiating an indescribable fluctuation of rules. On the surface of the crystal, 9 grayish-white death rule Dao patterns, exuding an aura of ultimate deathly silence, slithered slowly like living creatures, emitting a heart-stopping power. Beside them were 2 golden threads, one long and one short. They were even more elusive, radiating an arcane aura capable of manipulating the fate of all living beings. These were the Fate Rule Dao patterns. Looking closely, there were actually 10 Death Rule Dao patterns. It was just that the 10th one was pitifully short, almost negligible, like a newly sprouted bean sprout. This crystal was his high-level godhead. This perspective. Is this some kind of special internal vision state? Sumyubai's mind was shaken. Usually, he could use his divine sense to look inward, but the perspective was completely different from this. Now, he felt as if he had completely merged into this void, becoming one with the Godhead. The Godhead was him, and he was the Godhead. This experience was unprecedented. The fire of faith. How exactly should it be ignited? No sooner had this question surfaced in Sumyubai's mind than the change occurred. He saw, or rather perceived it, from the endless void in all directions. Tiny, faint specks of light suddenly emerged. They were as small as dust, more hazy than starlight, and more elusive than fireflies. These specks of light gathered slowly, as if drawn by an attraction, silently seeping into that high-level godhead. These energies felt very peculiar to Sumyubai. They seemed extremely fragile, as if a single thought or a flicker of emotion from him could shatter and annihilate them. Yet, they also possessed a contrasting sense of resilience, as if no matter what they endured, they would exist forever in some way, impossible to be completely erased. Endless and unceasing is this, the purest power of faith. A sudden realization dawned upon Sumyubai. The fire of faith required a massive amount of faith power to be ignited. 10 billion believers were merely the minimum standard required to gather enough to light this fire. It was equivalent to piling up a massive stack of firewood. But having wood wasn't enough. There had to be a process of ignition. There seemed to be no concept of time here. It felt as if a long time had passed. Yet it also felt like only a fleeting moment. In any case, the gathering specks of faith light grew more and more numerous. From the initial wisps and threads, they gradually turned into hazy ribbons of light, like trickling streams. Later on, these ribbons converged into a river. The river of faith flowed from the void, surging into the godhead. Sumyubai's godhead suddenly began to emit a faint humming sound. The 81 facets on its surface grew brighter and hotter. It was as if a sun were gestating within, about to erupt, inside the crystal. The soul power that had originally filled it began to be frantically stirred, compressed, and purified by these newly surging powers of faith. A marvelous friction effect was produced. Quantitative change finally triggered the most critical qualitative change in a certain instant, the moment the concentration and activity of the faith power reached a critical threshold. At the very core of the godhead, at the center point where the countless currents of faith power collided, a tiny, yet incredibly dazzling and pure golden spark suddenly burst forth. The moment it was born, the entire void seemed to fall silent. Immediately after, boom! That spark was like a drop falling into an endless sea of oil. It exploded instantly. Golden flames, ignited by the purest power of faith, erupted violently, sweeping through the entire interior of the godhead in an instant. It was not a mortal fire. It did not burn physical matter. It was not an elemental fire. It did not rely on laws. It was closer to a conceptual fire, a fire of will, a fire of the spirit, a fire of the soul. This fire burned fiercely, radiating a terrifying aura of warmth, steadfastness, immortality, purification, and amplification. Under the scorching of this golden flame, Sumyubai's godhead emitted faint crackling sounds. The 81 facets on the surface became even more crystal clear, as if they had been thoroughly tempered, removing all impurities. The death-ruled-out patterns and fate-ruled-out patterns entwined upon it seemed to have been injected with new vitality, becoming clearer and more agile. This is the fire of faith. Sumyubai felt the golden flames surging and burning within his godhead, his heart filled with curiosity. This was the first time he had felt the existence of the fire of faith. A sense of unprecedented clarity and control welled up in his heart. He felt as if his soul had undergone a baptism under the scorching of the fire of faith. Although his soul remained at the late stage of the high-level god realm, it was now much more resilient. Sumyubai felt as if his entire being had undergone a sublimation. Moreover, the fire of faith burning within the godhead continued to scorch and purify his soul, as well as the subsequent influx of faith power. A clearer and deeper connection was established with those 10 billion believers. In the past, he could only vaguely sense the prayers of his believers, but now, as long as he wished, he could hear them clearly, as if the believer were kneeling right before him. These voices were no longer a burden. Instead, they had become the finest fuel for this fire of faith. The flames burned ever brighter, and the golden light grew increasingly resplendent. It illuminated this endless void, transforming it into a magnificent golden kingdom. The next moment, Sumyubai's perspective returned to normal, and a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Extra update provided today. Chapter 899. Do you even need to say that? Notification. Congratulations to player Bai for successfully igniting the fire of faith. The faith interface is now officially unlocked. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai for becoming the first existence in the Myriad Worlds to successfully ignite the Fire of Faith while at the 11th tier Law Master stage. Reward: Fire of Faith intensity increased by 100%. Notification: a Myriad Worlds announcement is about to be broadcast. A series of system prompts echoed in Sumyubai's ears, and his eyes lit up instantly. The long-awaited Myriad Worlds announcement had finally arrived again. Ever since he comprehended the Great Tao of Death rules last time, he hadn't received any rewards from triggering a Myriad Worlds announcement for a long time. The announcement for his breakthrough to the Lawmaster stage had only been broadcast within the Blue Star region. After all, even though the human race was not as formidable as it once was, there were still many existences at the Lawmaster stage. Moreover, the reward this time was far better than Sumyubai had anticipated. He had originally thought that even if he triggered a Myriad Worlds announcement, the reward would be something like an infusion of origin power. But given his current realm and the degree of his fusion with the Rule Great Tao, the improvement brought by 1 or 2 infusions of origin power would not be significant. However, a 100% increase in the Fire of Faith was a different matter entirely. Although he was no longer in that special state of introspection, the moment the system notification sounded, Sumyubai clearly felt that the Fire of Faith within his godhead was burning much more fiercely. The function of the Fire of Faith is to refine the faith of all believers. The faint specks of light Sumyubai had felt earlier were from the individual believers who had faith in him. However, all living beings have distracting thoughts, so those specks of light were not pure. Even the faith provided by fanatical believers contained more or less impurities. Therefore, the Fire of Faith was needed to temper them, remove all impurities, and ultimately extract the purest power of faith. The more vigorously the Fire of Faith burned, the faster the refining speed would naturally become. After igniting the Fire of Faith, Sumyubai naturally gained some understanding of this aspect in his mind. He knew very well that wanting to enhance the Fire of Faith, even for an existence at the Rule Sovereign stage, was an extremely difficult task. It would take endless amounts of time to accomplish. With this reward from the Myriad Worlds game, Sumyubai had saved himself a vast amount of time. I wonder how many interfaces the Myriad Worlds game actually has. Looking at the new interface he had just added, Sumyubai couldn't help but mutter to himself. From the initial character interface to the later creator, law, and rule interfaces, now there was an additional faith interface. Faith Fire of Faith ignited refining speed. Believer scale, level 1 10 billion power of faith, 1 wisp. The faith interface was extremely concise, containing only these 4 pieces of information. Sumyubai took a glance and then closed it. He slowly raised his hand, and a wisp of golden shimmer appeared at his fingertip. This was not any divine power, nor did it have any energy fluctuations. This was the purest power of faith, refined through the Fire of Faith. Currently, Sumyubai only possessed this pitiful single wisp. The power of faith has many uses, but for the current Sumyubai, the most useful aspect was its ability to accelerate the fusion of rules. As long as he absorbed the power of faith, Sumyubai could fuse with the Rule Great Tao more easily. Of course, with only a single wisp, the effect was not obvious. However, as time passed, the scale of Sumyubai's believers would grow larger and larger. The speed at which he refined the power of faith would also become faster and faster. With the power of faith, my trip to the origin land will surely yield even greater gains. Sumyubai smiled slightly and stored the golden shimmer from his fingertip into his godhead. Afterward, a token appeared in his palm. Death Realm Domain Master Token Cataclysm trait. Every once in a while, you can use the Death Realm Domain Master Token to travel back and forth to the Myriad Worlds origin land once. Please note the specific time interval, duration of stay, and whether you can bring other living beings are solely related to your own realm. Neither time rules nor space rules can affect this effect. Previously, because the connection was still being established, the Cataclysm trait of the Domain Master Token had always been grayed out. Now, the connection was finally about to succeed. There's still some time left. It's the perfect moment to go back. Sumyubai glanced at the Phantom Dream Divine Record in the center of the small world within his primary body, and his figure vanished from the internal world. Some of the people in this small world had not yet awakened from their dreams. Only after they all woke up would the phantom dream divine record automatically disappear. During this period, although the calamity of the myriad races had risen to fame, its impact was limited to the strong. For the vast majority of players of the various races in the myriad worlds, how strong the calamity of the myriad races was had nothing to do with them, except for the target races of those bounty hunting missions. But a myriad worlds announcement was different. This was an announcement that every living being in the myriad worlds could hear. Myriad worlds announcement. Congratulations to the human player Bai for becoming the first existence to successfully ignite the fire of faith at the 11th tier Law Master stage. This is hereby announced. We hope players of all races will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. Once this announcement was made, the entire myriad worlds was in an uproar. What? Bai has already broken through to the Law Master stage so quickly. Wasn't he only at the 9th tier when he triggered the last myriad worlds announcement? Holy crap! How long has it been? I've only leveled up 8 times. And Bai has already broken through from the 9th tier to the 11th. I wonder what specific realm Bai is at now, lower god or middle god. He is a monster who grasped the rules of the Great Tao at the 9th rank. I think it's very likely he is already a high-level god. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the divine soul and divine body be so easy to improve? Even if Bai is heaven-defying, at most he is only at the mid-level god realm right now. No, aren't you all focusing on the wrong thing? Is there any kind soul who can tell me what the fire of faith is? Waiting online, it's quite urgent. Oh my god. How on earth did Bai manage to do it? He actually ignited the fire of faith while still at the Law Lord realm. So, what exactly is the fire of faith? I don't know. Get lost. I only know that apart from Bai, only those at the Rule Sovereign realm can ignite the fire of faith. Holy crap. Is Bai really that badass? Even more badass than you can imagine. I'll put it this way today. As long as Bai doesn't fall, the human race will inevitably rise again. Do you even need to say that? But I reckon the monster race and the mechanical race definitely won't be able to sit still this time. Indeed. Before, it was one thing. But now that Bai has even ignited the fire of faith, how could they possibly sit by and do nothing? Sumu Bai's speed of improvement was simply too fast. Therefore, the moment the announcement was heard, many players were stunned. After all, last time, Bai was only at the 9th rank. However, the vast majority of players had absolutely no understanding of the fire of faith. Thus, they did not understand the significance of this announcement at all. But those beings who truly sat at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds were all shocked at this moment. Chapter 900. The Monster Race Main God. Myriad Monster Domain, Great Desolate World. The entire Myriad Monster Domain was under the control of the Monster Race. And the Great Desolate World was the vastest and most powerful great world within the Myriad Monster Domain. This was the ancestral land of the Monster Race. The moment the Myriad Worlds announcement rang out, several terrifyingly powerful auras instantly appeared within the Great Desolate World. Following that, several giant phantom human faces condensed in the starry sky. Divine light flickered in their eyes, as if reflecting the endless starry sky. How is Bai capable of igniting the fire of faith? A mere law lord. He doesn't even have the capacity to bear faith. I don't understand. HMPH, this child must not be left alive. But there are no buts. Given the hatred between our race and the human race, if we truly let him grow, the consequences will be unimaginable. Several monster race main gods exchanged glances, and it was clear that they had already made their decision. The Void was indeed a great enemy of the myriad worlds, but the human race was likewise a great enemy of the monster race. The seal of the Void still had 10,000 years left, but if they allowed Bai to continue growing, it was uncertain whether the monster race would even have those 10,000 years. This guy was simply too monstrous. Even they, as main gods, had been shocked one after another multiple times. How much time had passed since Bai first triggered a myriad worlds announcement? The other party had actually broken through from the 7th rank epic level to the 11th rank Law Lord realm. This speed of improvement was practically like using a cheat. More importantly, not only was his realm improving quickly, but his progress in laws, rules, and other aspects was even faster. Now, he had even ignited the fire of faith ahead of time. That was the domain of rule sovereigns. He, a mere law lord, had actually achieved it. Was there anything he couldn't do? This system announcement made the main gods of the monster race completely anxious. We still haven't fully grasped how much the human race is hiding. We should deliberate on this matter further. If we keep deliberating, we won't even have a chance left. Even if the human race is hiding things, can they be stronger than they were back then? HMPH. This time I want to see how a mere human can block us. The mechanical race surely won't be able to sit still now either. Even if the human race still has hidden main gods, they will definitely not be able to withstand the combined forces of our two races. It wasn't just the main gods of the monster race. When this announcement rang out, all the main gods of the myriad worlds were shocked. They could not figure out how Bai Yi had managed to ignite the fire of faith. The only one who knew the reason, the sovereign of luck, did not hear the myriad worlds announcement at this time. Luck domain, prayer world, city of dreams. Inside the supreme divine palace, Lion was curled up on the bed, her delicate brows tightly furrowed, and even her body was trembling slightly, as if she were having some kind of nightmare. Even so, she did not wake up from her dream. She had no reaction at all to the myriad worlds announcement that had just rung out. After leaving the void realm, she had returned directly to the supreme divine palace and entered a state of deep sleep, attempting to use her special abilities to obtain more information about the void from her dreams. Therefore, although she, as a supreme god, knew why Sumyu-bai was able to ignite the fire of faith ahead of time, she did not hear the announcement. Northern Frontier Divine Kingdom, center of the extreme North Star domain, inside a small secret realm. Yi Yuan and the other high-level members of the human race had their expressions change instantly upon hearing the system announcement. The fire of faith, how is this possible? Sikanyu's projection avatar even stood up abruptly from his seat, his face full of shock. Yuchu also frowned. Bai Yi igniting the fire of faith ahead of time was indeed good news, but for the current human race, it was a death warrant. Previously, whether it was grasping laws ahead of time, creating a small world within the body, or fusing the rules of the great Tao ahead of time, none of that meant much to beings at the rule sovereign realm. But the nature of igniting the fire of faith ahead of time was completely different. This had already touched upon the domain of rule sovereigns. They could never ignore it, especially the several main gods of the monster race and the mechanical race. Q, who was sitting at the head, sighed, and looked at Feng Yuan beside him. Yuan, it seems the measures you prepared earlier will have to be used ahead of schedule. Feng Yuan's brows were tightly locked. He did not speak, only nodded. This kid Bai Yu really didn't let anyone have peace of mind. His old bones had just stopped being so busy because the matter of the World Master token being destroyed had settled down. And now, he had to work around the clock again. The announcement from the activity broadcast had not yet concluded when a powerful force of the main gods suddenly manifested within the conference room. Following this, a projection avatar of Yumu condensed into existence. Greetings, god of wine. Everyone rose in succession, bowing toward Yumu to pay their respects. Enough. We're all old acquaintances. There's no need for such formalities. Yumu waved his hand, sat directly in the seat vacated by Q, swept his gaze over the group, and said in a deep voice, "The days ahead are likely to be difficult. You've all prepared yourselves mentally, haven't you? Since the great upheaval, when have our human days ever been easy? Regardless, I will do whatever Yuan arranges. I'm ready to fight." Sikanyu slammed a palm onto the table and cursed. "We must protect Bai Yi. Now it all depends on the moves of the demon race and the mechanical race." The others nodded as well. Everyone present was someone who had lived through that great upheaval, as the last remaining powerhouses of the human race. Their resolve was undeniably firm. Seeing this, Yumu said nothing more and turned to look at Feng Yuan, his expression solemn. "From here on out, it will be hard on you again." Feng Yuan shook his head. "Compared to the pressure you are facing, what is this hardship to me? Rest assured." Yumu picked up the wine gourd at his waist, and a wine cup appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. After downing a mouthful of wine, he narrowed his eyes slightly, a flash of sharp ferocity deep within them. "Those old geezers from the demon race and the mechanical race still can't kill me. There really wasn't enough time. There are only 2 chapters today. Chapter 901. The current state of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, Death Realm, Undead World. Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. The current Frost Prison Divine Kingdom was vastly different from when Samurai had first arrived in the Undead World. The players from the races on the death list who had remained here had already been purged by the Golden Scourge Legion. The entire Frost Prison Divine Kingdom was now completely under the absolute rule of Brian. After all, having fused with the rules of the Great Tao, wielding the high-level low-grade treasure scythe of the Death God, and being capable of activating the Divine Descent state, his strength had far surpassed the level of a Kingdom Lord. It was not just the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, even the surrounding Divine Kingdoms had now bowed their heads in submission. Their territories directly incorporated into the map of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. As for wars between Divine Kingdoms, as long as things didn't go too far, the Realm Lord usually wouldn't intervene. Such matters were, to the Realm Lord of the Undead World, merely trivial affairs of no consequence. Normally, if Brian led the Golden Scourge Legion to invade other Divine Kingdoms, the efficiency of blood cleansing those races would certainly have dropped significantly, because once he left the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, he would lose the authority of a Kingdom Lord and would be unable to open large-scale emergency wartime portals. The territory of a Divine Kingdom was quite vast, and Legion warfare naturally couldn't be fast. But who told Brian to be strong enough? After the human race received a large number of sovereign-grade starships that Samurai had helped you to upgrade, they sent someone to return Brian's original one. Therefore, every time he arrived at a Divine Kingdom, he would use the sovereign-grade starship to jump directly to the location of the Divine Capital. As fellow Kingdom Lords, they possessed the authority to wage war against one another, and with Brian's combat power as a peak-upper god, subduing these Kingdom Lords was an effortless task. Consequently, his pace of conquest was much faster than Samurai had anticipated. In the northern border of the former Black Mist Divine Kingdom, this area had now also been incorporated into the territory of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Over this period, Brian, who possessed the authority to mobilize the Golden Scourge Legion, had successfully completed the cleansing of the Black Mist and several other Divine Kingdoms. At this moment, he stood once again before the even larger Scourge Legion, held the scythe of the Death God high, and shouted, "March!" as his voice fell. He was about to step through the portal ahead when his figure suddenly stalled, a flash of undisguised joy crossing his face, because he had suddenly sensed an extremely familiar aura. The next moment, the space beside Brian rippled like the surface of water, and Samurai's figure stepped out from within. The two had signed a follower contract, so Samurai could know Brian's exact location at any time. Possessing partial domain lord authority over the Death Realm, he could naturally cross realms directly, without even needing to use space rules or spatial authority. "My lord, why have you returned?" Brian looked at the suddenly appearing Samurai in pleasant surprise, the soul fire within his pupils surging. He had originally thought that the sovereign would surely need a long time to return from his trip to the Death Continent. He hadn't expected it to be so soon. At the same time, the entire Golden Scourge Legion looked towards Samurai and immediately knelt on one knee. This legion, which had blood cleansed multiple Divine Kingdoms, was welcoming its master. Their uniform movements were like a golden sea wave rising in the vast, silent starry sky. "Greetings, Sovereign." The commander-level Death Knights and Lich Lords spoke in unison, using divine power as a medium to let their voices echo through the silent starry sky. Roar! A highly intimidating dragon roar sounded at almost the same moment. The strongest of the 9 golden skeleton dragon emperors recovered its true form at the first opportunity and flew before Samurai. "Sovereign, let us pull your carriage." As it spoke, death divine power gathered behind Samurai, condensing into a throne of death. Immediately after, 9 chains formed from death divine power and low energy shot out from the throne, locking onto the bodies of the 9 golden skeleton dragon emperors. In an instant, the throne of death belonging solely to Samurai was completely formed. In front of the Golden Scourge Legion, those subordinates of Brian stared at this scene, dumbfounded. Is this the Lord that the Kingdom Lord often mentions? Just how terrifying is his strength? I just glanced at him, and I felt as if my soul was about to sink. It's truly too terrifying. It is said that the Golden Scourge Legion belongs to this Lord. I reckon his strength must already be comparable to a Realm Lord, right? Keep your voices down. This lord is not someone we can discuss recklessly. Just wait for orders. To be able to work under such a powerful lord, I can already foresee a bright future. Ha 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 ha. It's a good thing I was sharp enough to choose to join directly. Otherwise, I would have missed the chance to see such a powerhouse. The crowd whispered cautiously, their eyes filled with worship. Brian had been telling them all along that everyone was working for the master of the Golden Scourge Legion. Now, they had finally seen this powerhouse in person. Of course, they had merely seen him. As for any information regarding Sumubai, these lords of Luz could not perceive a single thing. If they knew that the person before them was the recently world-renowned Bai, these lords of Luz would undoubtedly be even more shocked. You've put in the effort. Sumubai smiled slightly and sat directly upon the throne of death. His gaze swept over the crowd and finally landed on Brian. The latter immediately bowed slightly. Is the Lord back this time to personally lead the Legion on an expedition? Leave such trivial matters to you. Sumubai shook his head and reached out to pat Brian on the shoulder. I have seen the growth of the Golden Scourge Legion recently. Brian, you've done well. This is merely my duty as a subordinate. The soul fire within Brian's pupils flickered violently. Ever since Sumubai left, he hadn't rested for a single moment, fearing he might fail to handle the tasks entrusted to him by the master. Now that he had received affirmation, everything was worth it. But Sumubai was never a stingy person. He had always been generous toward his own people. With a flick of his wrist, a small bottle appeared in his palm, which he tossed casually to Brian. Lord, this is... Brian took it with a look of confusion. The moment he sensed the aura within the bottle, his voice came to an abrupt halt. Although he didn't understand what was inside this small bottle, every drop of energy within it made his heart tremble. When he finally saw the information regarding the liquid inside, his pupils dilated in shock. This was actually the legendary supreme divine power of death, and there were 10 drops of it. Lord, this is too precious. Wouldn't it be a waste to give it to me? Brian suddenly felt the small bottle in his hand become exceptionally heavy. Take it if I give it to you. I have plenty of this stuff. Sumubai waved his hand dismissively, not giving Brian a chance to refuse, and shifted the topic. Continue with the plan to purge those races. I didn't come back this time for that. Brian carefully put away the supreme divine power of death and immediately asked, does the Lord have any other instructions? Your subordinate will go and handle it at once. It's nothing major. Sumubai sat on the throne of death, fingers interlaced, leaning forward slightly as he looked at Brian. Where are the humans rescued from the hands of those races now? With the illusory dream divine record and the fire of faith ignited, Sumubai naturally had to expand the scale of his believers before heading to the land of origin. Chapter 902. Tens of thousands of internal small worlds. Hearing that the master had come for the humans kept in captivity by various races, Brian immediately spoke up. Does the Lord wish to take them away now? As for those humans, I have already arranged for them to be in absolutely safe worlds. Sumubai nodded slightly. I shall take you there immediately. As Brian spoke, he brandished the scythe of the death god in his hand, intending to open an emergency wartime portal to the worlds where the humans were settled.